Chapter 3164. Upon hearing Yun Yan's words, the members of the Demon Cloud Mansion were shocked. Wan Qingqing joined forces with Duan Lingtan? Duan Lingtian from the Profound Nether Mansion? Yun Yan, are you referring to Duan Lingtian from the Profound Nether Mansion? Yun Yan smiled wryly. Apart from Duan Lingtian from the Profound Nether Mansion, there's no one else like Duan Lingtian in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm who's capable of defeating me by joining forces with Wan Qingqing. The eyes of the members of the Demon Cloud Mansion widened when they heard Yun Yan's words. They could not help but gasp. Wan Qingqing actually joined forces with Duan Lingtian from the Profound Nether Mansion. Rumor has it that Duan Lingtian is capable of breaching Hengfeng's defenses despite his slow speed. In the past, Heng Feng's defenses could only be considered second-tier in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. However, now that he has comprehended the law of Earth's defense profundity, his defenses can be considered first-tier in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Even so, Duan Lingtian still breached Heng Feng's defenses. Wan Qingqing made up for Duan Lingtian's shortcomings while Duan Lingtian made up for Wan Qingqing's shortcomings. If they join forces, they might be able to pose a threat to those 6 people. When the elders and disciples of the Demon Cloud Mansion regained their senses, they turned to look at the top 6 people on the scoreboard. In recent years, those 6 people had occupied the top 6 spots on the scoreboard without exception. Previously, some people had tried to join forces with others to pull them down from the top 6, but all of them had failed. Now that Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing had joined forces, would they be able to break the 6 people's records? Although they were looking forward to it, they did not hold out much hope. After all, those 6 people were not only powerful but mysterious as well. However, I'm curious. Wan Qingqing is from the Martial Battle Mansion while Duan Lingtian is from the Profound Nether Mansion. Why are they together? What do you mean by hooking up? I'm just teaming up. Didn't you say that Wan Qingqing teamed up with Heng Feng and encountered Duan Lingtian? Heng Feng was eliminated by Duan Lingtian, and Wan Qingqing successfully escaped? Could it be that they had joined forces at that time? I don't think so. Duan Lingtian went to stop the people from the Fireglaze Manor, but I didn't hear that Wan Qingqing was there as well. They must have met again later on and started to work together. I think so too. The news of Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing joining forces spread throughout the Demon Cloud Mansion and the other immortal mansions. The 6 people in the top 6 of the rankings also received a message from the higher-ups of their respective immortal mansions. In the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, on top of a steep mountain peak, a lone figure stood there, unmoving like a mountain. Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing teamed up? The proud and aloof figure was a tall young man with a handsome appearance. He wore a crimson robe that fluttered in the wind, as if a bloody fire was burning fiercely. Interesting. The corners of the young man's lips curled up slightly as his eyes glinted. Boom! A figure broke out of a calm lake, causing water to splash everywhere. Then, a thin figure appeared in the air above the lake. The figure was a young man dressed like a scholar. He had delicate features and looked like a scholar. Duan Lingtian? Wan Qingqing? I hope I'll be surprised when I meet them. The young man smiled before he turned into a streak of light and flew into the distance. King Tai. I admit defeat. At this moment, a figure who looked like a deity appeared above a forest. King Tai was so frightened that his face turned pale as he hurriedly admitted defeat. As soon as he admitted defeat, he crushed his accumulative point jade and withdrew from the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The figure bathed in flames raised an eyebrow. A hint of surprise could be heard in his voice. Junior sister Qingqing has teamed up with Duan Lingtian from the Profound Nether Mansion? Based on the words of the person who crushed his accumulative point jade, it was obvious the person was none other than King Tai from the Martial Battle Mansion. Within the vast gorge, a figure was seated cross-legged with his eyes closed in a depression on the walls of the gorge. He seemed to be waiting for something. The figure was dressed in a long, gray robe. He had the youthful appearance of a young man, but his hair and eyebrows were white. He had white hair and a ruddy complexion. Ding! A crisp sound rang in the air as the gray-clad young man opened his eyes. A copper coin had appeared in his hand before he flicked it up. A moment later, the copper coin fell, accurately landing in his palm. "It seems like I won't be able to meet Duan Lingtian this month," the gray-clad young man said with a sigh. The gray-robed young man sighed. Then he closed his eyes and rested. He didn't seem to want to leave the canyon for a long time. It was as if he was waiting for something. The profound Nether Mansion's disciple who killed Gongsun Jing has teamed up with one Qing from the Martial Battle Mansion? In the sky above an ice field, in the biting cold wind, a figure flitted through the air and suddenly stopped in midair. The reason why he stopped was because he had just received a message. "Even if you've teamed up with Wan Qing, you'll still die if I meet you." A young man dressed in a long, black robe scoffed as he narrowed his eyes. "I heard the profound Nether Mansion sees Duan Lingtian as their only hope. This time I will crush their hopes." As soon as he finished speaking, he moved again. A bloodthirsty killing intent appeared in the eyes of the black-robed youth, as if he was about to devour someone. "It'll be great if I can meet Duan Lingtian and Wan Qing this month. That way, I won't be bored anymore." In the sky above a lofty mountain range, a figure that was swiftly flying past received a message and suddenly slowed down. At the same time, his eyes lit up. "It's pointless even if I meet those 5 fellows. They can't eliminate me, and I can't eliminate them as well. Usually, those 5 fellows are the only ones worthy of me fighting with my full strength. If I meet Duan Lingtian and Wan Qing this month, I might be able to fight them to my heart's content as well. I can't wait to meet them." In the profound Nether Mansion's 3 transporting sites in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, many people exchanged a look when they heard about Duan Lingtian and Wan Qing joining forces. Duan Lingtian and Wan Qing joined forces. Moreover, they eliminated Yun Yan from the Magic Cloud Mansion together? However, why did Duan Lingtian give Yun Yan's points to Wan Qing? I was wondering why Duan Lingtian's points didn't increase in the past 2 days. As it turns out, he's with Wan Qing. Moreover, it's obvious he's giving in to Wan Qing. Even a hero can't resist the charms of a beautiful woman. It seems like even Duan Lingtian can't break this curse. The elders and disciples of the profound Nether Mansion sighed. They thought Duan Lingtian was a hero who could not resist the charms of a beautiful woman and was willing to be used by Wan Qing. Although they were speechless, it was inappropriate for them to voice their opinions. After all, it was Duan Lingtian's decision. Moreover, based on Duan Lingtian's current results, even if he gave all his points to Wan Qing, it would still bring glory to the profound Nether Mansion. Don't tell me that Brad is infatuated with Wan Qing from the Martial Battle Mansion? Qi Tianming, the inspector of the profound Nether Mansion, was exasperated when he heard the news. He immediately sent a message to Duan Lingtian. "Brat, don't forget about the test the Imperial Tudor Pavilion gave you. Moreover, Wan Qing isn't human at all. Since she's not from the Martial Battle Mansion, she's definitely not human. It's best if you keep your distance from her. Otherwise, you won't even know you're being sold out. Don't foolishly give her the majority of your points again." Qi Tianming sent more than 10 messages to Duan Lingtian. Most of them were to persuade Duan Lingtian not to be obsessed with Wan Qing's beauty. In the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Elder Qi, Duan Lingtian was slightly taken aback when he received Qi Tianming's messages. However, he quickly regained his senses and shook his head with a wry smile on his face. Elder Qi was unaware that he had joined forces with Wan Qing. He was also unaware that he owed Wan Qing a favor from Tan Yuan, the disciple of the Fireglaze Mansion. If he had not attacked Tan Yuan outside the Fireglaze Mansion's base, he might not have been able to eliminate Tan Yuan even if Tan Yuan had been careless. The only reason he was able to attack Tan Yuan outside the Fireglaze Mansion was because of Wan Qing. After Duan Lingtian gave Yun Yan's points to Wan Qing, he no longer felt like he owed Wan Qing a favor. Naturally, he would be able to distribute his points as per normal. News of us joining forces has already spread outside. Wan Qing's voice transmission rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing did not usually travel together. Although they were separated by a large distance, they could still sense each other's presence with their divine consciousness. As long as one of them encountered an enemy, the other would immediately rush over to help. That's within my expectations. Duan Lingtian replied through voice transmission. As soon as Duan Lingtian replied to Wan Qingqing through voice transmission, he seemed to have sensed something. His eyes narrowed as he looked in front of him. Swoosh! A figure shrouded in green energy appeared in front of him. Initially, he was heading in another direction. However, as soon as he saw Duan Lingtian, he began to charge in Duan Lingtian's direction. Duan Lingtian. As the figure charged toward Duan Lingtian, he shouted coldly. His voice was so cold that it seemed as though it could freeze the air. Although the figure was not as fast as Wan Qingqing, he was much faster than Duan Lingtian. In terms of speed, he could be considered as one of the second-tier powerhouses in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. His speed was comparable to Tan Yuan from the Fire Glaze Mansion and Yun Yen from the Magic Cloud Mansion. After a while, the figure appeared in front of Duan Lingtian and blocked his path. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, you ambushed me last month and eliminated me. This month, I, Lu Ji, will kill you to avenge myself. Chapter 3165. Lu Ji. As soon as the newcomer appeared, Duan Lingtian recognized him. It was none other than Lu Ji whom he had eliminated last month. However, Duan Lingtian did not rely on the 5 divine elements when he eliminated Lu Ji last month. Instead, he relied on his own strength to eliminate Lu Ji. Moreover, the entire process was extremely fast. Naturally, Lu Ji had been careless in eliminating Lu Ji last month. By the time Lu Ji discovered Duan Lingtian's strength, it was already too late. He did not even have the time to dodge Duan Lingtian's attack. Lu Ji. As soon as Duan Lingtian came to a halt, Wan Qingqing came to a halt as well. Since she was quite a distance away from Duan Lingtian, and Lu Ji did not look in her direction, he did not notice her presence. Although she was far away, with her hearing, she could still clearly hear Lu Ji's words. You want to kill Duan Lingtian? Lu Ji's words rendered Wan Qingqing speechless. After all, Lu Ji's strength was not even comparable to hers. Even she did not dare to say she could kill Duan Lingtian. If she had the ability to kill Duan Lingtian, Heng Feng would not have been eliminated by Duan Lingtian. It seems like the rumors are true. Lu Ji's character is not good, and he's not well liked in the Hanqing Mansion. The news of us joining forces and how you eliminated Tan Yuan from the Fire Glaze Mansion and Yun Yen from the Magic Cloud Mansion has spread like wildfire. However, it's obvious he doesn't know about it. Wan Qingqing sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. She had her reasons for thinking this way. After all, if Lu Ji knew about this, he would not have acted so arrogantly in front of Duan Lingtian. I'd like to see how you're going to kill me. Duan Lingtian's expression was as calm as ever as he faced Lu Ji, who was filled with killing intent. However, Lu Ji was even more furious when he saw Duan Lingtian's nonchalant expression. You won't be as lucky as you were last month. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Ji pounced towards Duan Lingtian like an eagle. At the same time, green gales raged all over his body, causing waves of crisp wind sounds to resound in the void, followed by faintly discernible wind blades. Lu Ji rushed towards Duan Lingtian like a ghost, followed by a sky full of wind blades that were no slower than Lu Ji's movement speed. They gathered together like raindrops falling from the sky, enveloping Duan Lingtian and penetrating every inch of his body. As soon as Lu Ji made his move, he used almost all the profundities of the law of wind that he had comprehended. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian calmly raised his hand and waved it through the air. The next moment, rip, a spatial crack appeared in the path of the wind blades. Hum. After the spatial crack, the gray blade light whizzed out and circled around Duan Lingtian's body. During this process, the gray saber light was like an inflated balloon, rapidly expanding. At the same time, wisps of golden flames raged on the surface of the gray blade light and enveloped it in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the sky full of wind blades that were less than 10 meters away from Duan Lingtian directly charged into Duan Lingtian's space territory. Although Duan Lingtian's space territory contained the distorting profundities of the law of space, it still could not withstand Lu Ji's storm-like wind blade attacks. Under the direct attack of the wind blades, Duan Lingtian was steadily losing ground. Lu Ji, who had sensed this, flew out with the wind blades with a smug smile on his face. At this moment, Lu Ji felt as though he could already see Duan Lingtian dying in front of him. Go! However, even though the wind blades that filled the sky had the upper hand and were about to land on him, Duan Lingtian still waved his hand calmly. In the next moment, the gray blade light that was circling around him shot out like a bolt of gray lightning. The gray lightning swept across the void and circled around. The gray blade light with golden flames raged on, forming a powerful offensive attack that met the wind blades in the sky. The two of them held on for a while. The golden flames around the gray blade light dimmed completely as though they would be extinguished at any time. The wind blades that filled the sky were also annihilated. Upon seeing this, Lu Ji's eyes widened. An expression of shock and disbelief appeared on his face. He could not help but exclaim, "No. Impossible." However, when the gray blade light charged at him like a bolt of lightning, Lu Ji had no choice but to accept it. His celestial origin energy that had merged with the wind elemental profundity erupted as he dodged the gray blade light's attack. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Lu Ji's body swayed like a gust of wind as he narrowly dodged the gray blade light. Swoosh. After dodging the fatal blade light, Lu Ji's expression changed again before he could even catch his breath. This was because when Lu Ji came to a halt a few dozen meters away, a figure appeared in the void not far away from him. It was none other than Duan Lingtian, who had teleported to Lu Ji's side. Shackle! Before Lu Ji could react, Duan Lingtian had cast the shackle profundity from the law of space to shackle the space around Lu Ji. Do you think you can trap me? How laughable! Although Lu Ji was shackled by Duan Lingtian, he quickly regained his composure. Then, he sneered as green energy surged out of his body and formed hundreds and thousands of wind blades. As the wind blades swept out of Lu Ji's body, the outline of the space around Lu Ji was shackled by a layer of golden flames, revealing the outline of the space shackle. A cuboid burning with golden flames trapped Lu Ji inside. At this moment, although there was a layer of golden flame between Lu Ji and Duan Lingtian, the golden flame was translucent. Through it, Duan Lingtian and Lu Ji could still see each other. It's over! When the golden flames ignited in the space shackle that trapped Lu Ji, Wan Qingqing walked out and stood next to Duan Lingtian. Wan Qingqing! Lu Ji saw Wan Qingqing appear before the wind blades swept out. She did not attack Duan Lingtian. Instead, she stood next to Duan Lingtian. Lu Ji's expression changed immediately. As long as he was not stupid, it was not difficult for him to guess what this meant. At the same time, Lu Ji discovered that no matter how hard he tried to destroy the space shackle, he could not break it. Even when he attacked with all his might, the space shackle did not show any signs of collapsing. How's this possible? This Duan Lingtian? How is he so strong? Lu Ji's expression changed again and again. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so strong. If he had known earlier that Duan Lingtian possessed such strength, no matter how much he hated Duan Lingtian for catching him off guard last month, he wouldn't have dared to be arrogant in front of Duan Lingtian when he encountered him this month. In fact, he would have buried this hatred deep in his heart. Even Tan Yuan from the Fire Glaze Mansion couldn't break my space shackle. Do you think your attack is stronger than his? Duan Lingtian asked curiously as he glanced at Lu Ji. Tan Yuan? Lu Ji's body stiffened when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Why? Did you eliminate Tan Yuan? Tan Yuan, the Fire Glaze Mansion's disciple, was one of the top 10 disciples in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Lu Ji had encountered Tan Yuan a few times, but Tan Yuan had eliminated him every time. Although Lu Ji's speed was on par with Tan Yuan's overall strength was far superior to Lu Ji's. Are you so uninformed? I'm sure there are many people outside who are paying attention to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. I'm sure there's no one who doesn't know about me eliminating Tan Yuan, right? Didn't anyone tell you about this through voice transmission? Duan Lingtian feigned surprise. Don't tell me you don't know that I'm ranked 8th on the scoreboard and have more than 300 points? Lu Ji's expression darkened as Duan Lingtian continued to speak. In the end, his attacks on the space around him began to weaken. Duan Lingtian is currently ranked 8th, and I'm ranked 7th. It's all thanks to him that I managed to eliminate Yun Yen from the Magic Cloud Mansion. At this moment, Wan Qingqing, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, chimed in. Duan Lingtian was taken aback when he heard Wan Qingqing's words. After spending some time together, Duan Lingtian had learned a lot about Wan Qingqing. He knew she was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. He did not expect her to say something like this. This did not seem like Wan Qingqing at all. Upon hearing Wan Qingqing's words, Lu Ji finally stopped attacking and brought out his accumulative point jade at lightning speed. Just as Lu Ji was about to crush his accumulative point jade to leave the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, swoosh! A frighteningly fast cyan silhouette streaked across the void. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. Then, before Lu Ji could crush the accumulative point jade, the cyan silhouette snatched the accumulative point jade away. Swoosh! Wan Qingqing's silhouette did not disappear before it reappeared. At the same time, a accumulative point jade appeared in her hand. It was none other than Lu Ji's accumulative point jade. Before Wan Qingqing appeared, Duan Lingtian had already told her to keep an eye on Lu Ji. If Lu Ji tried to crush his accumulative point jade, she had to snatch it from him. Wan Qingqing was not confident she could snatch Lu Ji's accumulative point jade from such a distance. For this reason, she decided to appear next to Duan Lingtian. At this distance, she was confident she could snatch Lu Ji's accumulative point jade. Chapter 3166. With his accumulative points jade taken away, Lu Ji could no longer leave through the transportation formation in the accumulative points jade. He could only rely on himself to return to the Celestial Mansion's camp and leave through the transportation formation there. However, Lu Ji was currently trapped in the confinement space by Duan Lingtian. Since he could not break out of the confinement space, it was obvious he could not return to the Hanqing Mansion's camp on his own. Moreover, with Wan Qingqing around, even if Duan Lingtian did not restrain him, he would not have a chance to return to the Hanqing Mansion's camp. Although he was fast, Wan Qingqing was faster than him. Lu Ji's expression changed drastically when Wan Qingqing took his accumulative points jade away. His eyes widened in horror. Even his body began to tremble violently at this moment due to the excessive shock and fright he felt. Let me give you a piece of advice. Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Ji calmly and said unhurriedly, in your next life, if you want to seek revenge again, it's best if you investigate the background of your enemy before you decide what to do next. Otherwise, you might be killed instead of avenging yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled up into a cold arc buzz. The gray saber light swept past, killing Lu Ji just as he was about to kneel and beg for mercy after experiencing the terror and torment of life and death. When Lu Ji died, his eyes were wide open, and his mouth was agape. His expression was one of horror. As soon as Lu Ji was killed, Wan Qingqing threw the accumulative point jade in her hand to Duan Lingtian and took a step back. In the next moment, the accumulative points jade shattered, and all of Lu Ji's points were taken by Duan Lingtian. Lu Ji still has more than 60 points? After killing Lu Ji, Duan Lingtian looked at his accumulative points jade and discovered his points had increased to 387. It was obvious Lu Ji had given him 65 points. This was because he originally only had 322 points. This Lu Ji is digging his own grave. Wan Qingqing coldly glanced at Lu Ji's corpse and thought to herself. Along the way, she and Duan Lingtian had met people who didn't want to kill them. Therefore, when they eliminated those people, they didn't kill them. Furthermore, even when Duan Lingtian had gone to the Fire Glaze Manor's camp, Duan Lingtian had not killed a single person from the Fire Glaze Manor. At that time, It was clear that Duan Lingtian was not a person who killed indiscriminately. This time, although Duan Lingtian had killed Lu Ji, she could completely understand why he had done so. She knew very well in her heart, today, if Lu Ji was stronger than Duan Lingtian, the one to die would be Duan Lingtian. Let's go. After taking Lu Ji's storage ring, Duan Lingtian bid farewell to Wan Qingqing before continuing onward with her. Up until now, Duan Lingtian had been in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm for almost 5 days, while Wan Qingqing had been in the middle realm for almost 7 days. I just hope I'll be able to meet one of the 6 people before she leaves. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. In 3 days, Wan Qingqing would be forcefully transported out of the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. At that time, without Wan Qingqing's help, he would not be able to eliminate any of the 6 people. Duan Lingtian. Wan Qingqing looked at Duan Lingtian and reminded him, although Lu Ji isn't very popular in the Hanqing Mansion, the Hanqing Mansion won't let this matter rest after you've killed an inner court disciple of the Hanqing Mansion. When I, Duan Lingtian, do things, I seek to have a clear conscience. Duan Lingtian replied indifferently. From the beginning until the end, he did not seem to be affected at all. It was as though the Hanqing Mansion was just a paper tiger. Wan Qingqing, naturally, could tell Duan Lingtian was not putting on an act. For a moment, her opinion of Duan Lingtian rose slightly. Meanwhile, at the transporting formations in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, the elders and disciples of the various celestial mansions saw Duan Lingtian's sudden appearance. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian, who was pushed to the 8th place by Wan Qingqing from the martial battle mansion, suddenly gained a huge boost in his points. Wan Qingqing was pushed to the 8th place. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian regained the 7th place. Duan Lingtian's points suddenly increased to 65 points? Who did he eliminate? Hanqing Manor's Lu Ji's name has disappeared from the rankings. Lu Ji? Lu Ji again? I remember Lu Ji was eliminated by Duan Lingtian last month, right? That's right. Lu Ji was eliminated by Duan Lingtian last month. Lu Ji is really unlucky this time. He encountered Duan Lingtian again? Moreover, he encountered Duan Lingtian, who has Wan Qingqing's help this time. Most people in the major celestial mansions had heard about Lu Ji being eliminated by Duan Lingtian last month. Naturally, they knew Lu Ji was dissatisfied with Duan Lingtian's result. Lu Ji had even vowed to seek revenge the next time he encountered Duan Lingtian. This month, Lu Ji met Duan Lingtian as he had wished. However, the outcome was the same as the previous month. He was eliminated by Duan Lingtian. I just received news from the Hanqing Mansion. Not only was Lu Ji eliminated by Duan Lingtian, but he was also killed by Duan Lingtian. It did not take long before news of Lu Ji being killed by Duan Lingtian spread in the major celestial mansions. Lu Ji was the second person Duan Lingtian had killed in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. I remember Duan Lingtian didn't kill anyone when he went to the Fire Glaze Mansion's base, right? No, he didn't. Before Lu Ji, Duan Lingtian had only killed one person. However, that person was from the Azure Green Mansion. The people from the Azure Green Mansion and the Profound Nether Mansion are like fire and water. When they encounter each other in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, they'll fight to the death. Lu Ji is naturally ruthless. He must have viewed Duan Lingtian as his enemy since he was eliminated by Duan Lingtian last month. This time, he must have wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. That's why Duan Lingtian decided to kill him. Isn't it obvious? Duan Lingtian didn't kill Lu Ji when he eliminated Lu Ji last month, and yet, Lu Ji killed Lu Ji this month. If Lu Ji wanted to kill Duan Lingtian, would Duan Lingtian kill Lu Ji? Although the people from the major celestial mansions did not know Duan Lingtian, it was not difficult for them to deduce Duan Lingtian was not a bloodthirsty person based on Duan Lingtian's behavior. Even the people from Hanqing residence, where Lu Ji lived, had the same thought. However, since Duan Lingtian had killed Lu Ji, it meant Duan Lingtian had become an enemy of the Hanqing Mansion. Even if they did not fight to the death, they would not treat Duan Lingtian amicably. As time passed, the names on the scoreboard continued to change. Even the names in the top 10, such as the 10th and 9th places, were constantly changing. Only the names in the top 8 did not change. It was as though they had taken root in the top 8. Duan Lingtian was still in 7th place. Wan Qingqing was still in 8th place. However, as time passed, their points continued to increase. Although the increase was slow, it did not take long for the gap between them to widen. The difference between the 8th and 9th place was close to 100 points. It was a dividing line. The difference between 7th and 6th place was nearly 200 points, which was also a dividing line. Duan Lingtian, the gap between you and the person who's ranked ahead of you is widening. I can only stay in the middle realm for one more day. If we don't encounter anyone who's ranked ahead of you, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for you to advance any further, Wan Qingqing said to Wan Qingqing. In the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, she told Duan Lingtian. It had been 2 days since Duan Lingtian killed Lu Ji, and Wan Qingqing had spent 9 days in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Even if Wan Qingqing and Wan Qingqing did not leave the middle realm, they would still be forcefully sent out of the middle realm. Although Wan Qingqing and Duan Lingtian had encountered a few people over the past 2 days, none of them were ranked on the top of the middle realm. However, none of those people were ranked at the top of the rankings. Not even one of them was ranked in the top 50. Currently, there's a difference of 196 points between you and the person who's ranked 6th. Since Wan Qingqing was constantly informed about the changes on the scoreboard through voice transmission, she knew the difference between Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian. 196 points? Duan Lingtian frowned. Now, after 2 days of accumulation, his points had increased from 380 plus to 435 plus points. But even so, there was still a difference of 196 points between him and the person ranked 6th on the scoreboard. However, you're the only one with a huge gap between you and the person ranked 6th on the scoreboard. That person's gap with the 5 people in front of him isn't huge. Even the person ranked 1st on the scoreboard has only 266 points more than you. Right now, the rankings of the top 6 are constantly changing, and this has been the norm for the past few years. Any one of those 6 people might be able to get 1st place. Their final ranking is more dependent on luck. Duan Lingtian nodded. There's a difference of 196 points between me and the person who's ranked 6th. There's a difference of 266 points between me and the person who's ranked 1st. Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted as he thought to himself. It seemed like luck was the only thing he could do to improve his ranking. If he was unlucky and did not encounter anyone with a higher number of points, he might end up ranked 7th. Wan Qingqing. A voice rang in the air as Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing passed through a hill. The voice was getting closer and closer to them. So, you're Duan Lingtian? Upon hearing the voice, Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing came to a halt and looked in the direction of the voice. A figure could be seen flying toward them from afar. It seems like we're quite lucky. He's Shimen Hao Xian, a core disciple of the Red Leaves Mansion. Chapter 3167. At this moment, a figure hovered in the air above a hill, blocking Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing's path. He studied Duan Lingtian curiously. At the same time, Duan Lingtian could sense the person in front of him using his divine consciousness to scan his surroundings. You're really not even 100 years old. Duan Lingtian, are you really from the Southern Heaven Territory? The handsome young man in green first exclaimed in surprise, and then he couldn't help but ask curiously. Sort of. Duan Lingtian replied. Sort of. The green-clad young man, Shimen Hao Xian, a core disciple of the Red Leaves Mansion, frowned slightly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. The curiosity in the depths of his eyes grew even more intense. Explain yourself. Shimen Hao Xian said solemnly. Sure, you can crush your accumulative point jade and leave. Once you're out of here, come to the profound Nether Mansion and I'll tell you. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Impossible. Shimen Hao Xian shook his head. If you want my points, you'll have to join forces with Wan Qingqing. Duan Lingtian was just casually asking. Naturally, he knew Shimin Hao Xian would not take the initiative to give up the points he had accumulated for so many days just because he wanted to know something. Therefore, as soon as Shimin Hao Xuan finished speaking, the atmosphere at the scene became a little solemn again. Duan Lingtian, Shimin Hao Xian hasn't comprehended the law of the 5 elements, the law of ice, the law of thunder, and the law of ice. Moreover, he hasn't comprehended the 4 supreme laws. At this moment, Wan Qingqing's voice transmission rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. The law of destruction? Upon hearing Wan Qingqing's voice transmission, Duan Lingtian knew Shimin Hao Xian had comprehended the law of destruction that was not related to the 5 elements or the supreme laws. The law of destruction was a very special law. It was not derived from the law of the 5 elements, and it had nothing to do with the supreme laws. It could not be comprehended through celestial methods or divine abilities like the law of the 5 elements. It had to be comprehended on its own. However, the speed of comprehension was much faster than the 4 supreme laws. In fact, it was not slower than comprehending the law of the 5 elements. In terms of strength, it was even stronger than the law of the 5 elements. Among the 5 elements, only the law of thunder and the law of ice were derived from the law of the 5 elements could compare to the law of destruction. Everyone knew the laws of lightning and the laws of ice originated from the laws of the 5 elements. However, if one were to look at them from all aspects, they would be the laws of the 5 elements. Based on the law of destruction, the law of destruction was comparable to the law of destruction. The law of destruction, Duan Celestial who had comprehended the law of the celestial would have comprehended it. When the celestial sword, celestial sword and the sword, sabers when sword, sword, sabers, sword cultivators, saber cultivators, spear cultivators, rod cultivators, and so on. They'll be able to comprehend the law of destruction after they've comprehended it to a certain extent. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian's gaze turned solemn as he looked at Shimin Hao Xian. After all, those who were able to comprehend the law of destruction and specialize in one offensive technique had to be strong-willed. Such a person was not to be trifled with. Duan Lingtian, why don't we make a bet? Shimin Hao Xian suddenly said. While Duan Lingtian, Wan Qingqing, and Shimin Hao Xian were arguing with each other, he proposed to make a bet with Duan Lingtian. What's the bet? Duan Lingtian asked curiously as his eyes flashed. If I eliminate you and Wan Qingqing today, you'll have to tell me your origin. If I'm eliminated, I'll give you a floating image pearl that records the battle between 2 celestial kings who have comprehended 9 profundities from the law of space. What do you think? Not only did Shimin Hao Xian mention the price Duan Lingtian had to pay if he lost, but he also mentioned the price he was willing to pay if he lost. A floating image pearl that records the battle between 2 celestial kings who have comprehended 9 profundities from the law of space? As soon as Shimin Hao Xian finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. If he could obtain such a floating image pearl, it would greatly help him comprehend the transportation profundity and the other 2 profundities from the law of space. Sure. For this reason, Duan Lingtian readily agreed to the bet. Good. That's great. Shimin Hao Xian laughed heartily when he saw Duan Lingtian agreeing to the bet. Duan Lingtian, regardless of whether you're eliminated or I'm eliminated today, I'll go to the profound nether mansion to have a drink with you. I just hope you'll welcome me at that time. Shimin Hao Xian smiled. Of course, I'll welcome you. Duan Lingtian had a good impression of Shimin Hao Xian, so he smiled back at Shimin Hao Xian. Since both of you are joining forces, I'm sure Wan Qingqing will be in charge of chasing after me while you'll be in charge of attacking. To be safe, I won't wait for both of you to make the first move. Shimin Hao Xian smiled faintly before he made his move before Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing could make their moves. Swoosh! A gust of wind stirred up as Shimin Hao Xian charged toward Duan Lingtian like an arrow that had been released from a bow. Duan Lingtian felt a sharp aura surging toward him when he saw Shimin Hao Xian charging toward him at lightning speed. It was as though he was a weapon instead of a person. Swoosh! Shimin Hao Xian's body was as nimble as a snake. However, when he approached Duan Lingtian, he seemed to have lost his balance. In the next moment, a black energy flashed around Shimin Hao Xian's body before it transformed into an energy sword that shrouded him. Swoosh. Ximenhao Xian shook his right hand, and a black sword ray that contained a terrifying destructive aura shot toward Duan Lingtian. The moment the sword appeared, it seemed as though the color of heaven and earth had changed. The sword ray contained a terrifying sword essence. In the past, Duan Lingtian had obtained the inheritance from Feng Qingyang, a sword Dao powerhouse from the Saint Province realm. Although his attainments in the sword Dao were not as high as Ximenhao Xian's, it was not difficult for him to sense how terrifying Ximenhao Xian's sword ray was. Swoosh! The sharp sword pierced through the air. It seemed as though the void was about to be pierced by it. Duan Lingtian felt goosebumps rising on his scalp when he sensed the sharp sword qi. He quickly cast the Law of Space's teleportation profundity. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian teleported 100 meters behind Ximenhao Xian. His purple robe fluttered as the space territory appeared. Moreover, the void that was shrouded by the space territory seemed to tremble slightly. Moreover, the trembling frequency was getting faster and faster. As expected of the teleportation profundity, one of the two most peculiar speed profundities in heaven and earth. It's really impossible to guard against. Ximenhao Xian was not surprised that his sword had missed. If Duan Lingtian could not even dodge his first sword ray, he would not be able to defend himself. If that's the case, take another sword ray from me. As soon as Ximenhao Xian finished speaking, his body trembled, and the black energy halo on his body began to wreak havoc. A terrifying aura swept out from Ximenhao Xuan's body. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. A series of black translucent sword lights emerged from the halo of power around Ximenhao Xuan's body. They rapidly revolved around Ximenhao Xuan. When the sword rays wreaked havoc, Ximenhao Xian exuded a terrifying destructive aura that seemed capable of destroying everything. Humph! As soon as Ximenhao Xian turned around, a scoff rang in the air. It was none other than Wan Qingqing. Even Wan Qingqing did not react to Ximenhao Xian's sudden attack. When Wan Qingqing saw Ximenhao Xian ignoring her and attacking Duan Lingtian again, her expression turned cold immediately. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. In the next moment, a gust of cold wind blew past, and Wan Qingqing was in the wind, heading straight for Ximenhao Xuan. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As Wan Qingqing moved with the wind, the emerald energy on her body surged. It was the celestial origin energy that had merged with the law of wood's wood elemental profundity. In the next moment, swoosh, 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 swoosh. An ear-piercing sound rang in the air. The emerald energy on Wan Qingqing's body transformed into vines that were as thick as an adult's arm and shot toward Ximenhao Xian. Wan Qingqing, you can't trap me. Ximenhao Xuan faintly smiled in the face of those vines which were sweeping towards him from all directions. Then, all the black sword lights around his body whizzed out. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The black sword rays collided with the emerald green vines that were falling from the sky. The emerald green vines were destroyed before they could even get close to Ximenhao Xian. However, after the emerald green vines were destroyed, more emerald green vines shot toward Ximenhao Xian, evading the black sword rays. It's useless. Ximenhao Xian raised his hand, and a sword that had merged with the law of destruction's fundamental profundity and the destruction elemental profundity appeared out of thin air. Swoosh! As Ximenhao Xuan casually waved his sword a few times, those vines near him were chopped into several pieces and instantly lost their vitality, turning into yellow withered vines. At this moment, swoosh, 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 swoosh. Specks of emerald green light poured down from the sky like the Buddha's radiance, illuminating the world and delivering all living things from torment, resplendent and dazzling. These emerald green specks of light scattered on the severed withered vines, and at the same time, they scattered on the emerald green vines that were destroyed by the black sword rays that filled the sky. Those emerald green vines, which had originally been twisted into pieces, actually gathered together again after coming into contact with the emerald green light, returning to a complete vine. As for those withered vines that had lost their vitality, not only did they regain their vitality, but they also regained their emerald green color. Even the parts that had been severed were reconnected. Bush, 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 bush. Chapter 3168. Child's Play. Shimin Haoshuan, who was trapped in the emerald green cage surrounded by vines, was not nervous at all. His face was calm and relaxed. Although Wan Qingqing's binding technique was brilliant, it was not enough to trap him. As long as he was willing, he would only need a few breaths to break Wan Qingqing's technique. Wan Qingqing had to expend a lot of celestial origin energy to cast this technique. It would be extremely difficult for her to cast it again. At that time, he would be able to easily eliminate Wan Qingqing. However, just as Shimin Haoshuan was about to spend a few breaths to break Wan Qingqing's technique, his eyes flashed and he saw a figure appearing not far away from him. The cage formed by Wan Qingqing's vines had completely blocked out all light. It was completely dark inside. However, for someone with Shimin Haoshuan's cultivation base, the darkness did not affect him at all since he could easily see in the dark. Moreover, even if he did not use his night vision, he could still see through the darkness with his divine consciousness. At this moment, the person who appeared in front of Shimin Haoshuan was none other than Duan Lingtian, who had teleported in. Others would have to break Wan Qingqing's binding technique to enter the cage, but Duan Lingtian did not need to do so since he had comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity. Buzz. 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 As soon as Shimin Haoshuan saw Duan Lingtian, he could feel the void around him distorting as spatial energy swept toward him. These spatial powers were like sharp saber lights and sword shadows, emitting bursts of buzzing sounds. Bush, 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 bush. However, Shimin Haoshuan's celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the destruction elemental profundity surged and transformed into black sword rays that revolved around him to ward off the spatial energy. It seems like the rumors are true. Speed is your weakness. Shimin Haoshuan stared at Duan Lingtian and said bluntly, based on your actions, it seems like you intend to use Wan Qingqing's binding technique to limit my speed. You want to fight me in Wan Qingqing's binding of vines. Shimin Haoshuan's words exposed Duan Lingtian's thoughts. It's not too late to crush the accumulative point jade and leave. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll have to suffer some physical pain. Duan Lingtian said. Once he fought with Shimin Haoshuan wouldn't have the chance to use his full strength to break through Wan Qingqing's vines. The shockwaves from their battle were not enough to destroy Wan Qingqing's vines in a short time. Of course, it was only enough to destroy it in a short period of time. If he didn't defeat Shimin Haoshuan in a short time, Wan Qingqing's vines would be completely destroyed by the shockwaves of their attacks. Also, Wan Qingqing had told him, if her binding of vines was destroyed, she would need to rest for at least half a day before she could use the same level of binding of vines again. Therefore he only had one chance. Chaos Divine Earth. Just to be on the safe side, I'll need you to lend me a hand this time. In order to defeat Shimin Haoshuan in the shortest time possible, Duan Lingtian did not want to give Shimin Haoshuan an advantage in terms of speed. Humph. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the Chaos Divine Earth snorted. Boy, you finally thought of me. Although I'm not as helpful as the Profound Divine Metal and the Chaos Divine Flame, I'm still comparable to an offensive profundity to the rudimentary stage. Outside the binding of vines. Boom, 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 boom. From the beginning, Wan Qingqing had been using all her strength to resist the binding of the vines. As time passed, her forehead was covered in sweat. This was because the shockwaves from the battle were too strong. It was not as simple as the shockwaves. It's only been 3 breaths, but the shockwaves from their battle are already giving me so much pressure. Even if Shimin Haoshuan attacks with all his might, it'll take him a few breaths to break through my defenses. However, they're not targeting me at all. After 4 breaths, Wan Qingqing's face was as pale as a sheet of paper. She was not as pale as a sheet of ice, but she was under too much pressure. If this continues, I'll only be able to hold on for 6 breaths at most. Wan Qingqing was starting to panic. She discovered she had completely underestimated the aftershock of the fight between Duan Lingtian and Shimin Haoshuan. The aftershock of the fight was not much weaker than the full force of Shimin Haoshuan's attack on her binding vine. Wan Qingqing gritted her teeth and held on. She did not even have the time to send a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian, let alone use her divine consciousness to check the situation inside. This was because her nerves were completely taut. The moment she relaxed, the vines binding her would immediately be destroyed. It seems like we won't be able to eliminate Shimin Haoshuan even if we join forces. Wan Qingqing's heart was filled with bitterness. Although Duan Lingtian was strong, she did not think Duan Lingtian would be able to defeat Shimin Haoshuan in 6 breaths. Even if Shimin Haoshuan could not make use of his speed, with Duan Lingtian's strength, he would need at least 10 breaths to defeat Shimin Haoshuan. This was Wan Qingqing's understanding of Duan Lingtian's strength. Naturally, she also knew Shimin Haoshuan's strength. In the past, she had been eliminated by Shimin Haoshuan once. Naturally, she knew Shimin Haoshuan's strength. After 5 breaths, Wan Qingqing was shocked to discover that the binding of vines had disappeared. The terrifying shockwaves from the binding of vines had disappeared, and everything had returned to normal. At the same time, the powerful pressure that had enveloped her body and made her unable to breathe had completely vanished. "Thank you for showing mercy." Just as Wan Qingqing was about to extend her consciousness to investigate the situation, a voice came from the vines. It was filled with gratitude. This voice, Wan Qingqing's eyes lit up when she heard the voice. This was because it was Shimin Haoshuan's voice. In the next moment, Wan Qingqing removed the binding of vines, and 2 figures appeared in front of her. Duan Lingtian was unscathed. His purple robe had a few cuts, but there were no wounds on the parts of his robe that were cut. Apparently, only his robe was damaged, and he was fine. On the other hand, Shimin Haoshuan had more than a dozen wounds on his body, especially the one on his chest. It was a ghastly sight. If Duan Lingtian had gone a little lower, Shimin Haoshuan would have died. "Don't forget the bet between us." Duan Lingtian looked deeply at Shimin Haoshuan and said, "Don't worry, I'll deliver it to you personally." After Shimin Haoshuan recovered from his injuries, he took out his accumulative points jade and smiled at Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Shimin Haoshuan did not seem like a person who had just walked past the gates of hell. He seemed completely fine as he smiled at Duan Lingtian, who had almost killed him. "I'll wait for you." Duan Lingtian nodded. "There's no need for that. I'll ask my junior uncle to bring me to the profound nether mansion after I leave. By the time you leave the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, I should be there as well," Shimin Haoshuan said. Shimin Haoshuan was a core disciple of the Great 6 Red Leaves Mansion. He was quite popular among his peers. Therefore, he would be informed about the changes in the scoreboard from time to time. For this reason, he roughly knew when Duan Lingtian would enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm and when Duan Lingtian would leave the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. "I'll look for you for a drink later." Shimin Haoshuan smiled at Duan Lingtian before he crushed the accumulative points jade in his hand. After Shimin Haoshuan left, Duan Lingtian immediately took out his accumulative points jade. It was clear Shimin Haoshuan was curious about his current points. Shimin Haoshuan was one of the top 6 participants in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. He was even ranked first on the scoreboard many times. Before he eliminated Shimin Haoshuan's ranking was already higher than his. However, he did not know his current ranking. After all, Shimin Haoshuan and the other participants had been in the top 6 for more than 6 years. The gap between their points was very small. It was easy for them to overtake those who were ranked ahead of them. "How many points do I have now?" Duan Lingtian was not the only one who was curious about his current points. Even Wan Qingqing was curious about Duan Lingtian's points. 1,207. Duan Lingtian put his accumulative points jade away and looked at Wan Qingqing with a bright smile on his face. This was Wan Qingqing's first time seeing Duan Lingtian smiling like this. She was stunned for a moment before she regained her senses when Duan Lingtian stopped smiling. At this moment, even Wan Qingqing herself didn't notice that a faint blush had appeared on her cheeks. "Congratulations." Wan Qingqing congratulated Duan Lingtian when she learned about Duan Lingtian's current points. "With your current points, you'll definitely rank first in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm this month. Based on what I know, It has been 12 years since anyone has accumulated more than 1,000 points in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. In Wan Qingqing's opinion, Duan Lingtian's current points were enough to rank first in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. I'm sure those who are paying attention to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm scoreboard are dumbfounded. None of them expected you to eliminate Shimin Haoshuan. The people from the Red Leaves Mansion must be even more dumbfounded. I'm sure they didn't expect Shimin Haoshuan, who they thought was invincible in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, would be eliminated one day. Wan Qingqing's words were true. When Shimin Haoshuan appeared at one of the portals in the Red Leaves Mansion that led to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, everyone was stunned. Chapter 3169. Shimin Haoshuan was a core disciple of the Red Leaves Mansion. He was not even 1,000 years old, but he was already the strongest person below the Celestial King realm in the Red Leaves Mansion. In fact, even in the other celestial mansions in the Southern Heaven territory, no one below the Celestial King realm dared to say they could defeat Shimin Haoshuan. However, Shimin Haoshuan had been eliminated by someone else. How could the elders and disciples of the Red Leaves Mansion accept this? Senior Shimin Haoshuan, what's going on? Senior Shimin Haoshuan, who eliminated you? Could it be that 2 of the 5 have joined forces? The disciples of the Red Leaves Mansion looked at Shimin Haoshuan with a disgruntled expression on their faces when they saw him being eliminated. Many elders from the Red Leaves Mansion looked at Shimin Haoshuan with disbelief in their eyes. Shimin Haoshuan had been eliminated? This was the first time Shimin Haoshuan and the other 5 people were eliminated from the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm since they were ranked in the top 6. Indeed, I was eliminated by 2 people. However, it's not one of the 5 people. Shimin Haoshuan said unhurriedly with a calm expression while facing gazes filled with shock, confusion, disbelief, and even disbelief. As he spoke, he shifted his gaze to the scoreboard in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. It seems like he's going to rank first this month. A smile appeared on Shimin Haoshuan's face when he saw Shimin Haoshuan's name on the scoreboard. What an interesting fellow. Shimin Haoshuan did not seem disheartened at all. Instead, he remained calm as though nothing had happened. He was calm because he knew Shimin Haoshuan had defeated Shimin Haoshuan. He was convinced he was defeated by Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing. Naturally, he knew he had been careless and allowed Wan Qingqing to trap him. If he had not been careless, it would have been difficult for Wan Qingqing to trap him. However, if Wan Qingqing had focused on restraining him, coupled with Duan Lingtian, he would have been defeated in the end. Unless I improve my speed, I won't be a match for both of them. Shimin Haoshuan was well aware of this. Apart from Zhuge Yunqi, none of them would be a match for Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing if they joined forces. Because of this, Shimin Haoshuan wasn't discouraged by the fact that he had been defeated by Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing. Look, the first place on the scoreboard has changed hands. When Shimin Haoshuan looked at the scoreboard, some people's gazes also followed Shimin Haoshuan's gaze to the scoreboard. With a single glance, they saw that the first place on the scoreboard had already changed hands. What? First place has changed hands? It was by the second place. What? Duan Lingtian. When the group of Red Leaves Mansion's elders and disciples saw that the person ranked first on the scoreboard wasn't one of the 5 people they had expected, their expressions changed. Currently, the person ranked first was Duan Lingtian from the Profound Nether Mansion. No wonder senior brother Shimin Haoshuan said it wasn't the 5 people who eliminated him. As it turns out, it was Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing who eliminated him. One of the Red Leaves Mansion's disciple was the first to regain his senses. The next moment, this. Sounds of people sucking in cold breaths of air could be heard. The surrounding Red Leaves Mansion's elders and disciples were all shocked. They would never have thought that the core disciple of the Red Leaves Mansion, Shimin Haoshuan, was eliminated by Duan Lingtian from the Profound Nether Mansion. Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing are capable of defeating the 6 strongest people in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm if they join forces. However, I didn't expect them to be able to eliminate Senior Shimin Hao Xian. Since he can eliminate Senior Brother Shimin Hao Xuan, doesn't that mean he can also eliminate the other 5? That's for sure. Senior Brother Shimin isn't any weaker than the other 5. Since Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing can eliminate Senior Brother Shimin Hao Xian, it shouldn't be difficult for them to eliminate the other 5. The Red Leaves Mansion's disciples discussed among themselves. When they thought about how Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing were able to eliminate the other 5 people in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, they felt relieved. They could only sigh at Shimin Hao Xian's bad luck for encountering Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing. While the Red Leaves Mansion was in an uproar over Shimin Hao Xian's elimination, the other Grade 6 Celestial Mansions were in an uproar as well. Duan Lingtian is ranked first? Is this for real? Heavens! Is Duan Lingtian really heaven-defying? He's ranked first in the 2nd month after entering the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Moreover, his points have exceeded 1,000. If nothing goes wrong, he'll rank first in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. There shouldn't be any surprises. Gongsun Wuji, who's ranked 2nd, only has slightly over 700 points. If he wants to surpass Duan Lingtian, he'll have to eliminate Wan Qingqing first. He's only eliminated one person in the top 10 who's ranked behind Wan Qingqing. It's impossible for him to catch up to Duan Lingtian. The people from the other Grade 6 Celestial Mansions who were paying attention to the scoreboard stared at the name that was ranked first in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm for a long time. The people from the Grade 6 Celestial Mansions were shocked by Duan Lingtian's current ranking. However, the people from the Profound Nether Mansion could only be described as frenzied. I didn't expect to see a Celestial Duke from the Profound Nether Mansion ranked first in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm in my lifetime. Many elders and disciples of the Profound Nether Mansion were so excited that their eyes turned red. After all, this was a great honor for the Profound Nether Mansion. Similarly, it was a great honor for them as well. Even if Duan Lingtian was an outsider whom the Profound Nether Mansion had hired, no matter what, the first place was still the first place. There was no doubt that a Celestial Duke from the Profound Nether Mansion had ranked first in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. I didn't expect Duan Lingtian to rank first. Gongsun Wuji from the Azure Green Mansion only has slightly over 700 points. Only Wan Qingqing, the 7th-ranked Gongsun Wuji, will be able to help him if he only eliminates one person from the Profound Nether Mansion. A disciple from the Profound Nether Mansion said excitedly. After Duan Lingtian eliminated Shimin Hao Xian from the Red Leaves Mansion, Wan Qingqing's ranking had risen to the 1st place. After Shimin Hao Xian was eliminated, not only did Wan Qingqing's ranking rise, but the other 90-odd people behind her also rose in rank. Wan Qingqing was eliminated? Shimin Hao Xian was eliminated by Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing. Do you think Gongsun Wuji will be able to eliminate Wan Qingqing and Duan Lingtian? Another disciple from the Profound Nether Mansion said disdainfully. If he doesn't eliminate Wan Qingqing, it's impossible for Gongsun Wuji to rank first even if he eliminates the 8th-ranked Celestial Duke. I don't think Gongsun Wuji has much time left in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, right? He seems to have entered the middle realm earlier than Shimin Hao Xian. He's the first to enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. That's why he has an advantage over the other 5. The group of elders and disciples from the Profound Nether Mansion did not think Gongsun Wuji would be able to obtain a large number of points in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. It seems like Duan Lingtian will rank first in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm this month. This is great. Awesome. Duan Lingtian is truly a hero of the Profound Nether Mansion. A commotion broke out in the Profound Nether Mansion as soon as the news spread. Many of the elders and disciples who did not pay much attention to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm began to pay attention to it. After several thousand years, the Profound Nether Mansion finally ranked first in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Unlike the people from the Profound Nether Mansion who were excited, the people from the Azure Green Mansion felt as though they had just swallowed a fly. I'm really lucky to rank first before I leave. I wonder if the other 5 will surpass me in the end. Before Gongsun Wuji was forcefully transported out of the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, he did not receive any news from the Azure Green Mansion about Duan Lingtian's achievement. However, when he was forcefully transported out of the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, he heard people talking about Duan Lingtian's achievement. I didn't expect Senior Gongsun Wuji to be ranked first in the end. Damn it. If it weren't for the martial battle mansion's Wan Qing, Duan Lingtian wouldn't have been able to eliminate Shimin Hao Xian from the Red Leaves Mansion and oust Senior Gongsun Wuji. I don't really care about the other 5 people who rank first, but why do I feel indignant that someone from the profound Nether Mansion is ranked first? Gongsun Wuji's expression turned unsightly when he heard the discussions of the Azure Green Mansion's disciples. He quickly glanced at the scoreboard. With just a glance, he saw Duan Lingtian was ranked first. He was ranked second. As for the person ranked first, it was none other than Duan Lingtian from the profound Nether Mansion. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had relied on the points he obtained by eliminating Shimin Hao Xian to climb to the top. With more than 1,000 points, it was basically impossible for anyone to push him down this month. Killing intent flashed in Gongsun Wuji's eyes. In the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. In just a blink of an eye, another day had passed. I'll be forcefully transported out of the middle realm in 15 minutes. Wan Qing said to Duan Lingtian, once I'm forcefully transported out of the middle realm, you should leave as well. With your current points, you'll definitely be ranked first. In the past few days, Wan Qing and Duan Lingtian had encountered a few more people and obtained points from them. Duan Lingtian had given all the points to Wan Qing. Wan Qing was certain she would rank 7th on the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm scoreboard. Chapter 3170. After Wan Qing left, Duan Lingtian returned to the profound Nether Mansion's base and left the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm through the transporting formation in the profound Nether Mansion's base. It was just as Wan Qing had said. With his current points, it was only a matter of time before he would remain at the top of the scoreboard. It would not be difficult for him to accumulate more points if he continued to stay in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. However, it was unrealistic for him to accumulate more points. If that was the case, he might as well leave as soon as possible. When Duan Lingtian returned to the profound Nether Mansion's base, a group of 10 Directions Celestial Dukes greeted Duan Lingtian respectfully and addressed Duan Lingtian as senior brother. Now that they knew Duan Lingtian was at the top of the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm scoreboard, they were filled with admiration for this young man who was not even 100 years old. Although they knew Duan Lingtian was only an external aid that the profound Nether Mansion had invited, it did not dampen their enthusiasm. When Duan Lingtian returned to the transporting formation in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, it was already crowded with people. As soon as he appeared, as someone exclaimed his name, hundreds and thousands of gazes fell on him. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, you're amazing. You actually obtained more than 1,000 points. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, with your current points, you're destined to rank first this month. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, you're my idol. When the profound Nether Mansion's disciples saw Duan Lingtian, they were filled with enthusiasm. Many of them stared at Duan Lingtian with shining eyes, clearly regarding Duan Lingtian as their idol. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, I like you. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, do you have a Dao companion? Some of the bolder female disciples even blushed and asked Duan Lingtian if he had a partner. It was obvious they were willing to become Duan Lingtian's partners as long as Duan Lingtian agreed. Before coming out, Duan Lingtian was already mentally prepared that he would be surrounded again. He did not expect the profound Nether Mansion's disciples to be so enthusiastic. This was especially true for the bold female disciples of the profound Nether Mansion. They were so passionate that Duan Lingtian found it hard to accept. Was he the man, or were these female disciples the men? Since when were women so proactive? Duan Lingtian, I never thought that you would actually eliminate Red Leaves Mansion's Shimin Haoshuan. At this moment, a profound Nether Mansion elder who was standing close to Duan Lingtian stepped forward to help Duan Lingtian fend off the disciples from the profound Nether Mansion. At this moment, he turned to look at Duan Lingtian and sighed emotionally. I was just lucky. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Moreover, if it weren't for Wan Qingqing's help, I wouldn't have been able to eliminate Shimin Haoshuan. There are many people in the major celestial mansions who want to destroy Shimin Haoshuan and the others. However, you and Wan Qingqing are the only ones who have succeeded. There's no need to be humble. The profound Nether Mansion elder smiled. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he turned down the invitations of the profound Nether Mansion's elders and flew out of the transporting formation. Duan Lingtian heaved a long sigh of relief after he left the transporting formation. The profound Nether Mansion's elders were too enthusiastic. Those who had daughters and granddaughters were trying to sell their daughters and granddaughters to Duan Lingtian. It was as though they wanted him to be their son-in-law. After leaving the transporting formation, Duan Lingtian returned to Elder Qi's cultivation place. His temporary cultivation place was also here. Why did you come out so early? Qi Tianming was surprised to see Duan Lingtian. Aren't you supposed to stay in the Middle Realm for another 2 days? Since Wan Qingqing has left, it's meaningless for me to stay here. It's better for me to cultivate and comprehend the law of space as soon as possible. Duan Lingtian replied. That's true. In any case, with your current points, it's only a matter of time before you rank first in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Qi Tianming had heard about Duan Lingtian ranking first a day ago. As soon as he heard the news, he sent a message to Duan Lingtian to congratulate him. I didn't expect you to rank first in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Before Duan Lingtian entered the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Qi Tianming did not think Duan Lingtian would rank first in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Although Duan Lingtian had gathered a large number of points from the Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Qi Tianming did not think Duan Lingtian would rank first in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. It was too difficult to rank first in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Moreover, there were 6 monstrous geniuses standing in his way. In recent years, the 6 monstrous geniuses had occupied the top 6 spots on the scoreboard. None of them had been eliminated from the top 6 spots. Based on this, one could easily imagine how strong they were. Even when Qi Tianming learned that Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing had joined forces, he did not think there was a chance. I was lucky, Duan Lingtian replied. After encountering Shimin Haoshuan, Duan Lingtian no longer dared to underestimate the other 5 monstrous geniuses who had occupied the top 6 spots in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm in recent years. Even if he did not get eliminated from the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he would not be able to defeat any one of the 5 monstrous geniuses and Shimin Haoshuan. After all, the 6 monstrous geniuses were much faster than him. Although he could suppress the 5 monstrous geniuses with the help of the 5 divine elements, it was difficult for him to land a hit. At most, he could rely on that kind of attack to protect himself, making the 5 of them helpless. If he wanted to defeat the 6 monstrous geniuses, he would have to comprehend the law of space's transportation profundity. Only then would he have a chance of defeating the 6 monstrous geniuses. Regardless of whether it's luck or not, you'll rank first in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm this month. Qi Tianming smiled. Qi Tianming sighed. It's a pity that you have Wan Qingqing's help this month, but you won't be able to meet her again next month. There's no one in the profound Nether Mansion who's as fast as Wan Qingqing. Although Qi Tianming did not witness how Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing worked together to eliminate Shimin Haoshuan, it was not difficult for him to guess Wan Qingqing's speed played a huge role in that. If it were not for Wan Qingqing's speed, why would Duan Lingtian work together with her? If you have someone who can team up with you every month and whose speed isn't any slower than Wan Qingqing, it won't be difficult for you to complete the Imperial Tutor Pavilion's test as long as your luck isn't bad. Qi Tianming sighed. Until now, he still found it difficult to accept the test the Imperial Tudor Pavilion had set for Duan Ling Tian because it was truly too difficult. It was simply too difficult for a young man like Duan Ling Tian who was not even 100 years old to complete the test. Counter soldiers with arms, water with an earthware. We'll deal with it in the future. Contrary to Qi Tianming's worries, Duan Ling Tian was much more optimistic. Old Qi, I'd like to visit the Coupling Celestial sect. Do you have time to bring me there? What? You want to look for your friend? Due to the incident, Qi Tianming had learned about Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian had a close friend in the Coupling Celestial sect. His name was Huang Jialong, yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. All right, I'll bring you there. Qi Tianming nodded before he brought Duan Ling Tian to the Coupling Celestial sect. With Qi Tianming's speed, it only took him 2 to 3 days to arrive at the Coupling Celestial sect with Duan Ling Tian. Qi Tianming, one of the 10 inspectors of the Profound Nether Mansion, was, naturally, welcomed by the first sect leader and second sect leader of the Coupling Celestial sect. Senior Uncle Qi. Senior Uncle Qi. Whether it was the first sect leader or the second sect leader of the Coupling Celestial sect, their seniority was lower than Qi Tianming. Therefore, when they saw Qi Tianming, they had to respectfully address him as Senior Uncle. This must be Duan Ling Tian, right? Gongsun Wenqing, the first sect leader of the Coupling Celestial sect, looked at Duan Ling Tian with a smile on his face. Although Qi Tianming did not introduce Duan Ling Tian, he could guess Duan Ling Tian's identity. That's right. He's Duan Ling Tian. Qi Tianming nodded. Nephew Duan, you're really amazing. As far as I know, it's been many years since someone from the Profound Nether Mansion managed to rank first in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The Profound Nether Mansion is truly proud of nephew Duan's achievement. Gongsun Wenqing said with a smile. You flatter me, sect leader Gongsun. I'm here to look for Huang Jialong. Duan Ling Tian smiled as he replied to Gongsun Wenqing. No matter what, Gongsun Wenqing was Huang Jialong's master. Naturally, he couldn't neglect him. I've already sent a message for him to come over. Not long after Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, Huang Jialong appeared in Duan Ling Tian's field of vision. After a long time apart, the two of them gave each other a big hug. At the same time, Qi Tianming and the other two left tactfully. Brother Duan, you're really amazing. I heard from Master that you're ranked first in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm this month. Huang Jialong looked at Duan Ling Tian in shock. As far as I know, the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm is a stage for 10 Directions Celestial Dukes. Master said you consumed the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit. Is that true? That's right. Duan Ling Tian nodded. The Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit helped you comprehend the law of space? Huang Jialong asked again. Duan Ling Tian did not notice. When Huang Jialong asked this question, his expression became dignified. His eyes flickered as if he was thinking about something else. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Let's go. Come with me. Huang Jialong bade farewell to Duan Ling Tian before he led Duan Ling Tian to the depths of the Coupling Celestial Sect's estate. Since Huang Jialong was the direct disciple of the first sect leader of the Coupling Celestial Sect, his cultivation place was located in the depths of the Coupling Celestial Sect's estate where the heaven and earth spirit energy was the most abundant. Under Huang Jialong's lead, Duan Ling Tian entered his room. Sush. After scanning the room with his divine consciousness, Huang Jialong spread his hand in front of Duan Ling Tian. Soon after, a diamond-shaped black stone appeared on his palm. The Supreme Powerhouse Divinity. Chapter 3171. The Supreme Powerhouse Divinity? The Profound Divine Metal, the Chaos Divine Flame, and the Chaos Divine Earth exclaimed in shock. Duan Ling Tian was taken aback. This was the first time he had seen the 5 divine elements lose their composure. What's the Supreme Powerhouse Divinity? Duan Ling Tian asked the 5 divine elements curiously. However, the 5 divine elements did not respond to him. It was as though they were still in shock. Jialong, what's this? Duan Lingtian could only ask Huang Jialong since he did not receive any response from the 5 divine elements. Since Huang Jialong was the one who took it out, he must have some understanding of it. I don't know what it is, but I know it's related to a terrifying powerhouse. Apart from that, it can also derive the law of space. However, I'm not very talented. Although I've had it for many years, I still can't figure out how to use it. Huang Jialong said solemnly. Derive the law of space? Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted in surprise. Where did you get it? Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he recalled how the 5 divine elements had addressed the item hovering above Huang Jialong's palm. The supreme powerhouse divinity? Although Duan Lingtian did not know what a divinity was, he knew what a supreme powerhouse was. A supreme powerhouse was the most powerful being in heaven and earth. Such beings were extremely rare in heaven and earth. For example, the realms of gods, which were separate from the Devata realms and the mundane realms, were all created by a supreme powerhouse. Moreover, the realms of gods were superior to the Devata realms. One could easily imagine how powerful a supreme powerhouse was. It all started 100 years ago. Huang Jialong said as he reminisced. A hint of nostalgia flashed in Huang Jialong's eyes as he said, At that time, I was just an ordinary golden celestial. I was traveling around the supporting Fall Nation with a few friends. Naturally, we were protected by the powerhouses sent by our families. One day, I got separated from all of them in a dark, sunless swamp that blocked out the divine sense. I waited alone in the swamp for a few days in fear before they found me. During those few days, the space beside me started to distort and vibrate. In fact, I even managed to see the region of spatial turbulence behind the distorted space. There were 2 people fighting there. Their movements were so powerful that the spatial turbulence could not get close to them. I don't know how long they fought, but I watched them fight for a day and a night. When I first saw them, one of them was covered in wounds while the other was in a wretched state. After a day and a night, the one who was covered in injuries was defeated and he chose to escape. That was the only one who did not give up. They were leisurely strolling through the spatial turbulence as a matter of course. In the end, the person who escaped seemed to have seen me. He stretched out his hand and took out this stone from his body. He threw it at me and slapped it with his palm. At the same time the stone landed beside me, the turbulent space was also slapped by his palm and calmed down. Do you know? At that time I thought I was dreaming. Everyone knows the spatial turbulence in the Devata realms is extremely terrifying. Even heavenly emperors would die if they enter it. However, those 2 people are walking through it as if it's flat ground. They're treating it as a battlefield. When the spatial turbulence in the chaotic space hits them, it's like a gust of wind. They're completely unharmed. Huang Jialong's face was filled with shock and disbelief as he spoke. At that time, I knew, the thing that the man threw at me while he was escaping was not simple at all. After that, I put this thing in my spatial ring. From then on, whenever I fell into a dream, that person's figure would appear in my dreams, and he would perform all kinds of tricks. In the beginning, I didn't know what kind of technique he was using. However, after reading through the books and understanding the law of space, I realized he was using the law of space. Unfortunately, up until now, I still haven't figured it out. Coincidentally, you obtained the heaven sacrificial divine fruit and became a 10 directions celestial duke. Moreover, the fruit helped you comprehend many profundities from the law of space. Therefore, I thought it would be better for you to keep this instead of me. It'll only collect dust with me. As Huang Jialong spoke, he extended his hand and placed the stone in front of Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian did not take the stone. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was completely dumbfounded. He's walking through the spatial turbulence as though it's flat ground? The spatial turbulence in the Devata realms is completely different from the spatial turbulence in the mundane realms. Even heavenly emperors would die if they entered the spatial turbulence. Even an ordinary deity would have no chance of survival if they were to enter it. The profound divine metal and the others said this is the divinity of a supreme powerhouse? Is it possible that the 2 men are supreme powerhouses? Duan Lingtian's eyes widened, and his breathing quickened when he thought about this. Boy, hurry up and take it. Boy, this is a great fortune. With this, your future path will be smooth sailing. There's almost no treasure in this world that's comparable to this. The voices of the profound divine metal and the chaos divine earth rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. It was as though they were afraid Huang Jialong would refuse to give the divinity to Duan Lingtian. What's this thing? Duan Lingtian asked the profound divine metal and the chaos divine earth. The supreme powerhouse divinity. Does it have something to do with the supreme powerhouse? The supreme powerhouse divinity is something a supreme powerhouse left behind after he condensed his comprehension of the law of space. Unless the supreme powerhouse is willing to leave behind the divinity, no one can force him to do so, the chaos divine fire said. The chaos divine flame's voice rang in the air. Earlier he said that after he obtained the supreme powerhouse godhead, he saw someone practicing the law of space in his sleep. That means the supreme powerhouse who left behind the supreme powerhouse godhead had comprehended the law of space to the peak and became a supreme powerhouse. In terms of comprehension of the laws of space, in this world, only other supreme existences who have reached the pinnacle through the laws of space can compare to him. If you can obtain this, no one will be able to match your speed in comprehending the law of space in the future. In fact, even if we help you comprehend the law of fire, the law of metal, and the law of earth, it won't be as fast as you comprehend the law of space after you obtain this thing. The chaos divine fire sighed as it said, "This boy has obtained the supreme powerhouse divinity for 100 years, but he hasn't even comprehended the fundamental profundity of the law of space. This means he's not destined to comprehend the law of space in his life. He's just a piece of rotten wood when it comes to the law of space." In this world, there were some people who had high attainments in certain laws and comprehended them with ease. However, there were some laws that they would never be able to comprehend. Huang Jialong was clearly such a person. It was impossible for him to comprehend the law of space. This was because the divinity left behind by a supreme powerhouse who had comprehended the law of space to the pinnacle. As long as it was not impossible for someone to comprehend the law of space within 100 years, they would be able to comprehend the law of space. Gasp! Duan Lingtan inhaled sharply when he heard the chaos divine fire's words. When he looked at the supreme powerhouse divinity hovering in Huang Jialong's hand again, his eyes shone brightly. The supreme powerhouse divinity contained the law of space that Duan Lingtian had comprehended to the pinnacle. If he could obtain it, he would be able to comprehend the law of space without any obstacles in the future. Jialong, do you know how precious the thing in your hand is? Duan Lingtian asked solemnly as he looked at Huang Jialong. It doesn't matter if it's precious or not. It has been in my possession for 100 years, but it hasn't shown its full potential. Since you've comprehended the law of space, it means we're fated to meet. You don't have to be so polite with it. Huang Jialong said with a smile. This is the supreme powerhouse divinity. Duan Lingtian did not reach out to take it. Instead, he told Huang Jialong about the origin of the rhombus-shaped black stone. He did not hide anything from Duan Lingtian. The chaos divine earth was rendered speechless by Duan Lingtian's actions. Idiot! Why are you telling him this? If you tell him this, he won't give you the supreme powerhouse divinity anymore. The chaos divine earth said in exasperation. However, Duan Lingtian ignored it. It had its own rules. Huang Jialong treated it as a brother. How could it lie to Huang Jialong? Impossible. Supreme powerhouses. As it turns out, the two powerhouses fighting in the turbulent space are the strongest existences in this world. They're even stronger than the heavenly emperors. Huang Jialong said with a sigh. Brother Duan, keep it. I believe with this supreme powerhouse divinity, you'll be able to go far in the future. I only hope that when you become a supreme powerhouse in the future, you'll come back and have a drink with me. Although Huang Jialong knew how precious the supreme powerhouse divinity was, he still wanted to give it to Duan Lingtian. This is the supreme powerhouse divinity. Keep it. Who knows? You might be able to comprehend the law of space and reach the heavens in a single bound. Duan Lingtian said. He did not reach out to take the divinity. Instead, he kindly reminded Huang Jialong, just take it. I know my limits. Huang Jialong shook his head and said with a smile, Moreover, it's all thanks to you that I'm able to reach the heavens in a single bound and become the last disciple of the coupling celestial sect. The further you go, the higher my position in the coupling celestial sect will be. Consider this supreme powerhouse divinity my investment in you. Huang Jialong said in a carefree manner. Chapter 3172. Duan Lingtian caught the stone in his hand. It felt as light as a feather. Senior Chaos Divine Flame, can I transfer the world-cleansing divine water from my body to Jialong's? Duan Lingtian asked the Chaos Divine Flame in his body. Since Huang Jialong had given him the supreme powerhouse divinity, he wanted to repay Huang Jialong. His status as the last disciple of the coupling celestial sect was nothing compared to the supreme powerhouse divinity. However, the world-cleansing divine water might not accept him as its host after it awakens. At that time, it might leave him. The Chaos Divine Flame replied. In that case, I'll keep him by my side. With me and your help, the world-cleansing divine water will believe that Jialong will be able to bring it to greater heights, right? Duan Lingtian said bluntly as his eyes glinted. It's useless. The Chaos Divine Flame sighed. We're in your body. If the other world-cleansing divine water attacks the world-cleansing divine water in your friend's body, we won't be able to do anything. After all, if our energy enters your friend's body, it'll harm him as well. If you give him the world-cleansing divine water, he'll have to rely on himself to keep the world-cleansing divine water after it awakens. The Chaos Divine Flame said. I see. Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. In the end, he decided to give the world-cleansing divine water to Huang Jialong. After learning what the world-cleansing divine water was, Huang Jialong, naturally, did not want to accept Duan Lingtian's gift. Jialong, if you're unwilling, I'll return the supreme powerhouse divinity to you. To me, the supreme powerhouse divinity is far more valuable than a second-form world-cleansing divine water, Duan Lingtian said in a deep voice. His tone was firm. In the end, Huang Jialong had no choice but to accept the gift. However, after I transfer it to your body, it'll remain dormant. When it awakens in the future, you'll have to rely on yourself to keep it. Duan Lingtian reminded Huang Jialong, understood. Huang Jialong nodded solemnly. For the next 2 days, Duan Lingtian stayed at Huang Jialong's place. Huang Jialong had another room besides his own. During these 2 days, Huang Jialong asked Duan Lingtian about the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. After learning about how Duan Lingtian had obtained the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, he could not help but break out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian. It's true that fortune comes from danger. Although I knew that the reincarnated celestial emperor was not a simple person, I didn't expect him to set up such a huge trap. If you and Ling Jueyun didn't have a trump card, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to escape the fate of becoming the sacrificial offerings of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree. After learning about what had happened to Duan Lingtian, even though Duan Lingtian was fine in the end, Huang Jialong still broke out in cold sweat for him. Something worth mentioning was, over the past 2 days, Duan Lingtian had only slept for half a night before he successfully comprehended the teleportation profundity of the laws of space. Naturally, this was all thanks to the supreme powerhouse divinity. You already have a certain level of comprehension of the law of space's transportation profundity. With the help of the supreme powerhouse divinity, it's not surprising that you managed to comprehend it in a dream. These were the Chaos Divine Flame's words. It was not surprised that Duan Lingtian managed to comprehend the law of space's transportation profundity in a dream. The supreme powerhouse divinity in Duan Lingtian's possession was condensed from a supreme powerhouse's lifetime of comprehension of the law of space. Moreover, only a supreme powerhouse who had comprehended the law of space would be able to condense a supreme powerhouse divinity that contained the law of space. With this, Duan Lingtian would be able to comprehend the law of space to the fullest with the help of the supreme powerhouse divinity. After all, Duan Lingtian would no longer encounter any obstacles on his path to comprehending the law of space. At this point, Duan Lingtian had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of space. Moreover, with the help of the supreme powerhouse divinity, It was only a matter of time before Duan Lingtian comprehended the remaining two profundities. Jia Long, do you want to go to the profound nether mansion with me? When they were about to leave the coupling celestial sect, Duan Lingtian asked Huang Jialong. If Huang Jialong was willing, he could bring Huang Jialong to the profound nether mansion. I want to go, but I don't want to rely on you. I want to rely on my own strength. Huang Jialong said with a grin. Upon hearing Huang Jialong's words, Duan Lingtian no longer tried to persuade Huang Jialong. Then, I'll wait for you in the profound nether mansion. On the second day after returning to the profound nether mansion, Duan Lingtian was summoned by Qi Tianming. What's wrong? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. Based on Qi Tianming's expression, it was obvious Qi Tianming wanted to talk to him about something. Shimin Hao Xian from the Red Leaves Mansion is here with a vice mansion master of the Red Leaves Mansion. He specifically asked to see you. Qi Tianming asked, are you going to meet them? If not, I'll reject them on your behalf. Although the profound nether mansion had to give face to the vice mansion master of the Red Leaves Mansion, Duan Lingtian was not an exception. However, if Duan Lingtian was unwilling to meet them, Qi Tianming could still reject them. I have an appointment with them. Where is he? I'll go meet him. Duan Lingtian did not expect Shimin Hao Xian to come so quickly. He was slightly surprised. After asking Qi Tianming about Shimin Hao Xian's temporary residence, he made his way to Shimin Hao Xian's residence. Duan Lingtian, we meet again. Shimin Hao Xian greeted Duan Lingtian as soon as he arrived at the entrance. At the same time, he handed a floating image pearl to Duan Lingtian and said, this is the floating image pearl I lost to you. Although the floating image pearl was not very useful to Duan Lingtian since he already possessed the supreme powerhouse divinity, he still accepted it. Even so, he still accepted it. As the saying went, no matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. Perhaps he would be able to comprehend the law of space at a faster speed after looking at the floating image pearl. Although the chances of that happening were slim, it was still possible. At the very least, he had to give it a try. After that, Shimin Hao Xian and Duan Lingtian continued chatting. To Duan Lingtian's surprise, Shimin Hao Xian did not ask about his origin at all. He did not even ask about it. After a while, Duan Lingtian learned a lot about the 10 major clans and the 5 major sects in the Southern Heaven Territory from Shimin Hao Xian. These were not things that could be learned from books and memory celestial talismans. Duanling, there's one more thing, Shimin Hao Xian said as he looked around. Suddenly, Shimin Hao Xian glanced at the surroundings. After he was certain no one was spying on them, he sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. The Blood Skull Gang has reactivated the mission targeting you. Initially, they thought you were sacrificed to the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree by the reincarnated celestial emperor. However, they've received news about your outstanding performance in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Shimin Hao Xian looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully when he reached the end of his sentence. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally understood that Shimin Hao Xian already knew a little about his background. No wonder he did not even ask a single question earlier. How do you know the Blood Skull Gang has sent a mission to target me? Duan Lingtian's brows raised as strands of terrifying cold lights were faintly suffused in the depths of his eyes that looked at Shimin Hao Xian. Don't misunderstand. I'm not related to the Blood Skull Gang. I only know about this because I overheard it from a friend of mine. Shimin Hao Xian shook his head and said when he saw the coldness in Duan Lingtian's eyes, his father is an internal affairs elder in the Blood Skull Gang. Shimin Hao Xian had only learned about the mission to target Duan Lingtian the day before. When his friend found out he had been eliminated by Duan Lingtian, he had come to console him, saying that Duan Lingtian would not live for long. Unless Duan Lingtian decided to stay in the profound nether mansion forever. Duan Lingtian, if you leave the profound nether mansion in the future, you must bring Inspector Qi with you. I heard Inspector Qi brought you here from the Simplicity Celestial Sect. Based on how important you are to the profound nether mansion, I'm sure he'll take care of you. Shimin Hao Xian said solemnly to Duan Lingtian, if it's inconvenient for him, you can look for the mansion master of the profound nether mansion. With your current value, he'll definitely take care of you. He won't let anything happen to you. If you're unhappy in the profound nether mansion, just send me a message. I'll ask my old ancestor to bring you to the Red Leaves Mansion. As long as you're a member of the Red Leaves Mansion, the Red Leaves Mansion won't let you die in the hands of the Blood Skull Gang. Shimen Haoxuan's words were sincere and came from the bottom of his heart. Why do you have to remind me? Duan Lingtian looked at Shimen Haoxian meaningfully. You should know that if I'm killed by the Blood Skull Gang, it'll be a good thing for you and the other 5. Even so, I won't use such a method to eliminate you. Even if I want to defeat you, I'll defeat you fair and square in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Shimen Haoxian said sternly. Shimen Haoxian's magnanimity left a good impression on Duan Lingtian. Since you've treated me so well, I won't team up with anyone to fight you the next time I meet you in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. I'm afraid you won't be a match for me if you don't team up with anyone. Shimen Haoxian said with a smile, save your words for a few years later. Just because I wasn't a match for you in the past doesn't mean I'm not a match for you now. After comprehending the law of space's transportation profundity, Duan Lingtian knew his speed was among the best in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. For this reason, he was confident he could defeat Shimen Haoxian even without Wan Qingqing's help. You're so confident? I'll wait and see. Shimen Haoxian looked at Duan Lingtian in surprise. However, based on his tone, it was obvious he did not think Duan Lingtian would be strong enough to fight him in a one-on-one battle in such a short time. In terms of offense, Shimen Haoxian knew he was no match for Duan Lingtian. However, in terms of speed, Duan Lingtian was no match for Shimen Haoxian. Shimen Haoxian was 70% confident he could defeat Duan Lingtian in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm with his speed. First place in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm for 12 consecutive months? The Imperial Tutor Gong? As long as I'm lucky, I should be able to pass the test within a year. Chapter 3173. Currently, there were only 2 weeks left before the scoreboard in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm would reset. However, among the top 6 people on the scoreboard, only one of them was still in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm while the other 5 had already exited. Among the 5 people, Duan Lingtian was the only one who had exited the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm earlier than the others. Currently, there are only a few people in the top 30 who are still in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. I don't think there'll be any changes to the top 30 by the end of the month. I'm not sure if the other rankings will change, but I'm certain the first place on the scoreboard won't be replaced. With more than 1,000 points, he's half a point ahead of the second place. It's impossible to replace him. In everyone's opinion, Duan Lingtian, the profound Nether Mansion's disciple, would definitely rank first in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. It was only natural that an unknown disciple of the profound Nether Mansion would take the first place in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Apart from the Grade 6 celestial mansions in the Southern Heaven territory, even the 10 major clans and 5 great sects were aware of Duan Lingtian's existence. Investigate Duan Lingtian, the outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion. He's not even 100 years old, but he's already a 10 directions celestial duke? Moreover, it seems like he has comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space and is in the process of comprehending the 7th profundity from the law of space. The high-ranking officials in the 10 major clans and 5 great sects sent people to investigate Duan Lingtian's background. Even the Su clan, one of the 10 major clans of the profound Nether Mansion, sent people to look for the mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion. Soon after, news of Duan Lingtian being from the Simplicity Celestial Sect and Duan Lingtian consuming the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit spread to the 10 major clans and 5 great sects. Realization dawned on the 10 major clans and 5 great sects. If it was due to the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit that Duan Lingtian was able to become a 10 directions celestial duke and comprehend so many profundities from the law of space, in that case, Duan Lingtian's talent and comprehension were not as heaven-defying as imagined. Although there were not many peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials under the age of 100 who had comprehended 2 or 3 profundities from a law, there were still some in the 10 major clans and 5 major sects. Now, Duan Lingtian was viewed as such an existence, and for a time, the 10 great clans and 5 great sects did not pay much attention to him. The Tao Scholar Profound sect was one of the 5 major sects in the Southern Heaven Territory. It was a 5th grade sect. That Duan Lingtian, not only did he not die in Yen Huang Heaven, he even snatched the heaven sacrificial divine fruit from the hands of the reincarnated immortal emperor. In a spacious courtyard in the Tao Scholar Profound sect's encampment, a young man raised his eyebrows slightly after receiving the message. This young man was dressed in a white robe. He had a handsome appearance and held a folding fan in his hand. He was elegant and had an outstanding temperament. One look and one could tell that he was not a simple person. He was none other than one of the 3 true disciples of the Tao Scholar Profound sect, Yen Ruyu. Yen Ruyu was also the youngest true disciple in the history of the Tao Scholar Profound sect. Chen Li. Yen Ruyu sent a message to Chen Li, the son of Qin Yuanshan, the vice leader of the Blood Skull Gang. Have you heard about Duan Lingtian? You know about it? Clearly, Chen Li had long known about it. Yes. Yen Ruyu replied. Then he sent another message to Chen Li. Are you all right? If you need my help with this matter, just give me a call. Don't worry, I'm fine. My father has already taken responsibility for this matter. The Blood Skull Gang will continue to target him. Chen Li replied. The mission to target Duan Lingtian was issued by the Simplicity Celestial sect in the past, and Chen Li was the guarantor. Initially, they thought it was a simple mission. However, the Blood Skull Gang lost many celestial kings because of it. This made the high-ranking members of the Blood Skull Gang extremely displeased. Under such circumstances, Chen Li was in charge. As the guarantor, Chen Li was under a lot of pressure. However, no matter what, Chen Li's father was still the vice leader of the Blood Skull Gang. It was not difficult for him to take responsibility for this matter. The realm battlefield was a place where 2 realms of gods intersected. It would appear once every 10,000 years, and it would last for 1,000 years every time it appeared. This time, the realm battlefield would appear when the realm of gods, the divine offering land, and another realm of gods, the land of sanctions met. It had been several decades since the opening of the planar battlefield. Boom, 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 boom. Mountains collapsed one after another. Following that, 2 figures flew out of the dust-filled sky. One of them was a burly man, and the other was a peerless beauty dressed in white. Blood could be seen trickling down the corner of the peerless beauty's mouth. On the other hand, the burly man was unharmed. You're not a match for me. The burly man grinned, and his smile was very proud. At this moment, the peerless beauty seemed to be in a daze. A bitter smile could be seen on her face. No wonder I'm going to die here today. No. If I die here, what about Sister Li Fei? What about Nian Tian? What about Si Ling? What about father, mother, and Uncle Feng? The peerless beauty's eyes were filled with unwillingness. If I had the strength from my past life, I wouldn't be afraid of this person. Unfortunately, I'm still a step away from regaining the strength I had in my past life. This step is like a moat that I haven't been able to cross. Her heart was filled with despair. Wisps of faint blood qi appeared on the peerless beauty's body. The rising blood qi gathered together and turned into a strange beast. You're a direct descendant of the Xia clan in the divine offering land? The burly man frowned slightly when he saw the strange beast formed from the blood energy. Who's Xia Jie to you? You know my third uncle? The peerless beauty looked at the burly man in surprise. The blood energy that rose from the surface of her body dissipated in just a blink of an eye. He's your third uncle? The burly man's eyes widened slightly before he sighed. 10,000 years ago, he went to the land of sanctions and saved my life. A hint of nostalgia could be seen in the burly man's eyes as he sighed. It was as though he had returned to the past. Since you're his niece, I won't kill you. The burly man shook his head before he turned around and left. The peerless beauty only regained her senses when the burly man's figure disappeared from her sight. The bitter smile on her face widened as she muttered to herself, "I didn't think I'd be so lucky today. It's all thanks to third uncle that I'm still alive." The peerless beauty was none other than Kerr. Naturally, Kerr was also the young miss of the Xia clan in the divine offering land, Xianxia. With my strength, it seems like I shouldn't venture too deep into the realm battlefield. If I didn't run into third uncle's old acquaintance, I would have died. With this thought in mind, Kerr turned around and left. She no longer dared to take any risks. Death was like an extinguished lamp. She still had many things to do. She could not die just yet. "I miss Brother Tian so much." Kerr's sigh was filled with longing. In the spirit overarching heaven. In the profound nether mansion in the southern heaven territory. Kerr. Duan Ling Tian woke up with a start from a nightmare. Originally, there was only a figure in his dream that was demonstrating the laws of space. However, for some reason he suddenly dreamt of Kerr. Moreover, he dreamt that something had happened to Kerr. When he woke up, Duan Lingtian was so frightened that he broke out in cold sweat. In fact, it was not entirely a coincidence that Duan Lingtian had such a nightmare. An omnipotent godhead was the condensation of an omnipotent's lifetime comprehension of the laws. It also contained the omnipotent's power. An omnipotent was the most powerful life form in the world. Every action of theirs involved the laws of heaven and earth. When Kerr encountered danger, Duan Lingtian was still able to receive some sort of hint from the omnipotent godhead. Of course, Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. He only thought that it was a pure nightmare. He didn't know that Kerr had indeed just experienced a life-and-death calamity. Time flew by. In just a blink of an eye, half a month had passed. On this day, the scoreboard in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm was finally released. Those who were still in the middle realm were forcibly transported out. Duan Lingtian is in first place. Although everyone in the profound nether mansion knew this would happen, they were still excited when the result was announced. The mansion master of the profound nether mansion even announced that Duan Lingtian would be allowed to become an inner court disciple of the profound nether mansion. Nobody in the profound nether mansion had any objections to this. In fact, nobody was dissatisfied even if they were secretly unhappy. After all, Duan Lingtian had brought glory to the profound nether mansion. It was only natural for him to be given this privilege. Everyone in the profound nether mansion thought so. However, to Duan Lingtian, it did not matter if he became an inner court disciple of the profound nether mansion or not. What mattered to him was that he would be heavily nurtured by the profound nether mansion after he became the imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion. Now that he had the supreme powerhouse divinity, he no longer needed to rely on the profound nether mansion for the law of space. However, he still needed to rely on the profound nether mansion for his cultivation base. Once one became a 10 Directions Celestial Duke, it would take a long time for Duan Lingtian to cultivate and become a 10 Directions Celestial Duke. Although Duan Lingtian had the divine crystal and the main branch from the divine tree of life in his little world, he still needed to cultivate step by step. However, it would allow him to absorb as much heaven and earth spirit energy as possible. In the Devata realms, there were many celestial fruits and medicinal pills that could increase one's cultivation base. Such celestial fruits and medicinal pills were extremely precious. Even the profound nether mansion did not have many of them. Usually, only the core disciples of the profound nether mansion would be able to obtain such celestial fruits and medicinal pills through competitions. After becoming the imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion, I'll be able to obtain as many celestial pills and celestial fruits as I wish. Of course, that's only if the imperial tutor's status in the profound nether mansion is as high as old Qi said. Duan Lingtian trusted Qi Tianming. A month later, the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm opened again. Chapter 3174. Senior Brother Duan Linggan. Senior Brother Duan Lington. As soon as Duan Lingtian entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm and arrived at the profound nether mansion's base, he was greeted by a group of profound nether mansion's disciples. The disciples from the profound nether mansion spoke in a respectful tone. Duan Lingtian smiled and nodded at the group of profound nether mansion's disciples before he made his way out of the profound nether mansion's base. It's a pity senior brother Duan Lingtian can't join forces with Wan Qingqing. Otherwise, even Gongsun Wuji wouldn't be able to do anything to them if they joined forces. One of the profound nether mansion's disciples said with a sigh as he was about to leave the profound nether mansion's base. Over the past few years, Gongsun Wuji has visited the profound nether mansion's base 3 times. During those 3 times, not many people dared to leave the base. Another profound nether mansion's disciple sighed. Blocking a grade 6 celestial mansion's base in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm was tantamount to offending the grade 6 celestial mansion. Not many people would do such a thing. However, it was normal for 2 grade 6 celestial mansions who were at odds with each other to do such a thing. After all, 2 grade 6 celestial mansions were like fire and water. There was no need to worry about offending each other. Gongsun Wuji, a core disciple of the Azure Green Mansion, was one of the 6 strongest people in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Every time the profound nether mansion's disciples learned about the location of the profound nether mansion's base, he would come to the profound nether mansion's base. Nobody in the profound nether mansion was a match for Gongsun Wuji. Therefore, the profound nether mansion did not have a way to deal with him. The profound nether mansion's disciples could only hole up in the profound nether mansion's base, not daring to leave. What? Do you know where the Azure Green Mansion's base is? Duan Lingtian turned to look at the 2 profound nether mansion's disciples and asked bluntly, "Are you sure?" Senior Duan Lingtian, a friend of mine, passed by the Azure Green Manor's encampment yesterday, and he was nearly killed. Fortunately, he managed to escape by crushing his jade token. He knows the exact location of the Azure Green Manor's encampment, so it won't be difficult for him to find it. The profound nether mansion's disciple who spoke first quickly replied when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. He sighed before he continued to say, "It's a pity no one in the profound nether mansion is as fast as Wan Qingqing. Otherwise, we could have assisted you, Senior Duan Lingtian, in stopping the Azure Green Mansion's base. Where is the Azure Green Mansion's camp? Tell me the route from here." Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as a bright light shot out from his eyes. "Senior brother Duan Lingtian, we know you're not weak. However, there's still Gongsun Wuji in Azure Green Mansion." One of the profound nether mansion's disciples reminded Duan Lingtian, "Gongsun Wuji isn't any weaker than Shimin Hao Xian from the Red Leaves Mansion." "That's right, senior brother Duan Lingtian. The Azure Green Mansion is different from the Fire Glaze Mansion. The strongest person in the Fire Glaze Mansion is Tan Yuan. He's not even on the same level as Gongsun Wuji." Another profound nether mansion's disciple chimed in. "Gongsun Wuji isn't any weaker than Shimin Hao Xian?" Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. "Just tell me the location of the Azure Green Mansion's base. You don't have to worry about anything else." Since Duan Lingtian insisted on knowing the location of the Azure Green Mansion's base, the profound nether mansion's disciple did not hide it from him. He told Duan Lingtian the route from the profound nether mansion's base to the Azure Green Mansion's base. "Thank you." After thanking the disciple, Duan Lingtian left the profound nether mansion's base and disappeared from the sight of the profound nether mansion's disciples. "Do you think senior brother Duan Lingtian is going to stop the Azure Green Mansion's base?" One of the profound nether mansion's disciples gulped and asked with difficulty. "I don't think so. Although senior brother Duan Lingtian is strong, I don't think he's a match for Gongsun Wuji. It's not realistic for him to go to the Azure Green Mansion's base unless he finds someone to help him." Another profound nether mansion's disciple chimed in. The rest of the profound nether mansion's disciples shared the same thoughts. A day passed in just a blink of an eye. Although Duan Lingtian's name had entered the scoreboard in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, it was obvious that he had made a name for himself. However, no one knew he had gone to the Azure Green Mansion's base. For this reason, the profound nether mansion's disciples were certain Duan Lingtian had gone to the Azure Green Mansion's base to find someone to help him. The Azure Green Mansion's Gongsun Wuji has also entered the Middle Realm. At the same time, the people from the other celestial mansions saw Gongsun Wuji's name on the scoreboard. Moreover, Gongsun Wuji's name was rising faster than Duan Lingtian. In just a day, Gongsun Wuji had surpassed Duan Lingtian. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. Currently, Duan Lingtian was roaming the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. He nodded at the profound Nether Mansion's disciples and eliminated the disciples from the other celestial mansions. During this time, he encountered 2 disciples from the Azure Green Mansion. One of them was eliminated by Duan Lingtian. The other disciple's eyes were filled with killing intent when he recognized Duan Lingtian. For this reason, Duan Lingtian killed him. Duan Lingtian knew this was the case. If he was weaker than Gongsun Wuji would not let him go so easily. Duan Lingnan. In the Martial Battle Mansion, before Wan Qingqing entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, she saw Duan Lingtian had risen to the top 10. If I run into him again, I might be able to join forces with him. However, the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm is huge. It won't be easy to run into him, Wan Qingqing thought to herself. Wan Qingqing knew this very well. Therefore, she did not expect to encounter Duan Lingtian again in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Duan Lingtian from the profound Nether Mansion is too strong. I didn't even have time to react before he almost killed me. If he didn't show mercy, I would have died. In the past, I was skeptical about Duan Lingtian from the profound Nether Mansion. However, I'm truly impressed this time. Didn't they say Duan Lingtian's strength is so strong that he can't even enter the second tier? My speed is enough to enter the second echelon, but why isn't he faster? It wasn't easy for me to fight my way into the top 20. In the end, I was sent out by Duan Lingtian. My many days of hard work were all for naught. As time passed, Duan Lingtian gradually eliminated people from the various Great Six Immortal Mansions. These people were genuinely shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. Some people even felt that, even if Duan Lingtian did not join forces with Wan Qingqing, he might still be able to fight Shimen Haoxian and the others. On the 6th day, Duan Lingtian entered the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. With this, he was ranked 7th on the scoreboard in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. At this time, he had accumulated 383 points. At this time, something unexpected happened. Duan Lingtian returned to the profound Nether Mansion's base. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, congratulations on making it to 7th place again. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, congratulations. In the profound Nether Mansion's base, a group of profound Nether Mansion's disciples congratulated Duan Lingtian respectfully as they watched Duan Lingtian enter the transporting formation and return to the profound Nether Mansion's base. It seems like senior brother Duan Lingtian didn't join forces with anyone to enter the 7th place on the scoreboard. How amazing! However, compared to Shimen Haoxian, Gongsun Wuji, and the others, he's still lacking in experience. Otherwise, he wouldn't be ranked 7th since he entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm so early. Everyone needs time to accumulate experience. Senior brother Duan Lingtian has done well. After Duan Lingtian left, the profound Nether Mansion's disciples in the profound Nether Mansion's base began to whisper among themselves. Nobody knew why Duan Lingtian had left the profound Nether Mansion's base. At one of the transporting formations in the profound Nether Mansion's estate that led to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Duan Lingtian, naturally, attracted everyone's attention. However, Duan Lingtian did not pay any attention to the excited crowd. Instead, he looked at the scoreboard. Shimen Haoxian is ranked 3rd. Gongsun Wuji is ranked 2nd. Duan Lingtian sneered when he saw Gongsun Wuji's name on the scoreboard. It's time. If I wait any longer, he might not be able to make it back to the Azure Green Mansion's base in time. Under the shocked gazes of the profound Nether Mansion's elders and disciples, Duan Lingtian returned to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. In the profound Nether Mansion's base in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, a group of profound Nether Mansion's disciples did not expect Duan Lingtian to return. This time, before they could even greet Duan Lingtian had already teleported and disappeared before their eyes. A day later, the Azure Green Mansion's base. Duan Lingtian followed the route he had learned from the profound Nether Mansion's disciples and arrived outside the Azure Green Mansion's base. He did not bother to hide at all. At this moment, 2 Azure Green Mansion's disciples walked out of the Azure Green Mansion's base. Buzz. A gray saber ray shot out from the spatial rift and left bloody wounds on the 2 Azure Green Mansion's disciples' bodies before they could react. Swoosh, swoosh. The 2 Azure Green Mansion's disciples' expressions changed drastically. They felt as though they were facing a formidable enemy. After all, they knew Duan Lingtian was not weak at all. If Duan Lingtian did not show mercy earlier, they would have died. Most importantly, they were not weak at all. They did not even see who had attacked them. Swoosh. When the 2 Azure Green Mansion's disciples were still terrified, Duan Lingtian teleported and appeared in front of them. Return to the Azure Green Mansion's base or die. Duan Lingtian said coldly as he stared at the 2 Azure Green Mansion's disciples. Duan Lingtian? The 2 Azure Green Mansion's disciples' expressions changed drastically when they saw the identity token hanging on Duan Lingtian's waist. They hastily turned around and returned to the Azure Green Mansion's base. Although Duan Lingtian's voice was not loud, the group of Azure Green Mansion's disciples in the Azure Green Mansion's base still heard it clearly. Chapter 3175. Duan Lingtian hovered in the air above the Azure Green Mansion's base, looking down at the Azure Green Mansion's base with a calm expression on his face. On the other hand, the disciples in the Azure Green Mansion's base had an unsightly expression on their faces. More and more Azure Green Mansion disciples were trapped in the Azure Green Mansion's base. They wanted to leave but did not dare to. Damn it! How did Duan Lingtian find out where the Azure Green Mansion's base is? An Azure Green Mansion disciple cursed with a grim expression on his face. I heard a profound Nether Mansion's disciple passed by earlier and was eliminated by our men. He must have leaked the news because we didn't manage to kill him. Another Azure Green Mansion disciple who was well-informed said, Damn it! Is Duan Lingtian really planning to stop us from leaving the Azure Green Mansion's base? Is he trying to imitate Senior Gongsun Wuji and block the profound Nether Mansion's base? Imitate Senior Gongsun Wuji? What a joke! How can he compare to Senior Gongsun Wuji? He's overestimating himself. Now that news has spread, Senior Gongsun Wuji must have received the news and is on his way back. Let's see how Senior Gongsun Wuji is going to deal with this when he arrives. Duan Lingtian was ranked first last month. Does he really think he's that strong? If it weren't for Wan Qingqing from the Martial Battle Mansion, would he have been able to eliminate Shimen Hao Xian? If he had Wan Qingqing's help, he might be able to fight Senior Gongsun Wuji. However, if he's alone, Senior Gongsun Wuji can easily defeat him and kill him. The Azure Green Mansion disciples were furious that Duan Lingtian had blocked their way in the Azure Green Mansion's base. At the same time, more and more Azure Green Mansion disciples appeared in the Azure Green Mansion's base. They were here to watch the show. There were even overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials among the Azure Green Mansion disciples. However, when the number of people in the Azure Green Mansion's base reached a certain number, not many people came in. Clearly, the number of people who could enter the base was limited. He's the Duan Lingtian from the profound Nether Mansion? As expected, he's not even 100 years old. I thought the rumors were fake. You're really amazing. However, in the end he is no match for Senior Brother Gongsun Wuji. Humph. In my opinion, when Senior Brother Gongsun Wuji arrives, the first thing he will do is flee. Escape? Could he escape? Gongsun Wuji's senior martial brother is no weaker than Wan Qingqing. With his speed, how can he escape from Gongsun Wuji's senior martial brother? Senior Gongsun Wuji has no choice but to crush his accumulative point jade and leave the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The group of Azure Green Manor disciples who had just entered had heard that Duan Lingtian had come to the Azure Green Manor's camp to watch the show. The transporting sites in the Azure Green Mansion that led to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were packed with people. Why don't you let us in? I want to see how Senior Brother Gongsun kills Duan Lingyan. Even if I can't see Senior Brother Gongsun killing Duan Lingtian, I want to see Duan Lingtian crush his accumulative point Jade and flee from Senior Brother Gongsun Wuji. Duan Lingtian ranked first last month, and yet, he's so arrogant this month. How dare he come to the Azure Green Mansion's camp? More and more Azure Green Mansion disciples were making their way to the transporting sites in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. They could only wait outside for news. Their eyes were focused on two names on the scoreboard in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Gongsun Wuji ranked 2nd and Duan Lingtian ranked 7th. Currently, Gongsun Wuji, a core disciple of the Azure Green Mansion, had 522 points while Duan Lingtian had 383 points. If Senior Brother Gongsun Wuji can eliminate Duan Lingtian, Senior Brother Gongsun Wuji is destined to be first this month. In my opinion, Duan Lingtian is here to give Senior Brother Gongsun points. While the Azure Green Mansion disciples were paying attention to the meeting between Gongsun Wuji and Duan Lingtian, the high-ranking officials of the Azure Green Mansion were also paying attention to the scoreboard. As soon as news of Duan Lingtian's arrival in the Azure Green Mansion's camp spread, they immediately sent a message to Gongsun Wuji. After all, Gongsun Wuji was the only person in the Azure Green Mansion who was capable of defeating Duan Lingtian in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. None of the others were capable of defeating Duan Lingtian. In the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Gongsun Wuji was, naturally, the person with the best performance in the Azure Green Mansion was none other than Gongsun Wuji. However, after Gongsun Wuji, the person with the best performance did not even rank in the top 30. For this reason, he was not a match for Duan Lingtian at all. When news of Duan Lingtian's arrival in the Azure Green Mansion's camp in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm reached the ears of the other Grade 6 celestial mansions. Duan Lingtian went to the Azure Green Mansion's camp again? Is he addicted to visiting other Grade 6 celestial mansions' camps? In my opinion, Duan Lingtian must be targeting the Azure Green Mansion. Everyone knows the profound Nether Mansion and the Azure Green Mansion don't get along well. Moreover, Gongsun Wuji has visited the profound Nether Mansion's camp a few times before. The Azure Green Mansion is different from the Fire Glaze Mansion. Last month, Duan Lingtian managed to stop the Fire Glaze Mansion's camp because he defeated Tan Yuan, the Fire Glaze Mansion's strongest disciple in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. On the other hand, Gongsun Wuji isn't someone Tan Yuan can compare to. Gongsun Wuji is on par with Shimin Haoxian. Although Duan Lingtian defeated Shimin Haoxian before, that was only because he had Wan Qingqing's help. How is he going to defeat Gongsun Wuji without Wan Qingqing's help? Most of the people from the Grade 6 celestial mansions were not optimistic about Duan Lingtian's chances. In the profound Nether Mansion, Senior Brother Duan Lingtian went to the Azure Green Mansion's camp? How reckless! He's too reckless. Doesn't he know the Azure Green Mansion has Gongsun Wuji? Tan Yuan from the Fire Glaze Mansion can't compare to Gongsun Wuji. I hope he'll leave after staying in the Azure Green Mansion's camp for a while. If Gongsun Wuji arrives, he'll have no choice but to crush his accumulative point Jade. Similar to the people from the Grade 6 celestial mansions, the people from the profound Nether Mansion were not optimistic about Duan Lingtian's chances. What are you trying to do? Hurry up and leave the Azure Green Mansion's camp. Once Gongsun Wuji arrives, you won't be able to escape. After Qi Tianming learned about Duan Lingtian's actions in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he hurriedly sent a message to urge Duan Lingtian to leave the Azure Green Mansion's camp. Meanwhile, in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, more and more people joined the crowd to watch the Azure Green Mansion's camp. Duan Lingtian went to the Azure Green Mansion's camp? Wan Qingqing, an inner court disciple from the Martial Battle Mansion, had also entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm a few days ago. She had also received messages from her senior and junior sisters about Duan Lingtian's visit to the Azure Green Mansion's camp. He's too rash. However, he doesn't seem like a reckless person. Why would he do such a thing? Is it possible that he's confident he can deal with Gongsun Wuji? Wan Qingqing shook her head when she thought about it. She felt she was being too naive. About half an hour later, Wan Qingqing received another message. Wan Qingqing received another message. This time, it was from one of her junior sisters, telling her the route to the Azure Green Mansion's camp. Moreover, it was not far from her. I wonder if Gongsun Wuji has returned to the Azure Green Mansion's camp? After receiving the message, Wan Qingqing immediately made her way to the Azure Green Mansion's camp. Initially, there were only a few people from the other celestial mansions outside the Azure Green Mansion's camp. All of them stayed as far away from Duan Lingtian as possible. After all, they were afraid Duan Lingtian would attack them. As time passed, more and more people arrived. The people from the other celestial mansions gathered in groups and avoided attacking each other. All of them were looking at Duan Lingtian. So many people are here to watch the show. Duan Lingtian was slightly taken aback when he saw the people from the other celestial mansions. He could see a familiar face among them. It was Heng Feng, an inner court disciple of the Martial Battle Mansion. When Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to Heng Feng nodded at Duan Lingtian and forced an ugly smile on his face. Soon after, another figure appeared among the people from the Martial Battle Mansion. It was none other than Wan Qingqing who had just arrived. It's Wan Qingqing. Wan Qingqing is here. Will she join forces with Duan Lingtian? I don't think so. If she joins forces with Duan Lingtian to deal with Gongsun Wuji, the Azure Green Mansion won't let her off the hook easily. That's right. If it were any other place, the Azure Green Mansion would have nothing to say if she joined forces with Duan Lingtian to eliminate Gongsun Wuji. However, this is the Azure Green Mansion's camp. If she joins forces with Duan Lingtian, she'll definitely offend the Azure Green Mansion. Apart from those from the Profound Nether Mansion, I'm afraid no one would dare to join forces with Duan Lingtian. Regardless of which celestial mansion they're from, anyone who dares to join forces with Duan Lingtian would be an enemy of the Azure Green Mansion. Many people turned to look at Wan Qingqing as soon as she appeared. Do you need help? Wan Qingqing stepped forward and asked through voice transmission as she looked at Duan Lingtian. Junior sister Qingqing. Heng Feng's expression changed drastically. Although he could not hear Wan Qingqing's voice transmission, he could tell what she was thinking based on her expression and gaze. Wan Qingqing wanted to help Duan Lingtian. There's no need for that. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised when he heard Wan Qingqing's voice transmission. He looked at Wan Qingqing and saw the determination in her eyes. He could tell she was sincere about helping him. She was willing to risk offending the Azure Green Mansion. Duan Lingtian was touched by Wan Qingqing's actions. After all, although he had worked with Wan Qingqing for a few days, he did not expect Wan Qingqing would be willing to risk her life for him. Are you confident? Wan Qingqing asked through voice transmission again. Yes. Duan Lingtian replied. Wan Qingqing finally retreated. Heng Feng sighed in relief when he saw this. Duan Lingtian. About 15 minutes later, a cold voice rang from the distance. It was getting closer and closer. It was clear the person who had spoken was rapidly approaching Duan Lingtian. Senior Gongsun Wuji. Chapter 3176. It's Gongsun Wuji's voice. Gongsun Wuji is here. Many of the people from the various immortal mansions had heard the voice of Gongsun Wuji, a core disciple of the Azure Green Mansion. Therefore, they recognized him immediately. A moment later, a figure clad in a black robe appeared in front of them. It was a handsome young man with sharp eyes. In a flash, he appeared above the Azure Green Mansion's camp and stared at Duan Lingtian from afar. You're Duan Lingtian? The black-robed young man stared coldly at Duan Lingtian and asked in a cold voice. Gongsun Wuji? Duan Lingtian looked at the black-robed young man with battle intent in his eyes. Ever since he obtained the Supreme Godhead, his strength had skyrocketed. His current strength was completely different from before he obtained the Supreme Godhead. It could even be said that the difference between them was like heaven and earth. However, he did not make a move after that. This time, he didn't eliminate the 2 Azure Green Mansion disciples when he arrived at the Azure Green Mansion's encampment. Instead, he gave them a chance to escape back to their camp. This was because he did not come to the Azure Green Mansion's camp just to accumulate points. His main goal this time was to force Gongsun Wuji, a core disciple of the Azure Green Mansion, to show himself and fight him. He wanted to fight Gongsun Wuji to show off his strength and also for the points Gongsun Wuji had. Before he came to the Azure Green Mansion's camp, he had gone out once to check the scoreboard. At that time, Gongsun Wuji was ranked second with 513 points. Now, Gongsun Wuji's points had to be higher. What helpers do you have? Call them out. You alone aren't a match for me. Gongsun Wuji sneered at Duan Lingtian. He had a rough idea of Duan Lingtian's strength. Although he did not have much of a relationship with Shimin Haoshuan, he had a close relationship with Shimin Haoshuan. However, he had a good relationship with one of the Red Leaves Mansion's inner court disciples who knew Shimin Haoxian. From that Red Leaves Mansion's disciple, he learned about Duan Lingtian's strengths and weaknesses. Duan Lingtian's advantage was offense. Speed was Duan Lingtian's weakness and shortcoming. It's just me. I don't have any helpers. Duan Lingtian said faintly, as for whether or not I'm your opponent. We haven't even fought yet, and you're already jumping to conclusions. Aren't you being too hasty? Just you? Gongsun Wuji's sneer deepened, and then his eyes flashed with killing intent. It seems that you are here to die today. You want to kill me? Let's see if you have the ability. Seeing the killing intent in Gongsun Wuji's eyes, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and a cold light flashed through them. From the moment Gongsun Wuji's killing intent rose, he had no intention of holding back in this battle. 10 breaths. To kill you, I only need 10 breaths of time at most. Gongsun Wuji said coldly. As his voice fell, Gongsun Wuji's black robe fluttered, and a piercing blue wind rose from his body. Clearly, Gongsun Wuji had comprehended the law of wind. Swoosh. As soon as the blue wind rose from his body, Gongsun Wuji locked his gaze on Duan Lingtian. With a sway of his body, he left afterimages in his wake as he shot toward Duan Lingtian. Buzz, 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 buzz. Gongsun Wuji left afterimages in his wake as he charged toward Duan Lingtian. At the same time, wind blades shot toward Duan Lingtian as well. Gongsun Wuji's speed was so fast that many people could not even see his movements. How fast? Gongsun Wuji must have comprehended all the profundities from the law of wind. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so fast. In the past, I only knew Gongsun Wuji was strong, but I've never seen him in action. Thanks to Duan Lingtian, I'm lucky enough to see him in action. Apart from the Azure Green Mansion's disciples in the Azure Green Mansion's base, even the weakest among them was a 10 Directions Celestial Duke. They were shocked by Gongsun Wuji's speed, but it was not difficult to tell. Gongsun Wuji had comprehended all the profundities from the law of wind. Gongsun Wuji's speed seems to be slightly faster than Wan Qingqing's. Even Shimin Haoshuan's speed is slightly inferior to him. Duan Lingtian could tell Gongsun Wuji's speed was the fastest he had seen in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Previously, even if he joined forces with Wan Qingqing might not be able to stop Gongsun Wuji if Gongsun Wuji was determined to escape. The law of wind focused on speed, so it would be easy for Gongsun Wuji to break free from Wan Qingqing's law of wood. This was an advantage that Shimin Haoxian, who had comprehended the law of destruction, did not have. Naturally, this did not mean Shimin Haoxian was weaker than Gongsun Wuji. Both of them had encountered each other many times, and they had even fought several times. However, they had always ended in a draw. Although Shimin Haoxian was slightly slower than Gongsun Wuji, he was not much slower. In terms of overall strength, the two of them were equally matched. Neither of them could do anything to the other. Swoosh. When Gongsun Wuji charged toward Duan Lingtian teleported and disappeared from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already 100 meters away. The teleportation profundity. It's the law of space's teleportation profundity. I can't see any traces of Duan Lingtian moving from one end to the other. This means he vanished into thin air before vanishing into thin air. The teleportation profundity allows one to teleport from one place to another. It's normal that we can't see his movements. Duan Lingtian's teleportation profundity caused the eyes of the people from the other celestial mansions to light up. This was the first time they had seen someone use the law of space's teleportation profundity. The law of space was one of the 4 supreme laws. It was difficult to comprehend. Although there were many celestial mansions in the Southern Heaven territory who had comprehended the law of space, most of them had only comprehended the space elemental profundity. Those who had comprehended the teleportation profundity were extremely rare. Gongsun Wuji was not surprised by Duan Lingtian's teleportation profundity. He snorted coldly before he moved again. Bush, 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 bush. Gongsun Wuji charged toward Duan Lingtian at an even faster speed. This time, Duan Lingtian was only a foot away from Duan Lingtian before Gongsun Wuji teleported away. It looked like a close call. Many people broke out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian when they saw this. Although the law of space's teleportation profundity is profound, it can't be used consecutively. Based on the current situation, Gongsun Wuji should be able to catch Duan Lingtian before Duan Lingtian can use the teleportation profundity for the 3rd time. A disciple from a grade 6 celestial mansion said. It was obvious he had seen through Gongsun Wuji's trick. In fact, many people had seen through Gongsun Wuji's trick as well. Now that 2 breaths have passed, I'd like to see how you're going to dodge my next attack. Gongsun Wuji's cold laughter rang in the air, causing the disciples in the Azure Green Mansion's camp to grow excited. Senior brother Gongsun Wuji, kill him. Senior brother Gongsun Wuji, kill Duan Lingnan. With Gongsun Wuji's senior brother, why would he need 10 breaths? He'll only need 3 breaths to kill him. The disciples from the Azure Green Mansion were confident in Gongsun Wuji. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. A series of afterimages appeared again as they streaked across the sky, heading straight for Duan Lingtian, who had teleported 100 meters away again. It was as though he would not give up until he had hit his target. This time, most people thought Duan Lingtian would be caught by Gongsun Wuji. Even Gongsun Wuji thought so. However, when Gongsun Wuji was still a distance away from Duan Lingtian teleported again. Impossible! Seeing this, Gongsun Wuji abruptly stopped in his tracks. His originally calm expression finally changed. However, he soon discovered something else. Duan Lingtian did not teleport 100 meters away. Instead, he appeared 50 meters away. It's the transportation profundity. As expected, Duan Lingtian has comprehended the law of space's transportation profundity. With his cultivation base and his comprehension of the law of space's teleportation profundity and transportation profundity, his speed is definitely in the top echelon in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. He's not much slower than Wan Qingqing. I was only willing to let him join forces with Wan Qingqing because of her speed. However, it seems like he's not any slower than Wan Qingqing. It seems like the reason he joined forces with Wan Qingqing last month was to find someone who could help him restrain his opponent. The disciples from the other Grade 1 celestial mansions were shocked when they saw Duan Lingtian casting the transportation profundity after the teleportation profundity. When did he comprehend the transportation profundity? Wan Qingqing was shocked. She knew Duan Lingtian did not comprehend the transportation profundity last month. At most, he had only comprehended the basics. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian could have eliminated her as well after eliminating Heng Feng. Since Duan Lingtian had comprehended the teleportation profundity and the transportation profundity at the same time, it was impossible for him to be slower than her. It seems like he comprehended the transportation profundity before entering the middle realm. I was wondering where he got the confidence to come to the Azure Green Mansion's base. Heng Feng, who was standing at the side, sighed. Not many people knew Duan Lingtian's strength. However, since Heng Feng had been eliminated twice by Duan Lingtian, he knew a lot about Duan Lingtian's strength. However, even if he has comprehended the transportation profundity, he's still slower than Gongsun Wuji. As long as he doesn't flee and gives Gongsun Wuji enough time, Gongsun Wuji will catch up to him. However, before Gongsun Wuji catches up to him, I'm afraid Gongsun Wuji won't be able to withstand his attacks. Chapter 3177. In terms of overall strength, Shimenhao Xian was on par with Gongsun Wuji. In terms of speed, Shimenhao Xian was slightly inferior to Gongsun Wuji. However, in terms of other aspects, Gongsun Wuji was slightly inferior to Shimenhao Xian. Duan Lingtian's attack was so strong that even Shimenhao Xian admitted he was inferior to Duan Lingtian. In fact, Shimenhao Xian had publicly said Duan Lingtian's attack was unrivaled in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. This meant Gongsun Wuji was confident in his strength. If he fought Duan Lingtian head-on, there was no way Gongsun Wuji would be a match for him. If Gongsun Wuji had fought Duan Lingtian before Duan Lingtian cast the Law of Space's transportation profundity, he might have had a chance of winning with his speed. However, now that Duan Lingtian had revealed he had comprehended the transportation profundity to the rudimentary stage, Gongsun Wuji was no longer able to defeat Duan Lingtian. Although Gongsun Wuji was still faster than Duan Lingtian, the difference was negligible. Damn it! He actually comprehended the laws of space's transportation profundity. Although Gongsun Wuji was unwilling to admit defeat, he knew he was no match for Duan Lingtian at this moment. He had already lost this battle. Return. Although Gongsun Wuji was reluctant, he had no choice but to return to the Azure Green Mansion's base. Even if he did not return to the Azure Green Mansion's base, he had to stay away from Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian would be able to defeat him. Swoosh! Gongsun Wuji's figure blurred as he made his way back to the Azure Green Mansion's base. At this moment, a purple figure appeared in his path. It was none other than Duan Lingtian, who had teleported to block Gongsun Wuji's path. What's wrong? Didn't you want to kill me? Are you trying to run away now? Duan Lingtian glanced at Gongsun Wuji with a mocking smile on his face. Ah, Gongsun Wuji, didn't you say you were going to kill senior brother Duan Lingtian? Why are you fleeing back to the Azure Green Mansion's camp? Gongsun Wuji is a joke. Senior brother Duan Lingtian from our profound nether mansion is the best. Even Gongsun Wuji had to flee from him. Some of the profound nether mansion's disciples had come to watch the battle as well. Initially, they did not have much confidence in Duan Lingtian. However, their eyes lit up when they saw this scene. He couldn't help but mock Gongsun Wuji. At this moment, they felt a sense of exaltation. On the other hand, the atmosphere in the Azure Green Mansion's base had turned silent. When Duan Lingtian used the Law of Space's teleportation profundity, many knowledgeable Azure Green Mansion disciples had already guessed the outcome of this battle. However, even more people didn't know. Now that they saw Gongsun Wuji trying to escape back to the Azure Green Mansion's campsite and hide with them, they couldn't help but feel suffocated. After all, most of the Azure Green Mansion's disciples had come to watch the show. They wanted to see Gongsun Wuji, a core disciple of the Azure Green Mansion, defeat Duan Lingtian from the profound Nether Mansion. However, not only did they fail to defeat Duan Lingtian, but they were the ones who had to flee. The scope. How boring! I didn't expect Duan Lingtian from the profound Nether Mansion to be so strong. Even senior brother Gongsun isn't a match for him. From now on, who in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm will be able to defeat him? In front of Duan Lingtian, even senior Gongsun Wuji can only flee. Among the 6 strongest people in the past, apart from senior Gongsun Wuji, the other 5 aren't necessarily faster than Duan Lingtian. Senior Gongsun Wuji might be able to flee, but they might not be able to. In other words, Duan Lingtian's appearance will break the balance in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Unless he's extremely unlucky, he'll definitely rank first on the scoreboard in the future. The Azure Green Mansion's disciples whispered among themselves with gloomy expressions on their faces. Many of them left the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm through transporting formations. He's out. Someone's coming out. Now that someone's coming out, I can go in, right? I want to go in. I want to go in. At the teleportation points of the Azure Green Manor, A group of Azure Green Manor disciples saw someone coming out, and their eyes lit up. They felt that they could enter now. Go in? Do you want to see how humiliated the Azure Green Mansion is? It's meaningless to go in. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have gone in. Humiliating. This is too humiliating. Meanwhile, the group of Azure Green Mansion disciples who had just left the Middle Realm shook their heads when they heard the commotion in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Humiliating? What's going on? Is Senior Brother Gongsun not here yet? The Azure Green Mansion's disciples were dumbfounded. They only learned about what had happened when the people who came out of the transporting formations explained the situation. Gongsun Wuji, a core disciple of the Azure Green Mansion who they thought could defeat Duan Lingtian, was forced to flee by Duan Lingtian? I'm not going in. I'm not going in. It's really boring. I'm not going in as well. Apart from the Azure Green Mansion's disciples, even the Azure Green Mansion's elders had grim expressions on their faces. If Gongsun Wuji could not defeat Duan Lingtian in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, who else in the Azure Green Mansion would be able to defeat Duan Lingtian? It was obvious the Azure Green Mansion's disciples would not be able to perform well in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm this month. It's a good thing Senior Brother Gongsun is currently ranked second. With his ranking, he'll definitely be able to. Many of the Azure Green Mansion's disciples were looking at the scoreboard with a relieved expression on their faces when they saw Gongsun Wuji's name. This was because Gongsun Wuji's name had disappeared from the scoreboard. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian, who was originally ranked 7th, had instead replaced the person who was originally ranked 1st on the scoreboard. He had once again ascended to the top of the scoreboard. How's this possible? Senior Brother Gongsun was eliminated by Duan Lingtian. Wasn't he planning to flee? Isn't he faster than Duan Lingtian? What's going on? The transporting formations in the Azure Green Mansion were in an uproar. Nobody expected Gongsun Wuji to be eliminated by Duan Lingtian. Even if Duan Lingtian's speed was not much slower than Gongsun Wuji's, Gongsun Wuji would still be able to escape if he wanted to. Who could tell them what was going on? At this moment, the people who had witnessed Gongsun Wuji's elimination from the Azure Green Mansion's campsite were even more shocked. To be more precise, they had witnessed Gongsun Wuji being killed. If Duan Lingtian had only comprehended the teleportation profundity and the transportation profundity from the law of space, his speed would be slightly slower than Gongsun Wuji's. If Gongsun Wuji wanted to flee, he could have easily escaped. However, when Duan Lingtian caught up to Gongsun Wuji and killed Gongsun Wuji under Gongsun Wuji's incredulous gaze, the onlookers realized something was amiss. Even though Duan Lingtian had killed Gongsun Wuji earlier, he had still held back. How terrifying! 3 spatial tiers and 3 cross-dimensional profundities surrounded Gongsun Wuji from all directions. Gongsun Wuji didn't even have time to dodge. Tearing 3 spatial tiers and casting 3 cross-dimensional profundities at the same time. I don't think the rudimentary stage of the cross-dimensional profundity is capable of that, right? Based on what I know, only the initial stage of the cross-dimensional profundity is capable of tearing 3 spatial tears and casting 3 cross-dimensional profundities at the same time. Duan Lingtian isn't even 100 years old, but he's already a 10 directions celestial duke. How did he comprehend the profundity of a law to the initial stage at such a young age? Inside and outside the Azure Green Mansion's base, the people from the profound Nether Mansion and the other major celestial mansions were stunned. At this moment, their attention was not on Gongsun Wuji, who had just been killed by Duan Lingtian, but on Duan Lingtian himself. Duan Lingtian had comprehended the law of space's cross-dimensional profundity to the initial stage. Normally, only those who had comprehended 9 profundities from a law to the rudimentary stage would have a chance of comprehending a profundity to the initial stage. Most of those who had comprehended profundities to the initial stage were celestial lords or stronger. Even among immortal kings, there were very few people who could comprehend the profound meaning of a certain law to the initial stage. They had never heard of celestial dukes before. Even throughout the history of the Southern Heaven Territory, They had never heard of anyone who had comprehended a profundity to the initial stage of a law before becoming a celestial king. Duan Lingtan must have concealed his strength. Hung Feng from the martial battle mansion said with a solemn expression on his face as he looked at Duan Lingtian hovering in the air above the azure green mansion's base. Meanwhile, Wan Qingqing, who was standing not far away from him, was stunned. Her originally cold and beautiful face was now filled with shock and horror. What she had just witnessed was too shocking for her. Apart from Heng Feng, even she felt Duan Lingtian had concealed his strength. In fact, there was no need for Duan Lingtian to join forces with her. He was strong enough to dominate the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. He would not find it strange if Duan Lingtian managed to completely comprehend the transportation profundity that he had only comprehended previously in just half a month. However, she did not believe that Duan Lingtian had only comprehended the cross-dimensional profundity to the initial stage in just half a month. Since Duan Lingtian has comprehended the cross-sectional profundity to the initial stage, he should have comprehended the other 7 profundities from the law of space to the rudimentary stage at the very least, apart from the fundamental profundity. Among the spectating disciples of various immortal mansions, there was no lack of knowledgeable people who came to such a conclusion. It has been 2 months since Duan Lingtian entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm and killed Gongsun Wuji in the azure green mansion's base. After this battle, I'm certain no one in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm will dare to challenge him. Chapter 3178. You've comprehended the law of space's dimensional profundity to minor completion. Why did you ask for my help last month? Wan Qingqing asked Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. She could not help but ask. In his opinion, since Duan Lingtian had comprehended the law of space's cross-dimensional profundity to the initial stage, he was confident Duan Lingtian would be able to defeat and kill them even if he was not as fast as them. The speed of the dimensional decapitation profound, which was at the minor completion realm, was not something that the 6 people could dodge with their speed. Take Gongsun Wuji, the Azure Green Mansion's core disciple, for example. He did not even have time to dodge before he was killed by Duan Lingtian's dimensional profundity. Last month, I didn't have a breakthrough in the dimensional profundity. Duan Lingtian replied to Wan Qingqing's question through voice transmission. This was not a secret, so there was nothing for him to hide. It was fine as long as he did not reveal the quintessential Godhead. In truth, even Duan Lingtian did not expect he would be able to comprehend the law of space's dimensional profundity to minor completion in such a short time. According to the Chaos Divine Flame, the quintessential Godhead was the quintessential Godhead's strongest dimensional profundity when he was alive. That was why he was able to comprehend the law of space's dimensional profundity in such a short period of time. Apart from the fundamental profundity, for any law profundity, the initial realm and the initial realm were 2 completely different concepts. They could not be compared. For this reason, Duan Lingtian's strength had increased by several levels after comprehending the law of space's dimensional profundity to minor completion stage. You mean, you only recently comprehended the law of space's dimensional profundity to minor completion? Although Wan Qingqing found it hard to believe, she believed Duan Lingtian's words. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. What about the other profundities from the law of space? Since you've comprehended the law of space's profundity to minor completion, it means you've comprehended all the profundities from the law of space, right? Even so, you're not any weaker than Gongsun Wuji, Shimen Haoshuan, and the others. Why do you want to join forces with me? Wan Qingqing asked again via voice transmission. She seemed determined to get to the bottom of this matter. Duan Lingtian was at a loss for words. In any case, all you need to know is that, last month, I alone didn't have the strength to eliminate them. If I had a choice, I wouldn't join forces with you. After Duan Lingtian said this, his eyes lit up as he looked at the disciples of the various immortal mansions present. These people had come to watch the battle between him and Gongsun Wuji. Not good. When Duan Lingtian's wolf-like gaze swept over them, the expressions of the disciples of the various immortal mansions changed drastically. Immediately, a group of people wanted to flee. Duan Lingtian disappeared into thin air. With a teleportation, he appeared in the path of several escaping inner palace disciples of an immortal mansion, blocking their path. Do you want me to do it? Duan Lingtian smiled mockingly as he looked at the few inner palace disciples in front of him. It's all right, I'll do it myself. I'll do it myself as well. The few inner palace disciples who were blocked by Duan Lingtian had an unsightly expression on their faces. However, they did not dare to wait for Duan Lingtian to make a move, so they crushed their accumulative point jades. After obtaining their points, Duan Lingtian continued to look for more targets. Apart from the disciples of the Profound Nether Mansion and the Martial Battle Mansion, everyone else became his targets. However, since the disciples of the Azure Green Mansion were hiding in the Azure Green Mansion's base, he could not make a move on them. Since no one dared to come out of the Azure Green Mansion's base, he did not eliminate anyone else from the Azure Green Mansion after Gongsun Wuji. The disciples of the Martial Battle Mansion had thought they would be in danger. However, they were surprised that Duan Lingtian did not make a move on them. They sighed in relief. Junior sister Qingqing, it seems that it's all thanks to you this time. Hung Feng smiled wryly as he looked at Wan Qingqing. It was not difficult for him to guess why Duan Lingtian did not make a move on the disciples of the Martial Battle Mansion. It must be because of Wan Qingqing. He could not think of any other reason. In the Azure Green Mansion's base, news of Gongsun Wuji's death spread like wildfire in the Azure Green Mansion. Bang! When the Manor Master of the Azure Green Manor gathered the upper echelons of the Azure Green Manor for a meeting, he was so furious that he smashed the table in front of him into pieces. Duan Lingtian from the Profound Nether Mansion has killed Gongsun Wuji. From now on, it'll be difficult for the Azure Green Mansion to obtain any benefits from the 10 major clans in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm for a long time. Duan Lingtian deserves to die. He better pray that I don't run into him. If I do, I'll tear him to pieces. The high-ranking officials of the Azure Green Mansion were furious. Gongsun Wuji was the Azure Green Mansion's trump card in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Now that Duan Lingtian had killed Gongsun Wuji, they had lost their trump card. The Azure Green Mansion had suffered an unprecedented loss. This was the first time the Azure Green Mansion had suffered such a heavy loss in a battle with the Profound Nether Mansion. Let's get an assassin to kill Duan Lingtian. One of the Vice Mansion Masters of the Azure Green Mansion said in a deep voice, I have a way to contact the Blood Skull Gang. Contact them immediately. After receiving permission from the Mansion Master of the Azure Green Mansion, the Vice Mansion Master of the Azure Green Mansion immediately contacted the higher-ranking officials in the Blood Skull Gang. However, a strange expression soon appeared on his face. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Don't tell me Duan Lingtian has some kind of shocking background that even the Blood Skull Gang doesn't dare to accept the mission? The Blood Skull Gang is one of the top assassin organizations in the Southern Heaven territory. If they don't dare to accept a mission to kill Duan Lingtian, I'm afraid no one in the Southern Heaven territory would dare to accept a mission to kill Duan Lingtian. A group of high-ranking officials from the Azure Green Mansion asked curiously when they saw the strange expression on the Vice Mansion Master's face. No. The Vice Mansion Master shook his head. I've asked my friend, and he said there's no need for me to issue a mission to kill Duan Lingtian. This is because the Blood Skull Gang has already issued a mission to kill Duan Lingtian. The Vice Mansion Master finished speaking in one breath. There's already a mission to kill Duan Lingtian? It seems like Duan Lingtian has offended many people. That's not a bad thing. Our Azure Green Mansion can save a lot of celestial crystals. Unlike the Azure Green Mansion, in the Profound Nether Mansion, a commotion broke out when news of Gongsun Wuji's death, a core disciple of the Azure Green Mansion, spread. Gongsun Wuji from the Azure Green Mansion is dead? Moreover, he was killed by Duan Lingtian? That's great news. I didn't expect Gongsun Wuji would die one day. My cousin was killed by him. It's good that he's dead. It's good that he's dead. Where did senior brother Duan Lingtian come from? How is he so powerful that he can even kill Gongsun Wuji? I heard that not only has senior brother Duan Lingtian comprehended all the profundities from the law of space, but he has also comprehended the cross-dimensional / profundity to the initial stage. He has comprehended the cross-dimensional / profundity to the initial stage? Is that true? As far as I know, there hasn't been anyone below the Celestial King stage who has comprehended a profundity to the initial stage in the history of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, right? Senior brother Duan Lingtian has created history in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Meanwhile, the elders and disciples of the profound Nether Mansion were shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. They were delighted by Gongsun Wuji's death. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian was still in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Senior brother Duan Lingtian's points have exceeded 1,000 again. At this moment, a group of disciples from the profound Nether Mansion witnessed Duan Lingtian's points surpassing 1,000 points again after he ranked first in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Amazing! Amazing! It's expected. Since senior brother Duan Lingtian managed to kill Gongsun Wuji, he should be able to eliminate those 5 people as well. Those 5 people must know that senior brother Duan Lingtian killed Gongsun Wuji. I'm afraid they won't even have the courage to fight senior brother Duan Lingtian. I didn't expect the profound Nether Mansion to be invincible in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm one day. Senior brother Duan Lingtian is so strong. I'm afraid he won't be staying in the profound Nether Mansion for long. Senior brother Duan Lingtian is not even 100 years old, but he has such achievements. He won't be staying in the profound Nether Mansion for long. I'm afraid it won't be long before the Su clan takes him away. Every grade 6 celestial mansion was governed by a clan. The 10 major clans were in charge of each grade 6 celestial mansion. The Su clan was in charge of the profound Nether Mansion. Duan Lingtian, you've obtained 1,000 points. Come out. The person from the Imperial Tudor Mansion wants to see you. After receiving the message from the Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion, Qi Tianming, the inspector of the Profound Nether Mansion, immediately sent a message to Duan Lingtian, who was still in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Qi Tianming was also aware that Duan Lingtian had killed Gongsun Wuji. He was also shocked by the news that Duan Lingtian had comprehended the cross-dimensional / profundity to the initial stage. He was skeptical and wondered if the people who spread the news were intentionally exaggerating the truth. Therefore, he planned to ask Duan Lingtian about it when he returned to the Duan Lingtian mansion to verify the authenticity of the rumor. If you've really comprehended the cross-dimensional / profundity to the initial stage, the person from the Imperial Tudor Mansion will definitely end the test and allow you to join the Imperial Tudor Mansion. After Qi Tianming sent the first message, he sent a second message to Duan Lingtian. After receiving the 2 messages from Qi Tianming, Duan Lingtian returned to the Profound Nether Mansion's base and returned to the Profound Nether Mansion. Along the way, Duan Lingtian was greeted warmly by the elders and disciples of the Profound Nether Mansion who recognized him. It could be said that he was the most popular person in the Profound Nether Mansion. After leaving the Middle Realm, Duan Lingtian went to look for Qi Tianming. I'll bring you there. As soon as Duan Lingtian arrived, Qi Tianming brought Duan Lingtian to the Imperial Tudor Mansion. Chapter 3179. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded in response to Qi Tianming's question. This was no longer a secret. Many people from the Celestial Mansion had witnessed him killing Gongsun Wuji from the Azure Green Mansion. Although Qi Tianming was prepared for this, he could not help but gasp when he heard Duan Lingtian's confirmation. When did you comprehend it? Last month, you had to join forces with Wan Qingqing to eliminate Shimin Hao Xian from the Red Leaves Mansion and rank first in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Qi Tianming asked curiously. A few days ago? Before I entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Duan Lingtian replied nonchalantly. Qi Tianming's lips twitched when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He asked, "What about the other profundities from the law of space? Have you comprehended all of them to the rudimentary stage?" "Nope." Duan Lingtian shook his head. "I haven't comprehended two profundities from the law of space. Apart from the space elemental profundity, he had also comprehended the territory profundity, the restraining profundity, the distortion profundity, the teleportation profundity, the transportation profundity, and the cross-dimensional profundity. In total, he had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of space. There were 9 profundities from the law of space. Apart from that, he had not comprehended the other 2 profundities. Currently, he had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of space. Apart from the basic profundity, he had already comprehended the dimensional profundity to the initial stage. As for the other 5 profundities, he had only comprehended the rudimentary stage. "You haven't comprehended 2 profundities?" Duan Lingtian's words shocked Qi Tianming so much that he came to a halt in midair. Then, he turned to look at Duan Lingtian with an incredulous expression on his face. "Is what you said true?" "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. He had already guessed why Qi Tianming was so shocked. Generally speaking, to comprehend a profundity to the initial stage, one had to comprehend the profundity to the rudimentary stage first. Only then would he have a greater opportunity to comprehend the profundities of that law to the minor accomplishment realm. Out of 10,000 people, 9,999 were like this. However, nothing was absolute. There was still a portion of people who could comprehend a certain profundity of a law to the initial stage in advance, and these people were all people with extraordinary comprehension abilities. "I thought you were only able to comprehend the law of space because of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. However, it seems like your comprehension of the law of space is 1 in a million. Qi Tianming sighed. Spatial laws were very difficult to comprehend in the first place. People who could comprehend it were in the minority. Out of 10,000 people who comprehended the law of space, only 1 person would be able to comprehend the initial stage of the law of space in advance before comprehending the full profundity of the law of space. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was clearly such a person. Of course, he wasn't wrong. The reason Duan Lingtian had been able to comprehend the dimensional profundity to the minor completion stage so quickly was because of the paramount Godhead. However, since he possessed the paramount Godhead, his comprehension of the law of space was 1 in a million. In fact, in this world, perhaps only other people who possessed the paramount Godhead would be able to comprehend the law of space as well as he did. Under Qi Tianming's lead, Duan Lingtian arrived at the Imperial Tudor Pavilion again. This time, as soon as Duan Lingtian and Qi Tianming arrived at the illusory formation outside the Imperial Tudor Pavilion, the illusory formation disappeared before Qi Tianming could even speak. After the illusory formation disappeared, Duan Lingtian saw a figure standing in the void not too far away. The figure was looking at him and Qi Tianming calmly. To be more precise, the figure was looking at him. The figure was a tall and burly middle-aged man with a dignified expression. He was dressed in a dark green robe. The Imperial Tudor Pavilion's pavilion master? While Duan Lingtian was trying to guess the identity of the person standing in front of him, Qi Tianming bowed to the person standing in the void in front of them. "Lord Mansion Master." "Mansion Master?" Upon hearing Qi Tianming's greeting, Duan Lingtian knew he had guessed wrongly. He followed Qi Tianming and bowed to the person standing in front of them. "Mansion Master." As it turned out, this person was the Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion. The Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion nodded at Duan Lingtian with a smile on his face. "Duan Lingtian, you've done well in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The Profound Nether Mansion won't mistreat you. Now, follow me to meet my Grandmaster." As soon as the Mansion Master finished speaking, he turned around and led the way. At the same time, he turned around and said to Qi Tianming, "Inspector Qi, you can leave now." "Grandmaster?" Duan Lingtian was stunned. "The person standing in the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. I think he's Lord Mansion Master's Grandmaster." Qi Tianming sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian before he cupped his fists and left. The Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion is the Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion's Grandmaster? Duan Lingtian was shocked. He did not expect the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion to be the Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion's Grandmaster. Duan Lingtian followed the Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion into the Imperial Tudor Pavilion and followed the Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion to the backyard of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. The backyard was vast, and half of it was a lake. At this moment, a skinny and short old man wearing a bamboo hat could be seen fishing at the side of the lake. Grandmaster. The Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion bowed respectfully at the old man. I've brought him here. As soon as the Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion finished speaking, the old man put down his fishing rod and stopped fishing. The old man stood up and turned to look at Duan Lingtian. His eyes that were initially cloudy were now deep and profound, as though he could see through a person's heart. When the old man looked at him, Duan Lingtian felt as though he was being seen through. I thought you'd need some time to complete the test I set for you. I didn't expect you to be strong enough to defeat everyone in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm in just 2 months. As soon as the old man spoke, Duan Lingtian recognized the old man's voice as the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. In that case, you've passed the test. The old man continued to say, from today onward, you, Duan Lingtian, are the new Imperial Tutor of the Profound Nether Mansion. The Imperial Tudor Pavilion will be restored to its former glory. As soon as the old man finished speaking, his eyes shone brightly as though they could illuminate heaven and earth. Thank you, Senior. Because he was mentally prepared, Duan Lingtian was not surprised and calmly thanked him. You may return first. The old man glanced at the Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion indifferently before he left. At this moment, only the old man and Duan Lingtian were left in the backyard of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. Previously, I've asked you why you want to become the Imperial Tutor of the Profound Nether Mansion. Since you've answered me, I won't ask you again. The old man said. Duan Lingtian remembered the old man had asked him the same question previously. At that time, he had answered the old man. If he became the Imperial Tutor of the Profound Nether Mansion, he would be able to enter the Profound Nether Mansion through a shortcut. Apart from that, he wanted to use the Profound Nether Mansion as a stepping stone to leave the Southern Heaven territory. With your current strength, it's meaningless for you to enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Here, take these 2 celestial fruits. The old man casually tossed 2 celestial fruits to Duan Lingtian. One was red and the other was green. The red one was hot while the green one was cold. These are, Duan Lingtian instinctively caught the 2 celestial fruits. His eyes widened as he looked at the celestial fruits. The Ice King Celestial Fruit and the Fire King Celestial Fruit? Boy, you're quite knowledgeable to recognize these 2 celestial fruits. The old man was surprised to see Duan Lingtian calling out the names of the 2 celestial fruits. Since you know their names, I'm sure you know their effects as well. In that case, I won't explain it to you. The old man said. From the beginning until now, the expression on the old man's face had not changed at all. It was as if nothing could change the expression on his face. However, Duan Lingtian did not hear the old man's words. His attention was completely focused on the 2 celestial fruits in his hands. He had only read about these 2 celestial fruits in the Memory Celestial Talisman in the Simplicity Celestial Sects library. This was his first time seeing them in person. Both the Fire King Celestial Fruit and the Ice King Celestial Fruit were extremely rare celestial fruits. Even if such celestial fruits were sold in the black market, their value would not be lower than an ordinary royal-grade celestial weapon. Moreover, one of the celestial fruits was worth more than the other. The Fire King Celestial Fruit and the Ice King Celestial Fruit were worth more than 1 + 1. It was comparable to a purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon. The reason these 2 celestial fruits were so valuable was due to their heaven-defying effects. It was common knowledge that in the Devata realms, the higher a celestial's cultivation base was, the harder it was to raise one's cultivation base. This was especially true for the gap between 2 major stages. However, These 2 celestial fruits were enough for a 10 directions celestial duke to break through and become a celestial king. Although one would only be a 1 basic celestial king, it was still heaven-defying. After all, some people might be stuck at the level of a 10 directions celestial duke for the rest of their lives. However, if they consumed these 2 celestial fruits, they would be able to break through and become a 10 directions celestial duke. These 2 immortal fruits could be said to have the ability to defy the heavens and change the fate of those people. Senior, are you really going to give these 2 celestial fruits to me? When Duan Ling Tian finally regained his senses with great difficulty, he gasped and looked at the old man before him with uncertainty. Why would I take them out if I don't give them to you? The corners of the old man's mouth curled up into a rare smile. Thank you, Senior. Although Duan Ling Tian knew there would be many benefits to becoming the imperial tutor of the profound Nether Mansion, he did not expect the old man would give him a Fire King celestial fruit and an Ice King celestial fruit as a welcome gift. Was this welcome gift not a little too extravagant? There's one more thing. In a few days, the people from the Su clan will be here. At that time, it won't be easy for me to hide you. The old man's expression turned solemn as he looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, I can promise you that the benefits you'll receive in the profound Nether Mansion will be more than what you'll receive in the Su clan. Naturally, when the time comes, I won't let you stay in the profound Nether Mansion. I'll personally send you to the Su clan. With your strength at that time, you'll definitely receive the best treatment in the Su clan. Chapter 3180. Upon hearing the old man's words, Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes. Senior, you don't want me to join the Su clan too early? It's not that I don't want you to join the Su clan, but I think it's too early for you to attract their attention. The old man shook his head and said, However, if you insist on joining the Su clan, I won't stop you. Moreover, if you want to stay, you'll have to agree to one condition. If you agree to it, you'll be better off staying in the profound Nether Mansion than joining the Su clan. If you don't agree to it, I suggest you join the Su clan. The old man continued to say. Condition? Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow. What condition? It's not a condition. It's a rule in the Imperial Tutor Pavilion. Ever since the Imperial Tutor died, I've been in charge of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion. The old man said, Those who become the Imperial Tutors of the profound Nether Mansion and are willing to avenge their former Imperial Tutor will receive the best treatment in the profound Nether Mansion. The Imperial Tutor? Duan Lingtian's eyes widened slightly. Senior, are you talking about the Imperial Tutor whose wife was defiled 30,000 years ago? As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he felt a terrifying aura sweep out from the old man in front of him. It slapped on his body and shook him to the point his vital energy and blood surged. At this moment, he could feel the old man's emotions fluctuating violently. Moreover, it was obvious the old man was furious. Why is he angry? It's only the Imperial Tutor from 30,000 years ago. Is it possible that he was the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion when the Imperial Tutor was still alive? Is he the one who groomed the Imperial Tutor? When Duan Ling Tian thought of this, realization dawned on him. If that was the case, it was understandable that the Imperial Tutor Pavilion was enraged. Yes, it's the Imperial Tutor. The old man seemed to have noticed his loss of composure. He quickly regained his composure and looked at Duan Lingtian before he asked, Are you willing to follow the rule and avenge the Imperial Tutor when you're strong enough? Before that, I have to remind you that the person who killed the Imperial Tutor is currently the Patriarch of the He clan, one of the 10 major clans. He's a celestial lord. After the old man finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian, waiting for Duan Lingtian's response. I'm willing to follow that rule. Duan Lingtian said, That man is devoid of conscience. Everyone has the right to kill him. Although Duan Lingtian didn't consider himself a chivalrous hero, he still couldn't stand some people who went too far. Previously, when Sun Liang Peng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, had told him about the Imperial Tutor of the profound Nether Mansion, he did not have a good impression of the clan leader of the He clan for causing the destruction of the Imperial Tutor's family. In fact, if he had the chance, he wouldn't mind killing the clan leader of the He clan to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. It was precisely because of this that Duan Lingtian didn't reject the old man's rule and directly agreed to it. All right. The old man's eyes lit up when he heard Duan Lingtian's agreement. Then he said solemnly, Duan Lingyan, my seniority is the highest in the profound Nether Mansion. Even the current mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion is my grand disciple. Today, I promise you that after you become the imperial tutor of the profound Nether Mansion, you'll be treated better than the mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion. Apart from that, you'll also be under my protection. For example, I'll personally visit the Blood Skull Gang and ask them to cancel the mission. Moreover, they won't accept any missions that target you in the future. The old man's tone was firm as though he didn't care about the Blood Skull Gang at all. Based on the old man's words, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure out that the old man's strength was probably among the top in the 10 major clans and 5 major sects. Otherwise, why would the old man be so confident? Senior, I'll accept your offer, but please don't interfere with the Blood Skull Gang's matters. Duan Lingtian said to the old man, I'll deal with the Blood Skull Gang on my own. Deal with the Blood Skull Gang on your own? The old man looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully before he said, There are many celestial lords in the Blood Skull Gang. The leader of the Blood Skull Gang is not an ordinary celestial lord. His strength is not inferior to mine. Senior, how's the leader of the Blood Skull Gang compared to the clan leader of the He clan? Duan Lingtian asked. Naturally, the clan leader of the He clan is stronger. The old man's eyes glinted as he replied. If the clan leader of the He clan was weaker than the leader of the Blood Skull Gang, he would have killed the clan leader of the He clan a long time ago. Due to the fact that the imperial tutor of the profound Nether Mansion was stronger than him, he could not kill the imperial tutor of the profound Nether Mansion. That was why he had set up the imperial tutor pavilion's rule against the patriarch of the He clan. If that's the case, why do you have to remind me that the Blood Skull Gang isn't as simple as it seems? Duan Lingtian said, If I can't even deal with the Blood Skull Gang, how am I supposed to deal with the clan leader of the He clan in the future? Duan Lingtian's words left the old man speechless. Inwardly, he praised Duan Lingtian for his courage. Naturally, he did not show it on his face. I hope you'll be able to deal with the Blood Skull Gang as soon as possible. The old man looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully. Just as the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion had said, a few days later, the Su clan sent a messenger to the profound Nether Mansion to bring Duan Lingtian to the Su clan. Duan Lingtian, the profound Nether Mansion's disciple, has outstanding innate talent and comprehension ability. The Su clan would like to bring him to the profound Nether Mansion. This was what the messenger from the Su clan told the mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion. The profound Nether Mansion has no objections as long as Duan Lingtian agrees. The mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion replied with a smile. Do you think he'll reject the Su clan? The Su clan's messenger asked confidently. However, when the mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion asked Duan Lingtian to reject the Su clan's messenger, the messenger was stunned. You rejected the mansion master? It's not exactly a rejection. I just feel that I'm not strong enough yet. When I'm stronger, I'll definitely join the Su clan. As for the other clans and the 5 great sects, I won't consider them at all. Duan Lingtian looked at the Su clan's emissary and said, This is also my promise to the emissary and the Su clan. Don't you want to reconsider? The Su clan's messenger frowned. He was ordered by the Grand Elder of the Su clan to bring Duan Lingtian to the Su clan. If he did not bring Duan Lingtian to the Su clan, the Grand Elder would definitely reprimand him for his incompetence. Naturally, the Grand Elder of the Su clan had also said that he could not force Duan Lingtian. For this reason, he could not use force. I've made up my mind. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Good. I hope you'll remember your promise. The Su clan's messenger looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully before he bade farewell to the mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion and left. He did not come back empty-handed. At the very least, based on Duan Lingtian's performance, the 10 major clans and 5 great sects would only join the Su clan. Thinking about it, the Great Elder won't blame me too much when he learns that I brought his promise back. The messenger thought to himself as he made his way back. After the messenger left, Duan Lingtian looked at the mansion master of the profound nether mansion and asked, "Mansion master, Senior Palace Master said there's no need for me to enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm anymore. He wants me to break through and become a celestial king. Don't you have any objections to this?" In Duan Lingtian's opinion, the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm was very important to a grade 6 celestial mansion. Otherwise, the grade 6 celestial mansions in the southern heaven territory would not have specially nurtured 10 directions celestial dukes to enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. I'll listen to Grandmaster. The mansion master of the profound nether mansion did not object to the pavilion master of the imperial Tudor pavilion's decision. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally realized the pavilion master of the imperial Tudor pavilion's position in the profound nether mansion. In fact, he had already guessed the answer before he asked the question. He only asked because he wanted to confirm it further. Moreover, he was prepared to break through and become a celestial king with the help of the Ice King Celestial Fruit and the Fire King Celestial Fruit. In the past, he had relied on his consumable royal-grade celestial weapon to possess celestial origin energy that was comparable to a celestial king. However, that was just a short-lived power. Now, his own cultivation level had broken through to the celestial king tier, and his celestial origin power was no longer just a flash in the pan. It really belonged to him. After returning to the imperial Tudor pavilion, Duan Lingtian went into closed-door cultivation. He swallowed the Ice King Celestial Fruit and the Fire King Celestial Fruit. Their medicinal efficacies flowed through his body. At the same time, Duan Lingtian circulated his cultivation method and began to cultivate. Currently, he was still cultivating the King Great Cultivation Method, the Tai Profound Method, that Huan Er's great-aunt had passed to him. Duan Lingtian was so immersed in his cultivation that he lost track of time. It was only when he had broken through and become a celestial king that he finally snapped out of his reverie. At the same time, he discovered the celestial origin energy in his body had undergone tremendous changes. It had become purer, more powerful, and more powerful. Of course, the biggest change was in the small world inside his body. With the breakthrough in his cultivation, the small world not only became bigger, but it also became more like a real world. In particular, the main branch of the divine tree of life in the center of the little world had grown larger. It looked like a sapling that was brimming with vitality. Now that I've broken through and become a celestial king, it seems like I can create another little world apart from the little world in my body. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes and waved his hand in the air. In the next moment, a spatial tear appeared in the air. However, it was not a spatial tear that led to the turbulent space. It was a spatial tear that led to another little world that he had created. With a wave of his hand, he drew the heaven and earth spirit energy from his little world instead of his own celestial origin energy. Chapter 3181. For immortal kings, they could open up a minor world of their own in any location they wished. A little world could contain anything, including living beings. When Duan Lingtian had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven, he had entered the little world created by a celestial king from the blissful sect. He had even fallen in love with Murong Bing, a disciple of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. So far, everything seems to be going well. I've become a celestial king in less than 100 years since I ascended. There are only 900 years left before the 1,000 years are up. Today, I'll set a goal to stand at the peak of the Devata realms in 500 years. This way, in the remaining 400 years, I will have the opportunity to obtain greater strength and go to the world of divine remains to rescue Ku-Er and Fei-Er. Duan Lingtian casually created a little world. With just a thought, the little world shattered and ceased to exist. Celestial King. Duan Lingtian opened his eyes and stood up. Although he had experienced the strength of a celestial king in the past, the strength he possessed and the strength granted by the consumable celestial weapon were two completely different concepts. Not to mention anything else, just the feeling alone was a world of difference. Senior. About half an hour later, Duan Lingtian arrived at the backyard of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. The old man, the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion, was still fishing. "You've made a breakthrough?" The old man did not turn around, but it was clear he knew Duan Lingtian had broken through and become a celestial king. "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. "Not bad. You managed to make a breakthrough in less than a month. Although it's mostly due to the celestial fruits, if it weren't for your innate talent, it would have been difficult for you to make a breakthrough in such a short time," the old man said. Duan Lingtian nodded. "You should focus on comprehending the law of space and cultivating at the same time. It's best if you don't leave the profound nether mansion before you become a 10 Directions celestial king. Now you've made quite a few enemies outside." The old man continued to say, "Not only the Blood Skull Gang, but even the Azure Green Mansion has sent people to spy on the profound nether mansion. 10 Directions celestial king? How long will he have to stay in the profound nether mansion?" Although Duan Lingtian wanted to become a 10 Directions celestial king as soon as possible, he was only a 1 basic celestial king. How long would it take for him to become a 10 Directions celestial king? "With your talent, 300 years shouldn't be a problem," the old man said. 300 years? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched violently. He was only close to 100 years old. If he really needed 300 years to break through to become a 10 Directions celestial king, wouldn't that be too long? Of course, he was also clear that celestials in the Devata realms would need more time to cultivate as they progressed. For many people, the time it took for them to break through to the 10 Directions celestial king realm from the 1 basic celestial king realm was more than 10 times the total time it took for them to become a 1 basic celestial king. The profound nether mansion will provide you with the easiest way to break through from a 1 basic celestial king to a 10 Directions celestial king. We'll provide you with celestial fruits and celestial pills as long as you can find them. 300 years is a conservative estimate. If you're lucky, you might be able to break through even faster. The old man said, "Currently, the profound nether mansion has some resources that can help you break through quickly. However, the resources aren't limitless. I've already asked my grand disciple to look for celestial fruits and celestial pills that can help you break through to the 10 Directions celestial king realm in the profound nether mansion compared to the Su clan. There's a process to becoming a celestial king. It's impossible to break through in one go. The effects of a god-grade celestial fruit like the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit won't appear in the celestial king realm." Duan Lingtian fell silent for a long time after listening to the old man's words. "Moreover, didn't you say you'll deal with the Blood Skull Gang on your own? With your current strength, you'll only be killed if you don't cultivate diligently. Based on what I know, the Blood Skull Gang sent a 10 Directions celestial king and 2 9 Palaces celestial kings to kill you." Duan Lingtian nodded. "A 10 Directions celestial king and 2 9 Palaces celestial kings?" Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. He was not worried at all. At most, he would use his consumable royal-grade celestial weapon to temporarily boost his celestial origin energy and soul energy to the level of a 1 basic celestial lord. Then, he would be able to kill all of them using the law of space. After all, even a 10 Directions celestial king from the Blood Skull Gang would not be able to comprehend the profundity of the law to the initial stage. With his attainments in the law of space, even if his strength as a 1 basic celestial lord was just a flash in the pan, he would still be able to kill all 3 of the Blood Skull Gang's assassins. However, at this moment, he was more concerned about another matter. Should he stay in the profound nether mansion and cultivate until he became a 10 Directions celestial king? Senior. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian decided to tell the old man his thoughts. "If I leave the profound nether mansion and stay in the southern heaven territory, is it possible that I'll have a fortuitous encounter that will allow me to become a 10 Directions celestial king faster?" How naive! Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, The old man put down his fishing rod and rose to his feet. Then, he looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "The cultivation resources provided by the profound nether mansion are equivalent to fortuitous encounters for you. Even if you leave the profound nether mansion, you won't be able to obtain more cultivation resources than the profound nether mansion. If you're looking for someone to spar with, I can suppress my cultivation base and spar with you at any time. It doesn't matter if you're slightly injured, severely injured, or half crippled, I'll be able to help you." When the old man reached the end of his sentence, he smiled so widely that it sent chills down Duan Lingtian's spine. This is the Southern Heaven territory, not the Upper Seven regions. If we were in the Upper Seven regions, I wouldn't dare to say such words. However, in the Southern Heaven territory, if you want to break through as quickly as possible, staying in the profound nether mansion is the best choice for you. Upon hearing the old man's words, Duan Lingtian was rendered speechless. Nevertheless, he knew the old man's understanding of the Southern Heaven territory was far superior to his. "Senior, what will happen when I become a 10 Directions Celestial King? Are you going to let me go to the Su family?" Duan Lingtian asked. "Yes." Duan Lingtian asked casually. To his surprise, the old man nodded solemnly. "Once you've become a 10 Directions Celestial King, you can head to the Su clan and seek fortuitous encounters in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. In the Southern Heaven territory, it's extremely difficult for a 10 Directions Celestial King to break through and become a Celestial Lord on their own. However, if one manages to find a fortuitous encounter in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, one might be able to break through and become a Celestial Lord. The middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm is only a stage for the disciples of Grade 6 celestial mansions in the Southern Heaven territory. If that's the case, the upper realm will be the stage for celestial kings in the Southern Heaven territory. The 10 major clans, 5 great sects, other forces, and sectless cultivators are all allowed to enter the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm in search of fortuitous encounters. After listening to the old man's explanation, Duan Lingtian learned that the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was a stage for celestial kings in the Southern Heaven territory. Apart from the profound nether mansion, where else in the Southern Heaven territory can help you become a 10 Directions Celestial King faster? I'm afraid it's the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. However, the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm is filled with danger. It's not as safe as staying in the profound nether mansion. For this reason, I won't allow you to enter the upper realm until you're strong enough. However, if you can improve your comprehension of the law of space and comprehend another profundity to the initial stage, I'll allow you to enter the upper realm even if you're only a 7 stars Celestial King or an 8 trigrams Celestial King. After the old man finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully before he continued to say, "For now, it's best for you to stay in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Senior, based on your words, there should be many celestial kings who have comprehended profundities to the initial stage in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, right?" Duan Lingtian asked with narrowed eyes. The old man was aware that he had comprehended the law of space's cross-dimensional / profundity to the initial stage. Although Duan Lingtian was only a 1 basic celestial king, with his comprehension of the law of space, he was not afraid of ordinary 3 talents celestial kings or 4 phenomenons celestial kings. However, if his opponent had comprehended a profundity to the initial stage as well, he would not be a match for him. A lot of things were relative. If one had something that others did not, one would naturally have an advantage. However, if one had something that others had, one would lose one's advantage. That's only natural. Even in the 10 great families and 5 great sects, there are many disciples of those clans and sects who have comprehended some of the profundities to the initial stage, and they are the overlords of those clans. Based on your current comprehension of the law of space, even if you're a 10 Directions Celestial King, you'll only be able to enter the 2nd tier in the upper realm. It had to be said that the old man's words had dealt a blow to Duan Lingtian. One had to know that he was still very confident in his current strength. If he was given the strength of a 10 Directions Celestial King, he felt that there would be very few people below the Celestial Lord realm who could be a match for him. But now, he heard the old man say, even if he was a 10 directions celestial king now, with the profundities from the law of space that he had comprehended, he would only be able to enter the second echelon in the upper realm. Perhaps, in this senior's opinion, I'll be lucky if I can comprehend one profundity from the law of space to the initial stage after I become a 7 stars celestial king or an 8 trigrams celestial king in the profound nether mansion. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. It's just that he doesn't know that I have the omnipotent divine spark left behind by an existence who became an omnipotent through the laws of space. The speed at which I comprehend the laws of space is beyond his imagination. Alright, I'll stay in the profound nether mansion for now. Once I've comprehended 2 profundities from the law of space to the initial stage, I'll be able to enter the upper realm even if I'm not a 7 stars celestial king or an 8 trigrams celestial king. Chapter 3182. Most of the people in the profound nether mansion, including Qi Tianming, were unaware that Duan Lingtian had become a celestial king. They were still waiting for Duan Lingtian to enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm and continue to create a legend. They were confident that with Duan Lingtian's strength and luck, he would definitely rank first. However, after waiting for half a month, Duan Lingtian had yet to enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Duan Lingtian seemed to have vanished without a trace. What's going on? Where's senior brother Duan Lington? Don't tell me senior brother Duan Lington has left the profound nether mansion? That's possible. Otherwise, why hasn't he entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm since it's been half a month? Isn't it said that senior brother Duan Lingtian is the reinforcements the profound nether mansion has hired? It's normal for him to leave, right? Based on the news, senior brother Duan Lingtian isn't the reinforcements the profound nether mansion has hired. He's from the Simplicity Celestial Sect. The Simplicity Celestial Sect? One of the 3 sects and 2 clans? Heavens! I didn't expect senior brother Duan Lingtian to be from the Simplicity Celestial Sect. I think senior brother Duan Lingtian must have been taken away by the Su clan. Otherwise, he would have entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Everyone in the profound nether mansion was talking about Duan Lingtian who had yet to enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. You're not going to enter the middle realm this month? Qi Tianming asked Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. Under what? Duan Lingtian was conversing with the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion when he received Qi Tianming's message. For a moment, he did not understand what Qi Tianming meant. The middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Qi Tianming replied. Now that I've become a celestial king, do you think I'll still be able to enter the middle realm? Duan Lingtian replied. Qi Tianming was stunned when he received Duan Lingtian's reply. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would reply like this. He has become a celestial king? Qi Tianming was truly shocked. Based on his knowledge, Duan Lingtian had become a 10 directions celestial duke from a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial after consuming the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. However, he had just become a 10 directions celestial duke, and yet, he had already broken through to the celestial king realm. He remembered that after consuming the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, he would be able to make a breakthrough from a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial to a 10 directions celestial duke. Under such circumstances, Duan Lingtian's Duan, a heaven, the Imperial Pavilion, senior, since you've said so, I'll stay in the profound nether mansion. I'll leave when I'm strong enough to enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Duan Lingtian told the old man. Tian. The old man nodded in satisfaction when he heard Duan Lingtian's reply. Then, as though he was reminded of something, he looked at Duan Lingnan and said, Speaking of which, there's a new woman keeping an eye on the profound nether mansion. Strangely enough, there are 2 people tailing her. That woman came to the profound nether mansion after the 3 assassins from the Blood Skull Gang and the people from the Azure Green Mansion. Do you know her? The old man asked. A woman? Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. What does she look like? I can't see her face. Not only is she wearing a veil, but she's also wearing a bamboo hat as well. The old man replied. Upon hearing the old man's words, Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. He was reminded of someone when he heard the old man's words. Huanters. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. He looked at the old man and asked anxiously, Senior, where is she now? She might be a friend that I've been looking for a long time. Perhaps she heard that I'm in the profound nether mansion, and that's why she's here. The more Duan Lingtian thought about it, the more he felt it was likely that the woman was Huan. A friend of yours? The old man raised an eyebrow. With a wave of his hand, an invisible energy surged out of his hand and shrouded Duan Lingtian. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian discovered the old man had brought him out of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. Due to the speed of the old man's movement, he could not see his surroundings at all. She's over there. When Duan Lingtian saw the old man had slowed down, the old man's voice rang in his ears again. Upon hearing the old man's words, Duan Lingtian turned to look. With just a glance, he saw a beautiful figure standing in the distance. It was a woman with a bamboo hat on her head and a veil on her face. She wore a white robe and had a graceful figure and an extraordinary temperament. No matter if it was the veil on the woman's face or the bamboo hat on her head, Duan Lingtian was no stranger to them. After all, he was the one who had brought her to buy them. Huanta. Duan Lingtian was overjoyed. He did not expect to see Huan in the profound nether mansion. He was relieved to see that Huan was fine. Don't be in such a hurry to show yourself. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to step forward, the old man's voice rang in the air. There are two people following her. They're not humans but celestial beasts. I've used my divine consciousness to probe them. If I'm not mistaken, they're from the Phantom Fox clan. Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically when he heard the old man's words. The Phantom Fox clan? Duan Lingtian could still remember what Huan Er's great-aunt had told him. Huan Er's great-aunt had told him that before she became a celestial emperor, she was not to interact with anyone from the Phantom Fox clan other than her mother. However, if anyone from the Phantom Fox clan set their eyes on her, she would kill them unless their surname was due, otherwise, Huan Er's life would be in danger. It seemed like it was related to the internal strife of the Phantom Fox clan. Senior. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath before he looked at the old man and asked, Are you sure they're from the Phantom Fox clan? I'm sure they are. The old man replied. Senior, please take me to them. I'll ask for their names. If they don't tell me their surname is due, I'll need your help to kill them. Try not to let them use communication celestial talismans before they die. Duan Lingtian said solemnly as he looked at the old man. All right. The old man nodded and did not ask any further questions. It was as though he was willing to help Duan Lingtian for no reason. In fact, he'd already taken Duan Lingtian to be his last life-saving straw. If Duan Lingtian wasn't here, his chances of taking revenge for his father would be even slimmer. There was one thing that Duan Lingtian was unaware of. In fact, the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion was not only related to the Imperial Tudor of the profound Nether Mansion from 30,000 years ago, but he was also the biological son of the Imperial Tudor of the profound Nether Mansion. At that time, the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion and his mother were being hunted down. His mother had given birth to him before she died. He had only learned about his birth through the memory celestial talisman that his mother had left for him. Although he had joined the profound Nether Mansion and rose to the top due to his hatred, he was still unable to kill the patriarch of the He clan to avenge his parents. For this reason, he could only place his hopes on someone else. However, Duan Lingtian's appearance had given him hope. From the moment Duan Lingtian promised to avenge his father, Duan Lingtian's life was more important than his own. Let alone Duan Lingtian, even if Duan Lingtian wanted him dead, he would not hesitate to kill himself as long as Duan Lingtian wanted him to avenge his father. Sush, sush. The old man brought Duan Lingtian with him and appeared in front of the two men who were tailing Huan. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally saw the two men. They were a young man and a middle-aged man. They were stunned when they saw Duan Lingtian and Huan. Why are the two of you sneaking around the profound Nether Mansion? Duan Lingtian glared at the two men and said in a deep voice, "You'd better tell me where you're from. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving this place alive." Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the two men's expressions changed drastically. They did not see clearly how Duan Lingtian and the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion had arrived. They did not even have time to react. This was enough to show that at least one of the two was far stronger than them. "Sir, we're from the Phantom Fox clan. My name is Zhang Qiyu, and his name is Zhang Lizhong. We bear no ill will toward the profound nether mansion." The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the young man took the initiative to speak. "His surname is not Du." Duan Lingtian's eyes widened in shock. When Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes, the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion who was standing next to him raised his hand casually. "Sush, sush, 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 sush." Before Duan Lingtian could react, the two men from the Phantom Fox clan who were tailing Huan were pierced by vines. In just a blink of an eye, they were dead. In such a short time, they didn't even have time to react, let alone send a message. The smiles on their faces were still plastered on their faces. How powerful! At this moment, Duan Lingtian could sense how terrifying the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion was. "Thank you, senior." Duan Lingtian sucked in a breath of cold air. When he regained his senses, he thanked the old man repeatedly. After thanking the old man, Duan Lingtian asked, "Senior, even if the other members of the Phantom Fox clan don't know who killed them, I'm sure they know they died outside the profound nether mansion. They won't bring trouble to the profound nether mansion, right?" In terms of strength, the Phantom Fox clan in the Southern Heaven Territory is no match for the profound nether mansion. Even if they come looking for trouble, the profound nether mansion isn't afraid. The old man replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. With the old man leading the way, Duan Lingtian appeared near Huan, who was still looking at the profound nether mansion's estate from afar. Duan Lingtian looked at Huan from afar. His eyes were brimming with excitement when he called out her name. Chapter 3183. Huan, whose back was facing Duan Lingtian, trembled violently when she heard Duan Lingtian's voice. Then she slowly turned around. With just a glance, she saw the purple-clad young man standing nearby. Although she had not seen him for a few years, he did not seem to have changed at all. "Big brother Lingtian? I'm not dreaming, am I?" Huan removed the bamboo hat and veil from her head, revealing her flawless face. Everything around her seemed to pale in comparison. Even the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion was shocked by Huan's appearance. He had lived for more than 30,000 years, but this was the first time he had seen such a beautiful woman. How can there be such a perfect woman in this world? Upon seeing Huan's face, Duan Lingtian could no longer hold himself back. He stepped into the air and hurried toward her. Her seemed to have turned into a gust of wind as she flew into Duan Lingtian's arms and hugged him tightly. "Big brother Lingtian, I missed you so much. I missed you so much." She could not stop muttering to herself as she lay in Duan Lingtian's arms. Two streams of tears could be seen rolling down her beautiful eyes. "I missed you too." Duan Lingtian hugged Huan tightly in his arms. The longing that had been buried deep in his heart erupted in an instant. When Huan had left without saying goodbye, he had nearly gone mad with worry. Now that he saw Huan standing in front of him safe and sound, he sighed in relief. "Huan, promise Big Brother Lingtian that you won't leave without saying goodbye in the future, okay?" Duan Lingtian said after about 15 minutes had passed. He slowly pushed Huan away and looked into her eyes. "Big brother Lingtian, I've been away for a few years. Have you missed me?" At this moment, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel a pang of heartache when he saw the tears that streaked down her cheeks. "Of course. Big brother Lingtian is worried about you. He's worried that something might happen to you while you're out there alone. When you left without saying goodbye, Big brother Lingtian searched for you for a long time, but he couldn't find you. Where did you go? Duan Lingtian said seriously. In that case, Huan Er's departure was not completely meaningless. Huan Er said, You little girl, how can you think like that? Duan Lingtian was rendered speechless by Huan Er's words. He could not help but recall the words recorded in the celestial talisman that Huan Er had left behind when she left without saying goodbye. Big brother Lingtian, I'm leaving. I didn't want to leave, but I've decided to leave. Perhaps you'll miss me more when I'm gone, just like how you miss Sister Murong Bing, Sister Ke, Sister Li Fei, and Sister Feng Tianwu. This was the reason why Huan Er had left without saying goodbye. Even now, Duan Lingtian still felt that Huan Er was too willful and childish. However, he knew that Huan Er was still a child. After all, she had only begun to see the world after meeting him. It was understandable for her to do something like that. If he had to blame someone, he could only blame himself for not coaxing Huan Er. Huan Er, promise Big Brother Lingtian that you won't leave again. During your absence, Big Brother Lingtian realized how important you are to Big Brother Lingtian. Duan Lingtian said. Although Duan Lingtian was coaxing Huan Er, the truth was, after Huan Er left, he realized she was more important to him than he had imagined. Is that true? Huan Er's emotions stirred when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. She looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly as though she wanted confirmation from Duan Lingtian. It's true. Duan Lingtian nodded. Big Brother Lingtian, I don't want to leave you again. Huan Er threw herself into Duan Lingtian's arms again. She did not let go for a long time until Duan Lingtian told her that there was someone else present. Then, she shyly pulled away from Duan Lingtian's embrace. Senior, this is Huan, he's my younger sister. Duan Lingtian held Huan Er's hand and introduced her to the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. Younger sister? The old man smiled. You're my lover, right? Duan Lingtian felt slightly awkward when he heard the old man's words. Er, on the other hand, smiled when she heard the old man's words. Old man, you really know how to talk. Are you from the profound nether mansion as well? Don't be rude. Duan Lingtian hastily stopped Huan. It's all right. The old man waved his hand dismissively and said, I think this girl is inexperienced. It's only natural that she doesn't know the ways of the world. However, why would the Phantom Fox clan target her? The old man studied Huan Er intently for a moment, but he did not notice anything amiss. He did not even notice that Huan Er was not human. Huan Er was a rare Thousand Phantoms ice fox in the Phantom Fox clan. Her aura had always been well hidden. Now that her cultivation base had improved, only celestial emperors and above would be able to tell that she was not human. Naturally, those from the Phantom Fox clan would be able to sense her aura. Those who were more knowledgeable would be able to tell that she was a Thousand Phantoms ice fox. It's a long story. I'll explain it to you when we have the time, senior. Duan Lingtian did not intend to lie to the old man, so he changed the topic and asked, Senior, it shouldn't be a problem for Huan Er to join the profound nether mansion, right? Of course. A 10 Directions celestial duke who's not even 100 years old. She's as monstrous as you. You're really trying to squeeze me dry. The old man said with a sigh. At this moment, Duan Lingtian discovered that Huan Er had become a 10 Directions celestial duke. Just like a month ago, he had become a 10 Directions celestial duke. After all, he had only become a 10 Directions celestial duke in such a short time because he had obtained the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. However, Huan Er did not consume the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. If Huan Er didn't encounter any fortuitous encounter after we parted ways, it's true that she's a Thousand Phantoms ice fox. In the end, Duan Lingtian could only attribute Huan Er's cultivation base to her true form, the Thousand Phantoms ice fox. As soon as the old man finished speaking, he brought out an exquisite box. When Duan Lingtian opened the box, he was shocked. There were 2 celestial fruits in the box. They were none other than the Ice King celestial fruit and the Fire King celestial fruit. These 2 celestial fruits could help a 10 Directions celestial duke become a 1 basic celestial king in a short time. Duan Lingtian knew the effects of these two celestial fruits since he had consumed them before. However, he did not expect this. After the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion had given him 2 celestial fruits, he did not expect the old man to give him 2 more celestial fruits. When did the Ice King celestial fruit and the Fire King celestial fruit become so worthless? Little girl, this is the first time we've met. Here's a gift for you. The old man closed the box and passed it to Huan. However, Huan did not accept the gift. Instead, she looked at Duan Lingtian. Senior, isn't this a little too valuable? Duan Lingtian asked with a solemn expression on his face. He wanted Huan consume the celestial fruits since she was a 10 Directions celestial duke. After all, she would be able to become a celestial king in a short time if she consumed the fruits. However, the celestial fruits were indeed very valuable. Before the old man could reply, Duan Lingtian said, "Why don't we accept the celestial fruits and take it as I owe you a favor?" Brat, you clearly want the fruits, but why are you being so courteous? They're not for you, so stop trying to put on an act. The old man said snappily, "This is my gift to the little girl. She's called Huan right?" Based on what he had seen earlier, the old man could see Huan feelings for Duan Lingtian. He could also see how important she was to Duan Lingtian. With these 2 celestial fruits, there was no doubt that he would be able to tie Duan Lingtian to him even more firmly. Moreover, he found Huan pleasing to the eye. Huan since Senior insists on giving it to you, just accept it. Duan Lingtian said to Huan. At the same time, he made up his mind to return the favor if he had the chance in the future. Thank you. Huan thanked the old man before she took the box and passed it to Duan Lingtian. Clearly, she had no intention of keeping it for herself. Keep it for yourself? Don't underestimate these 2 fruits. After you consume them, you'll be able to break through and become a celestial king in a short time. Duan Lingtian hastily said when he saw Huan passing the box to him. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he added, I consumed these 2 celestial fruits a month ago, and I'm now a 1 basic celestial king. At the same time, Duan Lingtian could not help but look at the old man. He wondered how many Ice King celestial fruits and Fire King celestial fruits the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion had. Little guy, don't even think about taking advantage of me. I only have 2 Ice King celestial fruits and 2 Fire King celestial fruits, and I'll give them to you now. The old man seemed to have seen through Duan Lingtian's thoughts when he saw through Duan Lingtian's thoughts. Huan's eyes lit up when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. She did not expect the 2 fruits to be so powerful. After a short while, Duan Lingtian and Huan were led back to the Imperial Tutor Pavilion by the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion. The Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion returned to the backyard and did not disturb Duan Lingtian and Huan's reunion. How have you been these past few years? Duan Lingtian asked Huan in the room. He wanted to know what she had gone through in the past few years for her to become a 10 Directions celestial duke so quickly. After listening to Huan's explanation, Duan Lingtian learned that she had spent most of her time cultivating in seclusion. As for her breakthrough in cultivation, it was natural. Duan Lingtian was greatly affected by Huan's words. 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox is a rare existence in the Phantom Fox clan that only appears once in a million years. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, even without consuming the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit, she was still able to become a 10 Directions celestial duke in such a short time. In terms of cultivation speed, few people in the spirit overarching heaven could compare to her. By the way, have you comprehended any profundities? Suddenly, Duan Lingtian remembered this important matter. Yes. Huan nodded. What law did you comprehend? Chapter 3184. The Law of Space. Huan replied to Duan Lingtian's question. The Law of Space? Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian widened his eyes in shock. He did not expect Huan or to comprehend the law of space as well. However, after thinking about it for a moment, he felt relieved. The Phantom Fox clan specialized in the Tao of illusions. As a rare Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox in the Phantom Fox clan, it was only natural for her to comprehend one of the four supreme laws, the law of space. How many profundities have you comprehended? Duan Lingtian asked again. I think 5, replied. Duan Lingtian nodded. 5. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian was not as shocked as before. After all, he had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of space. Moreover, he had even comprehended one of the profundities to the initial stage. Which 5? Duan Lingtian asked again. Teleportation, distortion, confinement, magnetic storm, and creation. These 5, replied. Duan Lingtian nodded. Magnetic storm? Creation? Duan Lingtian's eyes widened slightly when he heard these 2 profundities from the law of space. There were a total of 9 profundities from the law of space. Apart from the space elemental profundity, there were also 8 profundities: teleportation, distortion, confinement, territory, dimensional slash, magnetic storm, and creation. Huan, you've comprehended 6 profundities. You still have the space elemental profundity. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. He did not expect Huan to have comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space, only 1 less than him. Huan, you haven't comprehended any profundities to the initial stage, right? Duan Lingtian asked again. Huan nodded. Duan Lingtian was stunned. Which profundities have you comprehended to the initial stage? Creation, replied. Duan Lingtian nodded. The creation profundity was one of the profundities from the law of space. It was a supportive profundity. Once it was cast, it could create countless spaces to confuse the opponent. The effect of the creation Upanishad was similar to an illusion formation. As a Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox who has comprehended the creation profundity, she should have an advantage. However, I didn't expect her strength to improve so much in just a few years. Duan Lingtian was a little shocked. Fortunately, the 2 Phantom Fox clan members did not do anything to Huan. They only followed her. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to track Huan's Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox for so long. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. On the way back to the Imperial Tudor Pavilion, Duan Lingtian had already asked the Imperial Tudor Pavilion Master about the cultivation of those 2 people. One was a 7 stars immortal king while the other was an 8 trigrams immortal king. If they made a move, Huan wouldn't be a match for them. Even if they can't confirm that she's the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox, they're still suspicious of her. I wonder if they have told the other members of the Phantom Fox clan about this matter. If he tells others, I'm afraid things will get a little troublesome. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. He could not help but feel worried. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian's guess was right. After the 2 Phantom Foxes were killed by the Imperial Tudor Pavilion Master, the Phantom Fox clan in the Southern Heaven Territory learned about this. After all, the 2 Celestial Kings had left their soul orbs in the Phantom Fox clan. Naturally, the Phantom Fox clan was alerted when their soul orbs shattered. Zhang Qiyu and Zhang Lizhong are dead. Before they died, they sent a message saying that they had encountered a woman suspected to be a Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox. A Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox? Isn't she the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox that the main clan in the 7 Upper Province ordered us to keep an eye on? Are you sure? No, it's just a suspicion. However, with Zhang Qiyu and Zhang Lizhong's deaths, it seems like things aren't as simple as they seem. Didn't Zhang Qiyu and Zhang Lizhong say that the woman is only a 10 Directions Celestial Duke? Moreover, she's not even 100 years old. A 10 Directions Celestial Duke who's not even 100 years old? With her innate talent, it's highly likely that she's a Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox. What's so rare about a 10 Directions Celestial Duke who's not even 100 years old? Haven't you heard that the profound Nether Mansion has a 10 Directions Celestial Duke who's not even 100 years old? Not only that, but she has also comprehended 9 profundities from the law of space and has even comprehended the law of space's cross-dimensional/profundity to the initial stage. No matter what, we have to investigate that woman. Did Zhang Qiyu and Zhang Lishong say where they are in their last message? They did say that they're in the profound nether mansion. The profound nether mansion? The profound nether mansion where Duan Lingtian, who swept through the central province of the Southern Heaven Territory, is from? At this moment, 3 figures flew out from the Phantom Fox clan. They were led by a white-clad, white-haired, and white-browed young man. The white-haired, white-browed young man looked to be in his early 20s at most. However, it was such a young man that the 2 old men behind him were extremely respectful towards him. The white-clad young man was none other than the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan in the Southern Heaven Territory. He was a celestial lord. Since he had received news about the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox and the profound Nether Mansion, he had no choice but to personally investigate the matter. The main Phantom Fox clan was located in the 7 upper province of the Spirit Overarching Heaven. The Phantom Fox clan in the Southern Heaven Territory was only a branch clan. However, 10 years ago, the branch clans in the Southern Heaven Territory, including the Phantom Fox clan, had received an order from the main Phantom Fox clan. They were looking for the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox in the Phantom Fox clan. Clan leader, why do you think the main Phantom Fox clan is so desperate to find the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox? Based on what I know, the Thousand Phantoms Ice Foxes that appeared in the Phantom Fox clan in the past were kept in the wild until they became celestial emperors. One of the old men could not help but ask the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan. Upon hearing the old man's question, the other old man looked at the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan curiously. Based on what I know, the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox that appeared in the Phantom Fox clan is from the Du clan. Do you understand what I'm saying? The clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan said indifferently. The Phantom Fox clan was divided into 3 main surnames, one of which was the Phantom Fox clan. First, the Phantom Fox clan was a branch clan with the surname Zhang. Second, the Du clan. Third, the Yuan clan. The Zhang clan has always been neutral. However, the Yuan clan and the Du clan have been fighting each other for years. Do you think the higher-ups intend to help the Du clan or the Yuan clan? The old man who had remained silent earlier asked. That's not something we can speculate on. All we can do is investigate if the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox that Zhang Lishong and Zhang Qiyu are after is really the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox. If it's true, we'll report it to the main Phantom Fox clan and be rewarded handsomely. The eyes of the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan in the Southern Heaven Territory shone brightly when he thought about the rewards promised by the main Phantom Fox clan. The eyes of the 2 old men behind him lit up when they heard the clan leader's words. Duan Lingtian was, naturally, unaware that the people from the Phantom Fox clan had made their way to the profound Nether Mansion. Moreover, the person leading the group was the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan, a celestial lord. Since Huan has also comprehended the law of space, she should be able to use the supreme powerhouse divinity as well. Duan Lingtian decided to share the supreme powerhouse divinity with Huan, after learning that she had also comprehended the law of space. As long as one carried the supreme powerhouse divinity with them, they would be able to see the law of space in their dreams. Huan. Before sharing the supreme powerhouse divinity with Huan, Duan Lingtian decided to let Huan try it first to see if she could see the law of space in her dreams. After all, Huan was not human. After Huan woke up, Duan Lingtian knew the supreme powerhouse divinity would be beneficial to her. Since the supreme powerhouse divinity is beneficial to you, you can sleep while I cultivate. You can cultivate while I sleep. Duan Lingtian said to Huan, I'll listen to you, brother Lingtian. Huan nodded obediently. Huan has always been a Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox, and her innate talent and comprehension are frightening. With the Imperial Tudor Pavilion's cultivation resources and the supreme divinity, her cultivation speed and comprehension speed are definitely above mine. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. However, he did not feel disappointed or jealous. Instead, he felt happy for Huan. No matter how strong Huan was, She was still his woman. She would only help him deal with others, not others. It was no different from him becoming stronger on his own. While Duan Lingtian and Huan were cultivating and sleeping, the mansion master of the profound nether mansion received a message from the patriarch of the Phantom Fox clan. Grandmaster. Since the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion had informed the mansion master of the profound nether mansion after killing the 2 members of the Phantom Fox clan, the mansion master of the profound nether mansion immediately contacted the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. The leader of the Phantom Fox clan is here? The old man was slightly surprised when he heard the message from the mansion master of the profound nether mansion. His eyes glinted as he said, "It seems like that girl isn't as simple as she seems. Meet him. If possible, try to sound him out and see why he's here." The old man replied to the mansion master of the profound nether mansion. "All right." Upon receiving the message, the mansion master of the profound nether mansion went to meet the patriarch of the Phantom Fox clan. Clan leader Zhang, may I know why you've come to the profound nether mansion? Based on what I know, this is your first time visiting the profound nether mansion. The mansion master of the profound nether mansion asked with a smile. Mansion master Zhong, one wouldn't visit a temple without a reason. I'm here because 2 members of the Phantom Fox clan are suspected to have died outside the profound nether mansion. Do you have any leads? The mansion master of the Phantom Fox clan asked without beating around the bush. Is that so? The mansion master of the profound nether mansion was shocked. However, why are the members of the Phantom Fox clan here? Don't tell me they're working for the Blood Skull Gang? The mansion master of the profound nether mansion asked curiously. The Blood Skull Gang? The patriarch of the Phantom Fox clan frowned. There are 3 other assassins from the Blood Skull Gang outside the profound nether mansion. Is it possible that your clansmen had a conflict with them? Chapter 3185. Assassins from the Blood Skull Gang? Moreover, there are 3 of them? The patriarch of the Phantom Fox clan frowned when he heard the mansion master's words. Mansion Master Zhong, why did you allow the assassins from the Blood Skull Gang to ambush the profound nether mansion? They didn't do anything, so it's not appropriate for us to act recklessly. After all, the Blood Skull Gang is one of the top assassin organizations in the Southern Heaven Territory. The patriarch of the profound nether mansion said. They're here for Duan Lingtian? The patriarch of the Phantom Fox clan asked. Although I rarely leave the Phantom Fox clan, I've heard of Duan Lingtian's name. Rumor has it that he has become a 10 Directions Celestial Duke before the age of 100. Moreover, he has comprehended all the profundities from the law of space and has even comprehended the law of space's cross-dimensional / profundity to the initial stage. Patriarch Zhang, it seems like you know a lot about Duan Lingtian. However, it seems like you're behind the times. He's no longer a 10 Directions Celestial Duke. He has become a Celestial King. The mansion master of the profound nether mansion said with a smile. A breakthrough? The patriarch of the Phantom Fox clan was shocked. Then realization dawned on him. No wonder I haven't heard about him entering the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Initially, I thought he couldn't find a match in the middle realm, so he didn't bother to enter. Mansion Master Zhong, may I have the honor of meeting him? The patriarch of the Phantom Fox clan asked with a glint in his eyes. Although the 2 men from the Phantom Fox clan had died outside the profound nether mansion's estate, they had said they were following a woman who seemed to be 1,000 Phantom's Ice Fox. Moreover, the woman was not even 100 years old, but she was already a 10 Directions Celestial Duke. However, when the patriarch of the Phantom Fox clan thought about Duan Lingtian in the profound nether mansion, he could not help but wonder if the woman was 1,000 Phantom's Ice Fox as well. After all, the 1,000 Phantom's Ice Fox that had appeared in the Phantom Fox clan 1,000,000 years ago was a man. The patriarch of the Phantom Fox clan was unaware that Duan Lingtian had consumed the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. He's currently cultivating in the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. I'll have to ask the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion if he's free. The mansion master of the profound nether mansion said. Imperial Tudor Palace? The leader of the Phantom Fox clan was shocked. Duan Lingtian is already the imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion? However, with his innate talent and comprehension ability, he's indeed qualified to be the imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion. He had heard about the significance of being the imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion. Yes, he's currently the imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion. The mansion master of the profound nether mansion nodded. At the same time, he sent a message to the pavilion master of the imperial tutor pavilion, Duan Lingtian, asking if he was willing to meet the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan. The pavilion master of the imperial tutor pavilion also asked Duan Lingtian. I'll go. Duan Lingtian was awakened from his cultivation. He did not expect the leader of the Southern Heaven Territory's Phantom Fox clan would come to the profound nether mansion after the deaths of the two Phantom Foxes. Moreover, the clan leader of the Southern Heaven Territory wanted to kill him. The reason he wants to see me isn't because I'm involved in the deaths of the two Phantom Foxes. It must be because of something else. Duan Lingtian decided to meet the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan. After all, the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan was a potential threat to him. Perhaps, the day would come when the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan would oppose him. Now that he had the chance to meet the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan, he could use this opportunity to test the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan. Under the guidance of an elder from the profound nether mansion, Duan Lingtian arrived at the place where the mansion master of the profound nether mansion was entertaining the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan. Mansion master. As Duan Lingtian greeted the mansion master of the profound nether mansion, he saw 3 people sitting at the side. Among the 3 people, only one of them was seated. He was a young man with white hair and eyebrows. 2 old men stood behind him, one on his left and one on his right. They looked like 2 competent bodyguards. Duan Lingtian, this is clan leader Zhang from the Phantom Fox clan. He's heard about you a long time ago. He came to the profound nether mansion to meet you because he's curious about you. The mansion master of the profound nether mansion smiled. Clan leader Zhang. At this moment, Duan Lingtian turned to look at the patriarch of the Phantom Fox clan and greeted the patriarch. At the same time, the mansion master of the profound nether mansion sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, a fox is cunning. Since Zhang Dong Nan, the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan, wants to see you, it's not a spur-of-the-moment decision. Duan Lingtian, I've long heard of you. Now that I've met you, I can see you live up to your reputation. As expected of a prodigy among humans. Zhang Dongnan said with a sigh as he looked at Duan Lingtian. As soon as he saw Duan Lingtian, he was certain Duan Lingtian was not a Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox. After all, he did not sense the aura of a Duan Lingtian from the Phantom Fox clan. Therefore, he did not suspect Duan Lingtian. If a Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox was a 10 Directions Celestial Duke, it would be difficult for him to confirm Duan Lingtian's identity with his cultivation base. Therefore, he could only suspect Duan Lingtian's identity. The mansion master of the profound nether mansion had warned Duan Lingtian because he was worried Zhang Dongnan would lead Duan Lingtian by the nose and try to pry information out of him. However, he did not expect Zhang Dongnan would only chat with Duan Lingtian after meeting him. He did not have any intention of trying to get information out of him at all. Duan Lingtian was puzzled. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian was puzzled as well. It seemed like Zhang Dongnan only wanted to get to know him. After chatting with Duan Lingtian for about half an hour, Zhang Dongnan suddenly recalled something. He looked at the mansion master of the profound nether mansion and asked, Mansion Master Zhong, did anyone join the profound nether mansion recently? For example, a young woman who's not even 100 years old and wears a veil, a bamboo hat, and a white robe. The only person who joined the profound nether mansion recently is Duan Lingtian, the mansion master of the profound nether mansion said. The mansion master of the profound nether mansion said, Clan leader Zhang, I'm sure you've heard that the profound nether mansion only accepts disciples at certain times. Apart from monstrous geniuses like Duan Lingtian, The profound nether mansion won't accept disciples. All right. Zhang Dongnan nodded. Then, he rose to his feet and bade farewell to the mansion master of the profound nether mansion and Duan Lingon. Duan Lingtian, if you have time, you can visit the Phantom Fox clan. There are many beauties in the Phantom Fox clan. Who knows, you might find your celestial companion there. Zhang Dongnan said to Duan Lingtian meaningfully before he left. The mansion master of the profound nether mansion sneered when he heard Zhang Dongnan's words. He knew Zhang Dongnan intended to use the women from the Phantom Fox clan to bind Duan Lingtian to the Phantom Fox clan. However, he was not worried Duan Lingtian would fall for his trick. This was because his grandancestor had told him through voice transmission that the woman whom his grandancestor had killed was extremely beautiful. It would be difficult to find another woman who could compare to her in this world. His grandmaster had lived for more than 30,000 years and had seen countless women. Based on his grandmaster's words, it was not difficult for him to imagine that the woman by Duan Lingtian's side was a peerless beauty. You must be joking, clan leader Zhang. I, Duan Lingtian, am married. I even have a son and a daughter, but I don't dare to fool around outside. Duan Lingtian said with a smile on his face. Which capable man doesn't have multiple wives and concubines? Take me for example. I just recently took in my 16th concubine. Zhang Dongnan gave Duan Lingtian a knowing look before he left with the two men behind him. Duan Lingtian, remember what I said? Come visit the Phantom Fox clan when you're free. Before Zhang Dongnan left, he did not forget to remind Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly. Why was the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan acting like a matchmaker? Duan Lingtian, Zhang Dongnan is here for the two dead members of the Phantom Fox clan. I'm curious, who's the woman by your side? The mansion master of the profound nether mansion asked curiously as he looked at Duan Lingon. Mansion master. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, due to some reasons, I can't reveal her identity to you. Please forgive me. The fact that she was 1,000 Phantom's ice fox was related to her safety, so it was best if fewer people knew about it. Outside the profound nether mansion. After Zhang Dongnan left the profound nether mansion with the two old men, he was in no hurry to return to the Phantom Fox clan. The mansion master of the profound nether mansion said there are 3 assassins from the Blood Skull gang waiting outside the profound nether mansion. Perhaps they have seen Zhang Qiyu and Zhang Lizhong. Zhang Dongnan's eyes glinted as he said to the two old men behind him, let's split up and find those 3 assassins. Yes, Lord Clan Leader. The two old men nodded and left. Zhang Dongnan was the patriarch of the Phantom Fox clan, a celestial lord. The two old men he brought with him this time were also outstanding 10 Directions celestial kings. Both of them had comprehended profundities to the initial mastery stage. Even in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, these two old men were well-known figures. About 15 minutes later, Zhang Dongnan received news that one of the two old men had discovered the 3 assassins from the Blood Skull gang. North of the profound Nether Mansion's estate, a man and 3 men were facing each other on a lofty mountain. The 3 men were dressed in black, and they were led by a middle-aged man with a cold expression on his face. However, at this moment, this middle-aged man with a grave and stern face was looking at the old man in front of him with deep fear in his eyes. Situyu, I didn't expect you to come personally. It seems like your target this time isn't as simple as it seems. The old man looked at the middle-aged man with a surprised expression on his face. Based on the middle-aged man's words, it was obvious he was an old acquaintance of the middle-aged man. Zhang Zhenhai, why are you here? The middle-aged man, Situyu, asked in a deep voice. Zhang Zhenhai. Upon hearing Situyu's words, the eyes of the 2 men standing behind him widened in shock. If Duan Lingtian were here, he would recognize the 2 men standing behind Situyu as the 2 assassins from the Blood Skull gang who had chased after him in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Chapter 3186. Leng Yi, one of the two assassins from the Blood Skull gang who had gone to the Jade Yellow Heaven to hunt down Duan Lingtian, had been waiting for Duan Lingtian outside the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate for a long time. However, Duan Lingtian had managed to escape with a Wind Shadow escape talisman. Leng Yi was ashamed of this. Initially, Leng Yi thought he could kill Duan Lingtian in the Heaven of Yellow Heaven. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would be able to escape from him again. This time, in order to kill Duan Lingtian, the Blood Skull gang had sent a 9 Palaces Celestial King assassin who had gone to the Jade Yellow Heaven with Leng Yi. Apart from that, they had also sent their trump card. This trump card was none other than Situyu, the strongest assassin in the Blood Skull gang who was not a Celestial Lord. Not only was Situyu an assassin from the Blood Skull gang, but he was also famous in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. He had comprehended all the profundities from the Law of Wind and had even comprehended one of the profundities to the initial stage. Zhang Zhenhai? The one who has comprehended all the profundities from the Law of Metal and the Light Shadow profundity to the initial stage? Leng Yi and the other 9 Palaces Celestial King from the Blood Skull gang exchanged a look. Both of them could see the shock in each other's eyes. Zhang Zhenhai was too famous. Although Zhang Zhenhai's profundities were on par with Situyu's profundities were much stronger than Zhang Zhenhai's. However, Zhang Zhenhai was stronger than Situyu. Situyu was only a human and did not have much to rely on. On the other hand, Zhang Zhenhai was a celestial beast, a phantom fox. Most importantly, Zhang Zhenhai was a phantom fox. After all, Zhang Zhenhai had defeated Situyu in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. I came here with my patriarch. Zhang Zhenhai replied to Situyu's question. As soon as Zhang Zhenhai finished speaking, he seemed to have sensed something. His body trembled as he took a few steps back. In the next moment, a figure appeared in front of Zhang Zhenhai like a phantom. It was none other than Zhang Zhenhai, the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan. After Zhang Dongnan, another figure appeared behind Zhang Dongnan, standing side by side with Zhang Zhenhai. Zhang Yunting? When Situyu saw the other old man standing beside Zhang Dongnan, his pupils shrank again and he let out a cry of surprise. Zhang Yunting? Leng Yi and the other man behind Situyu looked at the other old man beside Zhang Zhenhai, and their pupils shrank simultaneously. Zhang Yunting's strength was on par with Zhang Zhenhai. He was also a famous figure in the upper realm. Most importantly, like Zhang Zhenhai, he was also a member of the Phantom Fox clan. Just now, Zhang Zhenhai said that he came with their clan leader? Then, isn't the person standing in front of him and Zhang Yunting? Leng Yi and the other Blood Skull gang assassin beside him exchanged a glance. While they were communicating via soul transmission, their pupils constricted simultaneously. Greetings, Lord Dong Nan. I'm Situyu from the Blood Skull gang. While Leng Yi and the other Blood Skull gang assassin were trying to guess the identity of the person standing in front of Zhang Zhenhai and Zhang Yunting, Situyu bowed respectfully at the white-haired, white-browed young man with a solemn expression on his face. He had met the white-browed young man before, so he knew the white-browed young man was the current clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan, a celestial lord. Greetings, Lord Dong Nan. After Situyu bowed, Leng Yi and the other Blood Skull gang assassin quickly bowed humbly at Zhang Dongnan as well. In fact, both of them were not even qualified to introduce themselves in front of Zhang Dongnan, the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan. Situyu? Zhang Dongnan looked at Situyu in surprise. I'm curious who your target is this time. I didn't expect the Blood Skull gang to send you here personally. Zhang Dongnan had long heard of Situyu, the top assassin in the Blood Skull gang. In fact, he was also aware that Situyu was known as a Celestial King assassin in the Southern Heaven territory. There were many Celestial Kings who were undefeated in a direct confrontation with him, but very few Celestial Kings were able to survive his assassination attempts. At the very least, Situyu had never failed a mission that targeted a Celestial Lord or below. Lord Dong Nan, this is no longer a secret. My target this time is Duan Lingtian from the profound Nether Mansion, Situyu said. Duan Lingtian? Zhang Dong Nan was shocked. I know him. However, Don't you think the Blood Skull Gang is making a mountain out of a molehill by sending you to kill him? Zhang Dongnan felt the Blood Skull Gang was making a mountain out of a molehill by sending Situyu to kill someone who had just become a celestial king. Lord Dongnan, there's something you're unaware of. Previously, Ling Yi, a 9 palaces celestial king and a 9 palaces celestial king, fought Duan Lingtian head-on, but he failed to kill him. After that, they crossed the Devata realm to the Yanhuang heaven to kill Duan Lingtian. However, they couldn't even find a trace of Duan Lingtian. Based on Situyu's words, it was clear he was unaware that Ling Yi and the 9 palaces celestial king had encountered Duan Lingtian. Ling Yi and the 9 palaces celestial king had intentionally concealed this matter from the Blood Skull Gang since they were worried the Blood Skull Gang would punish them. After all, he had been careless at that time. Oh! Zhang Dongnan was slightly surprised when he heard Situyu mention the Yanhuang heaven. They went to the Yanhuang heaven to kill Duan Lingtian? Don't tell me Duan Lingtian is from the Yanhuang heaven? Situyu shook his head. Situyu shook his head. Duan Lingtian has only been to the Yanhuang heaven. Lord Dongnan, I'm sure you've heard about the reincarnated celestial emperor plotting against the heaven sacrificial divine fruit in the Yanhuang heaven, right? You're saying he's the reincarnation of a celestial emperor? Zhang Dongnan raised an eyebrow. He had heard about the rumor a few years ago, but he was not certain if it was true. Situyu shook his head again. Situyu shook his head again. He was deceived by the reincarnated celestial emperor when he went to the Yanhuang heaven. In the end, he managed to obtain the heaven sacrificial divine fruit from the reincarnated celestial emperor. That's how he managed to become a 10 directions celestial duke and comprehend the law of space. He consumed the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Zhang Dongnan was shocked. No wonder. I was wondering how a human boy who's not even 100 years old managed to achieve so much in just a few hundred years. As it turns out, he consumed the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Realization dawned on Zhang Dongnan as he thought to himself, however, the heaven sacrificial divine fruit only allows one to comprehend 8 profundities of a law, right? How did he manage to comprehend all the profundities from the law of space? Moreover, he even comprehended the law of space's cross-dimensional / profundity to the initial stage? I don't know. Perhaps he has a high comprehension ability, Situyu said. Zhang Dongnan nodded. From the beginning until the end, Situyu's expression was solemn and humble as he spoke to Zhang Dongnan. Zhang Dongnan nodded. Then he looked at Situyu and asked, "Have you seen these 2 people around the profound nether mansion recently?" Zhang Dongnan raised his hand and tapped his finger in the air. In just a blink of an eye, 2 lifelike figures appeared in the air. If Duan Lingtian were here, he would have recognized the 2 figures Zhang Dongnan had drawn in the air were the 2 phantom foxes he had met before. They were the 2 phantom foxes whom the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion had killed. Situyu nodded. Some time ago, we saw them following a white-clad woman here. However, they have nothing to do with our targets, so we didn't pay them any heed. They're from the Phantom Fox clan. They were last seen outside the profound nether mansion, but they're dead. I suspect someone killed them outside the profound nether mansion. Zhang Dongnan's eyes turned cold as he spoke, causing the temperature in the air to drop by a few degrees. Upon hearing Zhang Dongnan's words, Situyu's expression changed slightly. The expressions of Leng Yi and the other phantom foxes changed drastically as well. Lord Dongnan, although we've seen them, we didn't do anything to them. Lord Dongnan, I swear we didn't do anything to them. At this moment, Leng Yi and the young man could tell that the reason the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan was here was because of the deaths of the 2 Phantom Fox clan members. Needless to say, Situyu was here because he suspected them. Lord Dongnan, we're from the Blood Skull Gang. Unless we're on a mission or someone provokes us, we won't kill for no reason. Unlike Leng Yi and the other Phantom Foxes, Situyu quickly regained his composure and said bluntly, moreover, the Blood Skull Gang won't accept missions that target members of the noble clans. Yes, I agree. Zhang Dongnan nodded. At the same time, his expression returned to normal. Do you know why the woman they were following appeared outside the profound nether mansion? Clearly, Zhang Dongnan wanted to use the woman he suspected to be the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox as a breakthrough point. I really don't know. Situyu shook his head before he said, however, although she appeared outside the profound nether mansion, she seemed to be looking in the direction of the mansion's estate. It was as though she was waiting for someone. Waiting for someone? Zhang Dongnan narrowed his eyes. Does this mean she has an acquaintance in the profound nether mansion? If she wasn't waiting for someone, I really don't understand why she would look in the direction of the mansion's estate. Situyu continued to speculate. Do you know anything about her? Zhang Dongnan asked. I didn't pay much attention to her at that time. I only know she was dressed in white and had a graceful figure. She wore a veil and a bamboo hat. I didn't see her face. Situyu shook his head. Lord Dongnan. At this moment, Leng Yi, who was standing behind Situyu, seemed to have recalled something. His eyes lit up immediately. HM? Zhang Dongnan looked at Leng Yi curiously. Lord Dongnan, I've read the Blood Skull Gang's investigation on the Duan Lingtian. The Duan Lingtian came from the borderlands of the Southern Heaven Territory, Situyu said. Chapter 3187. Are you certain? As soon as Leng Yi finished speaking, Zhang Dongnan, the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan, narrowed his eyes and stared at Leng Yi. Lord Dongnan, I'm certain. Leng Yi nodded confidently. Lord Dongnan, if you don't believe me, you can investigate this matter. After all, Duan Lingtian is quite famous in the borderlands of the 6 southeastern regions. Many people know that there's a beautiful woman by his side. Previously, when she was with him, she always wore a veil and a bamboo hat when she was outside. Come to think of it, the reason why such a beautiful woman wore a veil and a bamboo hat was because she didn't want to cause trouble because of her peerless beauty. Leng Yi revealed everything he knew about Duan Lingtian. All right. I'll look into this matter. Also, you'll follow me to the Phantom Fox clan's estate for the time being. If what you said is true, I won't mistreat you. Zhang Dongnan's voice turned cold as he looked at Leng Yi. However, if I find out that you lied to me, don't even think about leaving the Phantom Fox clan alive. Lord Dongnan, I can follow you. However, I'm afraid you'll have to inform my organization first. Leng Yi did not seem to feel guilty at all. I have a way to contact the vice leader of the Blood Skull Gang. You don't have to worry about that. Zhang Dongnan said indifferently. As soon as Zhang Dongnan finished speaking, he nodded at Situyu before he brought the two old men and Leng Yi back to the Phantom Fox clan. Situyu did not say anything when Zhang Dongnan brought Leng Yi away. After all, he knew it was useless for him to say anything. After all, the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan was a celestial lord. Apart from that, the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan was a celestial lord as well. Situyu would have to resort to assassination to deal with the two old men behind the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan. The Phantom Fox clan's methods were too strange. He had fought with Zhang Zhenhai before. Although their cultivation bases, profundities, and celestial weapons were on par with each other, Zhang Zhenhai was able to defeat him with his illusion divine ability. Send a message back to inform Vice Chief Qin of this matter. Situyu said to the remaining Blood Skull Gang assassin behind him. The assassin nodded and sent out a message. The Blood Skull Gang had more than one vice leader. Situyu did not know which vice leader the Phantom Fox clan was acquainted with. Therefore, he asked his men to contact Qin Yuanshan, the vice leader of the Blood Skull Gang. Now, the mission to deal with Duan Lingtian was personally handled by Qin Yuanshan. On the other side, on the way back to the Phantom Fox clan's estate, Zhang Zhenhai, who was following behind Zhang Dongnan, could not help but say, Lord Patriarch, if what Leng Yi said is true, that woman must be in the profound nether mansion right now. She might even be with Duan Lingtian. Moreover, there's no doubt the profound nether mansion has something to do with the deaths of our two clansmen. Zhang Yunting said. Everything you've said is ultimately just a guess. Do you have any proof? Are we supposed to search the profound nether mansion ourselves? Zhang Dongnan said indifferently. When the two heard this, they fell silent for a moment. There are many grade 6 celestial mansions under the 10 major clans in the Southern Heaven territory. However, the only one I'm truly afraid of is the profound Nether Mansion. A hint of dread could be seen in Zhang Dongnan's eyes as he continued to say, "My father told me there's a powerful celestial lord hidden in the profound Nether Mansion. He's not much weaker than a titled celestial lord. His strength is even comparable to the patriarchs of some of the 10 great clans." When Zhang Dongnan said this, it wasn't just Zhang Zhenhai and Zhang Yunting who were frightened. Even Leng Yi, who was on the side, was frightened. One had to know that the patriarchs of the 10 great clans were all powerful immortal emperors. Ordinary immortal emperors couldn't be compared to them at all. And now, Zhang Dongnan was telling them, there was a hidden celestial lord in the profound Nether Mansion? How could they not be shocked? That person is said to be the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion in the profound Nether Mansion. In terms of seniority, he should be the mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion. Zhang Dongnan continued. The pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion? Zhang Zhenhai's eyes widened slightly. Lord Patriarch, I remember when we visited the profound Nether Mansion. The mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion said Duan Lingtian is the imperial tutor of the profound Nether Mansion. Doesn't this mean Duan Lingtian is protected by that powerhouse? Zhang Zhenhai's eyes were filled with dread when he spoke. You only realize this now? Zhang Zhenhai shook his head. We don't have any evidence. Even if we did, we wouldn't be able to prove it. To put it bluntly, the profound Nether Mansion isn't afraid of the Phantom Fox clan at all. In fact, even 3 Phantom Foxes might not be a threat to the profound Nether Mansion. As the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan, Zhang Zhenhai was well aware of the profound Nether Mansion's strength. He knew the profound Nether Mansion was the strongest force in the Southern Heaven territory below Grade 5 forces. Naturally, not many people in the Southern Heaven territory were aware of this. If the profound Nether Mansion is so powerful, why would the Azure Green Mansion dare to go against them? Zhang Yunting had heard about the conflict between the profound Nether Mansion and the Azure Green Mansion. Indeed, there's conflict between them. However, have you heard of any of the stronger celestial kings from either side dying? Zhang Dongnan said, the conflict between the profound Nether Mansion and the Azure Green Mansion is just a small matter. There's no way the profound Nether Mansion's celestial lords would lower themselves to deal with the juniors. Realization dawned on Zhang Yunting when he heard Zhang Dongnan's words. The profound Nether Mansion is so powerful? Is the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion as strong as the clan leaders of the 10 major clans? And now, Duan Lingtian is the Imperial Tutor of the profound Nether Mansion? Leng Yi followed behind Zhang Dongnan and the other two. When he heard their conversation, he felt a chill rise from the soles of his feet to his head. He did not expect the profound Nether Mansion to be so powerful. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to have such a high status. If we kill Duan Lingtian outside the profound Nether Mansion, do you think the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion won't know about it? Will he let it go so easily? Thinking of this, Leng Yi couldn't help but inwardly suck in a breath of cold air as cold sweat broke out on his forehead. I think it's better for us to inform the vice leader of this matter. I'm sure the vice leader knows about the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion and Duan Lingtian's current status as the Imperial Tutor of the profound Nether Mansion. Leng Yi sent a message back to the Blood Skull Gang and to Qin Yuanshan, the deputy leader. Who's that? Duan Lingdan is the Imperial Tutor of the profound Nether Mansion? According to Zhang Dongnan, the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan, the old man from the profound Nether Mansion is still in the profound Nether Mansion? Chen Yuanshan's expression changed drastically when he received Leng Ye's message. It seems like we have to let the leader decide on this matter. Let's see if we should continue with the mission to kill Duan Lingtian. While Chen Yuanshan was looking for the vice leader of the Blood Skull Gang, he also sent a message to Situ Yu and Duan Lingtian outside the profound Nether Mansion, telling them not to act rashly even if they saw Duan Lingtian leaving the mansion. Situ Yu and Situ Yu were confused. What was going on? In the profound nether mansion. In the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. After Duan Lingtian returned from the mansion master of the profound nether mansion, he went back to cultivating. With the help of the celestial fruits and celestial pills given to him by the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion, his cultivation speed was extremely fast. When Huan woke up and gave him the supreme powerhouse divinity, he went to sleep while Huan began to cultivate. The cycle repeated itself endlessly. Half a month later, Huan had completely absorbed the medicinal efficacy of the Ice King Celestial Fruit and the Fire King Celestial Fruit and successfully became a one basic Celestial King. As expected of 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. Not only is her cultivation speed fast, but she's also able to absorb the medicinal efficacy of the celestial fruits so quickly. Although Duan Lingtian had expected this, he could not help but sigh emotionally when he heard about Huan breakthrough. Duan Lingtian was about to cultivate when he received a message from the mansion master of the profound nether mansion. I've received news that the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan has sent his men to the borderlands of the Southern Heaven territory after returning to the Phantom Fox clan. Do you think it has something to do with the woman next to you? The mansion master of the profound nether mansion asked. The borderlands? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as he thought to himself. It seems like the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan is aware of something. Is it the Blood Skull Gang? As for how the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan found out about the borderlands, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan must have leaked the information to him. If I knew this would happen, I would have asked Senior to kill those 3 assassins. When Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, streaks of killing intent flashed in his eyes as though they were about to devour someone. Mansion Master, we're from the borderlands. Duan Lingtian replied. Do you need me to send someone to deal with the Phantom Fox clan's men? Since the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan sent someone to the borderlands, it means he knows something and wants to confirm it. The mansion master of the profound nether mansion sent a message to Duan Lingtian. It was as though he would send someone to deal with the Phantom Fox clan's men as soon as Duan Lingtian gave the order. There's no need for that. Duan Lingtian stopped the mansion master of the profound nether mansion. Let him investigate. Even if we kill him, the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan will send someone else to deal with the matter. Although Duan Lingtian appeared calm on the surface, he felt a sense of foreboding. In truth, he was filled with a sense of crisis. The Blood Skull Gang must have found out a lot about me in the borderlands, including the fact that Huan and I were together. Huan was outside the profound nether mansion's estate for a long time, so the Blood Skull Gang's assassins must have seen her. As long as Zhang Dongnan, the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan, interrogates the assassins, he'll definitely be able to find out about Huan and me. I'm afraid Zhang Dongnan already knows Huan is in the profound nether mansion. Chapter 3188. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian left his room. To be safe, he went to look for the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion to see if the profound nether mansion would be able to stop the Phantom Fox clan. After all, he did not know much about the Phantom Fox clan's strength. Although the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion had said the profound nether mansion was not afraid of the Phantom Fox clan, he did not think it was a lie. Senior. Duan Lingtian went straight to the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion and said, I'm afraid it won't be long before the Phantom Fox clan comes to the profound nether mansion. Is the profound nether mansion able to protect my sister? Duan Lingtian asked with a grim expression on his face. What's going on? The old man was still unaware of the situation. The Phantom Fox clan's leader must have found out about us through the Blood Skull Gang's assassins. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent someone to investigate the place where I used to live. Duan Lingtian told the old man everything the mansion master of the profound nether mansion had told him. Why is the Phantom Fox clan following Huan? Why is the Phantom Fox clan's leader targeting Huan? The old man asked. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. Senior, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but it's too important for me to tell you. I'm here to ask you if the Phantom Fox clan's leader will be able to protect Huan, or if he comes to the profound nether mansion to ask for Huan. This was Duan Lingtian's true purpose of coming here. So, that's what you're worried about? The old man shook his head. Didn't I tell you the Phantom Fox clan won't dare to act recklessly in front of the profound nether mansion? You don't believe me? It's not that I don't believe you, I just want to confirm it. Duan Lingtian felt slightly awkward. After all, he had come to look for the old man because he doubted the old man's words. However, after listening to the old man's words, he knew the old man was not lying. Don't worry. Let alone the Phantom Fox clan, the profound nether mansion wouldn't be afraid even if there were 2 more branch clans in the Southern Heaven territory. Based on the old man's words, it was clear he did not care about the Phantom Fox clan at all. A hint of disdain could be seen in his eyes. You can focus on your cultivation and raise your cultivation base as soon as possible. You don't have to worry about anything else as long as I'm in the profound nether mansion. The old man said. Thank you, senior. Duan Lingtian thanked the old man with a serious expression before he left to cultivate. After Duan Lingtian left, the old man's eyes glinted as he muttered to himself, It seems like that girl is the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox that the Phantom Fox clan in the 7 Upper Province is looking for. The main Phantom Fox clan in the 7 Upper Province has offered a reward in the black market. Anyone who can provide information about the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox will be rewarded handsomely. That reward, even I am tempted. The old man shook his head and smiled. However, there's nothing I can do about it. Since I've placed all my bets on that lad, I can only follow him to the end. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man continued to sit by the lake and fish. He resumed his calm and collected demeanor as if nothing had happened. Time continued to pass by quietly. During this time, Duan Lingtian had left the divine offering land. His friends and family who were in various mundane realms had their own encounters as well. Naturally, most of them did not have any fortuitous encounters. Only a small number of them had fortuitous encounters. However, even if he did not encounter any amazing fortuitous encounters, he had been in the realm of gods, the world of divine offering. He had absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy there and was baptized by the heaven and earth spirit energy. Now that he had returned to the mundane realm, his cultivation speed was much faster than before. In fact, it was difficult to find anyone in the mundane realms whose cultivation speed was comparable to theirs. The Purple Spike realm was one of the many mundane realms in the colossal world. Moreover, it was a large mundane realm with countless planets. Aunt Xuanai, you should leave now. I'll lure these people away. You can avenge me in the future. In a star field outside a planet, a handsome figure stood there and spoke to a young woman with a solemn expression. The person who spoke was a handsome young man with dashing eyebrows and bright eyes. However, a hint of anxiety could be seen on his face at this moment. Niantian, you should leave now. If I can't even take care of you, how am I supposed to face Brother Ling Tian and Sister Fei in the future? The young woman had a face that could topple the world. Her every move seemed to make everything around her pale in comparison. These 2 people were none other than Duan Yen Tian and Han Xuanai, who were sent away from the divine offering land by Xianxia. Both of them were sent to the same mundane realm. Although they were separated in the beginning, it did not take long before Han Xuanai found Duan Yen Tian. Many years later, Duan Yen Tian had grown from an ignorant child into a young man. Aunt Xuanai. Duan Yen Tian was about to say something when he heard the sound of wind whistling in the distance. In just a blink of an eye, he and Han Xuanai were surrounded. You won't be modest anymore since you won't be able to run away. There were 20 to 30 people surrounding Duan Yen Tian and Han Xuanai. The leader was an old woman who was riding a strange beast that resembled a lion or tiger. She held a crooked walking stick in her hand. Granny, are you with them? Lu Ping Wu 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 Gao Ji 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 Gao Ji? Are you with me? 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 A middle-aged man dressed in fine clothes stood next to the old woman as he stared coldly at Duan Yentian and Han Xuan. It was these two people who had killed his only son. Humph! Duan Yentian glared at the middle-aged man. If your son didn't pester my aunt, we wouldn't have attacked him. He deserved to die. A hint of anger could be seen on Duan Yentian's youthful face as he glared at the middle-aged man. Yentian, why are you wasting your breath on them? If they want to fight, let's fight. Han Xuanai shouted. With a raise of her hand, energy surged out of her body and transformed into a dazzling light blade that slashed the three people standing nearby. Although she had killed 3 people in an instant, she did not feel happy at all. After all, these 3 people were the weakest in the group. You're seeking death. As soon as Han Xuanai made her move, the old woman who was the leader of the group was infuriated. She shouted coldly before she made her move as well. Her target was Han Xuanai. At the same time, the middle-aged man beside him also flew toward Duan Yentian. As for the other people brought by the old woman and the middle-aged man, they also charged toward Duan Yentian. The old woman was the strongest person present, followed by Han Xuanai and the middle-aged man. However, when the old woman made her move, Han Xuanai was completely suppressed. As for Duan Yentian, although he was not any weaker than the others, he was slightly weaker than the middle-aged man. Due to this reason, he was at a disadvantage when the middle-aged man targeted him. Die, boy! The middle-aged man shouted coldly as strands of energy shot out from his fingers toward Duan Yentian. Yentian! Han Xuanai's heart was burning with anxiety when she saw this. She forcefully blocked the old woman's attack and risked her life to save Duan Yentian. At this moment, Han Xuanai, who was severely injured, was like an arrow at the end of its flight. Nyendan, are you all right? Han Xuanai stood with Duan Yentian's back facing each other. Her face was pale as she asked worriedly. Aunt Xuanai, I'm fine. At this moment, Duan Yentian did not see Han Xuanai's pale face. He also did not see Han Xuanai forcefully blocking the old woman's attack. You can't even protect yourself. How can you protect this boy? The old woman sneered as she stared at Han Xuanai. Boy, today will be your doomsday. The middle-aged man sneered as he looked at Duan Yentian. It was as though Duan Yentian was already a dead man in his eyes. However, Duan Yentian was staring blankly at the sky in the distance as though something had attracted his attention. The middle-aged man's gaze followed Duan Yentian's gaze. With just a glance, he saw a purple-clad woman hovering in the sky in the distance. The purple-clad woman stood there. Her graceful figure and enchanting face seemed as though she was a beauty who had walked out of a painting. Her beautiful hair danced even though there was no wind. On the surface of her body, streaks of purple aura energy were pulsating like bolts of purple lightning. They revolved around her body at a rapid speed. Sister Fei? When the old woman followed the middle-aged man's gaze, Han Xuanai also noticed the purple-clad woman standing in the distance. Mother! Duan Yentian looked at the familiar figure in the distance. He was so excited that his eyes turned red and misty. The purple-clad woman standing in the distance was none other than Li Fei, who had been searching for Duan Yentian in the Purple Spike realm for many years. She had finally found her son's whereabouts 2 days ago. She had appeared just in time when her son was on the brink of death. Mother! Let's go! However, when Duan Lingtian thought about his current situation, horror dawned on him. He quickly sent a voice transmission to urge Li Fei to leave. In his opinion, his mother's strength was, at most, on par with him. Even if she was stronger than him, it would not be by much. Even Aunt Xuanai was no match for that old woman. Even if his mother was here, it would be useless. Sister Fei, let's go. Han Xuanai's expression changed as well. She sent a voice transmission to urge Li Fei to leave. At the same time, she looked away as though she did not know Li Fei at all. Both of you. Li Fei hovered in the air as she looked at Duan Yentian and Han Xuanai excitedly. However, when she shifted her gaze to the others, her gaze turned cold. As soon as Li Fei's gaze turned cold, everyone present on the scene could feel the air in the stellar province turning cold as though winter had arrived. Chapter 3189. Sush, sush. The old woman and the middle-aged man's expressions changed drastically. Putting everything else aside, based on the fact that Duan Ling Tian did not even make a move earlier, it was obvious that Duan Ling Tian was much stronger than them. Sir, the old woman wanted to say something, but as soon as she opened her mouth, she saw streaks of purple light suddenly appear in the void around her. They were like purple meteors streaking across the sky. The purple meteors flew toward the old woman, the middle-aged man, and the people they brought with them. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The old woman did not have time to finish her sentence, since she was busy dodging the streaks of light. If she did not focus on dodging, she would definitely die. Spare me! While the old woman was dodging the streaks of purple meteors in the sky, a series of shrill cries rang in her ears. A few moments later, the cries stopped, and the streaks of purple meteors disappeared. However, when she looked around, she discovered the people she brought with her, including the middle-aged man, were all dead. I'm too late. Li Fei took a step forward. In just a blink of an eye, she appeared next to Duan Yen Tian. Xuan Ai, thank you for taking care of Yen Tian all these years. At the same time, Li Fei looked at Han Xuanai who was standing behind Duan Yen Tian. Then, she took out a bottle of pills and handed it to her. This is a healing pill. Take it. Sister Fei. Han Xuanai was stunned for a long time before she took the bottle of pills from Li Fei. She could not figure it out. In just a few years, how did Li Fei, who was not as strong as her, become so strong? Based on her strength, she had probably reached the peak of the mundane realm. Mother, Duan Yen Tian was also shocked by Li Fei's strength. He did not expect his mother, who he had almost caught up to, would become so strong. Mother? The old woman was shocked when she heard Li Fei's words. However, when she heard Duan Yen Tian calling Li Fei his mother, she regained her senses. Without any hesitation, the old woman turned around and tried to flee. Right now, the exotic beast she was riding on had already been killed by the purple streak of light. Thus, she could only flee on her own. However, would she be able to escape? Li Fei coldly glanced at the old woman's back. Her face turned cold as she raised her hand and grabbed in the direction the old woman fled. Suddenly, in the void, a gigantic hand formed by purple light grabbed the old woman and brought her back. Then, it turned into a purple rope and tied the old woman up. Swizwoosh, swizwoosh, swizwoosh. Li Fei asked faintly. Her tone had become increasingly cold. Sir, as long as you're willing to spare my life, I can give you all of my family's wealth. Swoosh. The old woman said with a pale face as her body trembled violently. That's not enough for me. As Li Fei spoke again, she flicked her finger and shot out a purple light blade, cutting off one of the old woman's arms. Ah! The old woman shrieked in pain. She tried to circulate her energy to stop the bleeding, but Li Fei destroyed her cultivation base with a flick of her finger. You destroyed my cultivation base? The old woman glared at Li Fei. Her eyes were filled with hatred and unwillingness. You'll die a horrible death. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. I'm not even afraid of you as a human. Why would I be afraid of you as a ghost? Li Fei sneered. You can come and look for me after you become a ghost. I'll make sure you won't be able to leave even if you become a ghost. As soon as Li Fei finished speaking, she flicked her fingers again. A purple sword light shot out and cut off one of the old woman's legs. When the old woman shrieked in pain again, Li Fei made her move again and cut off the old woman's other arm and leg. Duan Yen Tian's scalp tingled when he saw this. Mother, however, his heart was filled with warmth. He knew his mother was venting her anger on his behalf. As for Han Xuanai, she looked at the old woman coldly. If she was as strong as Li Fei, she would have tortured the old woman even more. I beg you, give me a quick death, the old woman, who had lost all 4 of her limbs and was covered in blood, begged Li Fei. She no longer had the angry look from before. Li Fei looked at her coldly. "Don't beg me. Beg my son." The old woman looked at Duan Yentian with a pleading look in her eyes. Please, Duan Yentian was only a young man after all. He did not hesitate to kill the old woman when he saw her pitiful state. "Mother." After killing the old woman, Duan Yentian threw himself into Li Fei's arms. He was so emotional that his eyes were red. "But how old are you now? Don't forget that your Aunt Xuanai is going to laugh at you." Li Fei patted Duan Yentian's back before she pulled him away. She patted his head and said, "In just a blink of an eye, you're already taller than me." Han Xuanai waited for Li Fei to reunite with Li Fei before she asked, "Sister Fei, how did you become so strong?" "I obtained the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial's inheritance," Li Fei replied. "The Purple Spike Supreme Celestial's inheritance?" Han Xuanai and Duan Yentian widened their eyes in shock when they heard Li Fei's words. Naturally, they knew who the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial was. This mundane realm was called the Purple Spike Realm after the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial. Based on this, one could easily imagine the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial's status in the mundane realm. It was said that the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial was one of the strongest beings in the Devata realms. Later on, she returned to her hometown, the mundane plane, and left behind her inheritance. "Mother, I heard that someone obtained the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial's inheritance a few years ago. Is that person you?" Duan Yentian looked at Li Fei in shock. He did not expect the person who obtained the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial's inheritance was his mother. "Sister Fei, congratulations." Han Xuanai quickly congratulated Li Fei after recovering from her shock. "Actually, it's because I appeared in the Purple Spike realm near the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial's place of inheritance. That's why she chose me. If both of you were close to the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial, she would have chosen both of you as well." At this moment, Li Fei knew why the Redbud Supreme Celestial had chosen her. It was because her body had been cleansed by the heaven and earth spirit energy in the divine offering land. Therefore, the Redbud Supreme Celestial was certain Li Fei would not be inferior to her in the future. Yes. Han Xuanai and Duan Yentian were puzzled when they heard Li Fei's words. They finally understood after listening to Li Fei's explanation. "Mother, even if that's the case, the fact that you're close to the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial means you're fated with her." Duan Yentian smiled. He was genuinely happy that his mother had such a fortuitous encounter. He knew his mother very well. All these years, his mother had been under a lot of pressure. After all, among all the women by his father's side, his mother was the only one who was mediocre in terms of cultivation. Whether it was Aunt Kerr or Aunt Tianwu, both of them were more outstanding than his mother in terms of cultivation. In his opinion, his mother's suffering was finally over. Yentian is right. Han Xuanai agreed with Duan Yentian's words. "They're out." At this moment, Li Fei suddenly looked into the distance and called out softly. In the next moment, 4 figures appeared in the distant starry sky. It was as though they had appeared out of thin air. The owners of the figures were 4 women. These 4 women all possessed beauty that far surpassed that of ordinary people. When the 4 of them stood together, the most eye-catching thing about them was their nearly identical faces. Apart from their different auras, their appearances were almost identical. Apart from that, they wore different outfits as well. The woman standing on the left wore a purple robe embroidered with plum blossoms. The woman on the right was also wearing a purple robe. However, there were orchids embroidered on her purple robe. The third woman was dressed in a purple robe embroidered with bamboo leaves. The 4th woman was dressed in a purple robe embroidered with chrysanthemums. "Young master." After the 4 women appeared, they bowed to Li Fei in unison, their tone respectful and reverent. "I found them," Li Fei said to the 4 women. "Now, I can return to the Devata realm with all of you. However, I want to bring my son and sister with me." At the same time, Li Fei introduced the 4 women to Han Xuanai and Duan Yentian. The 4 women were the servants the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial had sent to the mundane realm to wait for her successor. They were in charge of bringing her successor back to the Devata realm. It's a pity we don't know which mundane realms Si Ling and the others are in. Otherwise, we could have gone to pick them up. Duan Yen Tian sighed. I remember it clearly. At that time, only the 3 of us entered the mundane realm. The others were in other mundane realms. Han Shu and I said, I remember it as well. That's why I decided to bring them to the Devata realm after finding all of you. Li Fei paused for a moment before she said with a sigh, I didn't expect all of you to be together for such a long time. Sister Fei, will it be inconvenient for you to bring Yen Tian and me to the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial's place? Han Shu and I asked hesitantly. It's not inconvenient at all. When Master sees all of you, I'm sure she'll be willing to accept all of you as her disciples. After all, your innate talent and potential aren't inferior to mine. Li Fei said as she shook her head. Whether it was her son, Duan Yen Tian, or Han Xuanai, she was confident in them. Father should be in the Devata realm as well, right? Duan Yen Tian muttered to himself. Upon hearing Duan Yen Tian's words, Li Fei and Han Xuanai fell silent. A purple figure appeared in their minds at the same time. Pieces of memories from the past also appeared one by one at this moment. Chapter 3190. 30 years later. 30 years was not a long time for celestials in the Devata realms. In fact, some powerful celestials could go into closed-door cultivation for hundreds of years or even longer. In the Imperial Tudor Pavilion of the Profound Nether Mansion. Senior. 30 years later, Duan Ling Tian was already over 100 years old. The aura of someone who was not even 100 years old had completely disappeared from his body. 30 years passed in just a blink of an eye for the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. After all, he had lived for more than 30,000 years. 30,000 years was equivalent to thousands of 30-year periods. He had long grown numb to the concept of time. Even if I don't go to the Su clan, I can still enter the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, right? I remember you told me that anyone below the Celestial Lord realm in the Southern Heaven territory is allowed to enter the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Duan Ling Tian asked bluntly. Yes. The old man nodded. That's right. How do I enter the upper realm? Duan Ling Tian asked again. You just need a formation compass to enter and leave the upper realm. The old man replied. Senior, do you have a formation compass? Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up immediately when he heard the old man's words. It was as dazzling as the night sky. Why do you ask? The old man frowned. Are you planning to enter the upper realm? Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. I'm planning to enter the upper realm to see if I can find a fortuitous encounter. After all, the Southern Heaven Celestial Lords have spent a lot of effort to maintain the upper realm. What's your cultivation base now? The old man's frown deepened. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian to really enter the upper realm. It had only been 30 years since Duan Ling Tian had become a one basic celestial king. Even with the resources provided by the Profound Nether Mansion, Duan Ling Tian was, at most, a 2 forms celestial king. In fact, he might not even have a breakthrough yet. 3 talents celestial king. Duan Ling Tian replied. However, Duan Ling Tian's words shocked the old man. You've become a 3 talents celestial king? Seeing the doubt in the old man's eyes, Duan Ling Tian did not bother to explain further. With a thought, he released his cultivation aura. Usually, with the profound divine metal around, the aura of his cultivation base would be concealed by the profound divine metal. If he did not release his aura, even the old man would not be able to see through his cultivation base. Even if you've broken through and become a 3 talents celestial king, you'll still have a slim chance of survival in the upper realm. Unless your attainments in the laws of space. Before the old man could finish his words, he saw Duan Ling Tian casting all kinds of profundities from the law of space. He immediately shut his mouth. You little brat, you're really abnormal. With a wave of his hand, The old man took out a formation compass and said, "This is the formation compass to enter the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. From today onward, I'll place it here. You can enter the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm through here. However, if you want to leave the upper realm, you'll have to return to the transporting formation you were teleported to." With a wave of his hand, the formation compass fell to the ground. The formation compass did not look much different from an ordinary formation compass. The only difference was that it was slightly larger. There were many small holes on it that were used to store celestial crystals. As the old man raised his hand again, immortal crystals appeared in the small holes on the formation plate. They were dazzling under the sunlight. Based on the old man's actions, it was clear he did not intend to stop Duan Lingtian from entering the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Are you going to enter the upper realm alone or with Huan? Over the past 30 years, Huan would occasionally follow Duan Lingtian to the backyard to fish with the old man. Her naivety and innocence had left a good impression on the old man. After 30 years of living together, the old man had treated Huan like his own granddaughter. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, felt like Huan was more important to the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. "I'll go with Huan," Duan Lingtian said. "What's the girl's cultivation base now?" the old man asked. "A6 combos Celestial King." Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. Even he was shocked by Huan's cultivation base. For the past 30 years, he and Huan had shared many celestial fruits and celestial pills in the profound nether mansion. However, after 30 years, his cultivation base was 3 levels lower than Huan's. The only consolation was that his comprehension of the law of space was slightly higher than Huan's. Although Huan had used the supreme powerhouse divinity to comprehend the law of space, her comprehension of the law of space was not as good as his. Perhaps it was because she was not human. "A6 combos Celestial King?" The old man was shocked. How could a 1 basic Celestial King become a 6 combos Celestial King in 30 years? Although he had lived for more than 30,000 years, he had never heard of such a person in the Southern Heaven territory. Even in the upper 7 regions, it was rare for a 1 basic Celestial King to become a 6 combos Celestial King in 30 years with Huan's cultivation base. Most of those people had heaven-defying innate talent. It seems like the girl is the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox that the Phantom Fox clan in the upper 7 regions is looking for. At this moment, the old man was certain Huan was Huan. In the past, he was not certain. However, now that Huan had become a 6 combos Celestial King from a 1 basic Celestial King in 30 years and the Phantom Fox clan in the Southern Heaven territory was looking for her, he was certain of her identity. If she was not 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox, it was impossible for her to have such heaven-defying innate talent. The 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox clan in the Southern Heaven territory was the reason why the Phantom Fox clan in the Southern Heaven territory had their eyes on her. After all, if they could bring her to the 7 Upper Province, they would be rewarded handsomely. The reward was much better than the bounty that was offered to the public. Even the old man, the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion in the profound Nether Mansion, was tempted by the bounty. Based on this, one could just imagine how generous the rewards from the main Phantom Fox clan were. "How's the girl's comprehension of the law of space?" the old man asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Earlier, when he saw Duan Lingtian casting the law of space, he was as shocked as he was when Huan became a 6 combos Celestial King. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the old man sighed in relief. At least she's not that scary. Although she's outstanding, she's still lacking compared to you, little freak. However, with her comprehension of the profundities from the law of space, she's not much weaker than you in terms of overall strength. The old man replied. If it were not for Duan Lingtian, the old man would have been shocked by Huan's comprehension of the law of space. However, with Duan Lingtian here, he was already mentally prepared, so he was not as shocked as before. "Senior, please tell me more about the upper realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm," Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at the old man. The upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the old man patiently explained the upper realm to Duan Lingtian. The upper realm was different from the middle and lower realms of the southern heaven ancient realm. It was meant for the southern heaven territory. Anyone in the southern heaven territory would be able to enter the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm as long as they possessed a formation plate that allowed them to travel to and from the upper realm. There was no scoreboard in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. However, unlike the middle realm, the upper realm had a scoreboard. Unlike the middle realm, the upper realm had a scoreboard that was only updated once a year. Once you enter the upper realm, you'll appear in a safe zone. Fighting is prohibited in the safe zone. Anyone who dares to make a move will be killed by the killing formation. No matter how powerful a 10 Directions Celestial King is, he won't be able to escape from the killing formation. This is because the killing formation was set up by the Southern Heaven's Celestial Lord. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he heard the old man's words. One could easily imagine how powerful the killing formation set up by a titled Celestial Lord was. Once you're in the safe zone, you'll be able to obtain an Identity Jade token. Carve your name on the Identity Jade token and drip your blood on it to claim ownership of it. It'll follow you until the scoreboard is refreshed. Before the scoreboard is refreshed, those who rank in the top 10 in the previous year will be guided to a secret realm left behind by the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord. You'll be able to obtain royal-grade celestial weapons and purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapons in the secret realm. Apart from that, there are also many rare celestial fruits and celestial pills that the profound Nether Mansion can't provide. Naturally, those who rank in the top 10 will receive the highest reward. The other 20 people who rank in the top 30 will also receive the highest reward. They'll be able to enter a secret realm that's ranked at a lower level. As for the other 70 people who rank in the top 100, they'll be able to enter a secret realm that's ranked at a lower level. In fact, the rewards in the 2 secret realms are not necessarily worse than the rewards in the top 10 secret realms. However, they're much more dangerous. This is especially true for the secret realm where the top 70 people will be able to enter. Many of the trials will require more than 30 people to work together to pass. As for the top 10 people, as long as they're strong enough, they'll be able to pass all the trials in the secret realm. Naturally, the celestial kings in the southern heaven territory won't be able to enter the upper realm if only those who rank in the scoreboard have fortuitous encounters are allowed to enter the upper realm. After all, even if one doesn't enter the secret realm, there's still a chance to obtain many treasures in the upper realm. Although the illusory formation will change the location of the treasures, if only one person sees it, they'll be able to keep it for themselves. However, if more than one person sees it, they'll have to fight for it. The old man paused for a moment to allow Duan Lingtian to digest the information before he continued. Apart from that, the upper realm is similar to the middle realm. If you don't want to be killed, you can leave by crushing your Identity Jade token. The place you'll exit from is where the formation compass you used to enter the upper realm is located. If you don't crush your Identity Jade token, you'll have to return to the safe zone and use the transportation formation there. At this point, the old man had basically finished explaining everything he knew. Chapter 3191. In the opinion of the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion, Duan Lingtian's progress from a 1 basic Celestial King to a 3 talents Celestial King in 30 years was considered fast. However, in Duan Lingtian's opinion, Duan Lingtian's progress was still too slow. Even with the resources provided by the profound Nether Mansion, it still took me 30 years to break through from a 1 basic Celestial King to a 3 talents Celestial King. At this rate, won't it take me at least 200 years to break through and become a 9 palaces Celestial King? Moreover, I'm only a Celestial King. It's even harder to become a Celestial Lord, let alone a Celestial Emperor. Even a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor with strength comparable to a Heavenly Emperor might not be able to rescue Kerr and the others from the Divine Offering Land. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian felt even more pressure on his shoulders. If he had 10,000 years to play around with, he wouldn't think much of it. But now, he only had 900 years left. 900 years was too short a period of time. For this reason, Duan Lingtian decided to enter the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. After all, he would have a better chance of improving himself there. There are some fortuitous encounters in the upper realm that you might not find in the 10 major clans or the 5 major sects, the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion said. Duan Lingtian had heard about this from the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion a few years ago. For this reason, he was no longer interested in the 10 major clans or the 5 major sects in the Southern Heaven territory. He was more interested in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Although he was only a 3 talents celestial king, his comprehension of the law of space had improved tremendously. With his current strength, he was confident he could protect himself in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Moreover, he was not alone in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Be careful. If your life is in danger, crush your identity jade token immediately. Before Duan Lingtian and Huan entered the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion reminded them solemnly. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, they entered the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm through the formation compass. The formation they used to enter the profound Nether Mansion's Imperial Tudor Pavilion was located in the profound Nether Mansion's Imperial Tudor Pavilion. Regardless of whether they left the Imperial Tudor Pavilion by crushing their identity jade tokens, they would return to the profound Nether Mansion's Imperial Tudor Pavilion to strengthen their foundation. Duan Lingtian's vision darkened, and when he regained his sight, he discovered they were standing on a stone platform. And in the surroundings, there were many stone platforms. What a beautiful woman! As soon as Duan Lingtian and Huan appeared, many of the celestial kings who had just entered looked at Huan with bright eyes. There was no one else in the world who could compare to her in terms of beauty. She was a great temptation to any normal man. Beauty, I'm Hong Manqiu, a direct descendant of the Hong clan, one of the 10 great clans of the Southern Heaven territory. Why don't you give up your gigolo and follow me? An ordinary-looking young man said as he walked up to Huan. From the beginning until the end, Huan did not pay any attention to him. Huan's eyes were fixed on Duan Lingtian from the beginning until the end. When she looked at Duan Lingtian, a smile bloomed on her beautiful face. This caused the men in the surroundings to fall in love with her even more. After a while, a few men stepped forward to strike up a conversation with Huan, but she still ignored them. At this moment, the onlookers shifted their gazes from Huan to Duan Lingtian. Brat, who are you? I'd like to see what makes you so beautiful. Brat, I'm a core disciple of the Wind Thunder Dao sect, one of the 5 major celestial sects of the Southern Heaven territory. Or you? The group of people glared fiercely at Duan Lingtian. It was as though Duan Lingtian had some enmity with them, such as killing their fathers or seizing their wives. In fact, Duan Lingtian was not the only one who had never seen them before. Even they had never seen Duan Lingtian before. The reason they disliked Duan Lingtian so much was because Huan was always by his side. A bunch of idiots. Duan Lingtian glanced at the group of people who were arguing with him indifferently. A hint of coldness appeared on the corners of his mouth as he spat out these words in a neither fast nor slow manner. Duan Lingtian's words were akin to poking a hornet's nest. Brat, don't activate the one-time concealment formation in your identity jade token if you dare. The young man who claimed to be a core disciple of the Wind Thunder Dao sect glared at Duan Lingtian and said arrogantly, "After all, no one dared to make a move in this safe zone. After all, the killing formation that the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord had set up would instantly kill them. For this reason, the group of people did not dare to make a move against Duan Lingtian even though they were furious. Everyone who entered the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm could activate the concealment formation on their identity jade tokens before they left. Once the concealment formation was activated, no one would be able to detect their presence. Therefore, they would not have to worry about being targeted. The concealment formation on the identity jade token could only be activated in the safe zone. For this reason, if one wanted to leave the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, one could only rely on one's own strength to return to the safe zone unless one crushed one's identity jade token. This was not something ordinary people could do. After all, there were many celestial kings lying in ambush near the safe zone. They were waiting for other celestial kings to return to the safe zone so they could ambush them. After the Wind Thunder Dao sect's core disciple made a move against Duan Lingtian, many people began to taunt him as well. However, Duan Lingtian completely ignored them. He brought Huan to a nearby stone wall and collected 2 identity jade tokens. Duan Lingtian could engrave his name on the identity jade token. He could engrave his real name or fake name on the identity jade token. Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian did not bother inscribing his real name on the identity jade tokens since there was no need for him to inscribe a fake name. At the same time, she engraved the words Huan on her identity token as well. Although Huan had never been taught how to write, she had inherited the memories of 1,000 phantoms icefox. Therefore, she was able to write on her own. Soon after, Duan Lingtian and Huan performed blood ownership claim on their identity jade tokens in unison. They could feel a strong connection with their identity jade tokens. Let's go. Duan Lingtian bade farewell to Huan before they flew out of the safe zone. Nobody knew how many safe zones there were in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. However, it was not certain which safe zone one would end up in. If one wanted to leave the safe zone, one would have to return to the safe zone they were in. For example, if Duan Lingtian and Huan wanted to return to the Imperial Tudor Pavilion in the Profound Nether Mansion, they would have to return to the safe zone. Apart from that, they would have to crush their identity jade tokens to leave the safe zone. However, once the identity jade token was crushed, the points inside would be emptied. It would be equivalent to a wasted trip. When Duan Lingtian and Huan left, they did not activate the invisibility formation in their identity jade tokens under everyone's watchful eyes. Seeing this scene, the group of people in the safe zone were all stunned. These two are so daring? In the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, only powerful 10 Directions celestial kings would dare to do something like this, right? Is it possible that they're one of those 10 Directions celestial kings? I've never heard of her before. That woman is extremely beautiful. If she's here before, there's no way Ouyang Yue, the true disciple of the 100 Flowers Celestial Sect, would be the most beautiful woman in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. That's right. I've met Ouyang Yue once. Although I was stunned by her beauty, in terms of appearance, Ouyang Yue still pales in comparison to this woman. 2 unknown characters left the safe zone just like that? Aren't they afraid they'll be eliminated as soon as they leave the safe zone? They must be confident in their strength. Both of them must have some sort of technique to conceal their cultivation bases. It's impossible to determine their cultivation bases. Under the shocked gazes of the people in the safe zone, Duan Lingtian and Huan left the safe zone. The safe zone was a vast stone platform that hovered in the air without any support. The stone platform was located in a dark and gloomy world. The sky was dark, and the ground was red as though it was dyed in blood. The middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm is nothing compared to the upper realm. It seems like the Southern Heaven Celestial Lords have really put in a lot of effort into the upper realm. Although the scenery in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was natural and lifelike, it paled in comparison to the scenery in front of them. Duan Lingtian could feel the oppressive atmosphere as he walked in the middle of the dark place. An ancient and desolate aura surged over, giving him the feeling that he was in an ancient battlefield. Before he knew it, Duan Lingtian and Huan had left the safe zone. It would take them some time to return to the safe zone. Huan were being watched by quite a few people. In fact, as soon as they left the safe zone, Duan Lingtian had sensed many people probing them with their divine consciousness. Among these people, there were people inside the safe zone, and there were people outside the safe zone. It was obvious the people outside the safe zone were waiting for their prey. However, none of them dared to make a move. After all, they could not detect Duan Lingtian and Huan Er's cultivation bases. That woman? She's not even 100 years old. Outside the safe zone, 3 people were hiding in the dark. One of them, a young man, muttered to himself, "She's definitely the most beautiful woman I've ever seen in my life." Not even 100 years old? You're right. When the other 2 heard the old man's words, they were shocked to learn that Huan was not even 100 years old. At this moment, a cold snort rang in the air as a figure appeared out of thin air and blocked Duan Lingtian and Huaner's path. It's Jun Wangqin, a core disciple of the Wind Thunder Dao sect. Many people who were hiding in the dark immediately recognized the person who had blocked Duan Lingtian and Huan Er's path. Chapter 3192. The Wind Thunder Dao sect was one of the 5 great sects in the Southern Heaven Territory. It was a Grade 5 sect in the Devata realm. The core disciples of the 5 great sects in the Southern Heaven Territory were all outstanding geniuses. Most of them were celestial kings below the age of 2000. Jun Wangqin, a core disciple of the Wind Thunder Dao sect, was a 10-directions celestial king who had comprehended 9 profundities from the law of metal. Although he had not comprehended any of the profundities from the law of metal to the initial stage, his strength was still not to be underestimated. At the very least, the group of people hiding nearby did not dare to attack Jun Wangqin even if he did not activate the invisibility formation on his identity jade token. "Brat, I didn't expect you to not activate the invisibility formation on your identity jade token." Jun Wangqin stood in the way of Duan Lingtian and looked at Duan Lingtian with a cold smile on his face. In fact, he did not have to activate the invisibility formation. However, he was afraid Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian would discover him when he was tailing them. For this reason, he had activated the invisibility formation on his identity jade token and followed them here. Under the cover of the concealment formation, it was impossible to directly attack. That was because the concealment formation contained a restriction formation, which prevented people from using the concealment formation to launch a sneak attack. The restriction formation would only disappear after 3 breaths of time had passed since the invisibility formation was removed. Naturally, during these 3 breaths of time, the person who removed the invisibility formation would not be able to attack others. After all, the restriction formation was a powerful defensive formation as well. Naturally, it was impossible for a mere identity jade token to contain such a powerful formation. Since the identity jade token was connected to the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm to a certain extent, it contained such a powerful formation. Why wouldn't I? Duan Lingtian looked at the young man calmly. He vaguely remembered the young man. The young man was one of the few people who had made a fuss in the safe zone earlier. He remembered the young man saying he was a core disciple of the Wind Thunder Dao sect. "Brat, remember this. The person who killed you is me, Jun Wangqin, a core disciple of the Wind Thunder Dao sect. I will let the beauty by your side know that a weakling like you is not worthy of her." While Jun Wangqin's celestial origin energy that had fused with the law of metal's fundamental profundity, the metal elemental profundity, surged in his body, he did not forget to look at Huan who was standing next to Duan Lingtian. Instantly, he felt a sense of defeat. For a moment, he vented all of his anger on Duan Lingtian. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he looked at Duan Lingtian. "Brat, I'll send you on your way now." As soon as Jun Wangqin said that, he started to move. At the same time, a sword appeared in his hand. Light flowed around it, emitting an extraordinary aura. Royal-grade celestial sword? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow when he sensed the aura of the celestial sword in Jun Wangqin's hand. He could tell it was a royal-grade celestial weapon. That purple-clad brat is doomed. Although Jun Wangqin is the weakest core disciple in the Wind Thunder Dao sect, his strength is not to be underestimated. In the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, There aren't many people who are stronger than Jun Wangchen. Jun Wangchen has always been ranked in the top 100. His strength speaks for itself. When Jun Wangchen made his move to kill Duan Lingtian, the people who were hiding in the dark or using concealment formations were certain Duan Lingtian would be killed by Jun Wangchen. After all, in their opinion, Duan Lingtian was a nobody. Those who tried to kill my brother Lingtian deserve to die. When Jun Wangchen was about to charge toward Duan Lingtian on his sword, a clear and melodious voice rang in the air. The person who spoke was none other than Huan Er, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian. Huan Er's gentle gaze that was focused on Duan Lingtian turned cold when she saw Jun Wangchen flying toward her. It was as though the temperature in the surroundings would drop if she looked at Jun Wangchen. In the next moment, thush, Huan Er appeared in front of Duan Lingtian as her celestial origin energy surged out of her body and merged with the law of space's space elemental profundity. A 6 combos celestial king? This peerless beauty is a 6 combos celestial king? Wait, did you notice? She's not even 100 years old. Heavens! A 6 combos celestial king who's not even 100 years old? Where did this monster come from? She's really not even 100 years old. When the crowd discovered Huan Er was only a 6 combos celestial king through her celestial origin energy, they did not think she would be a match for Jun Wangchen. However, when they found out that Huan Er was not even 100 years old, they were shocked once again. She's comprehending the law of space. Many people discovered this as well. After all, Huan Er's celestial origin energy had merged with the law of space's space elemental profundity. A 6 combos celestial king? Jun Wangchen frowned when he saw Huan Er standing in front of Duan Lingtian. However, when he discovered Huan Er was only a 6 combos celestial king, he smiled. A 6 combos celestial king was not a threat to him. Moreover, it would be easy for him to toy with a 6 combos celestial king. However, just when he thought she was a pushover, her eyes narrowed as she stared at him. In the next moment, Jun Wangchen realized that the space around him had solidified as if he had been imprisoned. The law of space's restraining profundity? So what? With my strength, I can easily break the restraining profundity cast by a 6 combos celestial king. Jun Wangchen brandished his sword. Golden light shone brightly as a majestic energy surged out of his sword in an attempt to break the space around him. Swoosh, 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 boom. When the energy from Jun Wangchen's sword landed on the space around him, it only caused the space around him to tremble. It did not shatter. How's this possible? Jun Wangchen's eyes widened, and his expression changed drastically. The law of space's restraining profundity cast by a mere 6 combos celestial king shouldn't be able to stop my attack. Unless she's comprehending the law of space's restraining profundity to the initial stage. If Jun Wangchen could think of this, then so could the onlookers. They were all shocked, and when they looked at Huan Er again, they couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. A 6 combos celestial king who was not even 100 years old was enough to scare them. However, a 6 combos celestial king who was not even 100 years old had comprehended the law of space's restraining profundity to the initial stage? Swoosh. When Jun Wangchen realized Huan Er had comprehended the law of space's restraining profundity to the initial stage, his expression turned serious as he thrust his sword at the space around him. This time, he managed to shatter Huan Er's restraining profundity. After all, he was a 10 directions celestial king. His cultivation base was 4 levels higher than Huan Er's. However, as soon as he shattered the restraining profundity, he discovered a figure had appeared in front of him. The figure was none other than Huan. Huan Er appeared in front of Jun Wangchen in just a blink of an eye. She activated her space territory and waved her hand. In the next moment, thoosh, swoosh, 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 3 spatial tiers appeared in the sky and surrounded Jun Wangchen in a triangular formation. Before Jun Wangchen could recover from the blow, another gray blade light flashed out from behind the 3 ferocious space cracks. It was as if the blade radiance had crossed the space and was heading toward Jun Wangchen with fierce power. Under normal circumstances, Jun Wangchen would have been able to overcome this predicament with brute force. However, he had just unleashed his full strength and had yet to catch his breath. It was impossible for him to unleash his full strength again in such a short time. For this reason, he decided to defend himself. Golden light surged from his body, and he seemed to have turned into a golden man in an instant. Around the golden man's body, streaks of dazzling golden power wandered and wreaked havoc, surrounding the golden man tightly. She has comprehended the cross-dimensional / profundity to the initial stage as well? Although Jun Wangchen was focused on defending himself, he did not feel safe at all. His expression changed drastically. If her cross-dimensional / profundity can easily break through my defenses, I'll crush my identity jade token and leave. Jun Wangchen's expression was grim as he stared at the 3 cross-dimensional / profundity that Huan had cast. She has comprehended the cross-dimensional / profundity to the initial stage as well? The onlookers felt as though their hearts were about to explode. How could a beauty who was not even 100 years old be so monstrous? Huan use the transportation profundity. Duan Lingtian reminded Huan through voice transmission. He could see the determination in Jun Wangchen's eyes. Moreover, there was no fear in Jun Wangchen's eyes. It was not difficult for him to see that Jun Wangchen intended to crush his identity jade token and leave. However, he did not want Jun Wangchen to leave just like that. As soon as Huan received Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, the 3 cross-dimensional / profundity bypassed Jun Wangchen's defenses and appeared next to him. No! Jun Wangchen didn't even have time to take out his identity jade token and crush it. He could only let out a shrill cry as the 3-dimensional / profundities destroyed his metal body profundity's defense like a piece of rotten wood. Apart from that, the silhouette of a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon that appeared on his body was also destroyed. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 3 cross-dimensional / profundities swept past Jun Wangchen's body and disappeared into the void in just a blink of an eye. The onlookers who were hiding in the dark could only watch helplessly as Jun Wangchen was killed. When they regained their senses, they could not help but gasp. This is too terrifying. Is he really just a 6 combos celestial king? Chapter 3193. After all, Jun Wangchen was a core disciple of the Wind Thunder Dao sect. He was a 10 Directions celestial king and possessed a royal-grade celestial weapon. However, he was killed by a young woman who was not even 100 years old. The entire process only took a few breaths. She used the law of space's transportation profundity to send the 3 cross-dimensional / profundities past Jun Wangchen's defenses and killed him when he least expected it. At that time, Jun Wangchen didn't even have time to crush his identity jade token to leave the upper realm. In my opinion, Jun Wangchen was lucky. Otherwise, he would have taken out his identity jade token and left the upper realm as soon as the 3 cross-dimensional / profundities appeared. He got lucky and ended his life. The onlookers who were hiding in the dark could not help but sigh when they saw Jun Wangchen had died. They felt Jun Wangchen had died due to carelessness. All eyes were trained on the white figure hovering in the air. Their expressions turned solemn immediately. Although the woman was only a 6 combos celestial king, she had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of space to the initial stage. It was not difficult for the onlookers to see that the woman had only cast the cross-dimensional / profundity and the confinement profundity to the initial stage. Brother Ling Tian, Huan called out. After killing Jun Wangchen, she took his spatial ring and returned to Duan Lingtian. Then she passed the spatial ring to Duan Lingtian. Naturally, she also passed Jun Wangchen's royal-grade celestial sword and the purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon to Duan Lingtian. After putting the 2 celestial weapons away, Duan Lingtian performed a blood ownership claim on the spatial ring. With just a glance, he saw a mountain of celestial crystals, some medicinal herbs, and some unique metals in the spatial ring. This is a Wind Shadow Escape Talisman? Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian discovered two celestial talismans in Jun Wangchen's spatial ring. They were similar to the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman that Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, had given him. Moreover, when his divine sense entered, he found that these two Wind Shadow Escape Talismans were not inferior to the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman he used before. If Jun Wangchen had used the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman to escape, Huan wouldn't have been able to kill him. Naturally, there's no need for him to use such a precious celestial talisman in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, since he can still crush his identity jade token to escape. In the end, he still harbored the thought of getting lucky. Jun Wangchen's death was within Duan Lingtian's expectations. If he did not send a voice transmission to Huan, Jun Wangchen might have been able to leave the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm alive. He was the one who reminded her to use the law of space's teleportation profundities to send her attack past Jun Wangchen's outer layer of defense. That was how she was able to kill Jun Wangchen before he could crush his jade token. Jun Wangchen was ranked in the top 100 in the first half of the year. Before he died, he was ranked 92nd with 59 points. Now that Huan has killed Jun Wangchen, she's definitely ranked in the top 100 even though she has just entered the upper realm. I see. Currently, a new name appeared in the 92nd spot. Huan's name is Huan. She's not even 100 years old, but she's a 6-combo celestial king who has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of space to the initial stage. Where did she come from? Even the prodigies in the 7 upper province aren't as talented as her, right? How terrifying. I've never seen such a terrifying 6-combos celestial king before. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian saw Huan's ranking through her identity jade token. After killing Jun Wangchen, a core disciple from the Wind Thunder Dao sect, Huan had obtained his points and was now ranked in the top 100. Now, she had 60 points. Apart from her own points, the rest were from Jun Wangchen. Do you see it? Duan Lingtian reminded Huan to check the scoreboard in the upper realm through her identity jade token. This was one of the unique features of the upper realm. It was impossible for outsiders to see the scoreboard in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm even if they had their identity jade tokens with them. Although the identity jade token would retain its points after leaving the upper realm, one would not be able to see the rankings through the identity jade token. There was only one way for outsiders to find out the rankings in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The only way to do that was to find out the rankings from the people in the upper realm. In the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, not only could one use celestial weapons, but one could also use celestial talismans, including memory celestial talismans. For this reason, those in the upper realm could communicate with outsiders through communication celestial talismans. Jun Wangchen was a core disciple of the Wind Thunder Dao sect after all. News of him being killed by Huan spread like wildfire. Although there were no other people from the Wind Thunder Dao sect present, there were still some people who recognized people from the Wind Thunder Dao sect. Brother, let me tell you something. Your Wind Thunder Dao sect's core disciple, Jun Wangchen, was killed. Brother Tian, your Wind Thunder Dao sect's core disciple, Jun Wangchen, was killed by a woman who's not even 100 years old. Her name is Huan. Senior sister Qin, your senior brother Jun Wangchen, has been killed. As they sent messages to their friends in the Wind Thunder Dao sect, the news of Jun Wangchen's death began to spread in the sect. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. Even if he knew, he would not have cared. After all, to a certain extent, those who entered the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm had already disregarded their own lives. Jun Wangchen's death in the upper realm was purely due to his lack of strength. After all, the Wind Thunder Dao sect's disciples could not possibly go to the profound Nether Mansion and ask them to hand them over. As one of the 5 major sects in the Southern Heaven territory, the Wind Thunder Dao sect could not afford to lose face. The most they could do was to send people into the upper realm to avenge Jun Wangchen. Apart from that, they could not openly attack the upper realm. Brother Lingtian, Isn't this a little too easy? I only need to eliminate one person, and I'm already in the top 100. Huan said to Duan Lingtian after she looked at the scoreboard through her identity jade token. Based on her words, it was as though she thought it was a piece of cake for her to enter the scoreboard. Huan, the reason you're able to enter the top 100 is because of the unlucky guy you eliminated earlier. He has 59 points. It has been half a year since the last time the scoreboard was updated. In other words, you've obtained all the points that the unlucky fellow had accumulated over the past 6 months. Duan Lingtian patiently explained the situation to Huan, since he knew she did not know much about the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's explanation, realization dawned on Huan. So that's how it is. Does this mean I'll be able to obtain more points if I encounter someone as unlucky as him? Theoretically, yes. However, there are less than 100 people in the upper realm who have more points than him. Duan Lingtian sighed. Let's go, Huan. Let's walk around the perimeter and see if we can find our target. After saying that, Duan Lingtian led Huan in the opposite direction of the safe zone. Wherever they passed, a group of people hidden in the dark held their breaths. There were even some people who completely forgot that they were under the cover of the invisibility formation. No matter how heavy their breathing was, they would not be discovered. They only sighed in relief when they saw Duan Lingtian and Huan's silhouettes disappearing from their sight. Have any of you heard of that woman before? Many people asked their companions. In the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, many celestial kings who were not particularly strong would form a group to obtain points. Of course, people who could walk together usually had a very good relationship with each other and could trust each other. Otherwise, they would be stabbed in the back. I've never heard of her before. Huan, this is the first time this name has appeared on the scoreboard, right? Yes, I've never heard of her before. If she had entered the upper realm in the past, it's impossible for her to remain unknown. Put aside her strength, just her beauty alone is enough to make her the most beautiful woman in the upper realm and the entire Southern Heaven territory. That's right. This must be her first time here. At this moment, the name Huan was deeply engraved in everyone's mind. They also remembered the peerless beauty of the woman who called herself Huan. Apart from that, many of the men present on the scene could not help but feel envious of the purple-clad young man standing next to the woman. They were all men. How could the purple-clad young man stand next to such a beautiful woman? What did he do to deserve this? Such innate talent and beauty. Moreover, he's not even 100 years old and he's dressed in white. It's as though he's from the same clan as me. Moreover, there's a handsome purple-clad young man standing next to him. Could these two be Duan Lingtian and the white-clad young woman who seems to be 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox from the Phantom Fox clan? Among the crowd of onlookers, there was an inconspicuous gray-robed young man. His eyes flickered a few times before he finally sent out a message. Soon after, he received another message. Do you know anything about the purple-clad young man? The gray-clad young man replied truthfully. There's no doubt he's Duan Lingtian. I met him when I followed Lord Patriarch to the profound Nether Mansion. As for the woman standing next to him, she must be the veiled and conical woman whom 2 of our clansmen were tailing. Moreover, according to the news from the people we sent to the Borderlands, the woman who appeared next to Duan Lingtian in the Borderlands is none other than Huan. The person who sent the message was also an old man in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Chapter 3194. Not only was Zhang Yunting a 10 Directions Celestial King, but his son was also a 10 Directions Celestial King. Although his son was a 10 Directions Celestial King, his son was not as strong as him since he had only comprehended 8 profundities from the law of water. When Zhang Yunting heard his son's voice transmission, he immediately sent a message to Zhang Dongnan, the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan. Duan Lingtian from the profound Nether Mansion brought a woman suspected to be 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox into the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? Zhang Dongnan's eyes widened slightly when he heard the news. In fact, after he confirmed that the white-clad woman whom the two clan leaders of the Phantom Fox clan were tailing was acquainted with Duan Ling Tian, he was eager to meet her to confirm if she was really 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. If she was 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox, even if he could not bring her out of the profound Nether Mansion, he could still send a message to the main Phantom Fox clan in the 7 Upper Province and ask them to send a powerhouse over. After all, the main Phantom Fox clan could easily send a titled Celestial Lord to bring her out of the profound Nether Mansion. However, he did not dare to send a message back to the main Phantom Fox clan. If the white-clad woman was not 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox, the main Phantom Fox clan would not let him off easily. After all, titled Celestial Lords were on par with the current ruler of the Southern Heaven Territory, the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord. Zhang Dongnan would not be able to withstand the wrath of a titled Celestial Lord. Moreover, she's no longer a 10 Directions Celestial Duke. She's a 6 Combos Celestial King now. Moreover, she has comprehended many profundities from the law of space, including the shackling profundity and the cross-dimensional /profundity to the initial stage. Zhang Dongnan was shocked. Although he was the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan's branch in the Southern Heaven Territory, he had never heard of such a monstrous genius. Even the previous 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox in the Phantom Fox clan isn't as monstrous as her, right? In just 30 years, her cultivation base has risen from a 10 Directions Celestial Duke to a 6 Combos Celestial King. Moreover, she has comprehended such a profound law of space. Zhang Dongnan's expression turned solemn at that instant. Now that she's already a Celestial Lord, if she intentionally conceals her aura, even I wouldn't be able to tell that she's the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. Thinking of this, Zhang Dongnan's eyes flashed. Could it be that I really have to send news back to the main clan under uncertain circumstances? Forget it, let's wait a little longer. Perhaps there will be a turn for the better. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Dongnan sent a message to Zhang Yunting. Elder Yunting, if you have the chance, go and test that woman. Yes. Zhang Yunting nodded, then asked his son, Duan Ling Tian, where Huan and Huan had gone. The environment in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, including the safe zones, was fixed, unlike the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The only thing that would change in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was the locations of treasures and secret realms. Because of this, when Zhang Yunting heard from his son about Duan Ling Tian and Huan's whereabouts, he immediately rushed over. Along the way, Duan Ling Tian and Huan had encountered many people, but none of them were ranked in the top 100. These people could not even withstand a single blow from Duan Ling Tian. Naturally, since he had no enmity with them, he did not kill them. For this reason, those who were eliminated by Duan Ling Tian knew that a powerful purple-clad young man had appeared in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Although he was only a 3-talent Celestial King, his battle prowess was on par with a 10 Directions Celestial Duke. After all, among those eliminated by Duan Ling Tian, the weakest one was a 7 Stars Celestial King while the strongest one was a 9 Palaces Celestial King. However, even after eliminating many people, Duan Ling Tian only managed to obtain slightly more than 30 points. He was still far from entering the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. I wonder how big the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm is? Duan Ling Tian sighed inwardly as he flew across the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Tuaner, on the other hand, was holding his hand and sticking close to him like a celestial couple. What a golden couple! As a figure flew over from afar like a ghost, a sinister voice sounded from afar, getting closer and closer. A few moments later, a figure clad in a black robe appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian and Huan. It was an old man. His entire body was covered in a black robe. He was so skinny that he looked like a bag of bones. His face was completely sunken in, making him look very strange. This person is a 10 Directions Celestial King. Duan Ling Tian could tell the old man was a 10 Directions Celestial King based on the celestial origin energy the old man emitted earlier. Although Duan Lingtian was only a 3-talent celestial king, he was very sensitive to the celestial origin energy of a 10 directions celestial king due to his consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. There's a little girl who's not even 100 years old. Little girl, you're a peerless beauty. If I'm a few tens of thousands of years younger, I might be interested in you. The black-clad old man chuckled as he looked at Huan. In the end, he shifted his gaze to Duan Lingtian and asked, "Lad, are you going to crush your identity jade tokens, or do you want me to send you away? Let me tell you this. If I, the black demon old man, make a move, I might not be able to spare your lives." The black-clad old man warned Duan Lingtian. "Thank you for your warning, senior." Duan Lingtian was not surprised to hear the black-clad old man had lived for tens of thousands of years. After all, celestials in the Devata realms could live as long as heaven and earth. Celestials who had lived for tens of thousands of years could be found everywhere in the Devata realms. For example, the pavilion master of the profound Nether Mansion's Imperial Tudor Pavilion had lived for more than 30,000 years. However, if you want to eliminate us, we'll have to see if you're strong enough to convince us. Faced with the old man's reminder, Duan Lingtian thanked the old man before he looked at him intently. "What? Are you doubting my strength?" The old man was taken aback by Duan Lingtian's question. Then a frown appeared on his face as he said, "Wait a minute. Don't tell me you've never heard of me, the Black Demon?" Upon hearing the old man's words, Duan Lingtian recalled the black-clad old man's name had appeared on the scoreboard of the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm through his identity jade token. To confirm his suspicion, Duan Lingtian looked at the scoreboard again through his identity jade token. Black Fiend, ranked 69th, has 186 points. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. He looked at the black-clad old man as though he was a hungry wolf that had spotted its prey. "As it turns out, senior, you're ranked 69th on the scoreboard." "My apologies," Duan Lingtian said. "Now that you know who I am, shouldn't you leave?" The old man waved his hand impatiently. "I've killed too many people in the past. Now that I'm old, I feel like I'm looking at my juniors. I don't want to kill you if it's not necessary." Duan Lingtian could not help but smile when he heard the old man's words. He found the old man's words rather amusing. "Senior, please give me some pointers," Duan Lingtian said with a smile on his face. "Based on your words, it seems like you want to fight me?" The old man raised an eyebrow when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. A hint of seriousness could be seen in his eyes. He had lived for tens of thousands of years. Naturally, he knew those who dared to fight him after finding out his ranking were either idiots or truly strong. Since the purple-clad young man did not seem like an idiot, he was certain Duan Lingtian was strong. However, he did not believe Duan Lingtian would be able to defeat him. After all, he had fought most of the people who were stronger than him in the upper realm. He had become a 10 directions celestial king 10,000 years ago, but he had not made a breakthrough. During the past 10,000 years, Duan Lingtian had spent most of his time in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Therefore, he was very familiar with the people in the upper realm. However, he did not know the purple-clad young man before him. "Senior, please enlighten me," Duan Lingtian said with a smile on his face. "All right, since you want to fight me, I'll fulfill your wish." As soon as the black demon old man finished speaking, a burning flame burst out from his body. It soared into the sky and emitted a scorching aura. It was clear the old man had comprehended the law of fire. Swoosh! As the flames on the black demon's body surged, a large blade appeared in his hand. As soon as the saber appeared in his hand, a sharp aura surged out of the old man's body and swept toward Duan Lingtian. This old man is much stronger than Jun Wangchen, the core disciple of the Wind Thunder Dao sect. Although they had not fought yet, based on the aura the old man exuded, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to determine the old man was stronger than Jun Wangchen. He wondered if the old man had comprehended the law of fire's profundity to the rudimentary stage. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian teleported and disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already above the old man. The law of space's teleportation profundity? The old man looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of surprise in his eyes. However, he did not panic. After all, although there were not many people in the upper realm who had comprehended the law of space, there were still a few of them. Boy, take out your celestial weapon. The old man reminded Duan Lingtian when he saw Duan Lingtian was still empty-handed. It was as though he did not want to have an unfair advantage over Duan Lingtian. Senior, please make your move. If I need a celestial weapon, I'll use it. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's impression of the old man improved. After all, not everyone in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was capable of such feats. Boy, how dare you look down on me? Let the Black Fiend sect teach you a lesson. The flames on his body surged as he charged forward with his saber in hand. It was as though he had transformed into a fireball that shot up into the sky. Chapter 3195. Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy surged out of his body and merged with the space elemental profundity, emitting a mysterious aura. Meanwhile, Xianxia, who had transformed into a fireball and was charging toward Duan Lingtian, halted his attack when he discovered Duan Lingtian was only a 3-talent celestial king through Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy. In just a blink of an eye, he appeared near Duan Lingtian and looked at Duan Lingtian with a frown on his face. Brat, you're only a 3-talent celestial king? How dare a mere 3-talent celestial king enter the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? Are you tired of living? At this moment, Xiaoxia's tone was even more arrogant when he spoke to Duan Lingtian. It was as though he was a senior lecturing his senior. In his opinion, a 3-talent celestial king should not enter the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. After all, he would only be giving away points to others and might even be killed. Senior, did you stop because of my cultivation base? Duan Lingtian was slightly puzzled when he saw Xianxia had stopped attacking earlier. He was about to launch another attack when he saw Xianxia had stopped attacking. Duan Lingtian was rendered speechless by Xiaoxia's words. As it turned out, he had met a nice old man. Xianxia did not seem like a righteous person, but he treated Duan Lingtian as though Xianxia was his junior. Duan Lingtian felt awkward. He did not know whether to attack or not. Brat, I'll give you one more chance. Leave the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm now. Otherwise, if I really make a move, a mere 3-talent celestial king like you will definitely die. Xianxia said threateningly with a dark expression on his face. Senior, the 7 stars celestial kings, 8 trigrams celestial kings, and 9 palaces celestial kings I met earlier were just like you. Duan Lingtian sighed. Do you know what happened to them in the end? Don't tell me you eliminated them. Xianxia did not believe Duan Lingtian's words. He thought Duan Lingtian was bragging. Not bad. Duan Lingtian nodded. Brat, aren't you afraid of biting your tongue when you talk big? Do you think a mere 3-talent celestial emperor like you can eliminate a 9 palaces celestial emperor? Xianxia sneered. Since Senior doesn't believe me, then Junior can only prove it. Senior has taken care of me many times, so I won't take advantage of you. I hope that after Senior sees my strength, you can become serious and fight with me with all your strength. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he did not wait for Xiaoxia's response and directly attacked. Confine. With a thought, Duan Lingtian sealed the void where Xianxia was, trapping him firmly inside. At the same time, in the space that trapped the Black Fiend, waves of distorted and vibrating power raged and swept towards the Black Fiend. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian teleported and appeared dozens of meters away from the confined space. The space law domain swept out and enveloped Xianxia. In the past, his space domain could only cover a radius of 10 meters. However, now that he had comprehended the territory profundity to the initial stage, he could cover a radius of 100 meters. The initial stage of the territory profundity? Xiaoxia's expression turned solemn immediately. However, in the next moment, his expression changed drastically when he discovered the distorted and vibrating power in the confined space was getting stronger and stronger. Coupled with the space domain's power, he felt a strong sense of danger. He has also comprehended the distortion profundity to the initial stage? Xianxia's expression changed drastically. Flames rose from his body as he brandished the saber in his hand. He wanted to open up a path in the space domain that was suppressing him. Buzz, 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 buzz. At this moment, Xianxia no longer dared to underestimate Duan Lingtian. He unleashed all his strength in an attempt to escape. What a joke! Although Duan Lingtian was only a 3-talent celestial king, he had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of space to the initial stage. Based on this alone, Duan Lingtian was not any weaker than an ordinary 10 directions celestial duke. Moreover, Xianxia had no idea what Duan Lingtian had up his sleeve. At this moment, it was, naturally, more important for him to escape from the space domain and regain his freedom. Otherwise, the situation would be under Duan Lingtian's control. Even if he was stronger than Duan Lingtian, he might still fail miserably. The flaming saber rays tore through Duan Lingtian's territory profundity and the distortion profundity before they swept toward the space shackles in the surroundings. Although more than half of the flaming saber rays had been depleted, Xianxia was still confident he could break free from the space domain. Unless Duan Lingtian had also comprehended the space domain's restraining profundity to the initial stage. However, was this possible? How's this possible? Initially, Xianxia thought that it was impossible. However, when he saw his saber light being forcibly blocked by the spatial shackles, he knew that what he thought was impossible had happened. The purple-clad young man who was a 3-talents celestial king had indeed comprehended the space domain's restraining profundity to the initial stage. He had also comprehended the space domain profundity, the distortion profundity, and the restraining profundity to the initial stage. Xianxia's expression changed drastically when he saw a 3-talent celestial king achieving such a feat. His eyes widened, and he looked at Duan Lingtian as though he had seen a ghost. "Senior, do you want to continue?" Xianxia's expression changed drastically as he stared at Duan Lingtian as though he had seen a ghost. At this moment, Duan Lingtian raised his hand, and 3 space tears appeared outside the space domain. In the next moment, 3 gray blade auras seemed to have crossed the space and whizzed out from another dimension. They hovered around the confinement space and surrounded the Black Fiend in a triangular formation. The dimension profundity to the initial stage. Xianxia gulped when he saw this. He could not help but curse, "Why am I so unlucky to encounter such a little monster?" There were only 9 profundities in the law of space, and only 8 of them could be comprehended to the initial stage. However, the purple-clad young man had comprehended 4 profundities from the law of space. It could be said that he had comprehended 4 profundities from the law of space to the initial stage. Xianxia had never seen or heard of such an achievement in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Even the peerless prodigy of the 10,000 Battles Heaven sect, a 10-direction celestial king who was ranked first in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, had only comprehended 3 profundities from the law of wind to the initial stage. However, the purple-clad young man in front of him was only a 3-talents celestial king, but he had already comprehended 3 profundities to the initial stage. Most importantly, Xianxia had comprehended the law of space. The law of space, one of the 4 supreme laws, was said to be the most difficult law to comprehend. Swoosh! After taking a deep breath, Xianxia withdrew his flame energy and put away his royal-grade celestial saber. "Lad, what's your name?" Xianxia asked with a bitter smile on his face as he looked at Duan Lingtian, who had also withdrawn his attacks. "This is the first time I've met a monster like you. Even a reincarnated celestial emperor might not be as monstrous as you. I wonder what you've experienced in the past to be able to achieve such a feat. Perhaps you're from a force in the 7 Upper Province or the Spirit Overarching Region." Xianxia shook his head as he spoke. At this moment, he did not have the slightest intention to make a move in front of Duan Lingtian. This was because he knew even if he made a move, he would not be a match for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian could easily defeat him without using a celestial weapon. Even if Duan Lingtian was only a 3-talent celestial king, he would still be able to defeat him. Senior, I'm Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Duan Lingtian? Why does this name sound so familiar? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's name, He Sha found Duan Lingtian's name familiar. After a while, he raised an eyebrow. That's right. 30 years ago, there was a monstrous disciple from the profound nether mansion who was invincible in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. His name was Duan Lingtian as well. Although He Sha muttered to himself, he did not make the connection between Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian. After all, although both of them were monstrous, there was a huge gap between their strength. No, both of them seemed to have comprehended the law of space. He Sha gulped as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Don't tell me you're Duan Lingtian, the disciple of the profound nether mansion who caused a commotion in the southern heaven territory 30 years ago? Senior, if you're referring to the disciple of the profound nether mansion, that's me. Duan Lingtian smiled. Based on the old man's words, he knew the old man had heard of him before. You're right. The old man's eyes widened in shock when he heard Duan Lingtian's confirmation. He sighed emotionally before he said, as the saying goes, every generation produces a new generation of geniuses. In the future, the southern heaven territory will belong to you youngsters. He Sha shook his head before he took out his identity jade token. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Lad, I hope you'll be able to surpass me and enter the top 10. I'll keep an eye on you after I leave this place. The moment He Sha's words left his mouth, he crushed his identity jade token. All the points in his identity jade token were taken away by Duan Lingtian. This He Sha is quite interesting. After He Sha left, Duan Lingtian returned to Huan Er's side and took out his identity jade token. 223 points. Currently, Duan Lingtian had 223 points in his identity jade token. Based on his identity jade token, he discovered his current ranking was even better than the old man's. He was currently ranked 65th on the scoreboard. Huan Er, on the other hand, was ranked 93rd since she still had 60 points. No, I'll leave the rest to you. Try to maintain a balance between our points. Duan Lingtian said to Huan Er, who was holding his hand. Huan Er nodded. I'll listen to you, brother Lingtian. Chapter 3196. Who's Duan Lingtian? He actually replaced He Sha and is ranked 65th on the scoreboard. Those who were paying attention to the scoreboard in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm were shocked by the name that suddenly appeared in the scoreboard. Duan Lingtian was ranked in the top 70 as soon as he entered the scoreboard. Based on Duan Lingtian's points, it seemed like he only had slightly more than 30 points before he defeated He Sha. He Sha used to be ranked 69th. However, Duan Lingtian is ranked 65th after he defeated He Sha. To think he's able to eliminate He Sha. With such strength, he shouldn't be a nobody in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. However, I've never heard of such a person before. Duan Lingtian? That name sounds familiar. Duan Lingtian? I remember the disciple from the profound nether mansion who was invincible in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm 30 years ago was called Duan Lingtian? Is it possible that they're the same person? Impossible. Put aside the huge gap between their strength, do you think someone who was only a 10 directions celestial duke 30 years ago is strong enough to eliminate He Sha? Are you kidding me? He Sha is a veteran powerhouse in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Although he hasn't comprehended any profundities from the law of fire to the initial stage, he has comprehended 9 profundities from the law of fire. With his royal grade celestial saber, only a 10 directions celestial king who has comprehended profundities to the initial stage would be a match for him. Currently, the safe zones in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm were bustling with activity. The commotion was caused by the sudden appearance of a name that had risen to 65th place. Duan Lingtian? There were many people from the profound nether mansion in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. They were shocked when they learned that Duan Lingtian had risen to 65th place. However, they did not dare to associate Duan Lingtian with the Duan Lingtian from the profound nether mansion. Although Duan Lingtian was the imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion, his status was even higher than the core disciples. After all, no matter how heaven-defying a 10 Directions Celestial Duke was, it was impossible for a 10 Directions Celestial Duke to grow to such a level in just 30 years. Those were the thoughts of the people from the profound nether mansion. Duan Lingtian. Zhang Yunting, a 10 Directions Celestial King from the Phantom Fox clan, was on his way to see Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian. Out of curiosity, he took out his identity jade token and looked at the scoreboard. I didn't expect the 1000 Phantoms Ice Fox to be so powerful. Even Xianxia was eliminated by her. Zhang Yunting sighed. He did not think it was Duan Lingtian who had eliminated Xianxia. He thought it was Huan, who had eliminated Xianxia and gave Xiaxia's points to Duan Lingtian instead. This was because he had met Duan Lingtian 30 years ago. At that time, Duan Lingtian had just become a one basic celestial king. Now that 30 years had passed, it would be a miracle if Duan Lingtian had become a two-forms celestial king. It was impossible for him to defeat Xianxia. Even Zhang Yunting was only evenly matched with Xianxia a few thousand years ago before he comprehended the profundities of the law to the initial stage. That woman didn't even use a celestial weapon to kill Jun Wangchen, a core disciple of the Wind Thunder Dao sect. Now, she even eliminated Xianxia. It seems like even I won't be able to defeat her. Zhang Yunting's expression turned solemn. He did not think Huan, did not have a royal-grade celestial weapon. With Duan Lingtian's status in the profound nether mansion, it would not be difficult for him to obtain a royal-grade celestial weapon for Huan. However, even if I'm not a match for her, I can still test her strength. At most, I'll crush my identity jade token and leave the upper realm at a critical moment. Zhang Yunting sighed in relief when he thought about this. In the past, if someone told him that a 6-combos celestial king was strong enough to defeat him, he would not have believed it. However, he had no choice but to believe it now. Duan Lingtian and Huan traveled in a straight line. Since he did not know where the other paths led, he decided to travel in one direction until the end. Unbeknownst to them, the members of the Phantom Fox clan were rapidly closing in on them. For a while, Duan Lingtian did not make a move. Instead, Huan took over. Everyone she encountered was eliminated by Huan, one after another. As she continued to climb up the scoreboard, her reputation in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm grew as well. After Huan eliminated another person, she was about to continue traveling with Duan Lingtian when Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as though he had sensed something. At this moment, Huan turned to look in the distance. Imperial Tutor Duan, we meet again. A gray-clad old man flew over from afar, and his gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian as a wisp of a faint smile appeared on his face. Imperial Tutor Duan, it has been 30 years since we last met. Don't tell me you've forgotten about me? The gray-clad old man said with a smile. You're one of the people who followed clan leader Zhang from the Phantom Fox clan. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally recognized the old man standing before him. He was one of the two old men standing behind the patriarch of the Phantom Fox clan 30 years ago. He did not expect to meet the gray-clad old man from the Phantom Fox clan here. Previously, due to the presence of the clan leader, it was inappropriate for me to speak. Today, I'll introduce myself to you. My name is Zhang Yunting, an elder of the Phantom Fox clan. The gray-clad old man said. Zhang Yunting? Upon hearing the gray-clad old man's words, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes in surprise. You're Zhang Yunting who's ranked 52nd on the scoreboard? He had just taken a look at the scoreboard 15 minutes ago. Zhang Yunting was ranked 52nd on the scoreboard. It did not cross his mind that Zhang Yunting was ranked 52nd on the scoreboard. He did not expect Zhang Yunting to be the old man from the Phantom Fox clan. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn when he saw Zhang Yunting looking at Huan who was standing next to him. A hint of killing intent could be seen flashing in the depths of his eyes. Although it was impossible for Zhang Yunting to see through Huan disguise as 1,000 Phantoms Icefox, it was not impossible for him to suspect her. Fortunately, Huan had become a celestial king, so Zhang Yunting was not as suspicious as the two old men. After all, Zhang Yunting was a celestial king, and the two old men were celestial kings as well. Although there was a difference in their divine consciousness, it was not that big of a difference. You must be the young lady who killed Jun Wangqin, a core disciple of the Wind Thunder Dao sect, and eliminated Heisha, right? Zhang Yunting asked with a smile on his face. Huan ignored him since she had received Duan Lingtian's voice transmission earlier. She knew Zhang Yunting was from the Phantom Fox clan, someone who posed a threat to her. Since Huan was ignoring him, Zhang Yunting calmly said, "Miss, I'm currently ranked 52nd on the scoreboard. Why don't we have a battle? If you can defeat me, you will be able to obtain my points, and you will be able to enter the top 50 of the rankings." Zhang Yunting took the initiative to challenge Huan. In his opinion, although he was not certain Huan was 1,000 Phantoms Icefox, he was certain she would reveal her true form if he forced her to use her full strength. Even if she did not reveal her true form, her aura would be exposed. At that time, he would be certain she was 1,000 Phantoms Icefox. At that time, he would have completed his mission. At that time, it would be worth it even if he was eliminated from the Phantom Fox clan. As long as I can confirm she's 1,000 Phantoms Icefox, I'll report this to the Patriarch. The Patriarch will definitely send experts from the main clan to the profound Nether Mansion to take her away. Zhang Yunting thought to himself. Zhang Yunting could not help but feel excited when he thought about the reward he would get for providing the main clan with clues about the 1,000 Phantoms Icefox. Naturally, he knew the meat of the reward would go to the Patriarch. At most, he would only get a sip of the soup. However, even if it was just a sip of soup, he was more than satisfied. After all, the reward was just too tempting. Since he's the one who initiated the battle, you should accept it. However, don't use the techniques of the 1,000 Phantoms Icefox or the Phantom Fox clan. Use the profundities from the law of space that you've comprehended. If you can't suppress him with the law of space, use your celestial weapon. Duan Lingtian was not certain about Zhang Yunting's strength. However, based on Zhang Yunting's current ranking, it was not difficult for him to guess Zhang Yunting's strength. At the very least, he was stronger than the Black Fiend. Perhaps, he had comprehended some profundities from a law to the initial stage. However, even if you think he's weaker than you, don't be in a hurry to show that you're stronger than him. It's best if you can maintain a stalemate with him for a while. Give him the illusion that you're evenly matched. Duan Lingtian said. Although she did not know why Duan Lingtian asked her to do this, she did not question it. After all, her brother Lingtian must have his reasons for asking her to do this. There was no need for her to know the reason. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Huan's celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the space elemental profundity surged out of her body. Then she stepped into the air and reappeared 100 meters away. She stared at Zhang Yunting coldly. "Since you want to challenge me, leave your points behind." At this moment, her pleasant voice was laced with coldness. "If you want my points, you'll have to defeat me," Zhang Yunting said bluntly. As soon as Zhang Yunting finished speaking, the flames on his body surged and wreaked havoc. Similar to the Black Fiend that Duan Lingtian had encountered earlier, Zhang Yunting had comprehended the law of fire. However, compared to the Black Fiend, Zhang Yunting was much stronger. He has comprehended the law of fire's burning profundity to the initial stage? Chapter 3197. After a dozen breaths of time, Zhang Yunting realized he still could not make the white-clad woman take out her celestial weapon. Moreover, he did not see the white-clad woman using any of the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox's techniques. In fact, she did not even use the techniques of the Phantom Fox clan. It seems like I can only use the Phantom Fox clan's illusory techniques. If she's a Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox, my illusory techniques would be useless against her. As long as she can ignore my illusory techniques, I'm sure she's a Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox. At that time, I'll go out and inform the clan leader about this. Thinking of this, Zhang Yunting's eyes suddenly narrowed. His originally sharp eyes flashed with a white light. At the same time, the silhouette of a huge white fox appeared behind Zhang Yunting. It was like a towering mountain that occupied half the sky. Just as Zhang Yunting was about to summon his Dharma idol and use the Phantom Fox clan's illusory techniques, "It seems like you really don't take me seriously." A clear and cold voice sounded from behind Zhang Yunting, causing his expression to change drastically. Naturally, Zhang Yunting could tell the owner of the voice was Duan Lingtian. However, he did not know when Duan Lingtian had appeared behind him. Zhang Yunting's expression changed drastically. He was about to turn around to face Duan Lingtian when he discovered 3 spatial tears had appeared in the void around him. At the same time, 3 gray sabers with golden flames shot out from the spatial tears toward Zhang Yunting. Spatial energy surged out from Duan Lingtian's body, distorting and vibrating the space around him. It easily destroyed Zhang Yunting's hastily cast defensive technique. Buzz. Buzz. At the same time, Zhang Yunting saw the white-clad woman who had not used her celestial weapon. She took out 2 rings and put them together before throwing them at Zhang Yunting. A terrifying aura surged out from the rings, causing Zhang Yunting's heart to palpitate. But Zhang Yunting did not have time to use his celestial talisman to escape. He did not even have time to take out his identity jade token and crush it. Buzz. 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 In just a blink of an eye, Zhang Yunting was killed by Duan Lingtian's cross-dimensional /profundity and Huan Er's bracelets. The Yin-Yang 9 Water Chestnut Ring was a combination of the mystical Yin 9 Water Chestnut Ring and the mystical Yang 9 Water Chestnut Ring. The mystical Yin 9 Water Chestnut Rings and the mystical Yang 9 Water Chestnut Rings were both royal-grade celestial weapons. Although it was still a royal-grade celestial weapon, its power was comparable to an emperor-grade celestial weapon. The moment Zhang Yunting died, Duan Lingtian teleported away, allowing Huan Er to obtain Zhang Yunting's points. And just as Zhang Yunting had said before, she was ranked 47th on the scoreboard in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm after obtaining Duan Lingtian's points. Currently, she had nearly 500 points. That Zhang Yunting really has a lot of points. Duan Lingtian glanced at the scoreboard through his identity jade card and put it away. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh. The scoreboard in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm changed instantly. After Zhang Yunting was eliminated, Huan Er's name shot up to the top 50. Anyone who paid attention to the scoreboard would know Huan Er was the one who had eliminated Zhang Yunting. Heavens! That woman eliminated Zhang Yunting? After killing Jun Wangchen, a core disciple of the Wind Thunder Dao sect, she eliminated Zhang Yunting as well? How is she so strong? I heard she's not even 100 years old yet? Zhang Yunting is much stronger than Jun Wangchen. I can't believe she's capable of eliminating Zhang Yunting. Many people in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were shocked by Huan Er's elimination. As for Zhang Yunting's son, when he heard that his father had been eliminated, he glanced down at his own storage ring, and his eyes widened in anger. Father! He discovered his father's soul pearl had shattered. This meant that his father had died. He had been killed by the woman called Huan. Meanwhile, Zhang Dongnan, the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan, also learned about Zhang Yunting's death. Elder Yunting, she killed him? She's only a 6 combos celestial king, but she managed to kill Elder Yunting? It seems like she hid her strength when she killed Jun Wangchen. Zhang Dongnan's expression was unsightly. Zhang Yunting, like Zhang Zhenhai, could be said to be his right-hand man. However, Zhang Yunting was killed by a woman who was suspected to be 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox from the Phantom Fox clan. In the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, the strongest people in the Phantom Fox clan were Elder Yun Ting and Elder Jinhai. However, Elder Yun Ting was killed by her. Even Elder Jinhai won't be able to escape death if he goes there. Zhang Dongnan frowned. He felt this matter was getting more and more troublesome. That's right. I can report this matter to the main clan and ask them to send a powerful 10 Directions Celestial King over. Wouldn't that do? The 10 Directions Celestial Kings in the main clan are much stronger than the 10 Directions Celestial Kings in the Southern Heaven Territory. Even the peerless prodigy from the 10,000 Battles Heaven sect is no match for a 10 Directions Celestial King in the main clan. With this thought in mind, Zhang Dongnan rose to his feet and took out a shining golden celestial talisman. He recorded the matter and sent it out. It was a communication celestial talisman, but it was different from ordinary communication celestial talismans. Ordinary communication celestial talismans could only be used in the Southern Heaven Territory and not in the chaotic astral ocean. The communication celestial talismans could only be used in the chaotic astral ocean. The 7 upper regions was the name of the 7 territories. These 7 territories were superior to ordinary territories like the Southern Heaven Territory. The rulers of ordinary territories were titled Celestial Lords, but the rulers of the 7 territories in the 7 upper regions were titled Celestial Emperors. Most importantly, all of them were famous titled Celestial Emperors. In the spirit overarching heaven, there were many ordinary territories like the Southern Heaven Territory, but there were only 7 territories like the 7 upper regions. The main clan of the Phantom Fox clan was located in the Heavenly Territory in the 7 upper regions. The Phantom Fox clan was a famous clan in the Heavenly Territory. Although there were no titled Celestial Emperors in the clan, there were many Celestial Emperors in the clan. The Phantom Fox clan was a Grade 1 force in the Devata realms. Apart from having many Celestial Emperors, they also controlled many King-grade Celestial Crystal Veins. The Phantom Fox clan's status in the Heavenly Territory was equivalent to the 10 major clans and 5 major sects in the Southern Heaven Territory. At this moment, the main clan of the Zhang clan who was in a corner of the Phantom Fox clan's estate received a message from a branch clan in the Southern Heaven Territory. The person who sent the message was Zhang Dongnan, the clan leader of the branch clan in the Southern Heaven Territory. Someone suspected to be 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox has appeared in the Southern Heaven Territory? Are you sure? The person who received the message was a high-ranking official in the main clan of the Phantom Fox clan. He frowned. What's wrong with Zhang Dongnan? If he's not sure, why did he inform me? However, in the end, he patiently read through Zhang Dongnan's message. She entered the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and killed an elder from a branch clan in the Southern Heaven Territory. That elder is a 10 Directions Celestial King who has comprehended 9 profundities from the Law of Fire and has comprehended the burning profundity to the initial stage. Moreover, that woman is a 6 combos Celestial King even though she's not even 100 years old. It's no wonder Zhang Dongnan suspects she's 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. She's a 6 combos Celestial King even though she's not even 100 years old. The high-ranking official in the main clan of the Zhang clan brought Zhang Dongnan's message to the Grand Elder of the Zhang clan. Even the previous generation's 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox isn't as monstrous as her. In just 30 years, she has become a 6 combos Celestial King from a 10 Directions Celestial Duke. After receiving Zhang Dongnan's message, the Grand Elder of the Zhang clan agreed with Zhang Dongnan's words. In that case, I'll send Zhang Jinyi to the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm in a moment to test that woman's strength. If I can confirm she's 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox, I'll send a titled Celestial Lord to bring her back. The Grand Elder of the Zhang clan said. Understood. The Zhang family senior who received Zhang Dongnan's message accepted the order and retreated, but waves of shock surged in his heart. He did not expect the Grand Elder of the Zhang clan would send Zhang Jinyi to the Southern Heaven Territory. Zhang Jinyi was ranked in the top 3 among the 10 Directions Celestial Kings in the Zhang clan. His strength was only second to the other 2 10 Directions Celestial Kings. Apart from being a 10 Directions Celestial King, Zhang Jinyi had also comprehended 4 profundities from the law of metal to the initial stage. Most importantly, Zhang Jinyi was a direct descendant of the Zhang clan. His illusory techniques were far superior to those from the branch clans. Apart from that, Zhang Jinyi had also mastered the innate ability of a pure Phantom Fox clan member. It was even more powerful than the Grand Elder of the Zhang clan's illusory techniques. Such a person would be invincible in the Southern Heaven territory if he was not a celestial lord. The Grand Elder wants me to go to the Southern Heaven territory to test a woman who seems to be 1,000 phantoms ice fox? Zhang Jinyi was a tall and handsome young man dressed in a long green robe. He frowned slightly when he received the message from the Grand Elder of the Zhang clan. In the end, he left the Zhang clan and made his way to the transporting formation in the Phantom Fox clan's estate. Naturally, he could not travel to the chaotic astral ocean by himself. If he used the transporting formation, he would be able to travel to the Southern Heaven territory with just a thought. I hope that woman is really 1,000 phantoms ice fox from the Phantom Fox clan. Otherwise, I won't let her off easily. Chapter 3198. In the Phantom Fox clan's estate in the Southern Heaven territory. Zhang Dongnan, the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan's branch in the Southern Heaven territory, welcomes the arrival of the emissary. Zhang Dongnan brought all the elders of the Phantom Fox clan out to welcome the emissary from the main clan in the Heavenly territory, one of the 7 upper province. Yes. Although Zhang Jinyi was only a 10 directions celestial king, he was a direct descendant of the Zhang clan in the Phantom Fox clan. His bloodline was much purer compared to Zhang Dongnan and the others. Therefore, even though Zhang Jinyi was a 10 directions celestial king, he only responded indifferently. Emissary, please follow me. Following that, Zhang Dongnan led Zhang Jinyi to the main hall of the Phantom Fox clan's estate. Zhang Zhenhai was the only one who followed Zhang Dongnan. The other elders of the Phantom Fox clan did not follow them. That young man is the emissary from the main clan? How dare a mere 10 directions celestial king act so arrogantly in front of the clan leader? How despicable! An elder of the Phantom Fox clan said with a displeased expression on his face. Although he was aware of the existence of the main clan, he respected the clan leader of the branch clan the most. After all, the clan leader had saved his life. However, a junior from the main clan dared to act so arrogantly in front of the clan leader. Although the clan leader did not show any displeasure, he was still furious. Shh, keep your voice down. That's the emissary from the main clan. Even if he kills you, the clan leader won't be able to do anything to him. The other elder of the Phantom Fox clan cautiously glanced at the 3 silhouettes in the distance before he said to the elder, I wonder if he's strong enough to suppress that woman who's suspected to be 1,000 phantoms ice fox. Since the main clan sent him here, he must be strong. It'll be a joke if he can't suppress her. I wonder how the main clan will react. I don't think that's possible. While the elders of the Phantom Fox clan were discussing among themselves, Zhang Jinyi, a 10 directions celestial king from the main clan, was led by Zhang Dongnan to the main hall of the Phantom Fox clan's estate. Emissary, how should I address you? Zhang Dongnan asked with a smile on his face. You don't deserve to know my name. Zhang Jinyi said indifferently. His condescending attitude was obvious. How dare you? Hearing Zhang Jinyi's words, Zhang Dongnan's face stiffened and his smile froze. Behind him, Zhang Zhenhai had already shouted. Impudent? Zhang Jinyi indifferently glanced at Zhang Zhenhai, a cold light flashing in his eyes. You're just an inferior member of a branch family, yet you dare to be arrogant in front of a direct descendant of the main family? A direct descendant of the main clan. Zhang Dongnan's pupils constricted, and when he looked at Zhang Jinyi again, his eyes were filled with shock. Although he knew the main clan had sent a powerful 10 directions celestial king over, he didn't know the 10 directions celestial king was a direct descendant of the main clan. Pumph. Hearing a cold snort, Zhang Dongnan's expression changed. He immediately moved to stop Zhang Jinyi, who was about to attack Zhang Zhenhai. "Emissary, please show mercy." After stopping Zhang Jinyi, Zhang Dongnan cupped his hands towards Zhang Jinyi. At this moment, his back was drenched in cold sweat. A direct descendant of the main clan? And now, even Zhang Zhenhai, who was standing behind Zhang Dongnan, after hearing Zhang Jinyi say that he was a direct descendant of the main family, his expression completely changed. Naturally, he knew what a direct descendant of the main clan represented. It was the highest bloodline in the Phantom Fox clan, second only to the legendary Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox. "What? Are you trying to stop me?" Zhang Jinyi stared coldly at Zhang Dongnan and asked sternly, "Do you know what price you have to pay to stop me?" "Emissary, I was raised by Elder Zhenhai since I was young. I can't just watch him die like that. Please show mercy, emissary," Zhang Dongnan said in a deep voice. "Since he's also a 10 Directions Celestial King, I'll give him a chance. As long as he can last 2 breaths of time, I'll spare his life." When Zhang Jinyi discovered Zhang Zhenhai was also a 10 Directions Celestial King, his eyes flashed coldly as a sneer appeared on his face. 2 breaths of time? Zhang Dongnan was shocked. He did not expect Zhang Jinyi would dare to make such a bold claim. Even the peerless prodigy from the 10,000 Battles Heaven sect, who was widely acknowledged as invincible in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, would not be able to kill Elder Zhenhai within 5 breaths of time, right? How could an emissary from the main clan make such a bold claim? Perhaps, the emissary is just trying to find a way out of this embarrassing situation. Zhang Dongnan could not help but think to himself. Although Zhang Jinyi was stronger than the peerless prodigy from the 10,000 Battles Heaven sect, he did not think the emissary would be able to kill Zhang Zhenhai within 2 breaths of time. 2 breaths of time? Zhang Zhenhai laughed. Just like Zhang Dongnan, he thought the emissary was just trying to find a way out of this embarrassing situation. "Emissary, this way please." Zhang Zhenhai beckoned to Zhang Jinyi before he led Zhang Jinyi to the sky above the Phantom Fox clan's branch. Zhang Dongnan followed suit. Many of the Phantom Fox clan's members were confused when they saw this. "Isn't that the patriarch? Elder Zhenhai is here as well. The person who's fighting with Elder Zhenhai is the emissary from the main clan? Elder Zhenhai is going to spar with the emissary from the main clan." The leaders of the Phantom Fox clan were curious as they watched the battle. "I'll give you 15 minutes to prepare. After 15 minutes, I'll remind you again before I make my move." Zhang Jinyi looked at Zhang Zhenhai indifferently as he said, "At that time, if you can survive within 2 breaths of time, you'll be able to live. Otherwise, if you can't hold on for 2 breaths of time, you'll definitely die." Zhang Jinyi's eyes were filled with disdain when he spoke. As soon as Zhang Jinyi finished speaking, the atmosphere turned tense, causing the expressions of the Phantom Fox clan's members to change drastically. What's going on? Based on the emissary's words, it seems like he wants to kill Elder Zhenhai. He wants to kill Elder Zhenhai within 2 breaths of time? Is he really a 10 Directions Celestial King? Even the peerless prodigy from the 10,000 Battles Heaven sect wouldn't dare to make such a bold claim, right? I remember Elder Zhenhai fought with the peerless prodigy from the 10,000 Battles Heaven sect. Elder Zhenhai only lost after 6 breaths of time. Isn't the emissary from the main clan a 10 Directions Celestial King? Isn't he a 10 Directions Celestial King? While the clan leaders of the Phantom Fox clan discussed among themselves, a group of elders from the Phantom Fox clan who had received the news quickly made their way over. "What's going on? What's going on?" The elders of the Phantom Fox clan were confused. They did not understand why the emissary from the main clan wanted to kill Elder Zhenhai. Realization dawned on them when they heard Zhang Dongnan's words. As it turned out, Zhang Zhenhai had offended the emissary. Most importantly, the emissary from the Phantom Fox clan was shocked. The emissary from the main clan was a direct descendant of the main clan. After all, he was a Phantom Fox with the purest bloodline. 2 breaths of time. It seems like the emissary is just trying to find a way out of this embarrassing situation. It's impossible for him to kill Elder Xianxia within 2 breaths of time. Unless he's a celestial lord, it's impossible. The elders of the Phantom Fox clan were certain of this as well. After all, it was impossible for Zhang Jinyi to kill Zhang Zhenhai within 2 breaths of time. However, when Zhang Jinyi reminded Zhang Zhenhai and killed Zhang Zhenhai in the blink of an eye, they realized how narrow-minded they were. At this moment, Zhang Zhenhai remained in the same position as before he made his move. On the other hand, Zhang Jinyi had appeared behind Zhang Zhenhai at some point in time. Zhang Zhenhai's eyes dimmed as his body exploded into a cloud of blood. I overestimated you. I can kill you in less than a breath's time. I only need 1 breath to kill you, Zhang Jinyi said indifferently as he looked at Zhang Zhenhai's body that had turned into a cloud of blood. At this moment, the entire place fell silent. Even the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan, Zhang Dongnan, was rendered speechless as though something was stuck in his throat. So this is the strength of a 10 Directions celestial king from the main clan? Zhang Dongnan's heart trembled in fear. He was a celestial lord, so he could see how Zhang Jinyi had made his move. Apart from that, he also witnessed Zhang Jin using the innate skill that only the direct descendants of the Phantom Fox clan could master. Even the peerless prodigy from the 10,000 Battles Heaven sect wouldn't be able to last more than 10 breaths in front of Zhang Jinyi, right? After a moment, Zhang Dongnan was the first to come back to his senses and gasped. Although Zhang Dongnan was saddened by Zhang Zhenhai's death and wanted to avenge him, he knew it was impossible for him to avenge Zhang Zhenhai. Unless he wanted to die. Gasp, 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 gasp. At the same time, the elders and clansmen of the Phantom Fox clan gasped when they regained their senses. When everyone looked at Zhang Jinyi again, it was as if they had seen a ghost. Envoy. In the end, Zhang Dongnan broke the silence and said, with your strength, you should be invincible among those below the Celestial Lord realm, right? Invincible among those below the Celestial Lord realm? Zhang Jinyi looked at Zhang Dongnan indifferently and sneered. You're just a frog at the bottom of a well. In fact, I'm only ranked 3rd among the 10 Directions celestial kings in the Zhang clan, let alone the Phantom Fox clan's main clan. As soon as Zhang Jinyi finished speaking, the entire place fell silent again. Zhang Dongnan's eyes widened in shock as an indescribable expression of shock appeared on his face. A 10 Directions celestial king like Zhang Jinyi was not the strongest 10 Directions celestial king in the Phantom Fox clan. Moreover, there were 2 people stronger than him. For the first time, Zhang Dongnan felt like a frog at the bottom of a well. Chapter 3199. 5 months later. In the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The safe zones were in an uproar as the news spread. Heavens! The Tao scholar Profound Sect's true disciple, Yen Ru YV, eliminated Tang Pingshan from the 10,000 Battles Heaven sect? Ever since Tang Pingshan ranked 1st in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he hasn't been eliminated before, right? Tang Pingshan is a peerless prodigy from the 10,000 Battles Heaven sect. He has comprehended 3 profundities from the law of thunder to the rudimentary stage. How could he be defeated? Did Yen Ru YV from the Tao scholar Profound Sect grow quickly, or did he conceal his strength? He actually eliminated Tang Pingshan. From today onward, Tang Pingshan's legend will be shattered. Yen Ru YV will become a peerless prodigy in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Tang Pingshan, a disciple of the 10,000 Battles Heaven sect, was a peerless prodigy who had dominated the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm for many years. However, he was eliminated today. He was eliminated by the Tao scholar Profound Sect's Yen Ru YV. Yen Ru YV was no stranger to those in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, since he was a true disciple of the Tao scholar Profound Sect and ranked in the top 10 in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Most importantly, Yen Ru YV was younger than Tang Pingshan. Today, He had defeated Tang Pingshan and ascended to the top. From today onward, the news of him defeating Tang Pingshan would spread like wildfire in the Southern Heaven territory. Somewhere in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm, a young man stood in the void. He wore a white robe and had a handsome appearance. He held a folding fan in his hand and looked extraordinarily scholarly. His temperament was outstanding and he had an elegant demeanor. Congratulations, you've gotten what you wanted and defeated Tang Pingshan. I, Qin Li, am truly blessed to have a friend like you in this life. The refined young man smiled when he received the message. Then he sent a voice transmission to Qin Li. Qin Li, how's the investigation going? Is Duan Lingtian, who's currently ranked 13th in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm, the imperial tutor of the profound Nether Mansion? The target of the mission that was cancelled 30 years ago? The refined young man was none other than Yen Ru YV, who had just defeated Tang Pingshan, a true disciple of the 10,000 Battles Heaven sect. Yen Ryu was also a childhood friend of Qin Li, the son of Qin Yuanshan, the deputy leader of the Blood Skull. If one were to ask who Yen Ryu cared about the most in this world, it would be Qin Li. Yes. According to He Sha, the sectless cultivator who was eliminated by Duan Lingtian, the Duan Lingtian in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm is the imperial tutor of the profound Nether Mansion. I can't believe he's already a 3 talents celestial king. Moreover, he even has the strength to defeat the Black Fiend. According to the Black Fiend, although Duan Lingtian is only a 3 talents celestial king, he has comprehended many profundities from the law of space to the initial stage. Chen Li replied via voice transmission. Where's the woman by his side? Have you found anything? According to my guess, the reason why he was able to enter the top 20 was because of that woman. Otherwise, it's impossible for a 3 talents celestial king like him to have such a brilliant result in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm. Yen Ryu continued to send messages to Qin Li. That woman is very mysterious. She only appeared in the profound Nether Mansion 30 years ago. Prior to that, she had a close relationship with Duan Lingtian in the Borderlands. At that time, she was already stronger than Duan Lingtian. Chen Li replied. Both of them are monstrous geniuses. If it weren't for your testimony, I would have suspected that there's something wrong with the Blood Skull Gang's intelligence network. Yen Ryu sighed with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Initially, he had thought his innate talent was shocking. However, his innate talent was nothing compared to Duan Lingtian and Huan Er's innate talent. Duan Lingtian had just turned 100 years old, but he was already a 3 talents celestial king and had comprehended many profundities from the law of space to the initial stage. Ning was not even 100 years old, but she was already a 6 combos celestial king and had comprehended many profundities from the law of space to the initial stage. Although the mission to kill Duan Lingtian has been cancelled, if you encounter him, I hope you can kill him for me. Chen Li continued to say, I won't be able to calm down until he's dead. Don't worry. Yen Ryu said confidently, if I encounter him, he'll definitely die. I heard there's a new person in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm who's ranked in the top 10? Qin Li asked, changing the topic. That's right. Yen Ryu replied, that person is called Zhang Jin-yi, and I don't know where he came from. After he entered, all the people that were eliminated by him died at his hands, and no one knows his background. He's very mysterious. Moreover, he's very strong. Even Tuoku, a true disciple of the Bodhi Zen sect, was killed by him. A hint of fear could be seen in Yen Ryu's eyes when he reached the end of his sentence. Tuoku? Tuoku, the true disciple from the Bodhi Zen sect who has comprehended 3 profundities from the law of earth to the initial stage and is said to have the strongest defense in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm? Chen Li inhaled sharply. Rumor has it that even Tang Pingshan wouldn't be able to kill Tuoku if he insists on crushing his identity jade token and leaving. That person called Shinjin? Where did he come from? Although Qin Li had only heard of Tuoku, he was familiar with Tuoku since Yen Ryu was familiar with him. Even if I'm confident I can kill him now, I won't be able to stop him if he insists on leaving, Yen Ryu said. Chen Li nodded. If you say that, doesn't it mean that Zhang Jinyi's strength is not below yours? In fact, he's stronger than you? Chen Li sucked in a breath of cold air again. It's not impossible. However, there's another possibility. Tu Aku didn't know Zhang Jinyi and was killed by him due to his carelessness. Yen Ryu made her own judgment. If that's the case, then his strength might not be comparable to mine. Regardless, the fact that he's ranked in the top 10 means he's quite strong. Yen Ryu continued to speculate. In the profound nether mansion. In the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. You're ranked 13th and 15th. Why didn't you stay in the upper realm and enter the top 10 as soon as possible? There's still a month left. The pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion asked in confusion as he looked at Duan Lingtian and Huan, who had just been transported out of the upper realm. Something's not right. Duan Lingtian shook his head with a grim expression on his face. What's wrong? The old man asked. For months ago, a person called Zhang Jinyi suddenly appeared in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. It's as though he appeared out of thin air. Before that, nobody had heard of him or knew of his existence. No one knew about him, Duan Lingtian said in a deep voice. Currently he's ranked 4th on the scoreboard. Even Tuaku from the Bodhi Zen sect, who was said to have the strongest defense in the upper realm, was killed by Zhang Jin. Although it's possible Tuaku's death was due to carelessness, it's highly unlikely. After all, before Zhang Jinyi killed Taku, he had already reached 9th place in the rankings. Duan Lingtian's expression turned grim when he finished speaking. So? The old man asked again. I suspect Zhang Jinyi is from the Phantom Fox clan. Duan Lingtian replied. The Phantom Fox clan? The old man frowned before he shook his head decisively. It's impossible for such a person to exist in the Phantom Fox clan. What if he's not from the Phantom Fox clan's branch in the Southern Heaven territory? What if he's from the main Phantom Fox clan outside the Southern Heaven territory? Duan Lingtian said boldly, with the convenience of the transporting formation, even if he's from the main Phantom Fox clan, he should be able to travel to the Southern Heaven territory in a short time. The main Phantom Fox clan? You're saying he's from the Heavenly Territory in the 7 Upper Province? The old man's eyes widened. Although I'm not certain it's possible. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental? It's someone who hasn't appeared in the upper realm before, and his surname is Zhang. Duan Lingtian suspected Zhang Jinyi was from the main Phantom Fox clan. After all, Zhang Jinyi's speed of accumulating points was much faster than his and Huaner's. Therefore, he decided to leave the upper realm in advance. He and Huan did not plan to enter the top 10. Once the rankings were reset, he would enter the secret realm with Huan. Even if Zhang Jinyi was from the main Phantom Fox clan, since he was ranked in the top 10, the secret realm he would enter would be different from the secret realm he and Huan would enter. Therefore, he did not have to worry about encountering Zhang Jinyi. Although Huan and Huan were not weak, they would only be able to enter the top 10 at most. Based on Zhang Jinyi's performance so far, even if they joined forces, they might not be a match for him. Now that you mention it, it's true that we have to be on our guard. I really didn't expect that a kid like you would have such a high level of comprehension and have such a good brain. Even the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion was convinced by Duan Lingtian's words. In the Phantom Fox clan's estate in the Southern Heaven territory. Duan Lingtian and the woman by his side have left the upper realm through the transporting formation? Zhang Dongnan, who had just received a message, could not help but frown. After Zhang Yunting's death, Zhang Dongnan's son had been lurking in the safe zone to monitor the transporting formation. He had finally found Duan Lingtian and Huan leave the Southern Heaven territory. Therefore, he immediately sent a message to Zhang Dongnan. Zhang Jinyi refused to enter the upper realm under an assumed name. Now, it seems like Duan Lingtian is suspicious of him. Chapter 3200. Zhang Jinyi had entered the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm to meet Duan Lingtian and test if Huan was a thousand phantoms ice fox from the Phantom Fox clan. Before entering the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, Zhang Dongnan had suggested that Zhang Jinyi change his name, but Zhang Jinyi had ignored him. After receiving Zhang Dongnan's voice transmission, Zhang Jinyi did not linger in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Since they're out, let's go to the profound nether mansion and test them. Zhang Jinyi said in a deep voice, "Do you think the profound nether mansion, a mere grade 6 force, will dare to stop me?" Upon hearing Zhang Jinyi's words, Zhang Dongnan nodded in agreement. After all, the profound nether mansion would not dare to offend Zhang Jin. With that, the duo made their way to the profound nether mansion. When the mansion master of the profound nether mansion learned about Zhang Jinyi's identity, he was very cooperative and even brought Zhang Jinyi to the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. However, in the Imperial Tudor Palace, there was only the palace master fishing. Other than him, there was no one else. "Senior, where's Duan Lingtian and the woman next to him?" Zhang Dongnan asked respectfully. The pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion in the profound nether mansion was as strong as some of the leaders of the 10 major clans. Even Zhang Dongnan did not dare to act recklessly in front of the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. "They left 10 years ago," the old man said indifferently. The old man glanced at Zhang Dongnan and said, "They left?" Zhang Dongnan was dumbfounded. He thought Duan Lingtian and Huan were sent to hide in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm after the old man received the news. It did not cross his mind that they were no longer in the profound nether mansion. Zhang Dongnan had sent a message to Zhang Yunting's son to ask if Duan Lingtian and Huan had entered the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. However, Zhang Yunting's son said he did not see Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian's names on the scoreboard did not change. This ruled out the possibility that Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian had crushed their identity jade tokens and teleported to another safe zone in the upper realm. The upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm was different from the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. As long as one crushed their accumulative point jade, they would not be able to enter the upper realm again. As for the former, even if they were eliminated, they could still enter, but they would have to comprehend their identity jade token again and earn points from the beginning. Hearing the words of Zhang Yunting's son, Zhang Dongnan's face darkened. In that case, there was only one possibility. Indeed, Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian were no longer in the profound nether mansion. They had entered the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm from somewhere else. Of course, there was another possibility. Before he and Zhang Jinyi arrived, Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian had left the profound nether mansion's estate to hide. Or perhaps it was hidden in the small world within the Imperial Tudor Palace master's body. However, even if it was the latter, there was nothing they could do. "Lord Envoy, it seems like they're no longer in the profound nether mansion." Zhang Dongnan looked at Zhang Jinyi and said with a wry smile, "If there's any news about that woman, inform me immediately. If I find out that you didn't report it, I won't let you off easily." Zhang Jinyi looked at the mansion master of the profound nether mansion and the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Palace coldly before he tossed a soul pearl at the mansion master of the profound nether mansion. "I'd like to see how a mere 10 directions celestial king like you won't let me off easily." The old man tossed his fishing rod aside and looked at Zhang Jinyi coldly as he said, "I won't bully you. I'll suppress my cultivation base to that of a 10 directions celestial king and fight you." As soon as the old man finished speaking, he made his move. Just as he had said, the old man suppressed his cultivation base to that of a 10 directions celestial king. However, the profundities he had comprehended far surpassed Zhang Jinyi's. Even after Zhang Jinyi cast the Phantom Fox Clan's Phantom Fox Clan's Phantom Fox Clan's Phantom Fox Clan's direct line of descent, he was still evenly matched with the old man. "Old man, you're quite strong. With your strength, you'd be a leader in an ordinary grade 5 force. I wonder why you're fishing in a grade 6 force?" Zhang Jinyi was surprised that the old man managed to fight him to a draw even with his cultivation base suppressed. You're not from the Southern Heaven territory, right? It's impossible for a 10 Directions celestial king like you to appear in the Southern Heaven territory. The old man looked at Zhang Jinyi solemnly and asked, Of course. I'm from the heavenly territory. Zhang Jinyi said proudly, Remember my words. If you have any news about that woman, send me a message as soon as possible. If I find out that you didn't report it to me, even if I can't destroy the profound nether mansion with my strength, one of my uncles can easily destroy the profound nether mansion. Zhang Jinyi continued to threaten Zhang Jinyi before he left. Remember my name. My name is Zhang Jinyi. Apart from that, I'm a direct line of descent from the Zhang clan in the Heavenly Territories Phantom Fox clan. Even the weakest of my uncles is a titled Celestial Lord. As soon as Zhang Jinyi finished speaking, he took the lead and left. Zhang Dongnan followed closely behind him. After Zhang Dongnan and Zhang Jinyi left, the old man sighed. I didn't expect the Phantom Fox clan in the Heavenly Territory to have a 10 Directions celestial king. His strength isn't something those two fellows can contend with. Even if they join forces, they won't be a match for him. Even the old man couldn't help but be surprised by Zhang Jinyi's strength. Grandmaster, where are they now? The mansion master of the profound nether mansion asked. They're hiding in my little world. As soon as the old man finished speaking, two figures appeared in the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. They were none other than Duan Lingtian and Huan. Earlier, Duan Lingtian and Huan had entered the old man's little world. Unless one's cultivation base was higher than the old man's, it was impossible to detect Duan Lingtian and Huan after they entered the old man's little world. Did you see what happened earlier? The old man asked Duan Lingtian and Huan. Yes. Duan Lingtian's expression was solemn. I didn't expect a 10 Directions celestial king from the Phantom Fox clan in the Heavenly Territory would be so strong. Even Tang Ping Shan, the peerless prodigy of the 10,000 Battles Celestial Sect, wouldn't be able to last more than 10 moves against him. Even Yen Ruyu, the true disciple of the Dao Scholar Profound Sect, who replaced Tang Ping Shan, wouldn't be a match for him. Duan Lingtian sighed with emotion. Earlier, when the old man suppressed his cultivation base to fight Zhang Jinyi, Duan Lingtian had seen everything. Their strength was on par with each other. Throughout the battle, the old man had used all the profundities he had comprehended. However, he did not gain the upper hand at all. However, his last two moves aren't profundities. They must be from the Phantom Fox clan. Duan Lingtian looked at Huan and asked, Huan, do you see anything? Huan nodded. Brother Lingtian, that person used the Phantom Fox clan's innate illusory technique in the beginning. Later on, he used the innate ultimate skill that only the main Phantom Fox clan's members can master. However, those two methods are completely useless against me. We're 1,000 Phantom's Ice Foxes, and we have the supreme bloodline in the Phantom Fox clan. None of the Phantom Fox clan's techniques are effective against us. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian and the others were stunned. Now, I finally understand why they want to get rid of you. Once you grow stronger, you'll definitely be their nemesis. Duan Lingtian sighed with emotion. In that case, you won't have to suppress your strength to the level of a 10 Directions celestial king to defeat him. The old man said, even if we don't include those two methods of his, the current him is still not a match for the two of us if we were to encounter him. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. Even if Zhang Jinyi did not count his two techniques, the law of metal he had comprehended was not to be underestimated. He had comprehended all profundities from the law of metal, and he had even comprehended 4 profundities to the initial stage. Even if Duan Lingtian and Huan joined forces, they would still be no match for Zhang Jinyi. Unless, of course, Duan Lingtian used a Devata artifact. However, who knew if Zhang Jinyi possessed an Emperor-grade celestial weapon? In Duan Lingtian's hands, a Devata artifact was not much stronger than an Emperor-grade celestial weapon. Moreover, even if Duan Lingtian used a Devata artifact, Duan Lingtian and Huan would not be able to defeat Zhang Jin. Since Duan Lingtian was not confident he could kill Zhang Jin, he did not want to fight Zhang Jin. For this reason, he could only avoid Zhang Jin for now. You're right. The old man nodded. Then, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated expression on his face and said, "You're right, brat. When you left the upper realm, you said they might come. I didn't expect them to really come." Duan Lingtian had guessed Zhang Jin and Zhang Dongnan would come together. However, the events that transpired later proved his speculation right. It's expected. After all, I would have done the same if I were him. Duan Lingtian replied. That may be the case, but not everyone is as meticulous as you. The old man sighed. My confidence in you is growing. Perhaps, you might really be able to avenge the imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion. But, did you not have confidence in me in the past, senior? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile on his face. After Zhang Dongnan and Zhang Jini left, Duan Lingtian did not hurry to bring Huan back to the upper realm. Instead, he waited for almost a month before he entered the upper realm. When Duan Lingtian entered the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, it was the day the scoreboard was reset. Huan and I are ranked between the 11th and 30th place. We'll be able to enter the Grade 2 Secret Realm. Duan Lingtian and Huan had entered the upper realm to enter the Grade 2 Secret Realm. The Grade 1 Secret Realm was for those who ranked in the top 10. As for those ranked from the 31st to the 100th place, they would only be able to enter the Grade 3 Secret Realm. Mystic realms were all treasure-storing mystic realms. Even the treasures hidden inside were similar, but the difficulty of obtaining them differed greatly. The Grade 1 Secret Realm was the easiest to obtain. The Grade 2 Secret Realm was the second most difficult to obtain. Chapter 3201. Clan leader, Duan Lingtian and that woman have entered the Grade 2 Secret Realm. I think they're going to enter the Grade 2 Secret Realm. As soon as Duan Lingtian and Huan entered the safe zone, Zhang Yunting's son, who was killed by Duan Lingtian and Huan, noticed them and immediately sent a message back to the Phantom Fox clan. Envoy. Zhang Dongnan immediately sent a message to Zhang Jin, who was resting in the Phantom Fox clan's estate, to inform him that Duan Lingtian and Huan had entered the upper realm of the Phantom Fox clan. The Grade 2 Secret Realm? This was Zhang Jinyi's first time in the Southern Heaven territory, so he did not know much about the upper realm. Envoy, the scoreboard in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm will be refreshed every year. Before the scoreboard is refreshed, the top 100 people will be sent to the 3 secret realms. They are respectively the Grade 1, Grade 2, and Grade 3 secret realms. Zhang Dongnan explained, if you enter the upper realm now, your identity jade token will send you to a location where you'll meet up with the other 9 participants when the scoreboard resets tomorrow. Since Zhang Jin was ranked in the top 10, he was allowed to enter the Grade 1 Secret Realm. Will I be able to meet the woman who's suspected to be 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox in the Grade 1 Secret Realm? Zhang Jin asked. No. Zhang Dongnan replied. The Grade 1 Secret Realm and the Grade 2 Secret Realm are separated. That woman and Duan Lingtian are allowed to enter the Grade 2 Secret Realm. You won't be able to meet them. If that's the case, I'm not interested in entering the upper realm. I'll enter the upper realm with a fake name the next time the upper realm opens and enter the same secret realm as them. Zhang Jin was not interested in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. In fact, he was not interested in the treasures in the secret realms. To him, the Southern Heaven territory was just a small place in the countryside. He had obtained treasures even before he became a celestial king. An ordinary royal grade celestial weapon? When he had just become an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, the clan had given him a royal grade celestial weapon. A purely defensive royal grade celestial weapon? He had obtained one when he had just become a celestial duke. As for immortal pills, immortal talismans, and the like. He had no lack of them. Moreover, he even possessed a celestial talisman that would allow him to escape from a titled celestial lord. Lord Envoy, I have a suggestion. While the scoreboard in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm is being reset, we should kill a sectless cultivator who's always ranked at the top of the scoreboard. After the scoreboard is reset, you can use his name to obtain points in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Try your best to maintain your ranking as high as Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian so you can enter the secret realm with them a year later. After all, if you were to use your own name to enter, it would be too conspicuous. Also, it wouldn't be safe to use a random name. After all, no one would know who you are, and Duan Lingtian would inevitably become suspicious. Zhang Dongnan voiced his concerns. Alright, we'll do as you say. Perhaps it was because he had suffered a loss the previous time, but this time, Zhang Jin-yi agreed without hesitation. However, I'm not familiar with the sectless cultivators. I'll leave the matter of finding and killing the sectless cultivators to you. As long as you agree, I'll take care of the rest. Zhang Dongnan sighed in relief when he saw Zhang Jin-yi had agreed to his suggestion. He was worried Zhang Jin-yi would be stubborn. Fortunately, Zhang Jin-yi was willing to listen to his advice. In the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian and Huan had been in the upper realm for a day. The scoreboard would be reset in an hour. Currently, Duan Lingtian and Huan were standing at the edge of the safe zone. No one dared to provoke them. After all, everyone knew Duan Lingtian and Huan were very strong. One of them was ranked 11th while the other was ranked 15th. In other words, they were not weak at all. In the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, there were very few people who were stronger than them. That person, Duan Lingtian looked at the corner of the safe zone and saw a person looking at him and Huan from time to time. Duan Lingtian recognized the person. In fact, this was the third time they had met. Furthermore, they were all in the safe zone. Is that person from the Phantom Fox clan? Duan Lingtian asked. Although Duan Lingtian could sense Zhang Yunting's aura was similar to the Phantom Fox clan's Zhang Yunting, he did not expect Zhang Yunting to be so strong. However, he was not certain. As 1,000 Phantom's Ice Fox from the Phantom Fox clan, Huan would be able to tell if the person was from the Phantom Fox clan. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Huan's eyes followed Duan Lingtian's gaze. When Duan Lingtian looked away, Huan's divine consciousness had already landed on Duan Lingtian. Brother Lingtian, he's from the Phantom Fox clan. Huan was certain Duan Lingtian was from the Phantom Fox clan. As expected, Duan Lingtian smiled. I was wondering why Zhang Dongnan, the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan, has such a keen sense of smell. As it turns out, he has a spy here. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not do anything to Zhang Dongnan even though he knew Zhang Dongnan was a spy. Moreover, no one was allowed to make a move in the safe zone. It didn't take long for an hour to pass. Meanwhile, the scoreboard in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm froze for about 15 minutes before it returned to zero. Apart from the safe zones, those who were in the top 100 in the previous year's scoreboard were sent away as well. They were divided into 3 groups and sent to 3 different places. One of the groups consisted of those who were in the top 10. They were sent to a spacious cave. However, there were only 9 of them in the group. Why are there only 9 people? Where's the other one? The 9 people looked at each other in confusion when they realized they were new to each other. Zhang Jin, he didn't come in. It did not take long for someone to confirm this. That Zhang Jini, I don't know where he came from, even Taku of the Bodhi-Zen sect died at his hands. A middle-aged man dressed in a gray robe sighed. Toyi Tuaku is your senior brother. Did he send a message back to the Bodhi-Zen sect before he was killed by Zhang Jini? A handsome young man wearing a white robe with a folding fan in his hand asked a young monk wearing a black and white cassock. He had an elegant demeanor and was extraordinarily handsome. The white-clad young man was none other than Yen Ruyu, the true disciple of the Tao scholar Profound Sect. He was also the first on the scoreboard in the previous year. He was the one who broke the legend of Tangping Shan, the peerless prodigy of the 10,000 Battles Heaven sect, and became the new peerless prodigy in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. If Yen Ruyu could maintain his status, he would become a legend as well. Senior Tuo Ku didn't manage to send a message before he died. The young monk called Tuo Yi shook his head and smiled bitterly. If Senior Tuo Ku had time to send a message, he would have crushed his identity jade token and fled. Come to think of it, even he did not expect that he would be killed. Upon hearing Tuo Ye's words, realization dawned on Yen Ruyu. Yen Ruyu, you're the strongest among us now. If Zhang Jinyi was in front of you, would you be able to eliminate him? A handsome young man asked as he looked at Yen Ruyu with a smile. Based on the young man's words, it was clear he was very close to Yen Ruyu. He was none other than Ouyang Yu Hao, the son of the sect leader of the 100 Flowers Celestial Sect. He was one of the few male disciples in the 100 Flowers Celestial Sect. He was also a true disciple of the 100 Flowers Celestial Sect. Beside him, a woman was holding his hand. The woman was beautiful and had a graceful figure. Standing in the middle of a group of men, she was like a crane among a flock of chickens. She was none other than Ouyang Yu Wei, the former most beautiful woman in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. She was also a true disciple of the 100 Flowers Celestial Sect. She and Ouyang Yu Hao were fraternal twins. She was the younger sister while Ouyang Yu Hao was the older brother. However, the two of them did not have much in common. Ouyang Yu Wei looked delicate while Ouyang Yu Hao looked masculine. I'm not confident. Yen Ruyu waved the fan in his hand and shook his head. At the very least, I won't be able to kill Tuo Ku even if I defeat him. Indeed. The others agreed with Yen Ruyu's words. Tuo Ku's defense is the strongest in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Most of us might be able to defeat him, but we won't be able to kill him. I wonder where Zhang Jinyi came from. Why is he so strong? More and more people were puzzled by Yen Ruyu's words. After talking about Zhang Jinyi for a while, the crowd gradually changed the topic. In the end, a tall and burly young man looked at Ouyang Yu Wei and said with a smile, Junior Sister Yu Wei, I heard that everyone who has met you said you're not as strong as her. Moreover, she's quite strong as well. It's her first time entering the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, but she's ranked 15th. I heard that the man next to her, Duan Ling Tian, is weak. He only managed to rank so high because she helped him. The burly young man was none other than Ho Tong Xian, a true disciple of the Wind Thunder Dao sect. If there's a chance, I'd like to meet her. Ouyang Yu Wei narrowed her eyes slightly as a smile appeared on her face. Let's see if she's as peerless as the rumors say. Ho Tong Xian, it's a big mistake to underestimate Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian is no ordinary person. Yen Ruyu looked at Ho Tong Xian and shook his head. 30 years ago, he was still a tyrant in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. 30 years later, he's already ranked 13th in the upper realm. Do you think he's as weak as you say? Yen Ruyu knew Duan Ling Tian better than anyone else. In fact, before Duan Ling Tian joined the Profound Nether Mansion and joined the Simplicity Celestial Sect, one of the 3 sects and 2 clans of the Profound Nether Mansion, Yen Ruyu had heard about Duan Ling Tian. Naturally, at that time, Yen Ruyu did not think much of Duan Ling Tian. Chapter 3202. Wait a minute. Yen Ruyu, are you saying Duan Ling Tian and the Duan Ling Tian from the Profound Nether Mansion are the same person? Ho Tong Xian was shocked when he heard Yen Ruyu's words. His eyes were filled with disbelief. The others were also shocked by Yen Ruyu's words. Are you serious? That's too shocking. He was only a 10 Directions Celestial Duke 30 years ago, and now he's ranked 13th in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? Yen Ruyu, are you sure? At this moment, The other 7 people looked at Yen Ruyu with an incredulous expression on their faces. Why would I lie to you? Yen Ruyu shook her head. I can tell you, this is 100% true. If you see him in the future, you can ask him about it. This is unbelievable. Someone who was still in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm 30 years ago has already made a name for himself in the upper realm. Ho Tong Shen sighed. In my opinion, he must have relied on the woman next to him. With his strength, he's definitely not strong enough to rank 13th. A young man dressed in a green robe scoffed. Hu Lei, we shouldn't jump to conclusions before we know the truth. That Duan Lingtian is not as simple as he seems. Yen Ruyu said. Although Yen Ruyu did not know Duan Lingtian, he had watched Duan Lingtian rise to prominence. What? Do you know him well? Hu Lei, a lineal disciple of the Hu clan, one of the 10 major clans in the Southern Heaven Territory, asked Yen Ruyu. Not really. However, how could someone who managed to snatch the heaven sacrificial divine fruit from a reincarnated celestial emperor be simple? Yen Ruyu asked as he looked at Hu Lei intently. The heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Upon hearing Yen Ruyu's words, not only Hu Lei, but the others were stunned as well. Is that true? Although I've heard about it from my seniors, I thought it was fake. Which one of the reincarnations of immortal emperors isn't a shrewd person? How could someone steal the heaven sacrificial divine fruit? Whether you believe it or not, I don't really believe it. Everyone shook their heads. It's true. I have a friend, Yen Ryu said. He's the son of Qin Yuanshan, the deputy leader of the Blood Skull Gang. Back then, he vouched for someone and accepted the mission to target the Duan Lingtian. At that time, Duan Lingtian was only an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Even though he's only an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, the assassins sent by the Blood Skull Gang were much stronger than him. You should know that even the weakest assassin in the Blood Skull Gang is a one basic celestial king. Of course, he didn't kill the Blood Skull assassin with his own strength. Let's not talk about that for now. However, he did obtain the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. In just a few years, he managed to become a 10 directions celestial duke from a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Upon hearing Yen Ryu's words, the expressions of the other 8 people turned grim immediately. They knew there was no reason for Yen Ryu to lie. It seems like Duan Lingtian isn't as simple as he seems. If I were in his shoes, I wouldn't be confident he'd be able to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. Since a reincarnated celestial emperor wants to obtain the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, he must be well prepared. In the history of the Devata realms, there have been cases of reincarnated celestial emperors seizing the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. However, most of the time, the person who seizes the heaven sacrificial divine fruit is a reincarnated celestial emperor. Moreover, the reincarnated celestial emperor was much stronger than the person who severed the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. I'm very interested in him now. I hope I'll have a chance to meet him in the future. Duan Lingtian was unaware that the top 10 people in the Grade 1 Secret Realm, including Yen Ryu who was ranked first, were talking about him. Currently, he was in the Grade 2 Secret Realm with Huan. Around them, there were another 28 people. There was a spacious hall in the Grade 2 Secret Realm. However, the hall was sealed from top to bottom. There was no exit at all. It seems like we'll have to wait for a while before the Grade 2 Secret Realm officially opens. Previously, Duan Lingtian had learned from the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion about the secret realms in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. After entering the secret realm, they would have to wait for about an hour before the secret realm officially opened. At this moment, apart from Duan Lingtian, Huan, and a few other people, the rest of the people in the hall were separated from each other. The atmosphere was rather tense. Many people looked at Duan Lingtian and Huan, from time to time. It was obvious they were curious about the duo. Duan Lingtian and Huan could be considered as famous people in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. After all, not everyone would be able to rank in the top 20 on their first attempt at entering the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. This is my first time entering the Grade 2 Secret Realm. I've only been to the Grade 3 Secret Realm before. Brother, do you know what we should pay attention to in the Grade 2 Secret Realm? One of the middle-aged men asked the other middle-aged man standing next to him curiously. However, the other middle-aged man merely glanced at him indifferently and ignored him. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian shook his head. In the Grade 2 Secret Realm, everyone was a competitor. Unless they knew each other, they would not lend a helping hand. In just a blink of an eye, an hour had passed. Rumble, rumble. With a series of rumbling sounds, a door opened in every direction of the hall. There were a total of 4 doors. 19 figures flew out of the 4 doors at lightning speed and disappeared from the 4 doors in just a blink of an eye. HM? At this moment, Duan Lingtian discovered those who were in a hurry to leave the hall were looking at him. These people, who were strangers to each other, were now looking at him and Huan in unison. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The sound of a gust of wind rang in the air as the remaining 9 people surrounded Duan Lingtian and Huan. All of them glared at Duan Lingtian and Huan. Everyone, what's the meaning of this? Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. He did not know any of these people, and yet, they were attacking him and Huan. You can leave, but this woman must stay. The only woman among the 9 people was dressed in a tight red leather jacket. She stared at Huan coldly as she spoke to Duan Lingtian. HM? Though looked at the woman in confusion when she heard her words. She did not understand why this woman, whom she had never met before, was targeting her. Why? Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice as his gaze turned cold. He did not care if these people were targeting him. However, he would not allow them to target Huan. Brat, do you know who she is? A middle-aged man among the 9 glanced at the red-clothed woman and asked with a chuckle. She's Jun Qiuhe, a core disciple of the Wind Thunder Dao sect. Jun Wangchen, whom the woman beside you killed earlier, is her younger brother. Another old man said with a grin. I see. Upon hearing the old man's words, Duan Lingtian finally understood. As it turned out, these people were here to seek revenge. You're quite capable to have so many people helping you. Duan Lingtian looked at Jun Qiuhe in surprise. You must have paid a hefty price to get these people to help you, right? If there were only 1 or 2 people helping Jun Qiuhe, it might be because she had a wide network of friends. However, there were 8 people who were ranked in the top 30 in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm who were helping Jun Qiuhe. Therefore, Jun Qiuhe must have promised them something. I don't mind paying a hefty price as long as I can avenge my brother, Jun Qiuhe sneered. Jun Qiuhe sneered as she glared at Huan. It was as though she could not wait to kill Huan, or to avenge her younger brother. You only have yourself to blame for your younger brother's death. I'll give you a chance to scram. Otherwise, don't blame us for being merciless. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as a cold gleam flashed in them. I'd like to see how merciless all of you are. Jun Qiuhe sneered again. As soon as she finished speaking, she moved like a bolt of lightning toward Huan. Purple lightning coiled around her body, making her look like a god of thunder, majestic and awe-inspiring. It was clear she had comprehended the law of thunder. Swoosh. Just as Jun Qiuhe moved, a long whip appeared in her hand. The whip was crimson and was surrounded by electric snakes. It swept through the void, causing the air to stagnate. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. After Jun Qiuhe made her move, the other 8 people made their moves as well. Since they had received benefits from Jun Qiuhe, it was only natural for them to help her. Well, there's no need to show mercy. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with killing intent when he saw the 9 people attacking him. His celestial origin energy that contained the space elemental profundity surged out of his body as he said in a deep voice. All right, brother Lingtian. Huan's eyes flashed with killing intent when she sensed Duan Lingtian's killing intent. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian and Huan disappeared from their original spot. When they reappeared, they were already outside the encirclement of the 9 people. At the same time, Duan Lingtian and Huan spread out. 4 of you, go and kill that brat. The rest of you, help me kill this little bee asterisk. Jun Qiu he ordered her subordinates before she made her move again. She flicked her whip and charged toward Huan. Four people charged toward Duan Lingtian. The rest of them went to help Huan. Since all of you want to die, I'll fulfill your wishes. Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold when he saw the four people charging at him menacingly. He no longer teleported away. Instead, his celestial origin energy surged out of his body as his spatial domain spread out. The four people were instantly shrouded by the spatial domain. Shackle! With just a thought in Duan Lingtian's mind, the four of them were trapped in a square cage that was burning with golden flames. Chapter 3203. A mere 3 talents celestial king wants to trap us? What a joke! I can break your spatial shackles with a wave of my hand. The four people who were trapped by the golden flames did not seem to care at all when they saw the square cage shrouded in golden flames. In the next moment, they launched their attacks in an attempt to break free from the cage. Cross-dimensional slash. As soon as the four of them made their moves, with just a thought from Duan Lingtian, 3 spatial tears appeared outside the cage. It was as though 3 spatial beasts had opened their bloody mouths. In the next moment, buzz, buzz, buzz. 3 blurry rays of light shot out from the spatial rifts, leaving a trail of golden flames in their wake. Teleport. Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered. The 3 blurry rays of light were instantly teleported into the cage that was shrouded in golden flames. The 4 people in the cage continued to attack the cage as they tried to defend themselves against the cross-dimensional slash that had suddenly appeared in the cage. At this moment, the 4 people took out their celestial weapons. They were all royal-grade celestial weapons. An illusory image appeared on each of their bodies. It was either an armor illusory image, a vest illusory image, or a cape illusory image. These were the purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons they were wearing. Although they knew Duan Lingtian was only a 3 talents celestial king, they still felt threatened by the sudden attack from the cross-dimensional slash profundity. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The 3 cross-dimensional slash shot toward 3 of the 4 people in the cage, locking them in place. The 3 people in the cage attacked the 3 cross-dimensional slash. They thought their attacks would be able to block the 3 cross-dimensional slash. When their attacks were annihilated, only the golden flames on the dimensional slash were extinguished. The dimensional slash continued to fly toward them. Their expressions changed completely. This is bad. How can he be so strong? The 3 people's expressions changed drastically. At the same time, the 4 people's attacks landed on the cage as well. Similarly, their attacks only managed to extinguish the golden flames on the cage. After the golden flames were extinguished, the spatial energy continued to restrain them. Whoosh! Just as the 4 of them were preparing for the next wave of attacks with all their might, an ear-piercing sword whistle sounded in their ears. At some point in time, Duan Lingtian had already arrived outside the cage, standing parallel to the 4 people. He swung the sword in his hand horizontally, bringing out a 7-colored sword light. Duan Lingtian had not used the 7 Orifices exquisite sword for a long time. Although the 7 Orifices exquisite sword had not completely merged with the artifact soul, Huangde, its power had increased by quite a bit. Not good. What kind of immortal weapon is that? When the 4 people who were imprisoned heard the sound of the sword, they hurriedly came back to their senses. By the time they realized that the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand was extraordinary, it was already too late. Whoosh! The 7-colored sword chi that was capable of annihilating everything in its path killed all 4 of them. They did not even have the chance to crush their identity jade tokens to leave the Southern Heaven ancient realm. Naturally, none of them had the chance to crush their identity jade tokens to leave the Southern Heaven ancient realm. While Duan Lingtian killed the 4 people, Huan Er's Yin Yang 9 water chestnut ring had also killed the 5 people who had besieged her. Although the 9 people who had besieged Duan Lingtian and Huan Er had comprehended all the profundities from Allah, Some of them had even comprehended 2 profundities to the initial stage. However, the profundities that those who had comprehended profundities to the initial stage were only ordinary profundities. Therefore, their overall strength was mediocre. Their strength was nothing compared to Duan Ling Tian and Huan. In the end, all 9 of them were annihilated by the duo. Huaner, let's go. Duan Lingtan beckoned Huan, as the 7 orifices exquisite sword merged with his body again. Then, the 2 of them made their way to one of the doors at the side of the main hall. Inside the main hall, corpses littered the ground and blood flowed like a river. Before leaving, Duan Lingtian casually collected the 9 people's spatial rings. The Wind Thunder Dao sect was one of the 5 great sects in the Southern Heaven territory. At this moment, a furious roar rang from one of the palaces in the Wind Thunder Dao sect. At the next moment, outside the palace, under the gazes of a group of Wind Thunder Dao sect's disciples, an old figure flew out from the side hall. His expression was extremely ugly. The old man was none other than Jun Chongshan, the vice hall master of the Wind Thunder Dao sect's enforcement hall. What's going on this time? Why is Vice Hall Master Jun so angry? I remember something similar happened a few months ago. At that time, Vice Hall Master Jun's great-grandson, Jun Wangchen, was killed in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. I heard that after Jun Wangchen's death, his sister, Jun Qiuhe, has been searching everywhere for people with high rankings in order to avenge Jun Wangchen's death in the ranking secret realm of the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Based on the time, they should be in the ranking secret realm now, right? Don't tell me something happened to Jun Qiuhe as well? Many shocked gazes fell on Jun Chongshan. A group of Wind Thunder Dao sect disciples whispered to each other. They could not help but suspect that something had happened to Jun Qiuhe. Vice Hall Master Jun, what's going on? Another muscular figure appeared in the sky and asked as he looked at Jun Chongshan. It's Wu Gang, the Vice Hall Master of Hidden Edge Hall. Many disciples from the Wind Thunder Dao sect recognized the muscular middle-aged man who had appeared in the sky. At this moment, the 2 men standing in the sky were celestial lords from the Wind Thunder Dao sect. As the 2 of them stood there, the anger on the old man's body soared to the heavens, causing the nearby Wind Thunder Dao sect disciples to feel a slight pressure. Qiuhe has died, Jun Chongshan said in a low voice. Jun Chongshan said in a deep voice as he clenched his fists. His celestial origin energy pulsed involuntarily from his body, emitting waves of awe-inspiring aura. Many disciples from the Wind Thunder Dao sect with lower cultivation bases were horrified. They quickly flew away from Jun Chongshan. What? Wu Gang's eyes widened slightly. Jun Qiuhe is dead? While Wu Gang was still in shock, Jun Chongshan had already flown away. In just a blink of an eye, he had disappeared from everyone's sight. Jun Qiuhe, is she really dead? Heavens! Did we really guess it right? That woman called Huaner in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm actually killed Jun Qiuhe, who had a group of helpers? How terrifying! With her strength, I'm sure she's definitely ranked in the top 10 in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Vice Hall Master Jun seems to be heading toward Vice Sect Leader Ho's residence. In my opinion, he's probably going to look for Vice Sect Leader Ho to ask senior brother Ho Tongxian to avenge Jun Qiuhe and Jun Wangchen. While the disciples of the Wind Thunder Dao sect were whispering among themselves, the Deputy Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, Jun Chongshan, had arrived at the residence of the Deputy Sect Leader of the Wind Thunder Dao sect, Ho Jin. Vice Sect Leader, please ask Ho Tongxian to avenge my great-grandson and great-granddaughter. Jun Chongshan bowed as soon as he saw Ho Jin. It was as though he would not stand up if Ho Jin did not agree to his request. Vice Hall Master Jun, please stand up first. Ho Jin said. After listening to Jun Chongshan's explanation, Ho Jin finally understood what had happened. You mean, Jun Qiuhe found 8 people who were ranked in the top 10 in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, but they were all killed by that woman called Huan? Vice Hall Master Jun, is there a mistake? Perhaps Jun Chioha died in the trial of the ranked secret realm. Ho Zhen speculated. Impossible. Jun Chongshan shook his head decisively. Before Huan killed that woman, she had sent me a message. However, she died not long after she sent the message. At that time, everyone in the Grade 2 secret realm had left. Only Huan, her helper, and the young man next to her, Duan Ling Tian, were left in the secret realm, Duan Ling Tian explained. Jun Chongshan said. Who did Jun Chiohe find? Do you know? Ho Zhen asked. I know. I've contacted a few of those people's elders that I can contact. They were all killed. Jun Chongshan's expression was unsightly. Ho Zhen's eyes widened when he heard Jun Chongshan's words. If those two people really killed them, I'm afraid they're not much weaker than my son, Ho Tong Xian. Vice Hall Master Jun, I'll send a message to my son, but I can't guarantee he'll be able to kill them. Ho Zhen said. Vice Sect Leader Jun, if even Ho Tong Xian can't kill them, I can only accept it. Jun Chongshan said through gritted teeth. In the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Ho Tong Xian, who had separated from the others and was exploring the Grade 1 secret realm by himself, suddenly received a message from his father. Duan Lingtian and Huan killed Jun Chiohe? Moreover, Jun Chiohe had gathered 8 people to kill Jun Chiohe? It had to be said that when Ho Tong Xian received this message, he was completely shocked. Jun Chiohe was not weak to begin with. Moreover, the people she gathered were all ranked in the top 30 on the scoreboard. They were not weak at all. However, these 9 people were completely annihilated by Duan Ling Tian and Huan. Father, if this is true, I'm not confident, Ho Tong Xian said in a deep voice. If there's a chance, we'll test them. Of course, don't kill them at first. As far as I know, those 2 aren't people who kill indiscriminately. They won't kill unless they're trying to kill them, Ho Tong Xian said. Ho Zhen said. This was the reason he agreed to Jun Chongshan's request. He knew Duan Lingtian and Huan were not people who killed indiscriminately. Otherwise, he would not have risked his precious son's life. It's not a problem to test them. Ho Tong Xian sighed in relief. At the same time, his eyes glinted as he sent a message. Yen Ryu, how much do you know about Duan Lingtian and the woman by his side? Ian. Chapter 3204. In the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. In the Grade 2 Secret Realm. Brother Lington, where should we go now? After leaving the main hall, Duan Lingtian and Huan were greeted by a vast and boundless world. Now, even if they looked back, they wouldn't be able to see the hall they were in just now. It was as if they had appeared in a completely new world the moment they walked out of the door of the palace. Furthermore, they had merged with this world. Let's go wherever we want. Duan Lingtian smiled. You can go wherever you want. There were many fortuitous encounters in Grade 2 secret realms such as celestial weapons, celestial pills, celestial fruits, and celestial talismans. However, Duan Lingtian only wanted celestial pills and celestial fruits that could raise his cultivation base. It was extremely difficult for celestial kings to obtain celestial pills and celestial fruits that could raise one's cultivation base. Even if such a thing existed, it was as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns in the Southern Heaven territory. Naturally, there were many celestial pills and celestial fruits that could raise one's cultivation base. The reason Duan Lingtian was able to break through from a 1 basic celestial king to a 3 talents celestial king in just 30 years was because the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion had given him many celestial pills and celestial fruits. He had given half of them to Huan. Even if he did not give half of them to Huan, his current cultivation base would still not reach the level of a 4 phenomenons celestial king. The gap between a 3 talents celestial king and a 4 phenomenons celestial king was as wide as a chasm. Brother Lingtian, let's go this way, said as she looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian said as he glanced at the direction to his right. All right. Duan Lingtian did not ask any questions. He led Huan, to the right. Along the way, he extended his divine consciousness to search for fortuitous encounters. The Grade 2 secret realms in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were filled with both fortuitous encounters and risks. In fact, one's life might be in danger here. Naturally, the more valuable an item was, the more dangerous it was. For example, defensive royal-grade celestial weapons were protected by powerful formation spirits in the secret realms of the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The formation spirit was a spirit body condensed by the formation. It was extremely powerful. Although his cultivation base was only a 10 directions celestial king, the profundities he comprehended were not inferior to the profundities in the top 10 in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Generally speaking, when encountering this kind of array spirit, many people would choose to join forces. However, even though it's dangerous in the ranked secret realm, you can still crush your identity jade token and leave. Duan Lingtian had heard the Imperial Tudor Palace master mention this before. Of course, once he crushed the identity jade token and left, he would not be able to enter again. It was equivalent to giving up this opportunity to explore the ranked secret realm. Big brother Lingtian, there's a sound in front. After traveling for about 2 hours, Duan Lingtian pointed at a group of volcanoes in the distance and said, "There's no need to worry about that." Right now, the two of them were standing on a barren desert. In the distance, there was a group of volcanoes. In the center of the volcanoes, flames were constantly erupting. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, could not hear the sound. Nevertheless, he still led Huan forward. After traveling for a while, they finally heard the sound. Boom! Rumble! A series of earth-shattering explosions rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. At the same time, he could vaguely see figures flashing in the center of the volcanoes. Apart from a few figures, there was a huge figure in the center of the volcanoes as well. However, it did not look human at all. The Imperial Tudor Palace master continued to say, "In the ranked secret realm, as long as there's a commotion, it means a treasure is about to appear. The stronger the formation spirit, the more valuable the treasure is. Some of the treasures in the secret realms are things that even the 10 great clans and 5 great sects yearn for. Of course, there aren't many of those treasures." The pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion's words seemed to echo in Duan Lingtian's ears as his eyes lit up. It seems like the treasure that the formation spirit is guarding is not simple. Duan Lingtian speculated that the huge figure in the center of the volcanoes was the formation spirit guarding the treasure. Based on how the formation spirit was evenly matched with the few figures, it was obvious that the formation spirit was not weak. Let's go. Duan Lingtian held Huan's hand as he teleported 10,000 meters away from where they were. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian felt 1/3 of his celestial origin energy had been depleted. With my current celestial origin energy, it's still difficult for me to cast the teleportation profundity to the initial stage. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. Duan Lingtian had comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity to the initial stage. With this, he could travel 10,000 meters with just a teleportation profundity. However, it would take a lot of celestial origin energy to travel 10,000 meters with the teleportation profundity at the initial stage. This amount of celestial origin energy was nothing to a celestial lord. However, it was a huge burden to a celestial king. For example, Duan Lingtian was only a 3 talents celestial king. Even so, he had to consume 1/3 of his celestial origin energy to teleport 10,000 meters away. On the other hand, if he only used teleportation to travel a distance of 100 meters, 1,000 meters, or even 10,000 meters, he wouldn't need to use so much celestial origin energy. After traveling 10,000 meters, Duan Lingtian and Huan arrived above the volcanoes. At this moment, they could clearly see the figures in the distance. There were 3 people in total, and they were fighting a flaming rock giant. The rock giant's body emitted a scorching aura. Moreover, it was red in color, as though it had just been taken out of a furnace. These 3 people, Duan Lingtian looked at the 3 people. One of them was a middle-aged man, and the other two were young men. He had seen them when he first entered the Grade 2 secret realm. However, at this moment, they were once again at a disadvantage in the face of the flame giant's attack. Swoosh! The flaming rock giant's fist that was the size of a small mountain swept through the air, carrying with it a vast amount of celestial origin energy that was boosted with the fire elemental profundity. Its fist contained most of the profundities from the law of fire, and it even contained profundities from the law of fire to the initial stage. The explosion profundity and the burning profundity. They're both at the initial stage. Before Duan Lingtian comprehended the law of space, he had comprehended the law of fire. With just a glance, he could tell how powerful the law of the flaming rock giant was. The flame giant was much stronger than any of the 9 people who had died at his hands. Although some of the 9 people had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of fire to the initial stage, they were only profundities that did not have much of a presence. The profundities that did not have much of a presence were not as powerful as the profundities that did not have much of a presence. For example, the law of fire's explosion profound meaning and the law of fire's burning profound meaning were the main offensive profound meanings of the law of fire. Those who had comprehended these 2 profound meanings to the initial realm would be considered top-notch existences. Bang! The flaming rock giant's fist was about to land on the weakest person. However, at this critical moment, the weakest person took out his identity jade token and crushed it before disappearing into thin air. The flaming rock giant's fist missed its target and smashed into a nearby volcano, causing it to tremble violently. The entire group of volcanoes shook like an earthquake. Retreat! The expressions of the 2 survivors changed drastically as they hastily retreated. The flaming rock giant only calmed down after they were out of the range of the towering flames. The flaming rock giant was slowly submerged in the towering flames. It was as though it was never there. At this moment, the 2 survivors who had retreated looked at the bottom of the towering flames with an unwilling expression on their faces. The treasure is down there? Duan Lingtian brought Huan closer when he sensed the duo's attention. With just a glance, he saw a towering plant under the towering flames. It was still as green as ever even as the flames burned it. 5 fiery red fruits could be seen on the plant. They were celestial fruits. Upon closer inspection, one could also see that there were blue veins on the ground. On the surface of each of the 5 fiery red fruits, there were 3 fine blue lines that were faintly discernible under the contrast of the flames. These are flaming green striped fruits? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Moreover, there are 5 of them. With my current cultivation base, I'll be able to break through and become a 4-phenomenon celestial king in a short time if I consume 2 of them. The flaming green striped fruit was a celestial fruit that could raise the cultivation base of a celestial king. If a 1 basic celestial king consumed 2 flaming green striped fruits, he would be able to break through and become a 2-form celestial king in a short time. The higher the cultivation base of a celestial king, the less effective the flaming green striped fruit would be. For example, a 9 palaces celestial king would not be able to break through and become a 10 directions celestial king in a short time even if he consumed 10 flaming green striped fruits. Even if the flaming green striped fruit could be consumed multiple times, its efficacy would not decrease. Flaming green striped fruits. Huan recognized the flaming green striped fruits as soon as Duan Lingtian recognized them. As 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox, she had inherited the memories of 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox as well. There are 5 flaming green striped fruits. Duan Lingtian was excited. Although he had obtained many similar cultivation resources in the profound Nether Mansion, none of them could compare to the flaming green striped fruits. The flaming green striped fruits were extremely rare. Even the 10 major clans and 5 major sects might not have them, let alone the profound Nether Mansion. At this moment, the 2 celestial kings finally noticed Duan Lingtian and Huan Er's presence. Their eyes lit up immediately as they flew toward Duan Lingtian and Huan. Gentlemen, why don't we work together to obtain the flaming green striped fruits? Not interested. Duan Lingtian glanced at the two celestial kings indifferently. Now you can either leave this place or crush your identity jade tokens and leave. You have 5 breaths to think about it. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. Chapter 3205. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the expressions of the two men changed drastically. Sir, even if you don't want to join forces with us, you don't have to do this, right? Don't you think you've gone overboard? The middle-aged man's face sank as he asked coldly. The young man next to him had an unsightly expression on his face as well. However, a hint of fear could be seen in his eyes. After all, he knew that the man and woman in front of him were ranked 13th and 15th on the scoreboard respectively. On their side, although the person beside him was ranked 12th on the scoreboard, he was only ranked 19th on the scoreboard. You don't have the ability to obtain the flaming green striped fruits. Are you planning to stay here and take advantage of me? Duan Lingtian sneered. Sir, you're saying the two of you can obtain the flaming green striped fruits? The young man inhaled sharply when he heard this. He had personally experienced how terrifying the formation spirit was earlier. Even if the 3 of them joined forces, they still could not defeat the spirit. However, the purple-clad young man before him seemed confident he could obtain the flaming green striped fruits. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, a hint of fear could be seen in the middle-aged man's eyes. However, he did not show any intention of leaving. In fact, a hint of greed could be seen in the depths of his eyes. You still have 3 breaths left. Duan Lingtian reminded the middle-aged man in a deep voice. Sir, it's best to leave some leeway for mortals. The middle-aged man's expression was slightly unsightly. Brother Lingtian, you're not leaving? If that's the case, don't leave. Huan who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, teleported behind the middle-aged man when she saw he had no intention of leaving. In the next moment, the law of space's restraining profundity appeared and imprisoned the middle-aged man. Rip, rip, rip. 3 spatial tears appeared in the air as the 3 cross-dimensional / profundity were sent into the space where the middle-aged man was imprisoned. All of this happened in just a blink of an eye. When the middle-aged man regained his senses, the 3 cross-dimensional / profundity were only 10 meters away from him. The middle-aged man's expression changed, and his celestial origin energy swept out from his body. The celestial artifact in his hand shook, and he made a move to block the 3-dimensional decapitators. After blocking the 3-dimensional slashes, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At this moment, a cry of alarm came from beside him. Be careful! The person who cried out in alarm was none other than the young man standing next to the middle-aged man. He had seen Huan unleash various techniques before she took out a celestial artifact and threw it at the middle-aged man. The yin-yang 9 water chestnut ring flashed through the air, leaving behind a beam of 2-colored light. When it neared the sealed space, it disappeared into thin air. When he reappeared, he was already in the confinement space. No! This time, the middle-aged man only had time to block the second attack. Moreover, it was an attack from an immortal weapon. The result was obvious. The middle-aged man's hand was crushed by the yin-yang 9 water chestnut ring, and then he died under the yin-yang 9 water chestnut ring. After killing the middle-aged man, Huan casually put away the middle-aged man's spatial ring. Then, she teleported to Duan Lingtian's side and handed the spatial ring to Duan Lingtian. In the next moment, she held Duan Lingtian's hand, looking meek and obedient. The young man's eyes widened when he saw the young woman standing before him. At the same time, he felt a chill running up his spine. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have believed that such a meek and beautiful woman could be so decisive. You have 1 breath left. Duan Lingtian said as he glanced at the young man indifferently. As soon as Duan Lingtian's words entered the young man's ears, it jolted him back to his senses. He hastily turned around and fled. The young man did not even dare to look back as he fled. In just a blink of an eye, he had disappeared from Duan Lingtian and Huan Er's sight. After the young man left, Duan Lingtian said to Huan Er with a smile on his face, Huan, you stay here and watch over the formation. I'll go and retrieve the flaming green striped fruits. In truth, even if the two formation elders had stayed behind, Duan Lingtian would not have allowed them to snatch the flaming green striped fruits from him. He had chased them away because he did not want them to know too much about him. For example, the 7 Orifices exquisite sword. With his current strength, it would be difficult for him to defeat the formation spirit without the 7 Orifices exquisite sword. Huan Er was strong enough to defeat the formation spirit, but if he was alone, it would be difficult for him to deal with the 2 formation spirits without the 7 Orifices exquisite sword. If he used the 7 Orifices exquisite sword and the 2 formation spirits left, news of him possessing the 7 Orifices exquisite sword would spread like wildfire. Naturally, they would not be able to tell that the 7 Orifices exquisite sword was a divine weapon. However, they would still think that it was an Emperor-grade celestial weapon. It would not be a good thing for him to have an Emperor-grade celestial weapon. Anichim, Huan Er nodded. She obediently let go of Duan Lingtian's hand and watched as Duan Lingtian stepped into the flames. It's really hot. No wonder the formation spirit who has comprehended the law of fire is so fast. He can even use the fire elemental profundity in this place. There was a profundity from the law of fire called the fire elemental profundity. The fire elemental profundity was very difficult to comprehend at the rudimentary stage. It could not be used unless one was in an environment with flames. Only when one had comprehended the fire elemental profundity to the mastery stage would one be able to use it anywhere. In this place, anyone who had comprehended the fire elemental profundity would be able to use the fire elemental profundity at will. As soon as Duan Lingtian entered the flames, a loud howl rang in the air, causing Duan Lingtian's eardrums to tremble. In the next moment, the flaming giant appeared again and pounced toward Duan Lingtian. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian raised his hand, and the 7 Orifices exquisite sword appeared in his hand. Then he teleported behind the flaming giant and cast his strongest attack. Swoosh! The sound of sword whistling rang in the air, but it was short-lived. A 7-colored sword ray shot into the flaming giant's body and instantly destroyed it. Following that, Duan Lingtian put away the 7 Orifices exquisite sword and took the 5 flaming green striped fruits. Let's go to the next place. After putting away the 5 flaming green striped fruits, Duan Lingtian bade farewell to Huan Er and continued to search for the next place with fortuitous encounters. He did not plan to consume the 5 flaming green striped fruits for now. In the secret realms, one could stay in the first-class secret realms for a month while the second-class secret realms could only stay in the first-class secret realms for 20 days. As for the third-class secret realms, one could only stay in the third-class secret realms for 10 days. Moreover, the third-class secret realms were more difficult than the second-class secret realms, and the second-class secret realms were more difficult than the first-class secret realms. For the next 20 days, Duan Lingtian and Huan Er wandered around the second-class secret realms. After collecting the 5 flaming green striped fruits, they gained quite a lot. Their biggest gain was a purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon, a white female celestial robe. Huan Er fell in love with it as soon as she laid eyes on it. Duan Lingtian was, naturally, happy to see Huan Er fall in love with it. Apart from the flaming green striped fruits, they had also collected some celestial fruits and celestial pills that could increase one's cultivation base. Apart from that, they had also obtained a few good celestial talismans. However, they could not be used recklessly in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. There was a rule in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm that those who had used celestial talismans against their opponents would lose their identity jade tokens. This rule applied to both the upper realm and the ranked secret realms. In other words, those who had used celestial talismans against their opponents could only leave the upper realm through the safe zone. In the ranked secret realms, they could only leave after the secret realms closed. Swoosh, swoosh. When the time was up, Duan Lingtian and Huan were sent out of the upper realm and returned to the safe zone. Well, let's return and cultivate for a while before we enter the upper realm. Duan Lingtian bade farewell to Huan before they left the upper realm and returned to the Imperial Tudor Pavilion in the profound Nether Mansion. With Huan and Huan current strength, they might be able to enter the top 10 if they joined forces. However, there were still many people who could pose a threat to them. Moreover, with Zhang Jin around, they did not dare to recklessly enter the top 10. With this in mind, Duan Lingtian decided to return to the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and cultivate for a period of time before he comprehended the law of space with the supreme powerhouse divinity. I'll listen to you, Brother Lingtian. Huan would never refute Duan Lingtian's words. In her opinion, Duan Lingtian was always right. With this, Duan Lingtian brought Huan back to the Imperial Tudor Pavilion in the profound Nether Mansion and continued to cultivate and comprehend the law of space. Naturally, the others were unaware of this. For example, Zhang Dongnan, the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan. After Zhang Jin agreed to enter the upper realm using an alias, Zhang Dongnan had spent a lot of effort to locate a powerful sectless 10 Directions celestial king. This sectless cultivator would occasionally enter the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. When he was ranked at the top, he was ranked 13th. Although he's not ranked in the top 10, he hasn't entered the upper realm for more than 10 years. No one would suspect anything even if the messenger uses his name to rank in the top 10. With this thought in mind, Zhang Dongnan personally killed the sectless cultivator. The sectless cultivator did not know how he had offended a celestial lord. Messenger. After killing the sectless cultivator, Zhang Dongnan returned to the Phantom Fox clan and looked for Zhang Jin. Messenger, I've found you an identity as a sectless cultivator. When you enter the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, inscribe Dong Yu's name on your identity jade token. Since I've already killed him, it's impossible for him to appear in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Moreover, he hasn't entered the upper realm for more than 10 years. His highest ranking in the past was 13th place. Chapter 3206. Dong Yu was a sectless cultivator in the Southern Heaven Territory who was a 10 Directions celestial king who had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of water. Previously, his best result in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was 13th place. However, it had been more than 10 years since his name appeared on the scoreboard in the upper realm. Naturally, even if his name had not appeared on the scoreboard for more than 10 years, nobody would think he was not even ranked in the top 100 in the past 10 years. I thought Dong Yu had become a celestial lord more than 10 years ago. That's why he didn't enter the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. I didn't expect him to remain a celestial lord for more than 10 years. Someone in a safe zone in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm side. Do you think it's that easy to become a celestial lord? If it's that easy, there wouldn't be so few celestial lords in the Southern Heaven Territory. In my opinion, Dong Yu has been in closed-door cultivation for more than 10 years. Dong Yu is really strong this time. It has only been 3 months, but he's already ranked 19th. It seems like Dong Yu's strength has improved over the past 10 years. As long as he's lucky, he'll be able to rank in the top 10. At this moment, the sectless cultivator, Dong Yu, was the topic of discussion in the safe zones of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. After all, not only did Dong Yu, who had disappeared for more than 10 years, appear again, but he had also risen to the 19th place in such a short time. I remember Dong Yu didn't kill indiscriminately in the past. However, he killed almost all the people he eliminated this time. I don't know. Perhaps something happened to him in the past 10 years. He's almost on par with Zhang Jin from last year. Speaking of Zhang Jin, why didn't he enter the upper realm this year? Perhaps he wants to enter at the end of the year. His speed on the scoreboard is much faster than Dong Yu's. At this moment, The people in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm did not expect the real Dongyu to be dead. After all, the real Dongyu was Zhang Jin. In the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, one could leave one's name on the identity jade token as long as it did not overlap with someone else's name. This time, when Zhang Jini entered, he left the name Dongyu. It's been 4 months, and they still haven't come in? Zhang Jini hovered in the air above a blood-red forest. He glanced at the scoreboard through his identity jade token, only to discover that Duan Lingtian and Huan Er's names were not on the scoreboard. Could it be that they also came in under fake names? Zhang Jini could not help but think so. With this thought in mind, Zhang Jin sent a message to Zhang Dongnan, the patriarch of the Phantom Fox clan. Zhang Dongnan immediately instructed Zhang Yunting's son to check the scoreboard. Zhang Yunting's son quickly replied to Zhang Dongnan, clan leader, the remaining people on the scoreboard are all frequent visitors to the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Their rankings are the same as before. Duan Lingtian and Huan haven't entered the upper realm yet. After receiving the reply, Zhang Dongnan immediately sent another message to Zhang Jini. Lord Envoy, Duan Lingtian and Huan haven't entered the upper realm yet. Please wait a little longer. However, because of Zhang Dongnan's words, Zhang Jini had to wait for 100 years. This is the last time I'll enter the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. If Duan Lingtian and Huan still haven't entered the upper realm, I'll have to return as well. Zhang Jini entered the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm again. This was the 100th time Dongyu had entered the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm using the name Dongyu. Throughout the past 100 years, he had barely made it into the top 10 in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm to avoid attracting too much attention. However, as soon as he entered the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, he would crush his identity jade token and leave. He was not interested in staying in the upper realm for long. Initially, he had planned to return to the Phantom Fox clan in the heavenly territory after waiting for a few years, but Duan Lingtian and Huan still had not entered the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. However, a message from the Grand Elder of the Zhang clan stopped him. Genie, I know you don't want to stay in the southern heaven territory, but the matter of the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox is very important. You'll have to wait for 100 years. If she still hasn't shown up after 100 years, you'll have to return. Due to the Grand Elder's words, Zhang Jini had no choice but to stay in the upper realm of the Phantom Fox clan. In just a blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. Finally, I can return. Zhang Jini felt refreshed after entering the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. After all, he would be able to leave the southern heaven territory and return to the heavenly territory after the scoreboard was reset. Since this is the last time, I won't hold back anymore. I'll make sure Dongyu ranks first this year. Throughout the past 99 years, he had never given it his all. However, this time, he decided to give it his all to bring the name he had used for 100 years to the top of the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. In the profound nether mansion. In the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. Senior. An old man who was fishing in the backyard was awakened by the voice behind him. He put down his fishing rod and turned around to see a purple-clad young man standing nearby. Beside the purple-clothed young man stood a woman in white. They looked like a golden couple standing next to each other. Both of you have been in closed-door cultivation for 100 years. How is it? How's your cultivation base now? The old man asked with a smile. He did not expect Duan Lingtian and Huan to be in closed-door cultivation for 100 years. Nevertheless, Duan Lingtian still asked the mansion master of the profound nether mansion to look for cultivation resources for the duo while they were in closed-door cultivation. Over the past 100 years, at least half of the profound nether mansion's wealth had been spent on the duo. Huan has become a 10 Directions celestial king. She's only one step away from becoming a celestial lord. Duan Lingtian smiled. In just a blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. Initially, he did not plan to cultivate in seclusion for so long. However, after consuming the 5 flaming green striped fruits, Huan gave him 10 drops of blood essence as well. With that, his cultivation base rose from a 3-talent celestial king to a 7-stars celestial king in just a short time. Huan had also become extremely weak due to the overdraft of her blood essence. She would need to recuperate for 10 years to recover from a single drop of blood essence. On the other hand, she would need 100 years to recover from 10 drops. Fortunately, even though she had used 10 drops of blood essence, it didn't affect her cultivation or her comprehension of the law of space through the supreme quintessence Godhead. Since Huan wanted to recuperate, he planned to explore the upper realm alone. However, when he saw the longing in Huan's eyes and the fact that he had promised her that he would never leave her side again, he decided against it. Therefore, he accompanied Huan and cultivated in closed-door cultivation for 100 years. "What about you?" the old man asked. "I'm still far from becoming a 10 Directions celestial king." Duan Lingtian smiled awkwardly. After 100 years, even with the endless cultivation resources provided by the profound Nether Mansion, he had only managed to break through from a 7-stars celestial king to a 9 palaces celestial king. "What do you plan to do next?" the old man asked again. "I plan to enter the upper realm again. After that, I'll leave the spirit overarching heaven and travel to the Yen Huang heaven." Duan Lingtian revealed his plan. "When Huan and I are strong enough to avenge the imperial tutor, we'll return." "You're going to the Yen Huang heaven?" The old man frowned in confusion. "It's dangerous for Huan to stay here. After all, the main Phantom Fox clan in the heavenly territory is aware of Huan's existence. Even if they don't know for sure that Huan is 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox, she's still in great danger. If we leave the spirit overarching heaven and go to the Yen Huang heaven, we'll be able to avoid the main Phantom Fox clan." Duan Lingtian said. "There's a Phantom Fox clan in the Jade Emperor heaven as well." The old man said, "However, compared to the main Phantom Fox clan in the spirit overarching heaven, the main Phantom Fox clan in the Jade Emperor heaven is slightly weaker. After all, the main Phantom Fox clan in the Jade Emperor heaven is also a branch of the spirit overarching heaven." The old man said, "The main Phantom Fox clan in the Jade Emperor heaven is the Du clan. They won't harm Huan." Duan Lingtian said with a smile. In fact, 100 years ago, Duan Lingtian had learned from the memory celestial talismans in the profound Nether Mansion that the main Phantom Fox clan in the Jade Emperor heaven was the Du clan. Therefore, at that time, he felt that this was a miraculous coincidence. The Jade Emperor heaven was supposed to be a Devata realm for him. However, due to a freak combination of factors, he ended up in the spirit overarching heaven and met Huan. Huan was from the Du clan in the Phantom Fox clan. "I see." Realization dawned on the old man. Then, he said, "Since both of you have made up your minds, I won't disturb you any further. I only hope that both of you can visit me whenever you're free. Even if I'm not strong enough to avenge the imperial tutor," the old man said. The old man was usually alone. Even if someone came to visit him, it would be the mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion. Duan Lingtian and Huan had been in the imperial tutor pavilion for more than 100 years. Therefore, the old man had developed feelings for both of them. He liked these two juniors very much. In fact, he had a feeling they would surpass him in the future. If everything went well, they might even become titled celestial lords or ordinary divine emperors. "Senior, we're not leaving yet. Let's talk about it after we leave the upper realm." Duan Lingtian shook his head and said with a smile. Without waiting for the old man's reply, Duan Lingtian took out the transportation formation compass and placed the celestial crystals on it. Then he brought Huan into the upper realm. This was his second time entering the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Naturally, this would be his last time as well. After they left the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, they would leave the spirit overarching heaven and head to the Jade Emperor heaven. Chapter 3207. Duan Lingtian felt as though a lifetime had passed since he entered the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. When Duan Lingtian and Huan appeared in one of the safe zones in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, they attracted a lot of attention. What a beautiful woman! I've never seen such a beautiful woman in my life. Her face is flawless. I'm afraid this woman isn't inferior to the short-lived woman from 100 years ago, Huan. Many people's attention was focused on Huan at this moment. At this moment, a voice rang out, covering the noise of the crowd. 100 years ago, I was eliminated by her. The person who spoke was a middle-aged man. He stood in the distance and looked at Huan warily. It's Xiao Hongkuan. Immediately, many people's attention fell on the middle-aged man. Some people recognized him at a glance. Xiao Hongkuan was considered a celebrity in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. He was ranked in the top 30 most of the time. Most of the people present on the scene knew someone like him. So she's Huan. She hasn't appeared in the upper realm for 100 years, right? I remember that 100 years ago, she wasn't even 100 years old. After 100 years, how strong would her strength have become? If she didn't enter the upper realm, I would think she's already a celestial lord. However, now that she's here, she must be a 10 directions celestial king at least. When she was a 6 combos celestial king, she was ranked 15th. Now that she's a 10 directions celestial king, her comprehension of the law of space must have improved tremendously. Her current strength might be able to be mentioned in the same breath as Yen Ryu. That's possible. Due to Huan Er's stunning performance in the upper realm 100 years ago, most of the people present on the scene were certain she had grown stronger since she had not appeared in public for 100 years. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian and Huan collected their accumulative point jades and left the safe zone. Similar to the last time they entered the upper realm, they did not activate the invisibility formation in their accumulative point jades. However, even so, the group of people in the safe zone only dared to watch them leave from afar. They did not chase after them and attack them. Outside the safe zone, there were many people waiting to ambush them. However, they all had spies inside the safe zone. When they found out that the person who had come out was the same Huan from 100 years ago, they didn't dare to act rashly. Just like that, Duan Lingtian and Huan made their way out of the safe zone. For a long time, they didn't see a single person. It was as if everyone had vanished without a trace. Huan, our goal this time is to rank 31st to 100th on the scoreboard. After all, in the secret realms in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, only grade 3 secret realms are capable of pressuring you, Huan said. Duan Lingtian said. Because of this, Duan Lingtian didn't summon anyone even if they didn't encounter anyone along the way and didn't obtain any points. After all, he had decided to bring Huan to the upper realm to look for an opportunity to break through and become a celestial lord before they left for the Jade Emperor Heaven. While Duan Lingtian and Huan were leisurely strolling in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, Zhang Dongyi, who had changed his name to Dongyu, was on a killing spree. Dongyu's ranking was rising rapidly. In just a month he had risen to 39th place. Just as Dongyu was about to search for his next target, he took out his identity jade token and saw a familiar name on it. He had been waiting for this name for 1,000 years. She was ranked 96th. She's here. Zhang Jinyi's eyes widened slightly as an expression of surprise appeared on his face. I entered the upper realm during the last time I entered the upper realm? It seems like even the heavens are on my side. He had been waiting for this woman for the past 100 years. Now, she had finally shown up. There's no need to rush my ranking. I'll wait for her to catch up to me before I catch up to her. Zhang Jinyi thought to himself. At this moment, Zhang Jinyi was no longer in a hurry. In fact, he had even forgotten about his intention to compete for the top spot. In just a blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Huan had risen to the 82nd place while Duan Lingtian had risen to the 85th place. Let's continue waiting. Zhang Jinyi was hiding in a secluded area in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. It was precisely because of this that his ranking on the scoreboard had dropped from 39th to 46th in just half a month. Nevertheless, he was not in a hurry. He had already waited for 100 years. Why would he care about waiting for less than a year? Time continued to pass. Months passed by one after another. Soon, there was only a month left before the scoreboard would reset. At this moment, Zhang Jinyi discovered that both Huan and Duan Lingtian were still in the top 50. Their rankings were roughly the same 6 months ago, and they were still in the top 50. Huan, 35th place. Duan Lingtian, 37th place. Don't tell me they're also fake names? Zhang Jinyi thought to himself with a frown on his face. Those who were capable of ranking in the top 15,100 years ago could not even make it to the top 30 after 100 years had passed. So what if they're fake names? I'm not interested in ranking in the upper realm anyway. It's fine for me to follow them into the Grade 3 secret realm. If they're not Duan Lingtian and Huan, they'll have to pay for their foolishness. Zhang Jinyi's eyes flashed coldly as killing intent surged out of his eyes. Swoosh. Following that, Zhang Jinyi left the place where he had stayed for almost a year to collect more points. After all, he had been pushed out of the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm scoreboard. With Zhang Jinyi's strength, he could easily enter the top 100 even if he only had a month left. In the Wind Thunder Dao sect. In the enforcement hall. The woman named Huan has appeared? Jun Chongshan, one of the vice hall masters of the enforcement hall, said with a frown on his face when he received the news. It's been almost a year since she entered the upper realm, but she's only ranked in the 40th percentile? Moreover, the man named Duan Lingtian is only ranked in the 40th percentile as well. It's been 100 years. Could it be that not only has their strength not improved, but it also hasn't decreased? Jun Chongshan was certain of his conclusion. He was certain that Duan Lingtian and Huan were imposters. Huan was already so strong when she was not even 100 years old. Now that 100 years have passed, I'm sure she's even stronger than before. If she enters the upper realm again, I'm afraid even the Dao scholar profound sects Yen Ru Yu won't be a match for her. Moreover, it's highly likely that she's already a celestial lord. Wang Chen, Qiu He, I'm useless. I can't avenge you anymore. Although Jun Chongshan still had a deep-rooted hatred in his heart, he also knew that it would be difficult for him to avenge his great-grandson and great-granddaughter. Lord Vice Hall Master, an inner disciple is here to see you. At this moment, a voice came from outside, causing Jun Chongshan to come back to his senses. At the same time, he asked the person to call the inner court disciple in. Lord Vice Hall Master. Soon after, the core disciple entered the room. Is there a reason you're looking for me? Jun Chongshan asked faintly. Now, he no longer had the sad look on his face and looked like a normal person. Lord Vice Palace Master, I was eliminated by a woman called Huan, 100 years ago. This time, I was eliminated by a man called Duan Lingtian who's standing next to her. The core disciple replied, they've entered the upper realm again. I'm here to inform you about this, Vice Hall Master. What? Jun Chongshan's eyes lit up when he heard the core disciple's words. He did not expect the Duan Lingtian and Huan to be imposters. Are you sure they're Duan Lingtian and Huan? I'm sure. The core disciple nodded confidently. I was eliminated by them 100 years ago. I know very well what they look like. That may be the case, but this time, their rankings are far inferior to the rankings from last time. Jun Chongshan said in a deep voice. Oh no. Perhaps they want to enter the Grade 3 secret realm to have some fun? After all, many powerful 10 Directions celestial kings have intentionally lowered their rankings to enter the Grade 3 secret realm, the core disciple said. Jun Chongshan's eyes shone brightly. Jun Chongshan's eyes lit up when he heard the core disciple's words. Soon after, a bold decision that he had been contemplating for a long time appeared in his mind. Don't let me find out that you're lying to me. Otherwise, I won't let you off so easily. Jun Chongshan looked at the core disciple again to confirm the latter's words. When he saw the core disciple looking back at him fearlessly, he let the core disciple leave. Even the heavens are on my side. Wangchun, Xiuhe, I'll avenge you this time. Jun Chongshan muttered to himself with a hint of determination in his eyes. In the next moment, Jun Chongshan took out a pill that shone with a black light and consumed it. Following that, his celestial origin energy began to dissipate. In just 2 hours, a 1 basic celestial lord's cultivation base reverted to that of a 10 directions celestial king. As expected, it's useful. Now that I'm a 10 directions celestial king who has comprehended 9 profundities from the law of fire and 4 profundities to the initial stage, even Yen Ru, you won't be a match for me. If Huan is stronger than me, I'll admit defeat. Otherwise, the upper realm will be her grave. Jun Chongshan's eyes flashed coldly as he took out a formation compass and teleported to the upper realm. Chapter 3208. The reversal poison pill was a harmful celestial pill. If a celestial lord did not use his celestial origin energy to suppress the effects of the pill in time, his cultivation base would regress. Jun Chongshan's cultivation base had regressed from a celestial lord to a 10 directions celestial king after consuming the reversal poison pill. Nevertheless, Jun Chongshan managed to control his celestial origin energy well. Although his cultivation base had regressed to a 10 directions celestial king, the quality of his celestial origin energy was still high. He was not far from becoming a celestial lord again. Naturally, if he wanted to become a celestial lord again, he would have to neutralize the residual toxins from the reversal poison pill first. It would take him at least 30 to 50 years to do so. However, to avenge his great-grandchildren, he was willing to consume the reversal poison pill and enter the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Vice Hall Master Jun? When Jun Chongshan appeared in a safe zone in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, a core disciple from the Wind Thunder Dao sect recognized Jun Chongshan immediately. The core disciple of the Wind Thunder Dao sect was stunned. Wasn't the Vice Hall Master of the Wind and Thunder Dao sect a celestial lord? How did he enter the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? It was an ironclad rule that only celestial lords were allowed to enter the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. If one broke through and became a celestial lord in the upper realm, one would be forcefully transported out of the upper realm as soon as one broke through. Could it be that Vice Palace Master Jun consumed the reversal poison pill in order to avenge his great-grandchildren? The core disciple of the Wind Thunder Dao sect was familiar with the reversal poison pill since it was one of the celestial pills refined by the chief celestial alchemist of the sect. Naturally, the reversal poison pill was a harmful celestial pill. It seems like Vice Hall Master Jun has learned about Huan Er's appearance in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The core disciple from the Wind Thunder Dao sect watched as Jun Chongshan left the safe zone after retrieving his identity jade token. When he saw a few people following Jun Chongshan, a disdainful expression could be seen on his face. You're seeking death. Jun Chongshan was the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall of the Wind Thunder Dao sect. He was a 1 basic celestial lord. Even though his cultivation base had dropped to the level of a 10 directions celestial king, his comprehension of the laws was still intact. In the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Huan was the only person who could compare to Jun Chongshan. Even the true disciple of the Dao Scholar Profound sect, Yen Ruyu, who had held the first place for 100 years, would not be able to surpass Jun Chongshan in terms of comprehension of the laws. 1 month later, somewhere in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Zhang Jin killed a middle-aged man with a wave of his hand and plundered his points. Looks like they've either returned to the safe zone, or they didn't eliminate anyone else like me. Zhang Jin glanced at the scoreboard through his identity jade token and discovered Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er's rankings had dropped to the 40s. His eyes flashed as he speculated inwardly. Over the past month, Duan Lingtian and Huan Er's points remained the same, but their rankings had dropped significantly. The next day would be the day the upper realm scoreboard would be reset. Therefore, within a day of birth, even if their points dropped again, it would be difficult for their rankings to fall out of the top 50. Let's wait and see. Now that Zhang Jini's points were back in the top 40, he could enter the Grade 3 secret realm with Duan Lingtian and Huan. Naturally, Zhang Jini was not certain if Duan Lingtian and Huan were the real Duan Lingtian and Huan, or since they did not look like themselves at all. It's about time. Meanwhile, in another place in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Jun Chongshan, who had been in the upper realm for a month, looked at his ranking through his accumulative point jade and saw he was ranked 59th. Instead of using his real name, Jun Chongshan had used the name Jun Qiuqin. His surname was still his surname. However, he had taken a word from his great-granddaughter, Jun Qiuhe, and a word from his great-grandson, Jun Wangqin. The scoreboard will be reset tomorrow, and the ranking secret realm will open as well. Jun Chongshan's eyes were cold. The Grade 3 secret realm will be their burial ground. In the Imperial Tudor Pavilion of the profound Nether Mansion. Let's go. Duan Lingtian held Huan Er's hand as they stepped into the transportation formation on the formation compass and made their way to the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. A month ago, they had left the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and returned to the upper realm. During this time, they had spent a lot of time chatting with the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. The scoreboard in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm would be reset in an hour. At that time, the ranking secret realm would open. It was time for Duan Lingtian and Huan to enter the upper realm. After entering the upper realm again, they appeared in the safe zone. This time, they did not attract too much attention. After all, most people's attention was on their identity jade tokens. Most of them were looking at the scoreboard through their identity jade tokens. In just a blink of an eye, an hour had passed. At this time, the final ranking was finally decided. Duan Lingtian and Huan were pushed down to the 60th place. However, this did not affect their chances of entering the Grade 3 secret realm. A total of 70 people will enter the Grade 3 secret realm. Moreover, they can only stay in there for 10 days. Although Duan Lingtian had not entered the Grade 3 secret realm before, he knew a thing or two about it. Moreover, the time spent in the third-class secret realm was not limited to just a short period of time. The various opportunities in the third-class secret realm required one to face the formation spirits as well as other tests. The difficulty of the third-class secret realm was not comparable to the difficulty of the third-class secret realm, let alone the difficulty of the third-class secret realm. Compared to the Grade 3 secret realm, the Grade 1 secret realm was like a free gift. I wonder if all 70 people will be placed in the same place? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. It did not take long before Duan Lingtian felt a warmth coming from the identity jade token in his hand. He instinctively tightened his grip on Huan Er's hand. In the next moment, his vision darkened. When he regained his vision, he found himself in a cage. This cage was different from an ordinary prison. Looking outside, there were many huge bodies chained up and locked up outside the cage. Among the bear-type celestial beasts, there were smaller celestial beasts as well. There were also some ferocious-looking celestial beasts that Duan Lingtian could not name. Brother Lingtian, these are all illusions. Huan Er's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears, startling Duan Lingtian. In terms of illusory techniques, Huan was 1,000 Phantom's ice fox that only appeared once in a million years in the Phantom Fox clan. She could be said to be the ancestor of illusory techniques. Huan was not afraid of illusory formations, illusory techniques, and illusory techniques. This was more like Huan Er's innate talent. When Duan Lingtian regained his senses, he discovered there were 8 other people who were placed in the same place as them. I thought there would be 70 people in one place. I didn't expect there to be 10 people in a group. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At the same time, Duan Lingtian glanced at the other 8 people. He only saw 2 familiar faces, but the rest were unfamiliar faces. When the 2 familiar faces noticed Duan Lingtian's gaze, they also saw Duan Lingtian and Huan. A look of surprise appeared on their faces. It's Miss Huan and Duan Lingen. Duan Lingtian? The other 6 people also saw Duan Lingtian and Huan, when they heard the 2 people's surprised voices. This was especially true for Huan. Her peerless beauty made everything around her pale in comparison. It's really Huan. I didn't expect it to be them. I thought they were fakes since their names appeared on the scoreboard. Why are they in the Grade 3 Secret Realm? It doesn't matter if they're in the Grade 3 Secret Realm or not. This is a good thing for us. When the other 6 people regained their senses, they were also pleasantly surprised. When the 70 people entered the Grade 3 Secret Realm, they would be divided into 7 groups. One group would be given a bye while the other 6 groups would have to fight each other to determine 3 groups to enter the Grade 3 Secret Realm. We're in Group 3. A voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. He discovered a token with the word 3 carved on it had appeared out of thin air in the middle of the cell they were in. Group 5 is given a bye. At the same time, an emotionless voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Naturally, the voice did not only ring in Duan Lingtian's ears, but it also rang in the ears of everyone in the cage. All 70 people in the 7 cages heard the voice. It's our Group 5. Let's wait for the Grade 3 Secret Realm. I didn't expect I'd be so lucky. In the past 20 years, this is the first time I've been given a bye. The cage where the people in Group 5 were in was very lively. Most of them were excited, except for one person who stood in the corner with a slight frown on his face. Brother, we're given a bye. Aren't you happy? A middle-aged man who was in a good mood asked the young man standing in the corner with a smile on his face. Get lost. Don't bother me. The young man said coldly. The middle-aged man's expression turned grave immediately. The other 8 people looked at the middle-aged man and the young man as though they were watching a good show. Brother, I'm just asking out of goodwill. Do you have to be like this? The middle-aged man asked in a deep voice. It was embarrassing to be humiliated in front of so many people. Say another word and I'll kill you. The young man glanced at the middle-aged man coldly and said indifferently, You'll kill me? The middle-aged man smiled. Brother, do you know I'm ranked 33rd on the scoreboard this time? You'll kill me? Trumph. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, the young man snorted coldly. In the next moment, the young man did not seem to make any movements. However, a faint ripple appeared in the void. In the next moment, the middle-aged man fell to the ground with a mocking smile on his face. Chapter 3209. Upon seeing the middle-aged man's death, the other 8 people's expressions changed drastically. When they looked at the young man again, it was as though they had just seen a ghost. They all knew the middle-aged man who was killed, and they knew that he was stronger than them. However, such a person was killed by the young man in front of them in just a blink of an eye. With his strength, it should be easy for him to enter the Grade 2 Secret Realm. Why is he in the Grade 3 Secret Realm? At that instant, the hearts of the 8 cultivators shuddered. At this moment, the 8 of them did not know that even so, they had still underestimated this young man. If the young man wanted to, he would have been ranked first in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm for more than 90 years. Even Yen Ruyu from the Tao Scholar Profound sect was not a match for him. The young man was none other than Zhang Jin-yi, who had changed his name to Dongyu. Initially, he thought he would be able to meet Huan as soon as he entered the Grade 3 Secret Realm. He did not expect to find himself in a prison, and Huan was not among the other 9 prisoners. With his strength, he could easily defeat the other group and enter the Grade 3 Secret Realm even if we don't get a bye. Now, The 8 of them could understand why this young man didn't feel the slightest bit happy when he found out that the 5th group had a bye. After all, he did not care about being given a bye. I'm not in the same group as Huan. Jun Chongshan, who was also known as Jun Qiuchen, was in the 6th group. When he looked around, he discovered there were no women in the same cell as him. All of them were men. "Brother, I've never seen you before. How should I address you?" An old man asked with a smile as he looked at Jun Chongshan. Now, the 8 people in the prison looked like young men and middle-aged men. Only he and the person in front of him looked like an old man, which made him feel a sense of familiarity. Jun Qiuchen. Jun Chongshan glanced at the old man indifferently. Jun Qiuchen? The old man was stunned for a moment before he smiled. "It's an honor to meet you." Naturally, the old man did not remember Jun Qiuchen's name. However, he still greeted Jun Qiuchen out of courtesy. "This is my first time entering the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm using this name." However, Jun Chongshan mercilessly exposed the old man's hypocrisy. Instantly, the smile on the old man's face froze. He scolded angrily, "You are so rude. I gave you face, but you don't give me face? Do I need you to give me face?" Jun Chongshan said disdainfully. He was the vice hall master of the enforcement hall of the Wind Thunder Dao sect. How could an ordinary 10 Directions Celestial King compare to him? However, the 10 Directions Celestial King had only comprehended one profundity of a law to the initial success stage at most. In his opinion, such a 10 Directions Celestial King could only be considered ordinary. Are all newcomers so hot-tempered these days? The old man's eyes turned cold and his voice turned cold. It was as if the temperature in the prison had dropped by a few degrees. "What? Are you trying to educate me?" Jun Chongshan sneered. "Not bad." As soon as the old man finished speaking, his celestial origin energy surged out of his body. In just a blink of an eye, it turned into a sea of flames that enveloped his entire body. In the next moment, the old man's figure flickered as he charged at Jun Chongshan like a ball of fire. "You're still too inexperienced to play with fire in front of me." Jun Chongshan smiled coldly in the face of the old man, who seemed to have turned into flames. Then, he too turned into flames and faced the old man. Under the shocked gazes of the other 8 people, Jun Chongshan seemed to have transformed into a ball of fire that shot up into the sky. As soon as he collided with his opponent's fire, he extinguished the flames on his opponent's body. After the flames on his opponent's body were extinguished, his opponent was burned to a crisp. Only a spatial ring was left behind. Jun Chongshan casually put it away. Gasp, 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 gasp. All of a sudden, the 8 people in the crowd gasped and looked at Jun Chongshan in a completely different light. With his strength, it should be easy for him to enter the top 30 or even the top 20. The 8 of them thought at the same time. When they thought about this, an expression of joy appeared on their faces. With such a genius in Group 6, they would definitely be able to eliminate the other group. Time continued to pass by quietly. An hour later, a spatial door appeared in Group 5's prison that led to a world filled with beautiful flowers and chirping birds. "How big is the Grade 3 secret realm?" Zhang Jinyi asked indifferently as he stopped the 8 people from leaving the secret realm. "My lord." After witnessing Zhang Jinyi's terrifying strength, the 8 people did not dare to be careless. The Grade 3 secret realm isn't that big. With the speed of an ordinary 10 Directions Celestial King, it'll only take 1 or 2 days to explore the entire secret realm. However, although the Grade 3 secret realms are not big, the trials and tribulations inside are extremely difficult. The more precious the item is, the more difficult it is to pass the trial. With your strength, I'm sure the trials won't be difficult for you. The 8 of them were all flattering Zhang Jinyi. An ordinary 10 Directions Celestial King would only need 1 or 2 days to explore the entire secret realm. Zhang Jinyi's eyes glinted. He was not worried that he would not be able to find the 2 people who had changed their names to Duan Lingtian and Huan, or even if he did not encounter anyone else. However, after walking out of the Void Gate, Zhang Jinyi turned around and discovered that the Void Gate was still there. Furthermore, it was open. Beside it, there were 3 other tightly shut void doors. "Milord, behind those 3 void gates is the place where the people who left from the 3 victorious prisons are. After the winners of the battles are decided, they'll come out from the spatial door." Seeing that Zhang Jini was looking at the other 3 tightly shut void doors, a middle-aged man explained, "And our void door will close automatically after everyone comes out. In the future, if you want to leave this place, you'll have to crush your identity jade token or wait for 10 days in the secret realm to send you out." The middle-aged man explained patiently. "You mean, apart from the 3 people who were eliminated, the winners of the 3 prisons will also come out from the spatial doors?" Zhang Jinyi's eyes lit up when he heard the middle-aged man's confirmation. "Yes, my lord." The middle-aged man nodded. Once the spatial doors open, they'll come out. Once all of them come out, the spatial doors will disappear as well. "All right." Zhang Jinyi nodded. "My lord, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first," the middle-aged man said. Zhang Jinyi nodded again before the middle-aged man dared to leave. "In that case, there's no need for me to look for them. I'll just wait here for them to come out." Zhang Jini watched as the void gate he had come out of disappeared along with the other 8 people. Then, his gaze fell on the other 3 void gates that were tightly shut. Meanwhile, Group 3 versus Group 6. In Group 3's prison, the emotionless and cold voice rang out again, resounding in the ears of everyone in the prison. "Our opponent is Group 6. No matter which group it is, with Miss Huan and Lord Duan Lingtian here, there's no need to fear them." The remaining 8 people were confident in Duan Lingtian and Huan Er's abilities. Suddenly, an opening appeared on the side of the cage. A chain bridge that led to the void appeared before Duan Lingtian and the others. "Miss Huan, Lord Duan Lingtian, once we leave this place, we'll enter the battlefield. It'll be 10 against 10. If you encounter any danger, you can crush your identity jade token and leave," one of the 8 people said to Duan Lingtian and Huan. "All right." Duan Lingtian nodded. Meanwhile, in Group 6 prison, apart from the person who was killed by Jun Chongshan, the other 7 people were also filled with confidence. With Jun Chongshan's strength, they were not confident they could defeat him even if they joined forces. For this reason, with Jun Chongshan's help, their group would definitely be able to defeat Group 3 and obtain the pass to enter the Grade 3 secret realm. "My lord, this way please." In front of Jun Chongshan, the 7 of them respectfully allowed Jun Chongshan to walk in front. Jun Chongshan took the lead and walked out of the prison. He stepped onto the chain bridge that led to the void and walked toward the battlefield where another group of people was fighting. "I hope we'll encounter them. Even if we don't, we'll have to deal with our opponents as soon as possible and wait for them outside." When Jun Chongshan was still a core disciple of the Wind Thunder Dao sect, he had entered the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm before. Therefore, he was very familiar with the secret realms, including the Grade 3 secret realm. The battlefield was a boundless starry sky. Looking from afar, one could see many stars twinkling in the distance. 2 chain bridges that led from 2 different depths of the starry sky led to the battlefield in the middle of the starry sky. With Jun Chongshan in the lead, Group 6 members stepped out of the cage. After the members of the 6th group came out, the members of the 3rd group also came out one after another. They were led by a handsome purple-clothed youth and a breathtakingly beautiful white-clothed woman. What a beautiful woman! Even Ouyang Yue from the 100 Flowers Celestial Sect can't compare to her. It seems like she's Huan. I thought she's an imposter. After all, with her strength, it shouldn't be difficult for her to enter the Grade 3 secret realm. I really don't understand why she's in the Grade 3 secret realm. The expressions of the members of Group 6 turned solemn when they realized the woman in front of them was Huan. Jun Chongshan, who was the leader of Group 6, looked at Huan with sparkling eyes. Chapter 32:10. Jun Chongshan's gaze was so obvious that Duan Lingtian could see the killing intent in Jun Chongshan's eyes. Who's he? Why is he so hostile toward Huan? Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he heard Jun Chongshan's words. As expected of a femme fatale? Today, I'll punish you on behalf of the heavens. Upon hearing Jun Chongshan's words, the two groups of people who were still in a stalemate began to make their moves again. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and Huan were the only ones who remained calm. However, Jun Chongshan's target was Huan. Initially, Jun Chongshan's actions were ordinary. However, as he drew closer to Huan, his profundity from the law of fire was revealed. Jun Chongshan's body was engulfed in flames, and he turned into a man of fire as he charged toward Huan. The burning profundity, the explosion profundity, and the pillaging profundity to the initial stage, and the fire-style profundity to the initial stage. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally witnessed Jun Chongshan's strength. Who's this person? Even the person ranked first in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm isn't as strong as him, right? A 10 Directions celestial king who had comprehended 4 of the profundities from the law of fire to the initial stage. With such strength, he would be invincible in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Even the prodigy from the 10,000 Battles Heaven sect from 100 years ago had only comprehended 3 profundities to the initial stage. However, that prodigy was later replaced by a true disciple from the Tao scholar Profound sect. Rumor had it that the true disciple was not much stronger than the former. There's no rush to kill him. Let's see who he is and why he hates you so much. Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to Huan. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Jun Chongshan, who was charging toward Huan, suddenly came to a halt in front of her. The energy that was surging out of his body seemed to have dissipated into thin air. The flames that filled the sky missed him, but he didn't seem to feel anything. Instead, his face was filled with excitement. Great-grandfather has avenged you. Your souls in heaven can rest in peace. Hearing the old man's words, Duan Lingtian frowned. From the way the old man addressed the two people, he could not guess who they were. Big brother Lingtian is the great-grandfather of Jun Wangchen and Jun Xiuhe of the Wind and Thunder Tao sect. While Duan Lingtian was puzzled, Huan's voice rang in his ears. At this moment, Jun Chongshan was trapped in an environment created by Huan. With Huan's current strength and the inheritance of the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox, she could trap the old man for quite some time. Not only that, but she could also see the thoughts of the people she trapped in the illusion. This was somewhat similar to a mind-reading technique. Naturally, the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox was the only one in the Phantom Fox clan who possessed such a technique. As it turns out, it's Jun Wangchen and Jun Xiuhe. Duan Lingtian nodded. He clearly remembered the two people. One of them was the first person he and Huan killed in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, and the other was the second person Huan killed in the Grade 2 Secret Realm. If the old man was their great-grandfather, it would not be strange for him to seek revenge from Huan. It seems like he's been targeting us since the beginning. Otherwise, with his strength, there's no need for him to enter the Grade 3 Secret Realm. Moreover, he must have consumed the reversal poison pill from the Wind and Thunder Tao sect. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to enter the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Previously, after killing Jun Xiuhe, Duan Lingtian had talked to the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion about the Wind and Thunder Tao sect. Based on that, he learned that Jun Xiuhe and Jun Wangchen's great-grandfather was the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall of the Wind and Thunder Tao sect. Moreover, he was a one-basic celestial lord. It was impossible for a one-basic celestial lord to enter the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. For this reason, there was only one possibility. The old man must have consumed the reversal poison pill. The reversal poison pill from the Wind and Thunder Tao sect was a famous celestial pill in the Southern Heaven territory. Naturally, it was famous because of its toxicity and side effects. he's really bold. He's willing to consume the reversal poison pill just to avenge his great-grandchildren. Duan Lingtian had a high opinion of the old man. After all, it was rare for people to consume the reversal poison pill. Most people would use it to harm others. Since I've learned everything I need to know, it's time to send him on his way. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he glanced at the old man indifferently. Then, he disappeared from his spot and reappeared behind the old man. Bang! When Duan Lingtian's palm landed on the old man finally snapped out of his trance. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the space elemental profundity surged into the old man's body. Impossible! Jun Chongshan's eyes widened in shock when he saw Huan standing there unscathed. At the same time, his body was shattered by Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy. Jun Chongshan, the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall of the Wind and Thunder Dao sect, had died in the Wind and Thunder Dao sect. Meanwhile, in the Wind and Thunder Dao sect's high-ranking official's soul orbs, a disciple who usually guarded a pile of soul orbs, discovered that Wang Chongshan's soul orb had shattered. He immediately reported this matter to one of the vice sect leaders of the Wind and Thunder Dao sect. A few days later, the Wind and Thunder Dao sect investigated Wang Chongshan's death and learned that he had consumed the reversal poison pill and entered the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Naturally, this was a story for another day. After Duan Lingtian killed Jun Chongshan with Huan's help in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he turned to look at the others. At this moment, the 8 people in his group were evenly matched with the 8 people in his group. When one of the 8 people saw Wang Chongshan had been killed and Duan Lingtian and Huan were unharmed, he was so frightened that he crushed his identity jade token and fled the scene. Naturally, the escape of one of the 8 people attracted the attention of the others. Therefore, the remaining 7 people also crushed their identity jade tokens and fled the scene. The 8 people in Duan Lingtian's group did not know what was going on at first. However, when they saw the 8 people in their group had fled, they began to realize what had happened. When they turned around, they saw Duan Lingtian and Huan standing there. However, their leader was nowhere to be seen. For a moment, they were certain of their suspicions. That Jun Chongshan didn't even have the chance to display his full strength before he died. However, it's not a surprise that he was killed by Huan's illusion. Although Huan's illusion was powerful, it had a time limit. With Huan's current cultivation base, she could only maintain it for a few breaths at most. Earlier, when Duan Lingtian had teleported behind Wang Chongshan and launched a sneak attack on him, Wang Chongshan had regained his senses. This was because the illusion's duration was up. With Huan's strength, it would take her at least a few days to set up the illusion again. The door is open. We can finally enter the Grade 3 secret realm. After Wang Chongshan's death, the 8 people in his group crushed their identity jade tokens and fled the scene. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and Huan's group finally emerged victorious. At this moment, a void gate appeared in the boundless starry sky and slowly opened. However, behind the void gate, it was dark and gloomy. It was impossible to see what was going on inside. Meanwhile, on the other side of the void gate. The void gate opened so quickly, Zhang Jini's eyes lit up when he saw one of the 3 void gates open. It seems that this group of people is quite strong. If Duan Lingtian and Huan aren't imposters and are only here to experience the Grade 3 secret realm, they're most likely part of this group. Zhang Jini speculated inwardly. A moment later, the void gate opened and figures passed through it, appearing in front of Zhang Jini in the blink of an eye. There were 8 of them in total. However, 2 of them had yet to appear. Just as the 8 people were about to leave, Zhang Jini stopped them. There are 2 people left in your group. Do you know who they are? Get lost. One of the hot-tempered people among the 8 people shouted at Zhang Jin. It was only natural for him to suffer a miserable fate. Zhang Jinyi's eyes flashed as he casually waved his hand. A ray of golden light shot out, creating ripples in the air. In just a blink of an eye, the person who shouted at Zhang Jini died. He did not even have time to take out his identity jade token and crush it. Upon seeing this, the expressions of the remaining 7 people changed drastically. My lord, the remaining 2 people are Duan Lingtian and Huan. A young man among the 7 people immediately betrayed Duan Lingtian and Huan. At this moment, all he wanted to do was to stay alive. He did not feel safe at all when he saw how ruthless Duan Lingtian was. Duan Lingtian and Huan? Are they imposters? Zhang Jinyi asked in a deep voice. They can't be imposters. Another person shook his head and said, let's not talk about Duan Lingtian. Her is the most beautiful woman I've ever seen in my thousands of years of life. She's so beautiful that it's suffocating. Although Ouyang Yue from the 100 Flowers Celestial Sect was known as the most beautiful woman in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, she's nothing compared to Huan. At this time, the others also voiced out their agreement. As expected, it's them. After hearing their words, Zhang Jinyi's eyes lit up. Then, as the 7 people looked at him nervously, he attacked again. Buzz. A ray of golden light shot out and took the lives of the 7 people. Whether it was the person who had been killed by Zhang Jinyi or the 7 of them, all of them had a blank look in their eyes the moment they were killed. Zhang Jinyi had used his innate talent as a direct descendant of the Phantom Fox clan before he killed the 7 people. With just a thought, he could spread out his mental strength and affect a person's attention. Swoosh, swoosh. Just as the 7 of them were casually killed by Zhang Jinyi, 2 more figures walked out of the open void door. Chapter 32:11. You're finally out. Although Zhang Jinyi had never seen Duan Lingtian and Huan before, based on Huan's peerless appearance and the aura she exuded, he was certain they were Duan Lingtian and Huan. As soon as Duan Lingtian and Huan came out, they discovered their teammates had been killed by the young man in front of them. Upon seeing the young man's appearance, Duan Lingtian's eyes widened slightly as memories from 100 years ago surfaced in his mind. He's Zhang Jinyi, the envoy from the Phantom Fox clan in the heavenly territory of the 7 upper regions 100 years ago. Duan Lingtian had met Zhang Jinyi when they were hiding in the little world in the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. For this reason, he recognized Zhang Jinyi immediately. It's been 100 years, but he still hasn't left the Southern Heaven territory. It seems like the Phantom Fox clan in the Heavenly Territory still hasn't given up on Huan. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Brother Lingtian, he's from the Phantom Fox clan. Moreover, I think I've seen him somewhere before. He looks familiar to me. I think he looks familiar. Duan Lingtian heard Huan's voice transmission. Huan, do you remember when we were hiding in the Palace Master's little world in the profound Nether Mansion's Imperial Tudor Pavilion 100 years ago? Duan Lingtian reminded Huan. It's him. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Huan finally remembered. After all, if it had nothing to do with Duan Lingtian, she would not take it to heart. Huan, leave him to me. I'll kill him. Don't make a move. Duan Lingtian said through voice transmission, if he finds out you're 1,000 Phantom's Ice Fox and reports back to the Phantom Fox clan in the Heavenly Territory, we're not afraid of leaving the spirit overarching heaven. However, the Palace Master and the others will be implicated. That's why we can't let him spread the news of you back to the Heavenly Weave after discovering your identity. Duan Lingtian's voice was very serious. He and Huan could simply leave. However, the profound Nether Mansion was different. He was indebted to the profound Nether Mansion's Imperial Tudor Pavilion, so he did not want to leave a threat behind before he left. If the main Phantom Fox clan in the Heavenly Territory made a move, the profound Nether Mansion would be annihilated. At that time, even the clans that supported the profound Nether Mansion would not dare to interfere. Big Brother Lingtian, I understand. Upon hearing the seriousness in Duan Lingtian's words, Huan's expression turned slightly solemn. The turbulent celestial origin energy in her body gradually calmed down as well. Who are you? From what you're saying, you're waiting for us. Duan Lingtian looked at Zhang Jini calmly and asked. Not bad. Zhang Jini nodded. Without waiting for Duan Lingtian's reply, golden light erupted from his body as he charged toward Huan. Sush. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed coldly as he looked at Zhang Jinyi who was charging toward him. Zhang Jinyi's eyes flashed coldly. You're no match for me. Zhang Jinyi stopped moving and looked at Duan Lingtian as he said coldly, You're not even as strong as her, right? Let her deal with you. If you want her to deal with you, you'll have to defeat me first. Duan Lingtian smirked. If Zhang Jini had said he was no match for him 100 years ago, he would have been speechless. However, now, he did not take Zhang Jini seriously at all. Since you're in such a hurry to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Zhang Jinyi's eyes turned cold. At this moment, a wave of spiritual energy that was compressed by his soul energy spread out and swept toward Duan Lingtian. This was the innate ability of a direct descendant of the Phantom Fox clan. It allowed him to distract his opponent for a split second. When Zhang Jini's spiritual energy landed on Duan Lingtian, he was shocked to discover that Duan Lingtian was not affected at all. Instead, Duan Lingtian merely looked at him with a faint smile on his face. So, this is all you have? Your spiritual energy isn't bad. Unfortunately, it's useless against me. Duan Lingtian grinned. Earlier, Zhang Jini's spiritual energy had attacked Duan Lingtian's soul. However, it was easily blocked by the profound divine metal, one of the 5 divine elements in his body. Although the profound divine metal was only in its 3rd form, it could borrow Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy. As long as it was not a soul attack that was much stronger than his soul, the profound divine metal could easily block it. You have a soul defense king-grade celestial weapon? Zhang Jini asked in a deep voice as his eyes widened slightly. A soul defense king-grade celestial weapon could easily block most soul attacks from celestial lords. Just take it as a yes. In any case, this move of yours is useless against me. Duan Lingtian said with a smile on his face. Earlier, Duan Lingtian had learned that Zhang Jini was using an innate ability of a direct descendant of the Phantom Fox clan. It was an innate ability of a direct descendant of the Phantom Fox clan. However, Duan Lingtian was not afraid of this attack at all. If a celestial lord from the Phantom Fox clan had used this technique, he might have been wary of it. However, Zhang Jinyi was only a 10 Directions celestial king, so he was not worried about it at all. Since it's useless against you, I'll use my full strength to crush you. Zhang Jini said with a smile. Golden light shone from his body as the silhouette of a guardian king appeared around him. The Guardian King grade profundity. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian discovered the profundity Zhang Jini had cast was the Law of Metal's Guardian profundity. The Guardian King grade profundity was mainly defensive, but it could also increase the user's strength. Following that, Zhang Jini raised his hand, and a sword appeared in his hand. Black mist swirled around the sword, and blood-red inscriptions could be seen on the sword. Your royal-grade celestial sword is stronger than ordinary royal-grade celestial weapons. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian could tell the sword in Zhang Jinyi's hand was extraordinary. Although it was not as good as the Yin-Yang 9 water chestnut ring that was a combination of the mystical E9 water chestnut ring and the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring, it was still superior to ordinary royal-grade celestial weapons. I'll take your life in 3 strikes at most. Zhang Jini said coldly. Then, he turned into a ray of golden light and shot toward Duan Lingtian at lightning speed. However, before he could get close to Duan Lingtian had already teleported away. At the same time, Huan had also teleported away to watch the battle from afar. Huan's location was perfect. If Zhang Jini wanted to attack her, he would have to pass by Duan Lingtian. At that time, he would definitely be blocked by Duan Lingtian. Therefore, if Zhang Jini wanted to attack Huan, he would have to defeat or even kill Duan Lingtian first. I'd like to see how many times you can dodge. Zhang Jin transformed into a streak of golden light again and flew toward Duan Lingtian like a shooting star in the night sky. This time, Zhang Jin seemed to have become one with the sword in his hand. A long and narrow sword ray that emitted a sharp aura shot out. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. A strange sound rang in the air as the sword ray pierced through the void. It was as though the void was about to be torn apart. Do I need to dodge to deal with you? Duan Lingtian sneered as his celestial origin energy surged out of his body and merged with the space elemental profundity. With 99 heavenly veins, although Duan Lingtian was only a 9 palaces celestial king, his celestial origin energy was much faster than most 10 directions celestial kings. Zhang Jin was one of them. At the same time, Zhang Jin's spatial territory spread out with Duan Lingtian in the center, blocking Zhang Jin's path as soon as he entered the spatial territory. It was difficult for the golden sword ray to move in the spatial territory. This was because the spatial territory contained Duan Lingtian's spatial territory profundity and the distortion profundity. Your comprehension of the law of space isn't bad, but it's nothing compared to me, Zhang Jin. Zhang Jin let out a cold snort, following which the golden sword light suddenly expanded once again, and the speed of its advance suddenly increased. Swoosh! The sword ray flashed and easily penetrated the spatial territory before it flashed towards Duan Lingtian. Just in time. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with a golden light as he faced the incoming sword ray. Without dodging, he threw a punch at the air. 3 spatial tiers appeared in the air as 3 cross-dimensional / profundity appeared. In the next moment, the chaotic spatial energy merged with the 3 cross-dimensional / profundity and formed a fist silhouette that met the golden sword ray head-on. The fist silhouette contained all the offensive profundities from the law of space that Duan Lingtian had comprehended. Bang! A loud explosion rang in the air as the golden sword ray was completely destroyed by the fist silhouette. At the same time, a wretched figure was sent flying into the distance. At this moment, the silhouette of a blood-red armor appeared on Zhang Jin's body. It was his defensive celestial weapon. A purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he said with a faint smile on his face, "If it weren't for this celestial weapon, you'd be dead by now." "How's that possible?" Zhang Jin looked at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. "How did you defeat me without using a celestial weapon? How many profundities from the law of space have you comprehended to the initial stage?" A 9 palaces celestial king was able to defeat him without using a celestial weapon. Moreover, he had only managed to survive because of his purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon. He could not accept this. After all, he was one of the top 3 powerhouses in the Zhang clan in the Phantom Fox clan who were below the Celestial Lord realm. However, a 9 palaces celestial king who was much stronger than him had appeared in a small place like the Southern Heaven territory. "Do you want to know?" Duan Lingtian asked with a grin on his face. Zhang Jin narrowed his eyes. He was about to listen to Duan Lingtian's next words when he suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian teleported and disappeared from his spot, leaving only a silhouette that gradually disappeared before Zhang Jin's eyes. "This is bad." Chapter 32:12. Swoosh. In just a blink of an eye, the 7-colored sword ray disappeared and reappeared next to Zhang Jin, who was holding his identity jade token. Just as Zhang Jin was about to crush his identity token, the 7-colored sword light had already whizzed past and cut him into 2 from top to bottom. Although he was wearing a purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon, it was still sliced in half by the sword strike as though it was made of paper. Zhang Jin was a direct descendant of the Zhang clan's main clan in the Phantom Fox clan. He had stayed in the Southern Heaven territory for 100 years before he died in the Grade 3 Secret Realm. Even Zhang Jin himself would never have dreamed that he would end up like this. "Hunger, let's go." After taking Zhang Jinyi's celestial weapon and spatial ring, Duan Lingtian and Huan left the Southern Heaven territory together. Before they left, they glanced at the two tightly shut entrances. Even now, the two void doors showed no signs of opening. Clearly, the four people in the prison had yet to decide the final victor. In the upper 7 regions. In the Heavenly Territory. In the Zhang clan's main clan in the Phantom Fox clan. Grand Elder. Zhang Jinyi's soul pearl has shattered. Zhang Jinyi's shattered soul pearl was discovered by someone who immediately reported it to the Grand Elder of the Zhang clan. What? The Grand Elder of the Zhang clan's expression changed drastically. He rose to his feet. What's going on? Isn't he supposed to be in the Southern Heaven Territory? How dare someone from the Southern Heaven Territory attack him? The Grand Elder of the Zhang clan quickly summoned the Phantom Fox clan's main clan member who was in charge of handling matters in the Southern Heaven Territory. Zhang Jin is dead. The Grand Elder of the Zhang clan's main clan member's expression changed drastically. What? Zhang Jin is dead? Ask the clan leader of the Southern Heaven Territory's branch clan what happened. If he doesn't give us an explanation, he won't be able to live anymore. The Grand Elder of the Zhang clan said in a deep voice. A special communication celestial talisman was sent from the main Phantom Fox clan's branch in the Southern Heaven Territory to the Phantom Fox clan's branch in the Southern Heaven Territory. What? When Zhang Dongnan, the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan in the Southern Heaven Territory, received the news, his expression changed drastically. Isn't he in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? Is it possible that he was killed by a celestial lord in the upper realm after the scoreboard was reset? He wanted to know what had happened. However, even after using a series of methods, he still could not figure out what had happened. However, there's one thing that I can confirm. Based on the ranking of the envoy back then, it's very likely that he entered the Grade 3 Secret Realm. But in the 3rd Grade Secret Realm, what kind of threat could he possibly face? Could it be that he was killed by the array spirit inside? Although there were a few formation spirits in the Grade 3 Secret Realm that posed a threat to Zhang Jinyi, with Zhang Jinyi's strength, he could still flee even if he could not defeat them. In the 3rd Grade Secret Realm, there was no array spirit that could make Zhang Jinyi unable to escape. Duan Lingtian and Huan entered the Grade 3 Secret Realm as well? It did not take long for Zhang Dongnan to learn about this matter. His expression turned grim as he thought to himself, if it's really the same Huan from back then? She was already so powerful when she wasn't even 100 years old. It's not impossible for her to be strong enough to kill the envoy after 100 years. With this thought in mind, Zhang Dongnan sent the news to the main clan in the Phantom Fox clan in the Southern Heaven Territory. The main clan leader reported Zhang Dongnan's reply to the Grand Elder of the Zhang clan. Make a trip to the Southern Heaven Territory and investigate this matter. No matter who the culprit is, anyone who dares to kill a direct descendant of the Zhang clan will have to die. The Grand Elder of the Zhang clan said in a deep voice. Yes. The Grand Elder of the Zhang clan nodded and left for the transporting formation in the Devata realms. Meanwhile, in the Grade 3 Secret Realm in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Duan Lingtian and Huan encountered a formation spirit guarding a treasure. However, the formation spirit was so weak that it was easily destroyed by Duan Lingtian with just a punch. Following that, they continued to search for formation spirits. Now that Zhang Jinyi is dead, the main clan will definitely send someone to investigate this matter. Huan and I are undoubtedly the prime suspects. However, even if they suspect us, they won't do anything to the profound Nether Mansion. After all, they can't be sure if Huan is really a Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox. Zhang Dongnan, the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan's branch clan, thinks we've left the profound Nether Mansion. Even if we haven't left the profound Nether Mansion, with his intelligence, he won't drag the profound Nether Mansion into this mess. He won't dare to offend Huan and me. Although Duan Lingtian had only met Zhang Dongnan twice, Zhang Dongnan had left a deep impression on him during their first meeting. It was not difficult to tell Zhang Dongnan was a cunning person. If Zhang Dongnan wanted to betray the profound nether mansion, he would have to consider the consequences of offending Duan Lingtian and Huan. Currently, Duan Lingtian and Huan were not a threat to Zhang Dongnan. However, what about in the future? With Zhang Dongnan's intelligence, Duan Lingtian was certain Zhang Dongnan would figure this out. For this reason, Duan Lingtian continued to wander around the Grade 3 secret realm with Huan, as though nothing had happened. Although Huan had to use her full strength to kill the powerful weapon spirit, she still did not manage to break through and become a celestial lord. At this time, only half a day remained before the 10th day was up. Let's leave the spirit overarching heaven and head to the Jade Emperor heaven. After bidding farewell to the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion, Duan Lingtian left the upper realm with Huan. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and Huan left the spirit overarching heaven through a transporting formation in one of the cities under the profound nether mansion's control. Meanwhile, in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, the people who had entered the Grade 3 secret realm began to leave. When Duan Lingtian left, he deliberately found 2 black robes that covered his entire body and concealed his appearance. Nobody would be able to recognize him or remember his appearance when he left. After all, he did not want to bring trouble to the profound nether mansion. Meanwhile, the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan's branch in the Southern Heaven territory began to look for people who had left the Grade 3 secret realm to ask about Zhang Jini. He's very strong. Before he even entered the Grade 3 secret realm, he already killed someone who offended him. However, after entering the Grade 3 secret realm, he didn't leave in a hurry. Instead, he stood guard in front of the 3 void entrances as though he was waiting for someone to come out. Zhang Dongnan and the elder from the main Phantom Fox clan's branch in the Heaven territory heard about Zhang Jin. Do you think Huan, the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox, is the person who killed Zhang Jini? The elder from the main family stared at Zhang Dongnan and asked in a deep voice. It's possible. However, I don't understand why Huan entered the Grade 3 secret realm if she's so strong. I have a feeling that she's an imposter. Even though the emissary followed her into the Grade 3 secret realm, I can't be sure if she's the real Huan. Moreover, it's possible that the messenger crushed his identity jade token and left the Grade 3 secret realm when he was certain Huan wasn't among the group of people. Then he might be killed outside the secret realm. After all, during the past few decades, none of the envoys entered the upper realm through our branch's estate. Even I don't know where they went. Zhang Dongnan said, if that's the case, looking for the murderer of the emissary is like looking for a needle in a haystack. From the beginning to the end, Zhang Dongnan had been leading the Zhang family patriarch and the elders in a different direction, saying that he felt that an immortal emperor must have killed Zhang Jini. And this matter was gradually becoming more and more confusing. It was just as Duan Lingtian had thought. Zhang Dongnan did not mention anything about the profound nether mansion at all. It was clear he did not want to stir up any trouble. Of course, although he was punished in the end, the punishment was neither light nor heavy, so he didn't care. No matter what, he was the clan leader of the Zhang clan's branch in the Phantom Fox clan. Unless he committed a crime, the main Phantom Fox clan would not do anything to him. Moreover, the biggest problem with Zhang Jinyi's death was that Zhang Jinyi had left the Phantom Fox clan's branch on his own, and no one knew where he had gone. Therefore, Zhang Dongnan, the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan's branch in the Phantom Fox clan, was not implicated in this matter. Continue to investigate this matter. If you can find the murderer and avenge Zhang Jini, the main clan won't mistreat you. The elder from the main clan said to Zhang Dongnan before he left the Southern Heaven territory. However, Zhang Dongnan ignored the elder's words. In fact, he was more inclined to believe that Zhang Jini was killed by Huan, a Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox. For this reason, he had a feeling that Huan's growth was unstoppable. How strong would she be in 100 years? Even if she was still a 10 Directions celestial king, based on the strength she had displayed 100 years ago, her current strength would definitely be extraordinary. In 100 years, she would definitely be on par with him. He was only the clan leader of the Zhang clan's branch in the Phantom Fox clan. All he wanted to do was to protect his territory. Before Huan had matured, he still had some thoughts about her. However, now that she had matured, he did not want to bring trouble upon himself. Even Duan Ling Tian did not expect Zhang Dongnan to be so much smarter than he had imagined. Moreover, Zhang Dongnan knew how to play safe. In the Jade Emperor Heaven. This time, Duan Ling Tian did not bring Huan to the Equal Heaven territory. Instead, he brought her to a territory called the Nando territory. The Nando territory was known as the Upper 8 territories in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Its status in the Jade Emperor Heaven was similar to the Upper 7 territories in the Spirit Overarching Heaven. On the other hand, the Equal Heaven territory was only a small territory in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Huan, let's stay in this city for now. We'll make our next move after we learn more about the situation. Chapter 32:13. Shuyang City was a city in the Nando territory, one of the 8 regions of the Jade Emperor Heavens. It was a city under the Clear Celestial Sect. The Pure Celestial Sect is a Grade 6 sect. Its strength is on par with the Grade 6 celestial mansions in the Spirit Overarching Heaven's Southern Heaven territory. However, such a sect only controls 2 small cities in the Nando territory. The Nando territory is indeed worthy of being one of the 8 territories of the Jade Emperor Heavens. A 6th grade sect doesn't even have much of a presence here. After arriving at Suyang City for a few days, Duan Ling Tian had learned about the situation in Suyang City through a series of channels. Just like the Spirit Overarching Heaven, the center of the Spirit Overarching Heaven is called the Spirit Overarching Territory. Even the 7 upper regions, including the Heavenly Territory, are only 7 territories that surround it. The Heavenly Emperor of the Spirit Overarching Heaven is in the Spirit Overarching Heaven. There are also many Heaven-grade forces and Grade 1 forces in the Spirit Overarching Heaven. The center of the Jade Emperor Heaven is called the Jade Emperor Territory. It is surrounded by the upper 8 regions, including the Nando territory. Over the past few days, not only had Duan Lingtian learned about Su Yangqing, but he had also gained a better understanding of the Nando weave. In the upper 8 regions of the Jade Emperor Heaven, the Nando weave was a very special and strange existence. The other 7 territories in the upper province of the Jade Emperor Heaven were ruled by titled celestial emperors. However, there were no titled celestial emperors in the Nando territory. In the past, there were titled celestial emperors who had entered the Nando territory in an attempt to take over the territory, but they had all died. After all, the 3 strongest forces in the Nando territory were capable of killing titled celestial emperors. Unless a titled celestial emperor brought a powerful force to the Nando territory and established a strong foundation, it was impossible for him to control the Nando territory. The Nando territory could be considered a very special territory in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Some people even said, the 3 strongest Grade 1 forces in the Nando territory had powerhouses whose strength was comparable to titled celestial emperors. However, none of them had obtained a title from the Title Temple. In short, the top forces in the Southern Heaven territory could be summed up in one word: chaos. The Nando territory is dominated by 3 Grade 1 forces. One of them is a clan. The other force was a sect. There's also a group of immortal beasts. There are still some Grade 1 factions below them. However, in terms of strength, they are inferior to them. After learning about the situation in the Nando territory, Duan Lingtian could not help but click his tongue. It's impossible for me to go to the immortal beast tribe of the 3 great factions. Only that clan and that sect can be considered. Clans and sects are more inclined toward sections. As soon as Duan Lingtian arrived in the Jade Emperor Heaven, he knew he had to join a powerful force to obtain more resources if he wanted to grow stronger as quickly as possible. If he stayed in the spirit overarching heaven's southern heaven territory, he would, at most, join a grade 5 force like the 10 major clans or the 5 major sects. There were many grade 1 forces in the Nando territory in the Jade Emperor Heaven. There was no doubt that joining a grade 1 force would be a good choice for him. However, it's not easy to join a grade 1 force. Duan Lingtian felt a headache coming on as he thought to himself, I'll have to ask around to see if there's a way to join a grade 1 force. While Huan was in closed-door cultivation and sleeping to comprehend the law of space, Duan Lingtian went out alone to gather information. A month later, he finally found out something. Every 1,000 years, the genius secret realm in the Nando territory opens. At that time, all celestial lords below the age of 1,000 are allowed to explore the secret realm. There are treasures left behind by the ancestors of the various first-rate forces in the Nando territory. There are ordinary Emperor-grade celestial weapons, defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapons, and even sole defensive Royal-grade celestial weapons. There are also celestial pills and celestial fruits that can help celestial lords cultivate. Apart from the young prodigies from the various first-rate forces in the Nando territory who are searching for various fortuitous encounters, outsiders can also enter. If their performance is outstanding, they might even be invited to join the first-rate forces in the Southern Heaven territory. The Genius Secret Realm was one of the ways to join a first-rate force in the Nando territory. It took Duan Lingtian a month to find out about this. It was his favorite way to join a first-rate force in the Nando territory. If he used this method to join a first-rate force, he would not be mistreated and would be heavily nurtured. After all, if he could perform well in the Genius Secret Realm, it meant he had a lot of potential. Therefore, any first-rate force would be willing to spend a lot of effort to nurture him. Although there are other ways to enter the secret realm, I'll only be an ordinary disciple in the first-rate force. If I want to be valued, I'll have to perform well. On top of that, there are bound to be obstructions in the process. After all, there are jealous people everywhere. I'm not afraid of being hindered, but I'm afraid it'll be troublesome. In that case, I'll just have to wait for the Genius Secret Realm to open. There are only 60 years left until the Genius Secret Realm opens again. She'll definitely be able to break through and become a celestial lord in 60 years. However, I'll feel pressured. In the eyes of ordinary people, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to become a celestial lord from a 9 palaces celestial king in 60 years. Even the top prodigies from the various first-rate forces in the Nando territory would need at least 100 years to break through and become a celestial lord. It was extremely difficult to break through each stage, let alone become a celestial lord from a 10 directions celestial king. Duan Lingtian was only a step away from breaking through to the 10 directions celestial realm. However, he only had 60 years left. Although he was quite talented, had many trump cards, and was very helpful in improving his cultivation, he was still not as good as the top geniuses of the various first-grade forces in the Nando territory. Although those prodigies don't have the main branch from the divine tree of life, they still have other cultivation resources to help them cultivate. The effects are definitely not inferior to the main branch from the divine tree of life. Regardless of their cultivation bases in terms of comprehending profundities, there's still no match for me or Huan. The supreme powerhouse divinity could be said to be Duan Lingtian's greatest advantage and advantage. Although the first-rate forces in the Nando territory also had cultivation resources that could help young prodigies comprehend the laws, it was impossible for them to comprehend the laws as fast as the supreme powerhouse divinity. I can only do my best in 60 years. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. Since he only had 60 years left, Duan Lingtian did not plan to stay in Suyang City for long. As soon as Huan woke up, they left Suyang City. Huan had put on her veil and bamboo hat again. She had requested this even though she did not like it. They were in the Nando territory. Although they were strong, they were only comparable to ordinary celestial lords. In the Nando territory where titled celestial lords were everywhere, It would be difficult for them to move around if they did not keep a low profile. Brother Ling Tian, why don't I give you 6 more drops of my origin blood essence? Huan asked Duan Ling Tian when she learned about Duan Ling Tian's plan. There's no need for that. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. The 10th drop of your origin blood essence is of little help to me. Even if I take 6 more drops, I'll barely be able to break through to the 10 directions Celestial King realm. Although Huan Er's origin blood essence was good, the more it was consumed, the less effective it would be. Moreover, he was very clear in his heart. Every time she drained her origin blood essence, it was excruciating. It was no less painful than pulling her nails out of her hands. Even though he had known about this for a long time, Huan had never told him that she was going to extract 10 drops of blood essence. Otherwise, he would have stopped her. By the time he realized what was going on, she had already delivered 10 drops of blood essence to him. He couldn't decide if he should take them or not. Huan, don't ever mention anything about the origin blood essence again. Brother Ling Tian doesn't want you to withdraw your origin blood essence behind Brother Ling Tian's back. Otherwise, Brother Ling Tian will never talk to you again. Duan Ling Tian said sternly. In truth, he had wanted to say the same thing to Huan the last time, but he held himself back because he felt that it was too harsh. This time, the thought surfaced in his mind again, and he finally said it out loud. Although it was a little harsh, he felt it was necessary to say it to prevent Huan from acting first and reporting to him later. I understand, Brother Ling Tian. Huan's eyes were filled with tears. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, tears welled up in Huan Er's eyes. She looked so pitiful that even Duan Ling Tian regretted his decision. However, this thought was forcefully suppressed by him very quickly. Following that, Duan Ling Tian and Huan wandered around Su Yang City for a while before they slowly made their way out of the city. In the end, they decided to temporarily join a 6th grade sect so that they would not have to wander around aimlessly in search of fortuitous encounters. There were only 2 basic celestial lords in the 6th grade sect. Their strength was mediocre, and their comprehension of the law of profundity was inferior to Jun Chong Shan, the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall in the Wind Thunder Dao sect in the Spirit Overarching Heaven's Southern Heaven territory. When Duan Ling Tian and Huan arrived at the sect, Huan easily defeated one of the 2 celestial lords. With this, the 2 basic celestial lords enthusiastically invited Duan Ling Tian and Huan to join their sect. The 6th grade sect was called the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. Huan had chosen this sect because she found its name pleasing to the ears. The Snow Horizon Celestial Sect's estate was located in the depths of an ice field north of the Nando territory. Chapter 32:14. Apart from the Snow Horizon Immortal Sect, there were 3 other Grade 6 forces in the northern icy plains of the Nando territory. They were a Rank 6 sect and 2 Rank 6 clans. After Duan Ling Tian and Huan joined the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect and became revered elders of the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect, they stayed in the valley where the 2 supreme elders of the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect cultivated. This was the best place in the entire Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. Even the sect leader of the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect had a cultivation room here. Apart from the sect leader and the 2 supreme elders of the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect, no one from the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect was allowed to enter. However, there were now 2 more people who could enter the secret realm. They were Duan Ling Tian and Huan. Brother Lington, I like it here. Huan smiled at Duan Ling Tian, who was sitting in front of a stone table in the courtyard. She stood under a small tree in the middle of the courtyard and gently swayed the branches of the small tree. Now, Duan Ling Tian was drinking tea in front of the stone table. The tea was given to him by the 2 supreme elders of the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. It was called the Cloud Calming Snow Tea. It was said that the tea was grown by the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect, and it was said to be beneficial to those below the celestial duke realm. However, for Duan Lingtian, he could only appreciate the taste. He had to admit that the taste was pretty good. Since you like this place, why don't you stay here for the time being? With the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect as our eyes and ears, we'll be able to find out about the fortuitous encounters and participate in the competition. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian seemed to have sensed something and his gaze fell on the outside of the courtyard. At this moment, 3 figures could be seen making their way toward Duan Lingtian. The 2 figures in the lead were familiar faces. They were none other than the 2 supreme elders of the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. As for the middle-aged man following behind them, although Duan Lingtian had never seen him before, it was not difficult for him to guess the middle-aged man's identity. The sect master of the Snow Horizon Immortal Sect, Xianxia. Revered Elder Huan, Revered Elder Lingtian. The 3 of them stood outside the door. The 2 old men in the lead greeted Duan Lingtian and Huan. Come in. Only after Duan Lingtian spoke did the 3 of them dare to push the door open and enter. At this moment, the middle-aged man standing behind the 2 old men bowed at Duan Lingtian and Huan. Sect leader of the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect, Xianxia, greets the 2 revered elders. Is something the matter? Duan Lingtian's gaze swept past Xianxia and landed on the other 2 old men. The 2 old men were the supreme elders of the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. The sturdy old man on the left was Lian Qinghe. He was not a match for Huan at all. After all, even if Duan Lingtian used a royal-grade celestial weapon, he was still no match for Huan, who was not using a celestial weapon. The skinny old man on the right was Hao Wang. After Huan, had defeated Lian Qinghe, he did not even have the courage to make a move. These 2 old men were the 2 strongest people in the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. They were the pillars of the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. Revered elders, are you willing to help me with this matter? Lian Qinghe asked in a somewhat restrained manner. Speak. Duan Lingtian looked at Lian Qinghe indifferently. He was curious about the matter Lian Qinghe was referring to. If it was within his ability, he would not mind helping them. After all, he planned to stay here with Huan, for a while. It would be more convenient for him to give them some benefits. It's like this. Lian Qinghe began to explain. As Lian Qinghe spoke, he explained the ins and outs of the matter. In the depths of the northern ice field, there is a mysterious glacier valley. If you cultivate there, not only will you be able to absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth very quickly, you will also be able to sense the ice laws. That place was discovered by the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect and the other 3 forces in the northern ice field. Initially, we agreed that each force would be allowed to stay there for 3 months. However, since Hao Wang and I weren't strong enough to keep up with the celestial lords from the 3 forces, we were only able to stay in the valley for a month. Now that we have 2 revered elders in the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect, it won't be difficult for us to snatch back the 3 months that should have been ours. I wonder if the 2 of you are willing to help. Lian Qinghe asked anxiously. After all, the 2 revered elders had just joined the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. It did not seem right for them to ask them to help them even though they had not given them any benefits. There's such a place? Duan Lingtian was curious when he heard Lian Qinghe's words. After all, he knew the place would not have such an effect for no reason. There must be some secret hidden there. Just like the places controlled by the more powerful forces, there would usually be some kind of hidden treasure that could turn that place into a treasure trove. If the treasure was taken away, the place would be turned into a wasteland. Hao Wang nodded. Don't tell me you didn't go and check what's hidden inside? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. It's not that we didn't investigate, but there was nothing we could do. There's a powerful formation beneath the place. Previously, the celestial lords from the 4 forces had joined forces to attack the place, but they were severely injured by the backlash. Hao Wang smiled bitterly. It's precisely because of this that no one dared to investigate the treasures inside. Moreover, we're already satisfied with having such a blessed place to cultivate and comprehend the laws of ice. Aren't they afraid that the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect would be unwilling to let the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect stay there and spread the news? Duan Lingtian asked. It's because they took this into consideration that they left a month for us. If it weren't for that, they wouldn't have given us a month's time. Xianxia smiled wryly. Lead the way. Huan and I will follow you to have a look. Duan Lingtian was curious about the place as well. He called out to Huan before he left the courtyard with Xianxia and the others. The 5 of them left the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect's estate and headed north. After traveling for about 15 minutes, the 3 of them slowed down. Duan Lingtian and Huan did the same. At this moment, they arrived at a glacial valley that was filled with frigid air. What a dense frigid air! As Duan Lingtian looked at the glacier valley in front of him that was emitting cold air, he could feel the cold aura that was contained within the valley. It was as though it could directly enter his body and freeze all the bones in his body. Revered elders, this is the place we were talking about. Chai Xiongyi, the sect leader of the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect, said to Duan Lingtian and Huan. According to our agreement, the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect was supposed to enter half a month ago. We'll be able to stay in there for 3 months starting from half a month ago. Even if we start now, we can still stay there for 2.5 months. Lian Qin, he said to Duan Lingtian, for this reason, we'd like to ask both of you to help us regain the 2 months we've lost. In the future, both of you will be able to cultivate and comprehend the law of ice with us in there. Over there, the speed at which one comprehends the law of ice is extremely fast. If we can cultivate here for 3 months every year, it would take at most 1,000 years for us to comprehend the law of ice, and our comprehension of the law of ice would surpass our comprehension of the law of ice. Xianxia thought his words were tempting to Duan Lingtian and Huan. However, the truth was, they were not tempted at all. Can't the celestial lords from the 4 major forces cultivate in the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect together? Why is there a need for each force to cultivate for 3 months? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Revered Elder Lingtian, there's something you don't understand. Hao Wang said with a wry smile on his face. The fewer people there are, the better the effect. It's much easier to cultivate and comprehend the law of ice in the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. So, if Huan and I enter the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect with you, your cultivation speed and comprehension of the law of ice will slow down as well? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. That's right. Hao Wang nodded. However, the 3 of us have come to an agreement. If we can get back 2 months, we'll cultivate with the 2 of you for 1 month. For the remaining month, the 2 of you will cultivate in the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. We won't enter the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. Apart from that, the 2 of you can enter the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect to cultivate in the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. Hao Wang said. This way, you won't be able to earn much. Duan Lingtian said with a faint smile on his face. Everyone lives for their reputation. If the 2 of you can get back 2 months, it'll be a great honor for us and the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. That's more than enough for us, Xianxia has said. All right. Let's go. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly before he led Huan into the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. As soon as they entered the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect, 4 figures entered their sights. They were an old man, 2 middle-aged men, and a young man. Who's there? As soon as Duan Lingtian and Huan entered the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect, the 4 middle-aged men opened their eyes and rose to their feet. Then, they glared at Duan Lingtian and Huan. It's the people from the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. The old man's sharp eyes saw the 2 supreme elders and the sect leader of the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect standing behind Duan Lingtian and Huan. Are you going to scram on your own, or do you want me to send you away? Duan Lingtian said calmly as he looked at the 4 middle-aged men. Chai Xiongyi, what's the meaning of this? Why did you bring outsiders here? Have you forgotten the agreement between the 4 sects? You're tuning in to the Wandering Hero YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.